Chapter 1: Returning to one's roots and obtaining villain's life system. Brain container. To clarify in advance, the protagonist is not a soul transfer, he's merely wearing a different body, eliminating any suspicion of self-sabotage. Feel free to indulge. The memory recovery may appear to resemble soul transfer, but it is a deliberate arrangement by the author, with clues provided later. Do not dwell on thoroughly air details. Lin Hong? Is she really thescent that the sect master list for 22 years? He doesn't seem to possess any trace of cultivation he might not even have a the aptitude for immortality. Yet, why is she lost in thought? Has just a country bumpkin from Maramotoland, probably terrified by the Granger has never encountered before. Shu, second senior sister, do not speak her less light master is about to arrive. What is happening? Have I crossed a dover? Lin Hong regaining clarity, looked bewildered like that while women not far away. Soulish, sovist. What doest his environment feel so familiar? As Lin Heng observed the hall's decorations and the disciples entering ganave to another, hefano like amita hissens. Memory is begin to urge within his mind. Indeed, he had crossed over and he had found himself within a novelty met around multiply wives and multiple fortunes. Thetital chronicle soft beauties. Just the name alone indicates a meaningless, pretentious story. Do not be deceived Bethunim press evetital the plotis on oft hemist popular aremtal soft he time, for the audience a certain has satisty for such narratives. Beautiful master, enchanting fox spirit soft to demon race, alif senior sisters, impressive dynasties, lords of demonic paths, widows. Ever renowned beauty you canamice undoubted liar romantis interest of the protagonist, Etion. The unfortunate truth is that thy's wretched author, fearing repercussions from the platform, initially attract tetraphic virally and on subpart tropus and then shamelessly avoided genuine romantice engagements. After collecting 12 mole leads, the story merely indulged in ambiguous flirtations and a bland harem narrative, and latter even introduced dajube plot involving split and guffito persa romantis interests. Now undred truth of manien couldn'tly enjoy fleeting popularity. Lin Hong, reflecting on the memories of this novel, felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, his current identity is that of Tessin lost by the sect master of Jingxuan sect. And today marks the day of returning to its roots. On this occasion, the leaders of Seven Peaks will arrive and decudus this opportunity to select a mentor. According to the usual plot, who would under the tutelage of the protagonist's master, ultimately becoming the fierce target of suppression. Not only would have a serif in the master-disciple relationship, but would also bullied be emultitude of Zenir sisters, ultimately leading to a fit where neither father nor mother would care for him, and would soon find himself crushed under the protagonist's shield. What's worse? His father Evan intended for the original protagonist to become the hierophant he sect. Yet, the original protagonist ended up tragically exterminated. And those Cernier sisters and the lofty master either becamus lesser were sold off to brothels. The specific details are hazy, like a leguit of the author's mental confusion aimed at nauseating the readers. The story altered when the female lead was sold off, only to be reported and taken down by righteous readers. A photo face supporting villain, a waste template, the father hoisty sect master Rayachos Naker, and Demether Han ever appeared divin until death. How old feel their sculpting lead such a script? Let the past be the past. Staying here to receive a disdain, ignored by for the grandmother, and Luki Danupan with the master and near sisters. If you wish us to serve, he must steer clear of the protagonist and distant to Raji of women. He could simplify another mentor, by to his time, and when the opportunity arises, leveth a sectafteral, that cheap father of has been in seclusion, what could the possibly do to him? No matter houseless he's at least the son of the sect master. Congratulations, host, you have successfully crossed the very well obtained he villain life system. Follow positive and negative plot theme dan survive. At critical plot points, y'all will have a multiplex. Support towards extraordinary comprehension. What hell? A golden finger? Absolutely, this is fantastic. I admit, my earlier exclamation weighs a tot too loud. Having read countless novels, Lin Heng naturally understood what this golden finger represented. Since the platroyutkan bekasin has certain must by de histime what do is it matter if Qingxuan sect falls? Is this Geisbrin really broken? Didase his expression just now, he looked seriously excite initially, ikwazo ready a problem that they had no foundation for cultivating immortality, and if us mindison clear. Lin Hong, are you alright? Upon hearing this, Lin Heng instinctively turned this gaze. I just realized. So it's this silly girl now under it feels so familiar. That women were momentarily taken aback. They looked around, bewildered. What was that noise? Why speaking? Although there were a disciples whispering nearby, the previous voice felt as if it were spoken right in Tatharars. Silly girl? TSK, I must say. Her looks are indeed striking. Thetwo exchanged suspicious glances, the hall was sparsely populated, and they had heard near livery voice, none with such a magnetic quality. Yunya caught a flighty glance and suddenly focused her gaze on Lin Heng. Could it bam? Junior sister Xiaoye Squatenis her looks are high and her personality playful, a proud fairy. It's just a pity she's incredibly foolish not only was he Javenaway but she was also sold to a brotheltotona for the protagonist. Once a managito servive, ilukto hell for root with her business. You now? As for Mulioshi. Never mind, it's too complicated to explain she's foolish beyond measure, always wearing a sour face and he might think some yondid in her family. Can't she at least dress a bit warmer? Mulioshi? What hell? A this moment, bot women realized that they could truly hear Lin Heng's inner thoughts. These was the first time they had encountered such a phenomenon. Yunyeo bit her lip, striving to suppress Shirang confusion. What nonsense is this guy spouting? I was given away for nothing? And sold to a brothel for atonement? This fool had just arrived at the sectan could conjure up such absurd fantasy as shes undoubtedly oslaswaste. Muliexa felt as similar her nature had always been such thought nune had ever read to tree there so lightly. You're theon you with a deadpan face seats your famula thoughts in morning. Damn, you're both staring at me? This feels at their gazes are hostile, as if they wish to slap dead. Forget it till ignoreth us at what's. Lin Hong, oblivious to the brewing storm, continued his chatter, unaware that Yunyan Muliexa were gritting their teeth, wishing to twist the she. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the disciples in the hall retreated to make way. Greetings, master. Greetings, peak masters. In the blinkophony, within just 2 breaths, the 6 peak Mr. Sofching Xuan peak arrived in unison. Thepiak Mr. Sarisan Shalilder level figures within Qingxuan sect undoubtedly second in command. Today, Lin Heng's return is Lilik Lin to unpack the future development structure to sect without him, the future here could very well be on off capable disciplines nurtured by a peak. Since its inception, Qingxuan sectes employ capability and aptitudes its election criteria for its successors and the here so fetch peak, which is with these sectes thrived and grown stronger ever theirs. Ifanuarito fe forkinship and casually hand the sect over to competent confidants, event the mightiest of immortal sects would eventually decline, akin to the fall of secular the nasties. Surprisingly, Lin Heng possesses no remarkable aptitude for cultivation. His roots are peculiar, and his mind is feeble despite the efforts. Hekuden Lyriach the peacocked golden choristage. Now, the press in Jishuathefases Hall take Lin Heng Gunderthurwing as the Zect master had instructed before he entering exclusion the upon finding Lin Hong Heshud besettled in a peak fornituring. The Hedel Derof T-main peak swept this gazy over Lin Heng before speaking indifferently. Indeed. This child possesses an extraordinary demeanor reminiscent of T-sect master in his earlier years. If I will take him under your wings and nurture him, Hekut certain libicomi a talented individual in the future. Third elder, Yorgo Ayuan Picasus a creed round for alchemy we note Lethem learn some of basics from you. The third elder frowned slightly. Guayuan Picasal ready at full capacita moreover, allowing Ganuko Murto handle fi rice risky. Alchemy requires utmost precision in my opinion. It's better for him to learn some as wordsmanship from second elder. The elders exchanged words, viewing Lin Henga Sabardine and shifting responsibility among themselves. After all, his aptitude abiden theresursus provided biak p carlamited, ernet frutifort soft piak Mr. San disciples, and each pk at sound successor disciples to nurture. These successor disciples will eventually becamethi here soft hisect regardals of Lin Hang's identity highsbound to facis clusion. It's akin to a publicly traded company where Etsia has nahir they can unlice like some own from among the shareholders to bear the responsibility, and the Sudan emergency of an hire would not please yon. Of course, had he been exceptionally gifted, the six speak Mr. Swood havia jurely competent for him. Fifth elder mengutin crossidorarums, watching with interest as theotherolder stas the ball back and forth to had no dozer for Lin Hong, these ordinary individual akin ganyaptitude. This plot design is truly absurd. The sect master doesn't appear during the return tunsroots, and now their disdainful loftilan blos prince of a painstaking lysot? The flood swept through to Dragon King Temple. Doth he not know the significance of this matter? Dudas that not Etian's master, a Theflamus intensely, truly deserving of its place among the top 10 of beauty register. Hierarchy of realms. Chi training, foundation establishment, golden core strong ones, nascent soul respectable ones, divine transformation great cultivators returning to avoid true monarchs, harmonizing thou great powers, great ascension supreme beings. Chapter 2 What a size more beauty if it merely render Sony vessel for the protagonist? The woman on the far left, adorned with celestial hairpins, exudes an air of nobility and elegance, her entire being radiating gain enchanting aura. The occasional smile gracing her lips, however, evokes an inscrutable feeling within Oneshiart. Mengyutong, the steamed Lilia de Rofjingchuan Sexian Peak, Apareganoth beauty within your sect. Today, Shedden flowing purple robe lightly adorned with makeup event among her 5 fellow disciples, all-renowned beauties in Thyron right, Heraldry and figure main and paralleled. After all, she occupies a position within the top 10 of beauty register, likely ranked 5th or 6th. Of course, the rankings of this list are influenced by various factors, including cultivation level and influence. Yet, Meng Yatong's downfall is in her conservatively austere personality, her habitual cold demeanor, coupled with her unchanging seasonality, dull 7th the most exquisite beauty over time. Tobe Frank, if I were a tosteler, Schwood undoubted Lysa Korea placey among the top 3. From a distance, this purplera barizomble segascanister, leaving gonla her fashion hands visible. If sure retodona black miniskirt paired with stockings, strutting in heels, and adorned with exquisite makeup, she could contend for the very top spot on the beauty register. Alas, such thoughts are impractical of Tyrol, shice the protagonist's beloved. Woish if not some ionohun lie allow she's own light to shine, leaving no room for others to bask and eat? Never mind, never mind. The world is vast, and beauty flows like water. Meng Yatong is beautiflating feather among countless beauties. One say be invincible ishal shroy attract half wolf my own. Meng Yatong her facia mask off bewilderment felt a colossal question mark mergain her mind. What was that commotion? Her divines incessweef lay scaned the grandol, her gaze settling firmly upon Lin Hung. Him? Muluxian du Neo exchanged incredulous glances at Lin Hung. This fellow de red topped her such slander against their revered master in his art they were uncertain of what Tegascanis entailed, but they were certain it was no compliment. Thetwakud navelp you feel that Lin Hang's identity was rather peculiar he seemed to possess knowledge of extraordinary matters. Moreover, the human heart is the most enigmatic of things it weighs already absurd enough that they could horizon her thoughts. Stockings, high heels? Meng Yatong silently appraised him with her divinescence, on for Lin Hang's thoughts to commence on some more. Ha, of Woljuser synthis thirdelder wiltus the balto Meng Yatong citing the Lakof mole disciple Satchian Yun Peak. He must quickly make a choice I cannot remain be Meng Yatong side. Scraping bisanething, but being dulled be Yetian's graspies entirely another. Xian Yun Peak a harem ground of Figathir, that brat Yetian will certainly see mesidern in his side. If I stay here I want servitoyers. Perhaps it would be better to hide away at Zidao Peak to cultivate and develop. With mine extraordinary comprehension is should not fare too poorly. How absurd, he de resto claimed Yen Yun Peak as a harem ground? I am at the mercy of my disciple Yetian? Meng Yatong had always been discerning in her selection of disciples. Ik recruitmenten för Yun Peak attracted a multitude of eager candidates vien förazingel spotwiliothers scrambled dance strain for gestoni opportunity, he de resto declared he would rather not go. As a dignified true monarch returning to avoid how could she be threatened be yon holding leverage over her? Meng Eldres how about allowing Thazia unmento hein Yun Peak, ithis ben decadesen samala disciple hasn't surely some laborious tasks require assistance? Mang Yatungen her twa companions felt a tremor in their hearts as Lin Hangsener musing spruvet prophetic. The third elder indeed zeis Japan thixcusofolakov mola disciple san tost the bolto Mengyuton. I. Mengyuton was momentarily taken aback, poised to respond, but Lin Hang abruptly interjected, esteemed elders who hail from Maramoti and Salada region, naturally accustomed to tilling thelaint. Huino told me ten tothi fields, the Qingxuansek spirit field Saravastanshire lyre choir handsto cultivatithem. His words is tunned thera gelders aside from Mengyuton. Tending ta spirit field swas the taskoff servant disciplested Lin Hang not aspire to bekomiaker disciple, acquiring the finished resources? Esteemed elders, I am acutely aware if my own talents and aspirations each person has their own ambitions and fate. As long as he have food to tand a place a tourist, I am content. Hissin siregazi and word ceased the tension among fielders who had been tossing the ball back and forth. Dono Tevan think of making Lin Hang to lunder those foolish women at Yun Peak, far from Mengyutong I shall strive to bekamigrate tanda ki glory on my own. Very well. Let them comito Yun Peak. I fiend Joyce farming we have ample fields for him to tend to. Mengyuton castage and Les Moline Lin Hang's direction. Ha, thank you. Lin Hang was utterly bewildered, meeting Mengyuton's gaze, Witboria and tough playful amusement. Wait, you. I. What hell, this isn't right witty do agree sorry a dilly. Warranty as you posed to pass the baltozi del peak instead? And furthermore, there a savastek spans out barren land behind Yun Peak what spirit field sari out a king about? Lucatham is already overjoyed heck and hardly speak. Let them accompany Mang Eldres. The Grand Elder spoke up. You must be jesting, I am no teager to accompany Mang Utingan court death. Then, doest this me and you Wilbur 7th junior brother? Greetings, am you now look forward to your guidance. Unyeo stepped forward, extending her delicate. A handshake, I sit? You, hello. Lin Hung. Lin Hang grasped her soft fair hand, only to feel an overwhelming force of thought threatened to crush his fingers. Ah, junior sister Yao, you are quite enthusiastic. What on earth, we is thistly girl losing so much strength, my fingers are about to break. Unyeo tilted her head in a slight smile, and upon seeing Heimbra Mason pain, she withdrew her hand. Muluxi approached Lin Hang next, maintaining Hariju frosty demeanor, second sister, Mulioshi. Greetings, second sister. I look forward to your guidance. Lin Hang grubbed his right hand, hastily responding, whereth at Muleaxi might also extend their hand with unwarranted fervor. Although neither Wasawara thought they could hear Lin Hang's inner thoughts, the notion of guidance soon doubted Lin Mutual as much had long been agreed upon in their hearts. Initially, they had been pondering how to approach Lin Hang town-covered secret she might hold. However, to their surprise, their master had accepted him as a disciple. What is it, Yausman willing? Surely you are willing. Lin Hang, greet me master. Lin Hang forced a deroged smile, feeling Gasthoth had kicked the ball in Totha durat this moment, had no option to Orpheus. The plet was not unfolding Gashi had anticipated perhaps it was truly an unstoppable force. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to cane Jetha script off his life. Lin Hang steadfastly believed when God closes a door, Hezur lie opens a window. Next Kamathi cleansing on to sting off his bones. The Grand Elder waved his hand, and a massive bell descended upon Lin Hung. The chaos bell, imbued with the power to absorb the impurity surrounding the cultivator, was a right Lin Hung, no a member of Qingxuan sect, must undergo. Strangetise, there's a mysterious negi surprisingly warm purging me by this impurities indeed feels refreshing. However, Fortunian fate, joy and sorrow mangya tongue is undeniably a sight for sore eyes. But what tu seismer beauty if it leads to bang plotted against by Etion, becoming gamer evesel for risk cultivation. Thenerative incherethophic nonot what kindo veselit may be thicoming knowledge suggests they involve feeding gonra retriusurser directly seizing Guinness lifespan, or perhaps extracting cultivation directly. Logically, sachatterm should not applyteth molalid. Meng Yutong asked the Beakleader rankidamonth true monarchs of returning to void ways indeed a figure of considerable stature. Embodying both strength and beauty should this trajectory continue, Ike would not belong before shiful victim to a scheme, suffering grievousher mandamageto her cultivation. Tob Frank, Lin Hangfel Thathan folding plot bori striking grezumblancido thetropif belying thempris master. Ike ways a familiar tol wherein the master, for various reasons, loses their cultivation, subsequently falling into the hands of their disciple, letting to. Well, one école d'imaginarist. Yet, this atup was fraught with flaws while it hit target soft heshuns were innumerous, it yellowed the protagonist to gain an advantage. Butho called the true monarch of returning to voidiver bereduced to bang threatened be an undeveloped protagonist? Surely there must be so me hidden trump card to counteract these? Lin Hang Shukashed, closing Isaias to subortha mysterious Nagian Volopingham. Regardless of the circumstances, the plot was undoubtedly leaning towards the original protagonist. However, I suspect that at this very moment, the old Jesus from Zishu sect and Qingyua Changa Havio redelayed hair traps, awaiting Meng Yutong to hoint him in the secret trayam. Meng Yutong.
Chapter 3 Try enduring 3 days of hunger with 9 meals missed. Even the supreme bones would be reduced to mere skin and bones. How did he come to know about the Zishu sect and the Qingwei Chonga? Was it a meticulously crafted trap, a secret realm? Although Meng Yutong was aware that this was Lin Heng's inner thoughts, she couldn't help but feel astonished. Not long ago, she had represented the Qingshan Pavilion at an invitation meeting hosted by the Qingji Gate, where she learned of the long-lost Annihilation Secret Realm's reemergence, which included sects like the Zishu sect and the Qingwei Chonga. After much deliberation, it was decided that each sect would dispatch powerful individuals to lead teams into the Secret Realm to explore the ruins of the Annihilation Secret Realm. Was he suggesting that he would be schemed against in this matter? Meng Yutong tilted her head, her delicate finger lightly tapping her lips as she fell into contemplation. Soon, the cleansing and bone measuring concluded, and Lin Heng followed the 3 women out of the main hall. It was not until the 3 departed that the remaining disciples within the hall dared to voice their opinions. Haha, as expected, this lad has absolutely no aptitude for cultivation. I even doubt whether he is truly the sect master's son. Doubt is unnecessary, but it is somewhat enviable that this fellow can enter Qianyun Peak. Are you envious of him cultivating spiritual fields there? As far as I know, Qianyun Peak has no spiritual fields at all. Can you guess what he will do there? You mean, after a brief pause, the 4, a trio of women and 1 man, crossed the Feiyun Bridge directly to the summit of Qianyun Peak. From the vantage point above, they surveyed the majestic palace and expansive training grounds. Counting Lin Heng, there were only a little over 10 individuals on Qianyun Peak, among whom only 5, a senior sister, 3rd senior sister, and 5th senior sister, could be considered direct disciples. The miscellaneous disciples, in essence, were merely laborers. And whether they could be promoted to formal disciples remained uncertain. The senior sister and the sister duo of the 3rd and 5th senior sisters were currently out on a mission, leaving only the 4th Yun Yao, the 2nd Mu Liushi, and the 6th Yition within the sect. As the quartet approached the Qianyun Hall, they spotted Yition already waiting at the edge of the platform just moments ago. He had learned from some insider news that Lin Heng had been accepted as a disciple by Meng Yutong. Greetings, Master. Meng Yutong cast a glance at him, perhaps influenced by Lin Heng's inner thoughts. Her tone lacked its usual warmth and simply responded with a faint acknowledgement. Master, senior sister, this must be junior brother Lin Heng, right? I have met senior brother Yit, and indeed senior brother possesses an extraordinary demeanor. I hope you will look after me in the future. Lin Hong feigned an excessively respectful posture in reply, secretly thinking, having bowed to you, you mustn't harm me in the future. Naturally, junior brother, should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. Stop right there, I'll pass on that. No need for false pleasantries. You'll just use my background and talent to mock me later, hoping to make a fool of me in front of master and senior sisters. Currently, there's little I can do about master and senior sister's bias. Our extraordinary comprehension has yet to reveal itself, and after Yetion has spent so many years with them, how could they side with me, the newcomer? It's like in school, where teachers and classmates prefer students with good grades. They hardly pay attention to someone like me, a poor performer. What is this guy thinking? Yetion holds no grudge against you, why would he mock you? Just as the three women were pondering this, Yetion spoke up. I have heard about junior brother Lin's situation. Growing up in a desolate place is not your fault. I believe you have already tempered yourself to be sufficiently strong, even if you lack talent for cultivation. So what, as long as you are willing to work hard and with master's guidance, your future will not be bleak, at least far better than drifting outside here. Lin Hong tugged at the corner of his mouth, replying, what you say is true, senior brother. One cannot blame me for the ineptitude of a sect master who lost me. Lacking talent is truly not my fault. Let us see how you fare with 3 days of hunger and 9 missed meals. Even the supreme bones would be reduced to mere skin and bones. Upon hearing this inner monologue, Meng Yutong and the other 2 women were slightly taken aback. Indeed, could this situation truly be blamed on him? It was evident that the sect master had been careless, preoccupied with battling enemies while neglecting his own son, only to find him missing when he turned back. He could have either been deliberately taken by human traffickers or mistaken for an abandoned infant by passers-by. Lin Hong had even doubted whether he was truly the sect master's biological son. The desolate region was a place where starvation and freezing deaths were commonplace. For Lin Hong to survive until now was a feat in itself. Meng Yutong came to a halt, her voice icy, as she said, enough, Tion, this matter should not be brought up again. Since I have accepted him as my disciple, I will naturally teach him with care. She had not anticipated that Yetion would indeed use his upbringing against him, a statement that was hardly comforting. Indeed, Lin Hong felt quite surprised. This was not how he had imagined things would unfold. Shouldn't the 2 disdainful senior sisters also join Yetion in mocking him? Shouldn't master remain a silent observer, pretending to hear nothing? He glanced back once more. Yuniao tilted her head slightly, while Mu Luoshi cast her gaze aside, showing no inclination to speak. Just as Meng Yutong believed Lin Hong would feel grateful, he instead uttered a different sentiment. Forget it, let her guide me. Since master says she will teach diligently, let us see if she can fulfill the role of a spiritual mentor. Yuniao clenched her fists, desperately wanting to kick him. Could he not think normally for once? Meng Yutong's long lashes fluttered as she pondered the meaning of his words, and upon hearing Lin Heng's somewhat peculiar laugh, she felt something was amiss regarding that remark about being a spiritual mentor. Lin Hong, since you have entered my sect, I shall bestow upon you an item. This is the Tongtian Illustrated Compendium. By channeling your consciousness into it, you can establish a connection. Tongtian Illustrated Compendium. Lin Hong was momentarily taken aback. What was this situation? Why was he receiving a gift? He certainly did not recall such a procedure. Ding, system plot prompt. Tongtian Illustrated Compendium, the most widely circulated encyclopedia in the realms, documenting various rare treasures and their appraisals, as well as the nuances of creation and evolution. In simpler terms, it can assist cultivators in swiftly identifying unfamiliar objects before them and estimating their actual value and efficacy. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the protagonist's treasure. Gaining 5 Gu Yuan pills, Yetion and Yuniao were astonished. Master had actually gifted this treasure to Lin Hong. It was known that this Tongtian Illustrated Compendium had once fetched a staggering price of 5 000 spirit stones at an auction. While Etion's eyes brimmed with reluctance, he had previously sought this item from Master numerous times without success, yet Master had chosen to bestow it upon this Lin Heng. Was it merely because he was the sect master's son? The group entered the hall, which was brightly lit, where two miscellaneous disciples were arranging scrolls. Lin Heng was toying with the Tongtian illustrated compendium. Silently standing behind them. It was somewhat unexpected. This did not align with the description of the acerbic, cold persona he had anticipated. Suddenly receiving such a gift, he found himself inexplicably out of sorts. A mere greeting gift should have sufficed, however, one should at least have some common sense. In a few days, he would be taking Etion and a few other favored disciples into the secret realm for exploration. Did they truly expect the Tianji Gate to divulge such valuable information to the Qingxian sect, based on the Qingxian sect's grand heritage, based on Meng Yutong being a true monarch of Return to Void? The Annihilation secret realm had vanished for a century. How were the Zishu sect and Qingwechuanga even remotely connected to the Tianji Gate? One could easily tell that there was something amiss here. Meng Yutong sat down in a chair, leaning slightly, her face unusually revealing a hint of seriousness. Disciples, what are your thoughts on the Annihilation secret realm, Master? Could this truly be the case? Mu Liushi inquired. Of course, during the recent meeting with the Tianji Gate, I discussed this matter with the Zishu sect and other major sections. A century has passed since the Annihilation secret realm disappeared, and this is our rare opportunity to witness its reappearance. If we miss this chance, who knows when the secret realm will manifest again? Yun Yao and Mu Liushi fell into contemplation, evidently influenced by Lin Heng's recent musings. Perhaps the Annihilation secret realm indeed harbored traps awaiting the Qingxian sect. Seeing the two remain silent, Etion responded, Master, I believe this matter is worth pursuing. The Tianji Gate's star calculating techniques are renowned, and those who have passed through the gates have gained enlightenment, although the Annihilation secret realm is perilous. Throughout history, those who have attained it have all exhibited the potential for immortality. How can we afford to miss it? Even if Chenyun Peak does not participate, other peaks will naturally send people. The underlying implication was clear. This coveted opportunity that Shenyun Peak had so painstakingly acquired could not be easily relinquished. Hey, Master, while you speak your mind, what does leaning forward mean? Suddenly adding 2 points of pressure has deformed the table. There are 4 people looking on. How will second senior sister and fourth senior sister feel? At the table, Meng Yutong and Yun Yao, who were listening to Etion's response, were simultaneously taken aback by the sudden inner voice. What deformation of the table, what feelings? The 3 women instinctively looked down. Then, you scoundrel, shameless, lecher. Chapter 4. Etion, will my good disciple truly ride on the back of Master Meizu? At this moment, Lin Heng's inner thoughts resembled those of a middle schooler. Far too vivid. He silently stood aside, oblivious to the peculiar gazes directed at him. Very well, the 3 of you shall accompany me. As for you, Meng Yutong scanned the 4, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Master, I can look after the house. If you leave, someone must care for Chenyun Peak, right? No, I intend for you to join us and experience the world together, but that doesn't seem right. Are you really taking him along? Master, I'm just an ordinary person. What if I hold you back? No worries, junior brother. Yun Yao stepped forward, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, smiling brightly. Senior sister will protect you. The weight of the word protect sent a chill down Lin Heng's spine. According to the normal progression of the story, he should not even qualify to enter the secret realm. Time is of the essence. Yawa, please arrange accommodations for him over the next 2 days if he should familiarize himself with the affairs of the peak. Understood, Master. Master, my haul is still mostly unpacked. Or how about letting junior brother Lin stay with me for now? Etion stepped forward to suggest. Oh no, please don't, brother Yi, I truly cannot bear such enthusiasm from you. If I were to reside at your place and something went missing, would you not place the blame squarely upon my shoulders? It would lead to master punishing me and senior sister mistakenly believing I possess unscrupulous hands. This situation strongly resembles the tale of true and false thousand gold. Lin Heng inwardly cursed vehemently. He had hardly encountered such despicable and foolish behavior in novels. Alas, the author of this narrative defies expectations. Conjuring up all sorts of plots, the three women, Meng Yutong and her companions, were taken aback, interpreting Lin Heng's words to imply that Yi Tian would deliberately frame him for theft. How could that be possible? Although they were unaware of the reason behind Lin Heng's intense animosity towards Yi Tian, they were well acquainted with Yi Tian's character. The two bore no enmity toward each other. How could Yi Tian possibly conspire against him? Meng Yutong waved her hand dismissively, suggesting that it was no issue to instruct a few disciples to tidy up later. Very well. Given this, Yi Tian felt it inappropriate to say more. After the four departed, Meng Yutong sat pensively at the round table for an extended period. The events of the day had been utterly bewildering. Even as a true monarch of the void, she had never encountered the ability to hear the hearts of others. Human hearts are treacherous and difficult to fathom. In the realm of cultivation, aside from soul-searching, no profound techniques exist that can directly unveil the secrets of one's heart, let alone overhear their innermost thoughts. Eventually, she rose with a sigh and addressed the hidden compartment on the right side of the grand hall. Go to the Star Calculation Pavilion and investigate whether the members of the Purple Void sect and the Clear Moon Long Song are secretly plotting something. Also, conduct a thorough inquiry into Lin Heng's past in the border wasteland. The hidden compartment quivered slightly, as if a door had opened, leaving behind a shadow that was barely perceptible. Lin Heng, who exactly are you? How do you know so much about me? The celestial masters of the Heavenly Mechanism sect and the Star Calculation Pavilion cannot fully predict the future, yet you seem to be aware of my life's trajectory. Are you peering into the Tao of Heaven? Even the supreme powerhouses throughout history have been unable to achieve this. How could an ordinary person like you, Yi Tian, my dear disciple, will you truly betray your master and ancestors? In the disciples' palace, Lin Heng was escorted into a modest courtyard which contained only a two-story pavilion and four nameless ancient trees. The yard appeared as though it had never been tended to. With weeds sprawling everywhere. Here, you shall reside here, while I, your senior sister, will take the room next door. Yun Yao stretched her arms and yawned, completely oblivious to the two figures before her that had formed an elegantly graceful curve. Brother Yi, shall we be on our way? Senior sister, please go ahead. I will stay behind to help Brother Lin tidy up the courtyard. Well, very well. Yun Yao nodded, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. Although she did not believe Yi Tian would truly resort to framing his fellow disciple, his current actions were indeed sowing seeds of suspicion. Alas, it seems that trouble is unavoidable. Do not blame me for it. Brother, haha, I thank you, Brother Yi. In the following moments, Lin Heng, Yi Tian, and the two arriving servant disciples began to tidy the courtyard. After all, they were cultivators, and handling objects from a distance made the task remarkably swift. After a while, most things were arranged, leaving only the beds to be made. Thank you, brother, I appreciate everyone else's help. Brother, do get some rest. We shall meet again tomorrow. Lin Heng observed Yi Tian's departing figure, revealing a smile reminiscent of a villain. As for what a villainous smile entails, it is simply one that differs from that of a protagonist. Returning to his room, Lin Heng rummaged around and finally found a dark green pendant at the corner of the side table. Yi Tian had concealed it well. This spot would be difficult to find without investigating, and even if discovered, it could easily be mistaken for having been accidentally knocked off the table. However, Meng Yutong, being somewhat naive, believed everything her beloved disciple Yi Tian said without question. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Tian would surely find a way to extricate himself from any predicament. He could either claim it was stolen or assert that he had accidentally dropped it. But, do you truly think I would fall into your trap? we shall see. As night fell, Lin Heng climbed a tree and casually plucked a few fruits for dinner. To be frank, staying under the tree was far more refreshing than being indoors. The gentle breeze made for an undeniably pleasant atmosphere. System space, solidifying essence. Peel 5. This is quite good. Having a built-in storage backpack saves the trouble of acquiring a storage ring. He took out a peel, contemplated for a moment, then retrieved the heavenly diagram that Meng Yutong had given him. With my extraordinary comprehension, I need not rush into cultivation. The priority is to solidify my foundation. Purifying my body is merely the first step. My current physique is far too feeble. A casual slap from Yition could spell my end. If I could enter the Annihilation Kingdom's secret realm, the heavenly diagram would certainly aid me in discovering some fortuitous opportunities. The Annihilation Kingdom is a realm nearly forgotten by history. In this kingdom, from the highest monarch to the lowest minister, all were cultivators of golden core level or above, yet such a formidable nation was eradicated from history overnight. Rumors suggest that the monarch angered the Tao of Heaven, while others claim that a tremendously powerful being single-handedly obliterated them. Since then, the ruins of the kingdom have gradually transformed into the Annihilation Kingdom's secret realm. Having organized his thoughts, Lin Heng reclined on his bed like a handsome reader, closing his eyes. To be frank, the storyline is indeed following the narrative laid out in the book, beginning with recognizing one's ancestry and then seeking a master to learn the arts. However, the attitude of the female lead towards him is strikingly different. All those mindless ridicule and suppression scenes from the original work have vanished. This is not a good sign. How could Yition tolerate his harem getting close to him? No, for the sake of my own life, I must keep my distance from these harbingers of misfortune, otherwise Yition's keen senses will surely lead him to trouble me. Main storyline commences. Positive, main storyline task, in 3 days. You shall embark on a journey to the Annihilation Kingdom's secret realm, advancing the plot to cause Meng Yutong's cultivation to plummet, allowing Yition's treacherous actions to succeed. Reward index, exceptional. Negative, main storyline task, use every means to obstruct the protagonist's treachery. Reward index, unknown. Note, reward indices are categorized as exceptional, high tier, mid tier, ordinary, and unknown, with unknown representing a random uncertain index, and may even yield no reward. Lin Heng was startled by the system's voice and sat up straight. Has the key plot choice finally arrived? Unknown equates to randomness, which means all 4 tiers are possible given the melodramatic random probability distribution. It is clear that the likelihood of receiving ordinary or mid-tier rewards is the highest. As long as I follow the positive main storyline task, I will surely obtain the exceptional reward. After all, the ultimate main storyline task is to survive until the end. At this moment, I am a villain fighting for my own life, and compared to my life, women can wait. Oh, great master, I merely wish to convey, your sacrifice shall become a part of my grand scheme. It is not that the female lead cannot save me, but rather that surviving is of greater value. Chapter 5, Junior brother, why not smile a little? Are you not happy? As dawn broke in the disciples' palace, Lin Heng, hurry up and come out. Lin Heng, still lying in bed, heard the commotion and, after dressing, opened the door to find Yu Niao, their daughter. Master, brother Yi. Here we are, finally arrived. I knew our brother Yi must have lost something and come here to look for it, with a teasing tone, since Meng Yutong and Yu Niao had been forewarned the previous night. They were not surprised by his current mental state. Junior brother, did you happen to see my pendant while I was tidying up the courtyard last night? Yition asked directly. Your item is lost. And you come to me? I was only at Junior brother's place last night, and upon returning I discovered my pendant was missing. Oh, I have not seen it. Lin Heng shook his head. Anything that I throw outside is merely trash. If you wish to find it, go rummage through the garbage. Honestly, engaging in such petty tricks is rather childish. Next, he would likely claim that it was the most important gift from Master blah blah blah. A little thought would reveal that as an ordinary person, how could I steal something from a cultivator like you? Surely you would notice. to fabricate charges without evidence is a flimsy excuse. Yun Yao could not contain her expression upon hearing his inner monologue. The three cast her a suspicious glance before straightening up and saying, "Haha, I just thought of something amusing, you all carry on." "Amusing? You'll know how funny it is when you end up sold at the flower house, TSK. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao immediately suppressed her laughter. Junior brothers having grown up in the border wasteland. It is understandable that you have picked up some bad habits. I can still comprehend that. However, if you voluntarily present the pendant, I shall not pursue the matter further. After all, it is the most precious treasure bestowed upon me by master." The tone and expression implied a clear accusation of theft. "If I present it, would you really not pursue it?" "No. I misspoke, you would not pursue it." "Yi Tian, are you implying that you are certain Lin Heng took your belongings?" Meng Yutong's brows furrowed, her expression turning cold. "This cannot be definitively concluded. Since it cannot be confirmed, we should search for it first." Meng Yutong sighed softly, seemingly disappointed by Yi Tian's demeanor. As Lin Heng suspected. Could an ordinary person without any cultivation possibly steal from a golden core cultivator? From the moment she entered the courtyard, she had already used her divine sense to probe, and that pendant was buried among the clutter at the entrance. Nevertheless, she still pretended to extend a delicate finger, lightly gesturing in the air. A pale yellow ripple swiftly spread outward, and soon the pendant flew forth. Yi Tian, is this it? Yi Tian's gaze sharpened, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. How could this be possible? How did this pendant end up in the trash? Last night he had intentionally left it in the room. There was no way Lin Heng could have missed it while cleaning. Pray tell, if you were to encounter a glimmering jade stone while tidying your room, would you disregard it and mistakenly discard it as refuse? According to the conventional narrative, this pendant should have been discovered on Lin Heng. After which Yi Tian would bring his master to apprehend him along with the incriminating evidence. At that moment, regardless of his explanations, the dim-witted master would undoubtedly accept Yi Tian's claims and berate him. Yet now, with Lin Heng having tossed the pendant into the rubbish heap, he possesses a perfectly plausible excuse for his ignorance. Alas, Lin Heng, feigning surprise and rubbing the back of his head, mused that it must have been Yi Xiong who inadvertently dropped it in the courtyard last night. And he, having overlooked it, mistakenly treated it as garbage. My sincerest apologies for mistaking the master's treasure for refuse. TSK, if I could shift the blame onto myself, I would have to say that Meng Yutong is a pure dinner. The kind that cannot be salvaged. What is this, dinner? It seems this little one is attempting to belittle my esteemed self. Meng Yutong cast a glance at him, then at Yi Tian, and upon confirming the item's recovery, she turned and vanished without a trace. Truly, she is a formidable figure in the void return stage, capable of instantaneous movement without leaving a shadow behind. Yi Tian accepted the pendant, offering a hollow smile of thanks before likewise departing. However, Lin Heng discerned a hint of coldness in his gaze. There was no escaping the fact that he is the antagonist. The inherent bond between protagonist and villain means that even a mere sigh from him could elicit the protagonist's envy. With a sigh, Lin Heng turned only to nearly be collided with by Yun Yao, who was steering a ball. Shaji, why have you not departed? Is there something amiss? Yun Yao approached with a cheerful demeanor, revealing that the master had instructed her to bring him his favorite item, allowing him to engage in his preferred work for the next few days. His favorite item? Lin Heng glanced around, recognizing that it was indeed quite remarkable. This is it. In a mere instant, Yun Yao conjured a pitch-black pickaxe from thin air. Yesterday you earnestly expressed your fondness for farming and often kept company with plowing tools. So the master specially sourced this pickaxe from the weapon refining chamber for you. The spiritual field on the back mountain shall be entrusted to your diligent efforts. Lin Heng was taken aback. Shajit, are you jesting? Is there truly a spiritual field on the back mountain? I heard it was merely wasteland. Indeed, that is precisely why you must go and cultivate it. Fear not, I shall assist you. It will be swift, you expect me to till the land with this wretched tool, it will take ages, come now, the master has tasked me with supervising you. If you are lazy on the first day, there will be consequences. The fleeting thrill, yet the spiritual field remains. Yun Yao waved her hand, signaling him to follow. Lin Heng, wearing a perplexed expression, had no choice but to comply. The back mountain unfolded before him. An endless expanse of desolation. Since Meng Yutong assumed the role of peak master, she had adhered to the principle of cultivating as much land as there were disciples, resulting in a mountain that appeared remarkably natural and fitting. In other words, it was a manifestation of bureaucratic laziness. As long as she lived comfortably, the disciples could be left to fend for themselves. They need not even drink the harsh winds of the northwest. They could simply lie down and nibble on grass. Lin Heng stood in the barren land, wielding the dark pickaxe, his hair tousled by the wind. For the time that followed, he swung the pickaxe while cursing his malevolent master inwardly, causing Yun Yao to be unable to maintain her composure. It must be said that while Lin Heng appeared serious, the profanities he harbored in his heart were no less than those of a common rogue. Meng Yutong, you truly are a dog. I merely mentioned my fondness for farming in jest, and you actually send me to clear land. My father is the sect master, surely I deserve some modicum of respect. Now to till the land, and when Yition eventually bests you, will I not find myself enslaved by you? As Lin Heng grumbled, he was unaware that Yun Yao had begun munching on a green fruit. Her eyes blinking at him. Hey, why do you insist on being so conspicuous, claiming to love farming? Now look what has happened. The master has fulfilled your wish and you still complain. Yun Yao tossed the spirit melon to him, urging him to take a break. But Shidi, why do you look so pale? Why not smile a little and brighten up? Is it that you do not enjoy it? Lin Heng smiled, nodding vigorously. Indeed, Shajit, I am positively elated. Gazing at the green melon, comparable in size to Meng Yutong, Lin Heng took a hearty bite. While enjoying the fruit, he stole glances at Yun Yao. It must be acknowledged that each female protagonist possesses her unique charm. Today, Yun Yao donned a fiery red skirt, a palm-sized wine gourd strapped to her back, making her the most fond of wine among the female leads. Her attire did not obscure her spirited nature. She was quick to retaliate if slighted. Once provoked, she would pursue you to the ends of the earth. In contrast, both Meng Yutong and Mu Lushi belonged to the Ice Queen archetype, yet Meng Yutong exuded an allure steeped in solemnity, whereas Mu Lushi leaned towards a poised yet frigid demeanor. If one were to inquire which type Lin Heng favored, it would undoubtedly be Meng Yutong. Though I am not the protagonist, I do not consider myself unattractive. I cannot fathom why Yition, with that sunny disposition, seems so appealing while I appear merely as a lecherous shrimp. The dichotomy of the aloof goddess and the fiery heroine. How could she be drawn to someone like Yition, who constantly courts trouble? Lin Heng found this incomprehensible. Just as he was indulging in his melon, Yun Yao, who had been eavesdropping, nearly blurted out, "Who is the fiery heroine?" Fortunately, she regained her composure before uttering the words. Had she spoken, her own secrets would have been laid bare. Until she fully comprehended the situation, this matter would remain unspoken. Chapter 6. A self-disciplined man is indeed formidable. A devoted admirer is even more so. The ensuing plot is bound to be exhilarating. If my memory serves me correctly, upon returning from the Annihilation Kingdom's secret realm, the sect will assign tasks to various sections. Little does Yun Yao realize that she will fall into Yition's trap, not only resulting in my leg being broken but also leading her to willingly offer herself up, becoming the first to join his harem. Ultimately, Yition will provoke significant trouble, necessitating his entry into a brothel to atone for his misdeeds. While the subsequent events remain unclear, it certainly sounds rather grim. I am no saint. Whether I can retain this leg remains uncertain. If she is willing to give herself away, there is little I can do. The protagonist's memory appears to deviate here. The original storyline was a clean narrative, with the female lead not being compromised. This will be addressed later. The brothel, akin to a pleasure house, should not be mistaken as a mere establishment for ordinary women. Cultivators ranging from the Qi refinement stage to those who have achieved Dao integration can be found there, provided the forces behind the brothel possess adequate influence. Approximately a century ago, a sect named Baihua Valley incurred the wrath of a formidable power due to certain circumstances, resulting in the entire sect, including the sect master, being sold into the brothel. It is worth noting that during that time the Baihua Valley sect master was already at the mid-Dao integration stage and was a renowned beauty. The sect was besieged, and it is said that they were even refined into alchemical cauldrons for use. It goes without saying that the fate awaiting those in such places is dire. Lin Heng's mind wandered, a sigh escaping his lips. Every person possesses a heart of compassion. Under the oppression of dynasties, while such tragedies may no longer occur, those with a conscience inevitably feel discomfort and sorrow. A self-disciplined man is indeed formidable, a devoted admirer is even more so. With a resounding thud, Yun Yao was taken aback by Lin Heng's inner thoughts, her shock profound enough that she nearly dropped her fruit. Previously, she had heard Lin Heng's complaints, but now the details of his grievances had emerged. Considering the events that had transpired in the past few days, she found herself somewhat unsettled. She could not believe that her life's trajectory would unfold in such a manner. While she harbored feelings for Yi Tian, they were merely akin to sibling affection, not to the extent of considering him a partner. Could it be that the upcoming sect mission would bring unforeseen changes? No, absolutely not. I will not accept such a life, Yun Yao vowed silently. At that moment Lin Heng regarded her with a bewildered expression. Shaji, what troubles you? You've dropped your melon. He waved a hand before her eyes, prompting her to regain her senses. Yun Yao concealed her momentary lapse, snorting softly before saying, mind your own business, finish your meal and rest. Do not act like a fool. Fool, what do you mean by that? Lin Heng was perplexed by her words. He remained oblivious to the fact that Yun Yao had gleaned his innermost thoughts and that her attitude towards Yi Tian had subtly shifted. Female protagonists often experience a rebellious mindset upon learning of their predetermined fates. Regardless of the truth, she had begun to regard Yi Tian with a wary eye. 2 days passed in silence. During this time, Mu Liushi and Meng Yutong each paid a visit. Upon witnessing Lin Heng diligently cultivating the spiritual field, they left with expressions of satisfaction. Alas, the multitude of complaints had thoroughly offended these two icy figures. Master, are you truly going to make him toil indefinitely? This little fellow appears innocent, yet I sense he harbors secrets. It would be wise to let him endure a bit of hardship as punishment for his disobedience. Indeed, on the 3rd day at dawn, Meng Yutong summoned everyone to board the cloud vessel, setting forth towards the Annihilation Kingdom's secret realm. This journey required traversing the void. Yi Tian and the others, being merely at the Golden Core stage, lacked the ability to tear through the void and traverse the starry sea, thus they had to rely on the cloud vessel as their means of passage. Lin Heng gazed at the luminescent deck beneath his feet, quickly discerning the cloud vessel's information through the heavenly treasure, a true 5th-grade artifact. It was astonishing that the master possessed such a treasure. With the cloud vessel's protection, there was no need for concern even in the face of bandits. Although he remained curious about its speed. Master, are you suggesting that the secret realm of national destruction has appeared in the Tianxing continent? Indeed, the Tianxing continent is merely separated from our Tianshan continent by a celestial river. Although this journey may not consume much time, the 3 great sects of the Tianxing continent will undoubtedly be involved. The Baijian sect among these 3 has a profound connection with our Qingshan sect. It may not be a friend, but it will certainly not be an enemy. Aside from the 3 great sects, the Zishu sect and the Qingwei Chonga will be our primary competitors, while the smaller sects need not be a concern, Meng Yutong remarked calmly as she gazed at the crowd. Master, I have a question. What question? Yi Tian turned to Lin Heng and said, since Master has brought us here for training, she surely cannot accompany us throughout the entire journey. It would be inappropriate to allow Lin Shidi to venture deep into the secret realm with us. Implicitly, he meant that Lin Heng, being a burden, would hinder their quest. Before he could propose further, Meng Yutong coldly interjected, "Are you three as senior brothers and sisters unable to take care of Hanga?" Yi Tian was taken aback. Yun Yao and Mu Liushi were equally stunned. "Wait a moment, you call me Hanga, such an endearing term. Wouldn't this make Yi Tian, the jealous type, resent me?" As the party involved, Lin Heng was bewildered and instinctively glanced at Yi Tian. In his gaze he perceived a mix of confusion, disdain, anger, and a hint of murderous intent. Exactly, that is the look, truly a protagonist, with a crooked smile that flows like water and a steadfast glare. "Very well. Lin Shidi, your presence makes me feel that Shenyun Peak is no longer so dull. Do not presume that just because you are the sect leader's son, you can vie for Master S favor." Yi Tian suddenly felt a renewed interest. Since the very first day he arrived at Shenyun Peak, he had regarded Meng Yutong and her 5 disciples as his women. It was precisely due to his interference that Shenyun Peak had not admitted male disciples for many years. Even the servant disciples were all female. "Master and senior sisters, I will prove to you that I am the most outstanding disciple of the Qingshen sect, the future successor of the Holy Sun. Only by becoming my women by my side can you stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world." The 3 women and 1 man, each with divergent thoughts, all focused their attention on Lin Heng. "How strange, since I boarded the ship I haven't said a word. Why is everyone looking at me?" "Master, senior sisters, I implore you, direct your attention to Yi Tian instead." The atmosphere became too awkward, and Lin Heng, with his hands in his pockets, directly retreated into the cabin. The cloud boat surged ahead at full speed, comparable to a cultivator at the transformation stage. After a full 2.5 days, they finally arrived at the Tianxing continent, at the entrance of the unfalling mountains. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered at the periphery of the secret realm of national destruction, the 3 great sects of the Tianxing continent, along with the sects from the Tianshan continent, numbered over 200 individuals. In contrast to the other sects, the Qingshen sect sent the fewest participants, even fewer than some smaller sections. Fortunately, Yi Tian, Yun Yao, and Mu Liushi were exceptionally gifted disciples, far surpassing their peers. With Meng Yutong, a formidable figure in the returning void stage, their presence was not a problem. "Meng Daoyu, it has been a long time. Elder Hu Rong of the Baijian sect, at the mid-returning void level, was a match for Meng Yutong." "Elder Hu, it has been a while, ha ha ha. With the arrival of the Qingshen sect, we are now all present. When can we enter the secret realm, Master Pu?" Everyone turned to the middle-aged man in a grey robe on the far right, holding a divination plate. Although he appeared youthful, he was an ancient being who had lived for a millennium. His cultivation had reached the peak of the returning void, and he was known as Pu Fengyuan, the ghost calculator, whose divination skills were unparalleled among his peers. "Fellow Taoists, do not rush. The secret realm of national destruction has shifted to the Tianxing continent, overlapping with the unfalling mountains. Although these 3 appear to converge spatially, they give rise to multiple entrances. Currently, this location is the best entrance, and the optimal time will be when the sun rises in the east." Upon hearing this, everyone had no choice but to wait patiently. After all, the location of the secret realm of national destruction had been discovered by the Tiangong sect. No matter how anxious they were, they could only wait in peace. Chapter 7. The foolish master was pulled in as a toolman, seizing the opportunity. Lin Heng observed the others, both intentionally and unintentionally. The Zishu sect had sent an elder at the early returning void stage. Accompanied by 20 disciples, the Qingwei Chonga was led by a woman in white, her face veiled, revealing only a pair of phoenix-like eyes, with approximately 30 disciples behind her, many of whom were female. The Qingwei Chonga was an enigmatic sect standing for thousands of years in the Tianshan continent, yet it had never been known for any grand secrets. To the world, it seemed to live in seclusion. Yet they often appeared at significant events. It was rumored that the sect leader of Qingwei Chonga had already broken through to the harmonization stage, with 5 elders in the sect possessing half-step harmonization strength. Moreover, since this sect rarely revealed its capabilities, no one knew its overall combat power. Despite this, no major sect in the Tianxian continent was willing to confront them, just because others were unaware of the Qingwei Chang'a's true nature. It did not mean Lin Heng was equally uninformed. The woman in white was known only by the single character Qiu, and her true name was a mystery. Even other sects could only refer to her as Dao Yu Qiu. Lin Heng speculated that she must rank among the beautiful figures in the world, possibly even surpassing Meng Yutong in the rankings, as individuals of their stature often required no further embellishment regarding their appearance. The higher the cultivation, the less likely one was to encounter an unattractive individual. Just as Lin Heng was surveying the surroundings, the unfalling mountains suddenly stirred. The ghost calculator Pu Fengyuan immediately tossed the divination plate into the air and formed a hand seal. With a thunderous sound, the entire mountain was enveloped as if covered by a fine net. Beneath the radiant light, an intricate formation illuminated before the crowd. In that fleeting moment, a strange azure portal materialized above the formation. Pu Fengyuan shouted, "Fellow Taoists, the entrance to the secret realm is now open, follow me in." Soon, under his guidance, over 200 individuals from various sects entered the secret realm. Within the realm, spiritual energy surged, and mist enveloped the surroundings. The first sight that greeted them was two broken pillars resembling the grand beams of a vast hall, supporting an incomprehensible void. A skeletal figure lay against the wall, casting an ominous shadow across the entire nation. It felt oppressive. This was Lin Heng's immediate impression, perhaps due to the somber color palette. Shortly after stepping into this realm, someone pointed towards a massive pit not far away. Exclaiming, "Look over there!" The crowd followed her. They beheld a vast pit filled with an abundance of white bones, emanating a chilling aura. "I sense the might of the harmonization stage. There are the remains of harmonization level beings here." Indeed, this place resembles execution ground in a mundane nation. An elder from a major sect pointed to a gallows not far from the pit, noting that so many had been executed, including a harmonization level being. This indicates how prosperous this nation once was. A harmonization cultivator is considered a giant in today's cultivation world, yet this sacrificial ground, piled with the remains of criminals, had once executed a harmonization cultivator. In contrast to the elders from other sects, Pu Fengyuan and his associates appeared remarkably composed. "Fellow Taoists, this is merely the outermost layer of the secret realm of national destruction. The true opportunities lie deeper inside. Let us continue onward." Pu Fengyuan, holding the divination plate, pressed forward. Ding. System plot prompt: 7 stars and 6 positions formation, formed by 7 individuals, combining the power of 6. The sudden prompt from the system momentarily stunned Lin Heng. Particularly the subsequent plot developments nearly made him exclaim in astonishment, "This formation is impressive, considering that Meng Yutong's injury and decline in cultivation are somehow related to Yi Tian." A fleeting thought caused Meng Yutong and the 3 women to be startled. Meng Yutong formation: "My decline in cultivation is related to Yi Tian, Yun Yao, oh my. Is Lin Heng suggesting that our master will be gravely injured and face a decline in cultivation?" Mu Liushi: "Master possesses extraordinary strength. Could it be that this secret realm harbors some lethal danger?" The curiosity of the 3 women was piqued, yet after waiting for some time, Lin Heng remained silent. As the party involved, he was completely oblivious to Meng Yutong and the 3 women inching closer to him. "How annoying! Can you not be more explicit? What exactly has Master encountered?" Yun Yao felt a strong urge to roll up her sleeves and force him to reveal it immediately. After carefully reading the plot prompt, Lin Heng continued to grumble internally, no wonder. It turns out the Tiangong sect had long been aware of the location of the secret realm of national destruction. They had already sent people here. However, the interior of the secret realm was filled with barriers, making it impossible for the Tiangong sect to break through them all on their own. The Zishu sect and the Qingwei Chang'e were their primary candidates for collaboration. The Tiangong sect aimed to utilize the 7 stars and 6 positions formation to breach the barriers, necessitating the selection of one individual to serve as the focal point. It is evident that being the focal point is the most perilous task. Any backlash would affect the individual at the center, while the other 6 would remain unharmed. My foolish master has unwittingly been drawn in as a tool. Lin Heng shook his head slightly. Feeling a tinge of regret based on his understanding of Meng Yutong, she was certainly unaware of the dangers associated with the 7 stars and 6 positions formation. One could even say she did not realize she had become the focal point. However, this was merely the first step in her decline in cultivation. At present, it was a foregone conclusion that Meng Yutong had suffered severe injuries, and Lin Heng would naturally refrain from intervening. His primary mission was to ensure that Yi Tian became a rebellious disciple according to the plot, thereby obtaining top-tier rewards. As Lin Heng mused, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, oblivious to the fact that his little schemes had been heard loud and clear by Yun Yao and Mu Liushi, who exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Since Lin Heng could predict what would transpire, why was he unwilling to offer even a small warning, preferring to watch their master leap into the fire? The 2 individuals initially contemplated communicating with their master, but upon further reflection, they pondered how they might justify such an action. Would they claim that Lin Heng had conveyed his thoughts to them? Clearly, such an explanation would not suffice. Even if they were to voice this, Meng Yutong would undoubtedly remain skeptical. They were convinced that Lin Heng possessed even greater knowledge, and should he become wary, they could not simply resort to binding him and subjecting him to interrogation. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the pair could not devise a suitable excuse to speak out. With Lin Heng present, it was unlikely that any life-threatening danger would arise. Meng Yutong's jade-like hand, concealed within her sleeve, instinctively tightened around the fabric, her eyes blazing with indignation. Were it not for the remnants of her rationality, she would have relished the thought of hanging Lin Heng up and administering a thorough beating. The coercion of their master by Yi Tian to engage in nefarious deeds was indeed an unforgivable crime, yet was it not just that she, as his master, should share in the blame for allowing him to fall into such a predicament? Observing her own manipulation, she could hardly bear to witness Lin Heng's inexplicable glee. To be fair, thus far her treatment of him had not been excessively harsh, aside from punishing him for his lack of diligence in cultivation. She resolved that upon her return she would find a way to reprimand him, to experience the affection of a master. Yet, just as this thought crystallized in her mind, she suddenly paused. Wait, my ability to hear his thoughts does not imply that he is aware of my capability. If he does not voice his thoughts, then from his perspective, even if he were to speak, I might not necessarily believe him. After calming her fury, Meng Yutong recognized the absurdity of her previous musings. Ultimately, their master-disciple relationship had yet to solidify. Chapter 8, The Conspiracy of Tiangman and Zishu Sect. The group arrived at a channel where a barrier obstructed their path above the desiccated riverbed. Dear friends, according to ancient texts, there exists a 100-mile canal within the secret realm of annihilated nations, traversing the entirety of the kingdom. Beyond this barrier lies the very heart of the nation. Daoist Pu, how might we breach this barrier? One of the elders inquired. I recently exerted 50% of my strength against it, yet it yielded not even the slightest ripple. Elder Fengwei retracted his hand. Flabbergasted, the force of the return to void true monarch, even at 50%, could level mountains, yet it had not stirred the barrier in the slightest. Daoist Pu Fengyuan appeared to have anticipated this, stating, the one who established this barrier possesses strength surpassing our OWN.to breach it. We must not divide our forces, only through united effort might we have a chance. Our Tiangman has a 7-star array that can combine the power of 7 individuals, unleashing a force equivalent to a lethal strike from a harmonization level expert. Is that truly the case? The notion that 7 return to void level practitioners could collectively unleash a blow of such magnitude was astounding. Indeed, Daoist Pu Fengyuan replied with pride. He summoned a disc, which landed at his feet. After reciting a series of obscure incantations, the ground began to tremble, sending up a cloud of dust. The array was swiftly established, and Lin Heng barely registered the actions before 7 points emerged on the ground. Friends, please take your positions as I have marked. Daoists Hu and Feng, you shall occupy the eastern and western points, respectively. Daoists San and Chiu stand in the lower right corner, while Meng, you may position yourself behind me. Without elaborating on the location of the array's core, Daoist Pu Fengyuan efficiently arranged their placements. Naturally, Meng Yutong and the others, lacking expertise in formations, were oblivious to the array's intricacies. She cast a glance at her feet, her brow slightly furrowed. Just moments ago, she had sensed a fleeting exchange of glances between Daoist Pu Fengyuan and the elder from Zishu sect, Feng Zhen, as if they shared a conspiratorial understanding. At their level of cultivation, even the smallest gestures could carry significant weight. Moreover, her investigation into the ties between Tianman and Zishu sect revealed that they had engaged in numerous interactions prior to the secret realm of annihilated nations. It was inconceivable that they had not conspired together. Reflecting on this, Meng Yutong positioned herself at the array's core. Fortunately, she had prepared extensively before their departure, and with Lin Heng's guidance, she felt assured of her safety. Even while playing the role of a mere tool, friends, do not hold back. Channel your strength into the disc. As Daoist Pu Fengyuan's command echoed, powerful waves of true essence surged forth from the 7 designated points. The array activated, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to whirl chaotically towards the disk, coalescing into a beam of light that surged upward. The light intensified, ultimately blindingly radiant, compelling the onlookers to avert their gazes. Boom, 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 as the array roared to life. Cracks began to form in the barrier. The crowd gasped, instinctively retreating to avoid the impending fallout. Crack. With a thunderous crash, a layer of the barrier collapsed. Simultaneously, the backlash from the collision of the 7 forces erupted. Positioned at the core, Meng Yutong bore the brunt of the impact, and despite her immediate activation of protective chi, she was swiftly overwhelmed. After all, this was the backlash generated by 7 returned to void true monarchs. Even a divine transformation level practitioner would be reduced to ashes. Master, Meng Daoist, Yition and the elder from the 100-year sword sect gasped in alarm. Cough cough, I'm fine. Meng Yutong shook her head, forcing a smile to reassure her companions. Daoist Pu, why did such a formidable backlash occur? Meng Yutong's gaze turned frigid as she feigned ignorance. The elder from 100-year sword sect and the white-clad woman from Qingwei Chonga cast similarly inquisitive glances. Daoist Pu Fengyuan chuckled, having prepared his response. Esteemed friends, you ought to know that most arrays have a core, and this 7-star array is no exception. However, unlike ordinary arrays, any of these 7 points could serve as the core. What? Any of them could be the core? Are you implying that everyone could potentially suffer such severe backlash? Why was this not disclosed beforehand? We were left utterly unprepared. Who wrong? The elder from 100-year sword sect questioned vehemently. Dear Daoist Hu, had I revealed the full implications of this array, and if any among you were to hesitate out of fear of the backlash, would that not have been a waste of our efforts? I possess healing elixirs. Meng Daoist, please take your time to recuperate. I shall venture ahead to scout the path. After handing the elixir to Mu Liushi, Daoist Pu Fengyuan led his disciples deeper into the heart of the secret realm. The other sects, including Zishu sect, hastily followed suit, eager to seize the opportunities that awaited within. Daoist Hu, you may enter first. We shall follow shortly. Meng Yutong remarked, very well. We know not what perils may lie ahead. Meng Daoist, take your time to recover. Hu Rong led the 100-year sword sect away, allowing Meng Yutong to sit down and prepare for her healing. While Yition and Lin Heng remained silently vigilant nearby. The situation was dire. Their master had sustained grave injuries, rendering her strength halved. If memory served, Yition would soon find himself embroiled in conflict, and her subsequent attempt to rescue him could very well result in a catastrophic decline in her cultivation. Ultimately, the very disciple she had sought to protect might turn against her, committing the unthinkable act of betraying his master. If blame were to be assigned, it lay with this woman, so foolish as to have failed to discern her disciple's true nature over the years. A heavy silence enveloped the group, though they had already been steeped in quietude. Yunyao and Mulushi were beset by feelings of guilt and trepidation, guilt for their hesitation in warning Meng Yutong of impending danger, and fear that Lin Heng's ominous predictions were unfolding as if he had foreseen their fates. Could it be that Yi Tian truly intended to betray his master, since his arrival at the peak? Every interaction with his master and her 5 senior sisters had been marked by utmost care and consideration. His performance had lived up to expectations, possessing an ethereal root and remarkable talent. Having surpassed his peers in mere 3 years, given another century, he would undoubtedly become a formidable presence in the cultivation world. Though Meng Yutong kept her eyes closed, her consciousness remained attuned to Yi Tian. Eager to gauge his reaction upon witnessing her injury. To her surprise, he exhibited none of his usual composure. Instead, a glimmer of concern flickered in his gaze. This revelation took her aback, according to Lin Heng. He should have displayed a hint of anticipation. Nevertheless, this did little to alleviate her distrust of Yi Tian. Meng Yutong glanced at her storage ring, where a layer of black fragments floated ominously. This was one of her trump cards, a Dao Pearl capable of withstanding a lethal blow. Presently, she feigned grievous injury, deliberately portraying vulnerability to test her disciples. The last Dao Pearl had absorbed 70% of the backlash. She was eager to see if the events would unfold as Lin Heng had predicted. Why, Yi Tian, do not let your master down. After years of companionship, she remained unwilling to believe that her beloved disciple could commit such a betrayal. Chapter 9. If you find it too small, how about 2 fingers? After a brief pause, Meng Yutong slowly opened her eyes, her flawless visage marked by traces of fatigue, lending her an air of weariness. Master, how do you feel now? Your earlier bloodshed truly alarmed us, Yi Tian inquired anxiously. No matter, just a minor backlash. A brief adjustment will suffice. We must hurry, otherwise the treasures will be snatched away by others. Meng Yutong waved her hand dismissively. Very well, let us proceed. Yi Tian nodded and stepped forward, leading the way. Within the secret realm, Daoist Pu Fengyuan advanced steadily deeper, while the other disciples dispersed to seek their fortunes. Due to Lin Heng and his companions arriving rather late, one could frequently observe disciples from various sects either engaged in casual conversations in small clusters or meditating alone by the rocks to rest. Not far off, several rogue cultivators were vigilantly watching them, appearing quite tense. In such circumstances, with the elders absent, the likelihood of disputes over treasures among the sects was minimized. Meng Yutong turned around and said calmly, "You 4 should diligently seek your fortunes. I shall take a stroll alone. Do not engage in any acts of murder or robbery. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble, feel free to retaliate regardless of what transpires. Your master shall bear the consequences for you. Understood? Hey, Sister Lucy, I entrust this guy Lin Heng to you. I'm off to explore elsewhere," Yunyao said, bidding farewell as she headed in a particular direction. "Wait, are you leaving me with Mu Lushi?" "Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's all the same to me. This secret realm isn't particularly related to me." Lin Heng shrugged nonchalantly, ready to strike up a conversation with Mu Lushi when unexpectedly she turned and walked away. "Hey, second sister, wait for me." Lin Heng hurried over to her side, intentionally nudging her arm. "Sister, slow down. You must protect me." Mu Lushi shot him a disdainful glance, maintaining her cold demeanor without uttering a word. It was not that she didn't wish to speak, but rather that she found it difficult to engage with someone who referred to her as Deadpan Face. That nickname had truly wounded her. "Don't get too close." "Alright, sister, can I leave a gap of 1 finger? If that is too little, how about 2 fingers? Mu Lushi cast a sidelong glance at him and, after a moment, replied, 3 fingers. Understood." Lin Heng immediately shifted to the right by a centimeter. The two wandered through numerous locations, this kingdom was vast, and many areas were laden with restrictions that they could not breach. Sister, hasn't this secret realm been opened many times before? Why are there still so many barriers that remain unbroken? Lin Heng inquired with curiosity. I'm not entirely sure, but I have some speculations. Mu Lushi said, unusually opening up. There are many similar secret realms in the cultivation world. The destruction of nations secret realm is merely one type. It is termed a secret realm precisely because it is not fixed in a singular spacetime. Otherwise, there would be no occurrence of star shifts. I'm a bit confused. Isn't spacetime a product of the interaction between time and space? How does the shifting of the secret realm's entrance relate to time? No, it is indeed related to time. Some secret realms resemble historical artifacts. Take the destruction of nations secret realm we see now, which may be filled with barriers, but in 100 years after a star shift, we might re-enter and find those barriers lifted. What remains unachieved now does not imply it cannot be accomplished in the future. Troubles resolved by future generations do not mean they won't impact the present. Lin Heng was taken aback, feeling as though Mu Lushi had explained something yet left him more puzzled. There was indeed depth to this worldview, far from the simplistic notions he had imagined. Interesting. Hey, we discovered this fast, so cease your actions. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a furious shout echoed from an unknown source, interrupting their dialogue. Upon hearing the voice, they both looked up, only to be stunned. A woman clad in white stood atop a withered tree, arms outstretched, as rich with elemental energy rapidly coalesced into several greenish-blue lotus flowers floating around her. Not far from her side hovered a jade-green flying sword. Opposite her stood Yition.is, that a disciple of Qingwei Chang'e. What is junior brother Yi contending for? Mu Lushi expressed her surprise, realizing that amidst their aimless wandering they had stumbled upon Yition vying for something with another. The object that could capture Yition's interest was undoubtedly of considerable value. Several disciples from external sects began to arrive in succession. Have we swiftly arrived at the protagonist's dramatic treasure-seeking scene? Truly, the protagonist draws treasures wherever they go. A withered spirit tree still harbors life force. Through observation, Lin Heng quickly deduced what the two were fighting over from the insights gleaned from the celestial diagram. The withered tree beneath the woman was a type of innate treasure tree, possessing an exceptionally potent life force, capable of retaining vitality even in the harshest environments. When the time was ripe, it could rejuvenate. The intense life elements contained within this life force were undoubtedly a priceless boon for severely injured cultivators. Yition intended to use this life force to heal Meng Yutong's injuries. But alas, Meng Yutong had sustained damage from a powerful force after saving him, rendering the life force but a drop in the bucket. If my conjecture is correct, it was precisely because Meng Yutong refined the life force that Yition discovered her secret of plummeting cultivation. Everything is interconnected, every step must be accounted for. This item relates to a confrontation with the master. Mu Lushi's expression grew serious. The general process of confronting the master. Master is first severely injured, acquires spirit tree. Master is injured again, has master refined spirit tree, discovers master's secret. Fall successful confrontation. The spirit tree is the pivotal link. Chapter 10, Acquiring Treasures. The dream-making mirror. It makes sense. The protagonist's character embodies both righteousness and wickedness. The plot progresses through layered conflicts. To showcase the protagonist's perfection, one requires the presence of antagonists and the need to flaunt before the nameless passerby. Imagine this: the cold and beautiful master suffering grave injuries, while a peerless youth seeks healing elixirs for her. Such a classic trope. And the public adores it. The only satisfying point is that the protagonist has the upper hand over the master. Lin Heng mimicked the protagonist's dramatic poses, hands clasped behind his back, letting out a slight sigh. This female disciple of Qingwei Chang'e was formidable. With a mere wave of her hand, she conjured several intricate seals, and the flying sword maneuvered in a dazzling display. Yet, unfortunately for her, she faced Yition. who was no joke. He could easily overpower his peers even at the same cultivation level. Mu Lushi stood still, showing no intention of assisting. Ye Tion, now in the late stage of Golden Core, could defeat late-stage Golden Core cultivators easily. Naturally, she was no match for him. Young lady, stand down. Should you advance another step, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The woman's hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly, her gaze sharp, revealing her unwillingness. Junior sister, do not fear, allow me to deal with him. At that moment a similarly attired man stepped in front of the woman. I know who you are, Ye Tion, the co-disciple of Qingxian sect. I am Li Chaozuan of Qingwei Chonga, here to test your skills. Is that him, the 33rd on the heavenly ladder ranking? Mu Lushi exclaimed in astonishment. Heavenly ladder ranking, it is a combat ranking. Those who make the list are undoubtedly top-tier geniuses. The heavenly ladder ranking is updated every 5 years, and to ascend one must slay those already on the list. So, sister, what is your rank? I did not participate in the ranking. While the heavenly ladder ranking represents great honor, it also invites endless challenges. Lin Heng understood. Indeed, it was merely a ranking. Once one was listed, they would expose their strength and attract relentless challengers. Either they would be slain, or they would slay, or they would kneel in surrender. Mu Lushi preferred a life of quiet cultivation, avoiding such troubles, hence her absence from these conflicts. Goodness, this is directly giving Ye Tion an achievement. The ensuing events were predictable. Ye Tion would defeat his opponent and successfully make the list, leaving the onlookers in shock. Li Chaozuan, never heard of him. Ye Tion remained unfazed. I bet it won't take more than 5 exchanges before Li Chaozuan meets his end. In the first exchange, Ye Tion stood still, allowing his opponent to strike, easily evading the ranged assault. In the second exchange, he remained stationary while his opponent believed it was luck and unleashed 3 techniques, only to be effortlessly severed by a single sword. In the third exchange, Ye Tion smirked mockingly, provoking his opponent, who, in a fit of rage, unleashed his strongest move, yet it was swiftly neutralized. In the fourth exchange, Ye Tion took the initiative, and before his opponent could register shock, he decisively ended the confrontation. The following scenes unfolded precisely as Lin Heng had anticipated, although in the second exchange Li Chaozuan had only employed 2 techniques and a flying blade for a sneak attack. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As the fourth exchange commenced, Li Chaozuan, aghast, could barely finish his words before Ye Tion's sword light severed his head. Ye Tion stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying those around him with a disdainful gaze. The remaining disciples of Qingwei Chonga dared not breathe, retreating in fear. Li Chaozuan was the pride of Qiu, yet Ye Tion had slain him without hesitation. Mu Lushi's mouth fell open, her eyes betraying disbelief, not due to Ye Tion's formidable prowess, but because of Lin Heng's accurate predictions of the battle. Ye Tion and Li Chaozuan were like actors following his script, executing each step meticulously. Was he just commentating live? Preposterous, simply unbelievable. Ye Tion approached them slowly, and upon seeing Mu Lushi's astonished expression, a smug smile crept onto his face. Sister, it seems my current strength has indeed astonished you. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Li Chaozuan was too weak for me to even find interest in fighting. He secretly reveled in his triumph. Sister, Lin Jr. brother, what a coincidence that I just encountered some trouble. I hope you found it amusing. Ye Tion, you should not have killed Li Chaozuan. He is a key disciple of Qingwei Chonga, even a favored disciple of that white-clad elder. Mu Lushi regained her composure and spoke. Haha, sister, are you worried about me? Ye Tion smiled faintly, for it was the disciples of the Qingwei Chonga sect who instigated this trouble, attempting to inflict harm upon me. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at their lack of skill. Furthermore, my master has instructed that in times of trouble one should retaliate. She will bear the consequences. A source of trouble is simply a source of trouble. If you were to slay the disciples that Qingwei Chonga has painstakingly nurtured, would they simply swallow their anger? To put it plainly, you are selfish, seeking to enhance your own achievements by slaying Li Chaochan and shifting the burden onto others. Meng Yutong is already in dire straits and yet you still wish to burden her father. This is what one would call a beloved disciple. Lin Heng cast a disdainful glance elsewhere. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of Qingwei Chonga, a force far beyond the current Qingshen sect's capabilities. Initially, the two sects maintained a peaceful coexistence, but after this incident in the secret realm, Qingwei Chonga began to actively seek trouble with Qingshen sect. The root of the turmoil lay with Yi Tian. The thoughtless Meng Yutong and other elders would even defend him. Why Yi Tian did not linger, striding towards the western ruins, accompanied by Lin Heng. Mu Liushi's movements were somewhat slowed, yet they still made some discoveries. In a hidden chamber, they uncovered a small vial of elixirs and an ancient mirror. Mu Liushi retrieved one of the elixirs for examination. Its body was a soft yellow, round and plump, with only a faint medicinal fragrance emanating. It turned out to be a fourth-grade elixir. Lin Heng, consult your celestial tome to discern the nature of this elixir. Lin Heng set down the ancient mirror in his hand, glanced at the elixir in her grasp. Then leaned closer to inhale its scent, rapidly sifting through the information in his mind. It should be the Rage God elixir, which, upon consumption, provides a certain augmentation to combat prowess, though its side effects induce weakness in the practitioner. I see. Mu Liushi nodded, promptly stowing the elixir away. Sister, what about this mirror? Since Mu Liushi had dispelled the chamber's restrictions, Lin Heng naturally felt it inappropriate to claim its contents without asking. You should keep it. Returning empty-handed would certainly invite jests from Sister Yao. Excellent, Lin Heng exclaimed with delight, immediately securing the mirror within the system space. In that fleeting moment, the system interface sprang forth. Item, Dreamweaving mirror, deficient, description, a mirror polished from countless shards of luminous crystal, serving as a bridge between dreams and reality. In a world where the virtual and the real intertwine, there is no distinction. It can be utilized to enhance consciousness evolution and expedite cultivation speed. During the void return phase, one can tear the fabric of reality and enter the dream-weaving realm. What? Just as Lin Heng had surmised, this mirror was indeed a treasure, given that there was a vial of precious elixirs in the hidden chamber. It was unlikely that a mere mirror would be carelessly discarded. The dream-weaving realm, dreams, or perhaps the real world, this concept eluded him for the moment. He would delve deeper into it upon returning. As the two exited the secret chamber, they felt the ground suddenly tremble beneath them. Chapter 11. Sister, how can I survive without you? Immediately, shouts echoed nearby. Retreat quickly, everyone. They observed disciples from the Zishu sect and members from other sects hastily approaching their direction. Some even shouted curses as they ran. If you dare utter another word, do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Bah, you Qingshen sect are already bullies, and now you have caused the deaths of 6 of our fellow disciples. Are you blind? Did you not see that it was that madwoman from Qingwei Chonga who struck first? I couldn't care less who instigated it. You are the ones who have caused my junior sister's demise. The young man clutched his violet blue eyes, his dark silver robe now tattered, presenting a woeful sight. Indeed, his eyes were injured during a conflict with Yun Yao over an item. The robe he wore was a second-tier magical artifact, which had just been torn apart by the shockwave. Yun Yao appeared no better, her hair disheveled with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Yun Yao, second sister, upon seeing Mu Liushi and Lin Heng. Yun Yao rushed over. Xiao Yao, what transpired ahead? You look as if, don't mention it. Just a moment ago, while I was searching for a drum tower with some outer sect disciples, I discovered a cauldron. I had managed to seize it, but then a wave of pressure suddenly appeared above the drum tower. Had I not fled quickly, you would have had to carry me back to the sect. Pressure? What do you mean? I'm not quite sure. I only caught a glimpse of a figure in white. While escaping, I encountered 3 disciples from the Zishu sect who were shouting that our master was engaged in battle with someone. At these words, Lin Heng and Mu Lushi exchanged knowing glances, their understanding of the situation synchronizing perfectly. Oh no, I can barely stand. Lin Heng, lend me your support. Yun Yao leaned against him, placing her left hand on his shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Heng had no choice but to wrap his right arm around her shoulder. This is troublesome. Our master is certainly in a predicament. No need to dwell on it. It must pertain to Li Chaochan. Are you aware of the inside story? Mu Lushi nodded, offering Yun Yao a healing elixir while explaining, it is likely due to our junior brother Yi Tian. He has killed Li Chaochan from Qingwei Chonga. Is that so? How could he be so reckless? Yun Yao was taken aback. Li Chaochan ranks on the ladder of celestial achievements and holds a considerable reputation. In Qingwei Chonga, his status is akin to that of a true disciple at the peak of our Qingshen sect. If Yi Tian has slain him, how could his master refrain from seeking vengeance? As they conversed, the disciple from Zishu sect, clad in a tattered silver robe, began to weep, calling out a woman's name, junior sister. How can I survive without you? Woe is me. Nearby, fellow disciples, feeling his sorrow, approached to console him. San Shixiang, do not grieve too deeply. Your junior sister often said that even in death, she would not become your Dao companion. Now, in a manner, you have fulfilled her wish. And upon hearing this, the silver-robed man was momentarily speechless. What the hell? I am crying over money. She borrowed 1,000 spirit stones from me. 1,000 spirit stones? I have saved resources for an entire year. Yun Yao and Mu Lushi couldn't help but twitch their lips. Indeed, men are like this. When a beautiful woman dies, sorrow flows forth. Yet, when it comes to wealth, the grief is far harder to clear. Meng Yutong, there is a debt to be settled. A wayward disciple has slain my student. Today, I shall ensure he pays for it with his life. Should you dare obstruct me, it would mean declaring war against Qingwei Chonga. Even if I cannot slay you, you shall one day face boundless calamity. Do not forget, you are already grievously injured and cannot hope to contend with me. The woman in white stood suspended in the air, wielding the star-plucking sword, resembling a deity of destruction. Meng Yutong, equally unyielding, radiated a ghostly blue light from her 3-foot sword, her aura not yielding in the slightest. While she understood the general circumstances, she would not simply allow the woman to take Yi Tian's life. Friend Cho, your disciple initiated this conflict with lethal intent. The consequences of their actions have led to their demise. Shouldn't we, as masters, refrain from meddling in the affairs of our disciples? Are you truly intending to eliminate every individual stronger than your disciple? If your sect fosters nothing but sheltered blossoms, I have nothing further to say. Meng Yutong's intent was clear. Matters between their peers should be resolved by themselves. If your own disciple lacks the capability and is subsequently slain, who can be blamed? Do not resort to clever words. The woman in white, realizing she could not best Meng Yutong in verbal combat, ceased her words and charged forward with her sword. In terms of overall strength, it was evident that the woman in white held the upper hand. The Void Return true monarch wielded the power to annihilate worlds with the slightest movement. The shockwaves generated by their colliding swords could extend for hundreds of miles, and yet this was not even the true battle. Transforming one's spirit and cultivating one's consciousness, the transformation of consciousness was the true measure of a Void Return practitioner's strength, resonating with the heavens and earth. This was the genuine mobilization of celestial power. Meng, stop. Upon sensing the residual waves, Pu Fengyuan immediately understood what had transpired and hastened to the battlefield without hesitation. The restrictions of the National Annihilation Secret Realm are formidable. Your skirmish here could lead to the collapse of the barriers, plunging everyone into peril. Qingshen sect has slain my beloved disciple. I shall not rest until this vendetta is avenged. Nonsense. Pu Fengyuan bellowed, immediately bringing his hands together and reciting incantations. In an instant he conjured an octagonal golden hexagram in the void, forcefully separating the two combatants. Pu Dao, do you intend to aid Qingshen sect? The woman in white's eyes blazed with fury as she coldly retorted, given that the opponent had reached half-step harmonization, Anyone would be wary. Should he side with Men Yutong, it would pose a significant threat. Pu Fengyuan scoffed, positioning himself between the two. I will not assist anyone, nor will I concern myself with your disputes. No large-scale conflicts are permitted within the National Annihilation Secret Realm, for it endangers us all. If you fear for your lives, do consider the disciples you bring along. Do not think I am merely speaking in vain. After a lengthy pause, the woman in white sheathed her sword, still regarding Men Yutong with an icy gaze, stating each word with conviction. Men Yutong, this matter is far from over. The rift has been forged. I shall ensure your disciple pays with his life. I am always ready for you. Men Yutong turned her gaze back to Yi Tian, who was drenched in sweat not far away, her brow furrowing with concern. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Tian was her disciple. Thus far, he had not committed any grievous misdeeds. Out of both sentiment and reason, she could not allow the woman in white to extinguish his life. Moreover, Yi Tian was currently the most outstanding disciple of the Chenyun Peak. She was counting on him for future legacies. Master, I have caused you trouble. Why? Yi Tian stood before her, speaking softly, his face filled with remorse. Upon witnessing this, Men Yutong felt the reprimand linger on the tip of her tongue. With a deep sigh, she remarked, this matter is not your fault. You have performed admirably well. As your mentor, I hope you will proceed steadily and not rush towards fame or profit. Always remember the teachings of your master. Yi Tian, bowing respectfully, was about to present the Shengshi Lingmu he had acquired to Men Yutong as a token of goodwill. However, the ground trembled violently once more, even more so than the commotion caused by the battle between Men Yutong and the woman in white. Chapter 12. Time for Lin Heng to make excuses is running out. Men Yutong suddenly lifted her gaze towards the void, her expression transforming into one of alarm. Could it be that the residual force from their battle had disturbed that bell? At the heart of the secret realm lay a bell tower, upon which hung an ancient bronze bell. The entire bell tower was encircled by a formidable force, its lethal power capable of overwhelming even the most skilled practitioners. Boom, boom, the sound of the bell reverberated throughout the entire secret realm, immediately followed by an eruption of terrifying energy, sweeping away all cultivators within a 10-mile radius. These cultivators were the elite disciples brought by various sects, most of whom were at the Golden Core stage, yet they did not even utter a single cry of despair. Men Yutong reacted swiftly, seizing Yi Tian as one would a chick, then fled. They were too close to the center. Even with Men Yutong invoking her grand teleportation technique, they could not completely evade the overwhelming force. Could this energy cause my cultivation to plummet? Men Yutong thought. Her heart gripped by fear, as she absolutely would not allow such a fate to befall her. In a moment of desperation, she immediately summoned a life-preserving talisman and a mysterious fan. Both of these items were her treasured possessions. The talisman could protect her soul, while the fan, forged from star-fallen iron, could withstand the lethal force. In accordance with the usual narrative, Men Yutong would have given the life-preserving talisman to Yi Tian out of concern for her beloved disciple. Little did she realize that the most terrifying aspect of this force was its ability to obliterate one's consciousness. Yet, in order to avoid her own injury, she directly used the talisman on herself, even shielding Yi Tian in front of her. Yi Tian was instantly bewildered. Master, what are you doing? Do not fear, Tiana. I am protecting you. With the fan, we shall remain safe and sound. 70 miles away, Lin Heng and the others naturally felt the violent tremors and heard the sound of the bell. But the force had not yet reached them. What is happening? Could it be that another battle has erupted? Lin Heng glanced back at the encroaching dust and felt an unsettling premonition. Instinctively, he shielded Yun Yao. No, that is not dust. Quickly, take cover, shouted Mu Lushi. Yun Yao too sensed that something was amiss. She attempted to dodge behind a nearby boulder, only to find Lin Heng gripping her waist from behind. Hey, Lin Heng, let go of me. Senior sister, activate the protective shield. There is no time. Could Lin Heng let go now? She could evade to the boulder 30 meters away, but he could not. Boom, the protective barrier activated. But it shattered in less than 3 seconds. The two were hurled several meters away, crashing to the ground. Lin Heng was fortunate, with Yun Yao shielding him. He merely felt a painful thud on his nose from her head. However, Yun Yao, already injured from Meng Yutong's earlier conflict, was knocked unconscious by the force. Little Yao, Lin Heng exclaimed. Hurry! Mu Liushi rushed over, filled with guilt. It's all my fault. I forgot that little Yao was injured. In her haste, she had overlooked Lin Heng's lack of self-protection. Cough, cough. Lin Heng coughed a couple of times, grimacing as he got to his feet. He quickly ran to Mu Liushi's side, concern etched on his face. Second sister, is little Yao all right? She should be fine, just unconscious. It's all my fault for dragging little Yao down. If she hadn't protected me, I fear. Lin Heng felt tears welling in his eyes. But in his heart he thought, thank goodness I was clever enough to hide behind my senior sister. Truly, this human shield is reliable. Little Yao, you cannot blame me. If I hadn't acted this way, I might have lost my life while you would have only sustained minor injuries. Just as Mu Liushi was about to offer comfort, she was silenced by his inner musings, while his actions were somewhat excusable. Comparing his senior sister to a human shield in his thoughts was rather disrespectful, and his tone carried an air of schadenfreude. Not long after, Meng Yutong found Lin Heng and the others, accompanied by a paper puppet carrying Yition. Master Ishidi, let us discuss it outside, we cannot linger here. Meng Yutong's complexion was somewhat pale, clearly indicating she had sustained serious injuries. As they exited the secret realm, the group boarded a cloud ship for their return journey. Inside the ship's cabin, on the left bed lay Yun Yao, while Yition occupied the right, with Mu Liushi and Lin Heng attending to each of them. It was evident that Yun Yao's injuries were much lighter, the force dissipated with distance, and their position was a full 70 miles from the bell. Meng Yutong sat on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. Seemingly in the midst of healing, a master must be feeling quite anxious now, sensing her cultivation slowly dwindling. Lin Heng thought, but who could blame her for this predicament? It is somewhat curious, though, why Yition has been so severely injured. Could something have gone awry? Never mind, once Yition awakens, I shall finally receive my reward. Lin Heng mused, secretly gleeful. Although the narrative's outcome had deviated somewhat, the completion of this side quest concerning the mentor-disciple relationship was assured. He grew increasingly curious about the extraordinary rewards that awaited him, weapons, elixirs, or perhaps even divine techniques. Lin Heng shook his head, reminding himself not to let his guard down just yet. This was merely the first crucial plot point. Numerous traps lay ahead. After Yition's encounter with his master, the entire Qianyun Peak would transform into a harem. Whether it be the enigmatic senior sister or the icy second sister, none would escape their fated roles in this predetermined harem destiny. Therefore, he must select certain pivotal moments to enact reverse plotlines to avoid being outdone by Yition. Before long, a mission would be issued by the sect, during which he would have his leg broken by Yition and inadvertently assist him in winning over Yun Yao. The best way to avoid a broken leg was to abstain from participating in the mission altogether. If he refrained, perhaps Yun Yao would not be so easily obtained, thereby slowing the protagonist's growth. After all, the protagonist was blessed with the halo of multiple wives, growing stronger with each female lead acquired. While lost in thought, Yun Yao suddenly opened her eyes wide, before Lin Heng could react. A sharp pain akin to being kicked by a mule surged through his chest, propelling him backward 2 meters. Smack! Yun Yao, from her elevated position, raised her delicate foot and brought it down upon his nearly broken chest. What the heck is senior sister, what are you doing? Lin Heng was utterly stunned. He had spent the last 2 hours tending to her, and now, upon awakening, she had kicked him. Could it be because he had used her as a shield? In such a dire situation, surely that was not the case. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Yao had merely suffered a slight disruption to her consciousness and had not truly lost awareness of Lin Heng's thoughts. How could a junior disciple who treated his senior sister as a human shield escape proper retribution? Little Yao, what are you doing? Do not disturb Master S recovery. Mu Liushi pointed toward the cabin's entrance. her eyes conveying a silent warning. Yunyao immediately understood, gripping Lin Heng by his collar and dragging him outside. Senior sister, have you gone mad? I cared for you the entire way, and you repay me with a kick? Yunyao smiled, revealing a captivating expression. My dear junior brother, I don't mind being treated as a shield. After all, I have the duty to protect you. Did you think I was unconscious and unaware of the smile tugging at your lips? Do you think I couldn't sense your restless movements when you held me? Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat. Had he smiled, he distinctly remembered shedding a couple of tears. How could he, a master of acting, commit such a blunder? If he were to smile, it should have been confined to his heart. As for the restless movements, I was just, Lin Heng's time to make excuses was running out. In truth, while Yunyao had been unconscious, she had no physical sensations, but she had indeed heard those words, "It's time to gain some weight." P.S. To clarify, while Yunyao may initially enjoy teasing the male lead, it is not out of a desire for suffering, as the male lead will retaliate fiercely later on. Their storyline will take a sweet turn in the future. Chapter 13, If Itian can provoke his master. Why can't I? Yunyao huffed, releasing him and tossing him aside, delivering a swift kick to his backside. You mischievous scoundrel, how bold of you. However, to be honest, I find this fellow more amusing than I had anticipated. This was the first time she had felt such a way towards the opposite sex. The secret realm of national destruction lasted 20 days, regardless of whether it was the three great sects of the Chengxing continent or the forces from the Tianxian continent. They all suffered significant losses among their disciples during the final retreat. The origins of that bell were shrouded in mystery. Even the Tianswan sect had not foreseen the existence of such a magical artifact at the heart of the secret realm. The white-clad woman from Qingwechonga had originally intended to ambush Meng Yutong on her return journey to the Tianxian continent, only to find that their conflict had summoned such calamity. To protect the remaining seedlings of her sect, she had no choice but to retreat with her disciples ahead of schedule. The loss of a single Li Zhaochan was already grievous enough. Should any more of her remaining disciples perished, she would return as nothing but a lone commander. The only source of consolation for her was the high likelihood that Meng Yutong had sustained injuries from Dao Li due to her untimely retreat. Coupled with the backlash she experienced from breaking through the barrier earlier, it was hard to believe she could maintain the same disdainful demeanor she had exhibited during their confrontation. Have you heard? The people from Qianyun Peak returned last night. I overheard my master discussing a possible issue with the secret realm. They returned so swiftly. Just the round trip from Tianxian continent to Chengxing continent takes nearly 15 days. They only spent 5 days in the nation-destroying secret realm. Several disciples from the main peak whispered amongst themselves, deliberating on the matter. Some were even quite displeased. The nation-destroying secret realm was supposed to be our opportunity at Dao Peak. In my view, they must have been unable to compete with the other sects and had no choice but to retreat early. Zishu sect and Qingwechonga mobilized nearly their top-tier personnel this time. With just 5 women from Qianyun Peak and that brash young man Sanem Di, and let's not forget our recently discovered sect leader's son, how could these few individuals possibly vie for opportunities against the other sects? That is quite reasonable. Many disciples nodded in agreement. The disciples among the 6 peaks of Qingshan sect were not as united as one might imagine. Not only were there divisions among the disciples, but also among the elders. The extent to which the elders, particularly the peak masters, could secure benefits for their disciples largely determined the outcome. Although Meng Yutong was the only female cultivator, her abilities were no less than those of the Grand Elder of the main peak. As for the disciples, she adhered to the principle that quantity does not equate to success, or it is the individual that matters. On the other side, within the disciples' palace of Qianyun Peak, Lin Heng was applying medicine to his swollen eye. The result of being struck by Yunyao, wincing in pain. This silly girl, did she have to be so ruthless? Being hit is one thing, but to insult him by stepping on his face. Lin Heng resolved to start saving money from today. He would eventually repay this beating in another manner. The Flower Pavilion is a high-cost establishment, and even familiar faces seldom receive discounts. He had yet to inquire how much a golden core cultivator is worth. The price certainly would not be low. After tidying up, Lin Heng lay on his bed and pulled up the system panel, discovering that the main storyline was not yet concluded. It was to be expected. That rascal Etion had sustained significant injuries and was still lying in the nurturing facility. He should wake up soon, so there was no rush for his rewards. The only pressing matter was that he had yet to grasp the foundational cultivation techniques. By the normal progression, he should at least have reached the second level of Qi gathering by now. His delay was due to Meng Yutong insisting on bringing him to the nation-destroying secret realm, which had cost him precious time. Tomorrow, he would ask Meng Yutong for some fundamental cultivation techniques, otherwise, no amount of talent would be of any use. He aimed to reach the 9th level of Qi gathering within a month. The next day, before Lin Heng could wake naturally, he had his door being kicked open. Lin Heng, hurry up, don't forget you have a lot of work to do. Yun Yao leaned against the doorframe. Her slender, straight legs slightly crossed. Her attire had changed. Her skirt was now white and even shorter than before. Anyone looking would mistake her for a graceful lady. Lin Heng quickly got up, well aware that he must not be deceived by her appearance. The dark circles under his eyes spoke volumes. Senior sister, you aren't planning to send me to the back mountain again, are you? I'm already injured. Surely I deserve a few days of rest. No need to hold a grudge. It was just a couple of grabs. I didn't mind it. Yun Yao chuckled without any good humor. At this distance, she couldn't hear what he was mumbling. You think I want to keep an eye on you? It was Master's command. Where's Master? She said she wanted to cultivate your character through farming, which happens to be something you enjoy. So, I need to keep a close watch on you. I suspect you inadvertently offended Master. Otherwise, she wouldn't go out of her way to trouble you. What? Since I began my apprenticeship, I have been respectful and cautious. When have I ever angered her? Lin Heng initially suspected that Yun Yao was just looking for trouble, targeting him deliberately. After all, it was Meng Yutong who was pulling the strings. Thus, Lin Heng found himself bewildered as he was dragged to the fields. After a morning of hard labor, his hoe was nearly smoking from use. Truly, patience brings peace, but taking a step back only leads to growing frustration. How could a proud villain like him be reduced to this? It wasn't supposed to be this way. Looking back, Yun Yao was probably off somewhere. Having lost interest, was she venting her frustration at him because her cultivation had waned? According to the melodramatic tropes of this story, that seemed likely. The protagonist always received preferential treatment, while the antagonist was met with skepticism. One could only say he deserved to be hit. Wait, hit Master? Lin Heng dropped the hoe, and the fleeting thought of hitting Master instantly sparked a wild idea in his mind. Some ideas come like a flash, without any warning. Etion was currently unconscious, which meant he hadn't yet reached the stage of hitting Master. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Since Etion could hit Master, why couldn't he attempt it as well? There's a saying, if the bandit can go, so can I. Facing a true monarch of the void return stage, there was practically no difference between a golden core cultivator and an ordinary person. If Etion could emerge unscathed, logically, he should be fine as well. In terms of outcomes, there were only two possibilities, success or failure. If he succeeded, Meng Yutong would act submissively, just as she did with the protagonist. And then what resources for cultivation would he lack? Even if he failed, Meng Yutong, despite her anger, wouldn't be able to kill him. At most, she would expel him from Chenyun Peak or even from Qingshen sect. Such a heinous act would not spare him from punishment, even as the sect leader's son. He had never intended to acknowledge his heritage, nor did he wish to enter Chenyun Peak. Thus, being expelled from the sect would be a joyous outcome for him. Avoiding Etion would at least allow him to survive until the end. After considering the pros and cons, Lin Heng immediately dropped the hoe. He was going for it. Fortune favors the bold. While the timid perished. If Meng Yutong was merciless and unjust, he could not be blamed for committing acts of rebellion. However, before proceeding, it was necessary to ascertain Meng Yutong's current state. If she still had even a shred of cultivation. It would be wise to maintain a low profile. Truth be told, had it not been for Yition's success, he wouldn't have dared to entertain any thoughts regarding Meng Yutong, no matter how bold he felt. Hopefully, this successful experience could be replicated, even if it seemed reckless. He had to give it a try. Chapter 14. You wouldn't want others to discover the secret of your plummeting cultivation, would you? On the other side, in the Chenyun Hall of Chenyun Peak, Meng Yutong publicly claimed to be in seclusion, yet she was leisurely bathing in the spirit pool. The pool was shrouded in mist. Rich spiritual energy converging into a spiritual spring flowing down into the basin. The spring water not only cleansed any foreign substances clinging to her body but also purified her soul, alleviating any restlessness. However, just as she was enjoying the moment with her eyes closed, she suddenly sensed someone entering the great hall. Her consciousness instantly discerned the visitor, leaving her somewhat surprised. The purpose of her seclusion was, on one hand, to subtly convey signs of her injuries, and on the other, to fish for information, to see if her treasured disciple would take the bait. But the visitor was not Yition. This little rascal was sneaking around. Did he have business with her? At this moment, Lin Heng stealthily approached the center of the hall in front of a chair adorned with dragon and phoenix patterns. The hall was dimly lit by only 4 candles, casting a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. "Master," he called softly, and upon receiving no response for a long while, he felt a sense of relief. "Just as I suspected. Master's cultivation has indeed fallen to the point where she can't even exert her consciousness, otherwise, I would have been discovered the moment I stepped into the hall." Lin Heng bolstered his confidence with this thought. In front of Chenyun Hall was the meeting place, and behind it lay Meng Yutong's private quarters. It must be said that her quarters far surpassed their disciples' palace in grandeur. A garden, spiritual herbs, a long pavilion, and a ruggedly beautiful artificial mountain lined with strange spiritual plants. After emerging from the spirit pool, Meng Yutong quickly changed into her garments and sat on her bed, drawing the curtains. "Who goes there?" A weak and questioning voice came from within. "This is it, Master, it's me, Lin Heng." Lin Heng pushed the door open, and the entire room was brilliantly illuminated, with a screen separating the bed from the door. "Hanger, what brings you here?" Her voice sounded feeble, confirming her weakened state. Playful as it was, today's encounter required caution. Lin Heng knew Meng Yutong was watching him from behind the screen, so he respectfully bowed and said, "I heard from senior sister that Master has sustained some injuries, so I came to pay my respects. There are many rumors outside claiming that Master is gravely injured, and the other elders wish to see you." A smile crept onto Meng Yutong's lips. Was he testing her? Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard, "Why not just go for it?" The sound was faint, yet the words were crystal clear. "Go for what?" Swish, the screen was abruptly pulled aside, causing Meng Yutong to startle and instinctively take a step back. Lin Heng noticed her reaction and couldn't help but feel delighted. "Haha, Master, you must be sweating profusely." "I assure you, I've only sustained minor injuries. It is nothing serious, and I will visit the main peak to meet with the other elders in due time. If you have no further business, you may retire." Meng Yutong concealed her aura, feigning a look of guilt. She wanted to see what Lin Heng intended to do. Oh, Lin Heng's tone took on an odd quality. "Really, Master, if that is the case, I can rest easy. Of course, Master, I've heard that you assigned senior sister Yun Yao to supervise me in clearing the back mountain. However, I'm not particularly fond of that. I would like to learn cultivation techniques from you instead." "Hanger, this is to temper your resilience. It lays the foundation for your future cultivation. You must understand your master. Moreover, isn't this your favorite activity? Are you trying to deceive your master?" No. Lin Heng took 2 steps forward and said, "Master, I truly understand you. Is it not your intention to torment me? However, from this moment on, certain matters shall no longer be at your discretion. impudent, what did you say? Dream Yutong exclaimed, her voice regaining its usual icy demeanor. Yet to Lin Heng, her escalating anger only served to confirm her unease. From now on, aside from Yition, you must also heed my words. I shall have this rebellious disciple under my control. Our unreliable father happens to be the sect master. This connection should suffice to ensure my safety. If my memory serves me correctly, should news of your waning powers leak, you may find yourself without refuge, beset by lurking dangers. With such thoughts racing through his mind, he hastily approached the curtain and flung it aside, startling Lin Heng in the process. Upon emerging from a hurried bath, Dream Yutong had not anticipated such an audacious act from Lin Heng, and thus had merely donned a flimsy nightgown. The pale pink fabric clung to her alluring figure, accentuating her fair, radiant skin. Coupled with her expression of shock and indignation, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Heng swallowed hard. Just imagine, a stunning beauty languidly reclined on a bed, legs crossed, with a delicate arm resting on her knee. The enticing curve of her alabaster shoulder was fully exposed to the air, emanating an alluring fragrance. Gulp, Lin Heng swallowed again, realizing why Yition would risk everything to win over Dream Yutong. Who could resist such an opportunity? Dream Yutong stared at him in bewilderment. He dared to desecrate her. Moreover, what did he mean by suggesting that the sect would no longer shelter her, with the outside world waiting to pounce? Even if her powers had indeed diminished, her years of diligent service to Qingxian's sect should ensure she would not be abandoned. How dare you offend me? Dream Yutong exclaimed, her left hand covering her chest to shield against prying eyes, while she feigned extreme anger and swung her right hand, only to have Lin Heng effortlessly seize her wrist. Dream Yutong's acting skills were impeccable, her emotions and expressions were on point, leaving no room for suspicion. Master, cease your pretense. I know you are no different from an ordinary person now. I never imagined your powers would decline so swiftly. Rebellious disciple, release me at once. Do you know what you are doing? Of course, I do. Today I shall confront my master. Confront. Upon hearing these words, Dream Yutong could barely contain herself. One person confronting their master was not enough. He was audacious enough to join in such a despicable act. Fishing was meant to ensnare Yition, yet here came Lin Heng, a surprising catch. Just look at that expression, how delightfully infuriating, but rest assured, I am not as brutish as Yition. He seeks pleasure, while I seek cultivation resources. Initially, Lin Heng had no particular thoughts about her, but after the events in the secret realm, he realized that some things could not be attained through mere survival. When the time came to seize an opportunity, one must act decisively, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. As for whether confronting my master should involve enjoyment, while Lin Heng admired the martial spirit of Wei Wu, he certainly had no intention of trailing after Yition for scraps. This fellow plays both sides, and as for whether Dream Yutong could withstand it, should things escalate, who knows whose child it might be? The mere thought is nauseating. Does he not covet my body? Dream Yutong repressed her urge to suppress him, deciding to continue her charade and observe what other tricks he might have up his sleeve. Lin Heng was undoubtedly more complex than she had anticipated. He must have uncovered some hidden truths. Time would reveal that her decision was indeed prudent. Master, do not entertain thoughts of resistance. After all, you wouldn't want anyone to discover the secret of your declining powers, would you? Lin Heng mimicked the lines of a seasoned actor he had seen in films, his expression taking on an air of wickedness. The moment those words escaped his lips, it felt as though he had touched upon some forbidden consequence, causing Dream Yutong to tremble slightly. How could I feel as though my fate is being controlled by another? A mere illusion. It must be an illusion. Dream Yutong suppressed her inexplicable feelings, maintaining her icy tone. Even if this matter were to spread, what of it? Did he truly believe he could wield control over her? TSK, Lin Heng shook his head in resignation. Once I finish speaking, you will comprehend your predicament. Unbeknownst to him, Dream Yutong's actions were a ploy to draw out what secrets he might know. For Lin Heng, revealing even a fraction of the truth would be inconsequential, it could serve as leverage against her. Chapter 15, Main plot completed, Anomalous 5-element spiritual roots. Take Qingxian sect. For instance, are there not power struggles among the elders behind closed doors? If the news of your declining powers were to reach those elders who are not fond of you, such as the second elder of Dao Peak, do you think you could remain safely seated atop Chenyun Peak? Historically, Qingxian sect comprised 10 peaks, each represented by an elder. However, due to certain circumstances, 3 peaks were merged into the main peak. At that time, not only would the position of peak master vanish, but even the excellent disciples under your tutelage would be taken away. My 5 senior sisters and brother Yi Tian, with their talents, would surely thrive elsewhere, wouldn't they? Lin Heng articulated the internal strife she faced, word by word. Impossible, they would not dare to swallow Chenyun Peak. Perhaps, Lin Heng replied, releasing her wrist and leaning closer to gaze into her doubtful eyes. Qingxian sect may not stoop so low, but those who lurk outside are another matter entirely, just like Qingwei Chang'e, whom you offended for Yi Tian in the secret realm. If that woman in white were to learn of your predicament, do you think she would let you off the hook? Not to mention her reputation, Master, you hold considerable standing in Tianxian continent, ranking among the top 10 beauties. Have you never offended anyone else? They may have had to ingratiate themselves to you due to your status as a true monarch of Void Return, but what if your powers were to vanish once you are stripped of Qingxian sect's protection? Your fate would likely be grim. Imagine a once mighty figure who must now grovel before those she once looked down upon. On the day she finds herself in decline, would her enemies and envious rivals simply let her be? With poor luck, she might lose her life. With good fortune, she might end up a mere slave. Are you beginning to see it now? Dream Yutong's gaze flickered, processing the onslaught of revelations. To be honest, she had not considered such far-reaching consequences. Are you suggesting that in the future my Chenyun Peak will be swallowed, and I will be expelled from Qingxian sect, subsequently falling prey to my enemies? A wave of apprehension washed over her. If all this were to happen, she might indeed find herself in dire straits. Had she not brought Lin Heng to the secret realm, she would have remained oblivious to so many hidden truths, unprepared for what lay ahead. Yet just as she pondered, a hand suddenly reached toward her. In her astonishment, it lifted her chin and pinched her cheek. TSK, what a lovely face. It feels soft and supple to the touch. Rebellious disciple. Smirk. Dream Yutong swatted his hand away, her ample bosom trembling with indignation at such a brazen act. Having lived for over 7 centuries, he was the first to dare lay a hand on her face. This could not stand. If he dared to touch her face now, who knew what else he might attempt in the future? Master, may I not draw near for a closer inspection? I assure you, I won't bite. Lin Heng boldly extended his hand, gesturing. Dream Yutong furrowed her brow, quickly suppressing her anger and silently reassuring herself. If she were to expose her true self now, it could backfire and raise his suspicions. Since he enjoyed playing games, she decided to play along, seeking to uncover who in the sect harbored animosity towards her. When the time was ripe, she would strike decisively and teach him a lesson. Perhaps influenced by Lin Heng's playful demeanor, she found herself entertaining a hint of malicious curiosity, wondering how he would react upon discovering her powers were intact and everything had been a FAOD. Surely he would be desperate to escape. Very well, I shall indulge you, but do not come crying to me later. Haha, now that's more like it. Ultimately, Dream Yutong rested her head in his palm, signaling her submission. Her expression a mix of reluctance and simmering rage. It was utterly delightful. The stunning true monarch of Void Return, so easily at the mercy of another rebellious disciple. I shall grant you the secret command to the main peaks library. You may freely select your cultivation techniques. Do not come to my quarters again. With that, she suddenly turned away and produced a diamond-shaped wooden token from who knows where. Lin Heng's eyes lit up as he seized it eagerly. expressing his gratitude to his master. However, master, this token alone is surely insufficient. Should I require more, I shall return. You must not be stingy. This secret could sustain him for a lifetime. A single bounty would not suffice. After all, Dream Yutong was an elder, and she undoubtedly possessed a plethora of treasures. There would be ample opportunity for her to yield more rewards in the future. Now, he sought to choose his preferred techniques in the library of the main peak. Once Lin Heng departed, Dream Yutong finally exhaled in relief. Maintaining the facade was no easy task. Had she not exerted considerable restraint, she might have genuinely struck down that scoundrel, having dealt with Lin Heng. She now faced a headache concerning Yi Tian. The thought of these two threatening her in succession was exhausting. At that moment, Dream Yutong could not fathom that Yi Tian would have no opportunity to confront her. Yi Tian's prerequisite for confronting her was to deliver the life-giving spiritual wood for her to refine, subsequently discovering the secret of her declining powers. However, he had also sustained severe injuries, and the life-giving spiritual wood had been consumed by none other than himself. Of course, even if Dream Yutong were aware, it would not concern her. Why Yi Tian's absence from confronting her was fortuitous, allowing her to focus on dealing with Lin Heng, that troublesome brat. On the other side, Lin Heng had already traversed 2 peaks according to his mental map and had entered the main peak. The outermost gatekeeping disciples did not obstruct him upon seeing him. The disparity in their statuses was evident. They were merely servant disciples, and it was unwise to offend Lin Heng, who had suddenly arrived as a prince. Ding, main storyline completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exceptional reward, anomalous 5-element spiritual root. Shall it be transplanted now? The system's prompt echoed. Lin Heng paused, somewhat taken aback. Was the task completed so swiftly? Did Yi Tian seamlessly continue where I left off? Wait, anomalous 5-element spiritual root. Can this truly be considered an exceptional reward? Having perused countless online novels, he understood well how lackluster 5-element spiritual roots could be. Whenever this item surfaced, it either belonged to the genius category or the waste category, assuming the upper limits of the 5 attributes were 100. If you were 99, 95, 99, 98, 95, then there was no question. You would be the noble hexagonal warrior. However, if you were 150, 25, 15, 10, you would become the unsightly water bucket waste. It appeared as if an old civil engineer were on site arranging pipes. And you could not guarantee that each pipe would be perfectly aligned. System, could you possibly exchange it for the ethereal route from the novel A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, or perhaps take a page from the infamous Gu Lao Emo? And provide me with a 5-element spiritual root that I can cultivate over an eternity. If things go awry, I might not even have developed before the protagonist takes me out. Ding, do not panic, host. This is not an ordinary 5-element spiritual root, but an anomalous one. In what sense is it anomalous? The anomalous 5-element spiritual root is far easier to break through than the normal version. Foundational establishment requires only one attribute to be cultivated to perfection. Furthermore, the anomalous 5-element spiritual root accommodates the purest elemental energies, allowing the host to integrate multiple paths during the Dao integration stage. Disregarding conflicting attributes, truly achieving the fusion of myriad paths into one. Additionally, with the system's support granting exceptional comprehension, even if the host advances along 5 paths concurrently, it would be more than sufficient. After the system's explanation, Lin Heng felt that it was not as dire as he initially thought. At least in the early stages of cultivation, he need not worry about becoming a polygonal warrior. Delaying his realm advancement, however, absolute benefits were undoubtedly unrealistic. Take, for instance, the ancient holy body from the primordial era, the most formidable physique requiring vast amounts of spiritual energy for cultivation, yet in the age of dwindling spiritual energy, it gradually retreated from the stage of the holy body. Even the anomalous 5-element spiritual root would not require negligible resources. Lin Heng sought a secluded spot. Well then, let the transplantation commence. Having a spiritual root is certainly better than possessing none at all. Chapter 16, Reversal of the Heavenly Polarities. Streams of spiritual energy surged through his meridians towards his dantian. Within the dantian, they coalesced into a ball of luminous energy, slowly merging into his internal organs. The transplantation process was swift, accompanied by a sensation of alternating warmth and coolness that was exceptionally comfortable, perhaps due to the elemental energies inherent to the spiritual root. Finally, after a brief moment, the spiritual light dissipated entirely, leaving his internal organs tranquil, as if everything that transpired was merely a figment of imagination. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profoundly deep, stripped of much of its previous novet. At this moment he felt his body become light as a feather, as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. At the main peak's dojo, training ground, countless disciples gathered around. What a splendid match! Indeed, the contests between Senior Brother Lee and Senior Brother Wang are the most captivating. This year, our main peak shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, it remains uncertain. The likes of Gongsan Ying from Daofeng and Yi Tian from Chenyun Peak have both entered the late Golden Core stage. And these two prodigies have broken through two small realms in just 6 months. Some objectively analyzed, the sect holds its grand competition annually, open to disciples from all peaks. On one hand, it serves to assess the strength of each peak's disciples. And on the other hand, it accompanies the division of certain benefits. Peaks that perform admirably receive greater rewards in the latter half of the year. Last year, Chenyun Peak dispatched the formidable Duan Shuyun and Mu Liushi, who nearly dominated the other 6 peaks. Thus Meng Yutong had the opportunity to seize a chance to venture into the secret realm of annihilating nations, but this year, Duan Shuyun is away on a journey and cannot return, leaving the burden on Yi Tian, Mu Liushi, and Yun Yao. Lin Heng had initially intended just to pass by and not to join the fray, but unexpectedly he was recognized. Hey, look, is that not Lin Heng? Since the day he acknowledged his ancestry, Lin Heng's name had spread throughout the sect. Some disciples had even met him before. It truly is him. Hey, you brat, what brings you to the main peak? The sect master is currently in seclusion, you cannot see him. The speaker was a corpulent man named Du Yan, a nephew of the main peak elder, who had secured the position of the library's administrator. It turned out to be the overweight sidekick of Yi Tian. Lin Heng found it somewhat amusing, perplexed as to why the protagonist always had a chubby companion. Was it due to their earnestness and reliability? Having encountered him, Lin Heng could not pretend he had not seen. After all, he would need this chubby fellow to fetch techniques from the library later. Lin Heng turned around with a slight smile. Greetings, Senior Brother Du. I was just heading to the library and did not expect to run into you here. According to the original storyline, Du Yan had already begun interacting with Yi Tian, but they had not yet reached the point of becoming sidekicks. Surprised by Lin Heng's politeness, Du Yan responded, You know me, I have heard of Senior Brother Du's deeds from my senior sister. It is rare to meet you in person today. Du Yan nodded. You mentioned you were going to the library to select techniques. Indeed, do you have a special order? I do. Lin Heng produced the wooden token given by Meng Yutong. Instantly, the surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. A secret order from an elder. He actually received a secret order from an elder. Is there a distinction among secret orders? Lin Heng glanced at the token in his hand. Puzzled. Du Yan cleared his throat, suppressing his shock, then waved his hand. If that is the case, then follow me. After approximately 5 minutes, the two arrived at the library. Then, seeing that Lin Heng still had questions, Du Yan explained, the library consists of 9 levels, each corresponding to a rank of techniques. The higher the level, the higher the quality and completeness of the techniques. The elder's secret order you possess allows you to bypass any restrictions, granting you access to levels 1 through 9 at will. I must say, your master truly dotes on his disciples. Even a newcomer like you can directly utilize an elder's secret order. Even I can only select techniques from levels 1 to 4. Du Yan expressed with envy. Lin Heng realized. So secret orders are ranked. Ordinary orders permit selection only from the first level, while the next tier allows access to levels 1 to 4. The highest rank is the Elder's Secret Order, known as the Passage Token. Impressive, my master certainly handles matters decisively. Lin Heng surveyed the area and directly ascended to the second level. The library was oval-shaped with various scrolls laid out on tables. Unfortunately, each area was marked with special inscriptions to prevent aimless searching. Categories included Dan medicine, forging techniques, body techniques, attribute techniques, and miscellaneous, broadly divided into 5 major categories, each further branched out. Body techniques, as the name implies, pertained to self-cultivation, with myriad forms of fist and leg techniques on display. In the original storyline, due to his lack of a spiritual root, he could only cultivate the simplest form of Qigong. In practice, not only was the damage low, but prolonged usage nearly left him a wreck. Now, possessing an anomalous 5-element spiritual root, he could cultivate techniques related to the 5 elemental attributes. Cultivating Qi involves drawing spiritual energy into the dantian, forming a mighty conduit within, subsequently storing the energy within the limbs and bones, achieving the purpose of cleansing the marrow and refining the tendons. One particular tome within the wood attribute section caught Lin Heng's attention, Qing Di Sha Ling Shu. Flipping through the tome in his mind, he found no information regarding this text. Qing Di could possibly refer to the author. However, the term Sha Ling Shu was something he understood well. Works bearing those words often represented techniques that aided in absorbing spiritual energy. In order to swiftly retrieve relevant information, Lin Heng wasted no time tossing it into the system space. As expected, the system initiated an automatic scan and promptly presented the pertinent details. Technique, Qing Di Sha Ling Shu rank, 4th tier attribute, wood description. This is an exceedingly underrated technique. If one can open all 108 meridians, they will possess extraordinary cultivation speed. Why would a 4th tier technique be found on the second level? Lin Heng found this peculiar. He took out several other techniques that assisted in absorbing spiritual energy and tossed them into the system space, only to find they were all second tier, with descriptions labeling them as trash. Alright, I'll take this Qing Di Sha Ling Shu for now and then head upstairs to explore the attribute techniques. Lin Heng secured the technique and made his way to the 3rd level. From the 3rd level onward, there were no basic techniques like Sha Ling Shu. Attribute techniques dominated the majority. Goodness, the number of techniques on the 3rd level was evidently double that of the 2nd level. There were also many disciples present, likely all there to reap benefits. The library had a rule: each person could only take away 3 techniques, but this did not prevent them from lingering in the library and browsing through various texts. This library-like operating model was rather humane. Technique, Shazhong Jinshan rank, 3rd tier attribute, gold description, a long-lost method to forge the golden body, originally a 10th tier divine skill. Now, the remaining scrolls can only cultivate to a 3-zhong golden body. This one is quite good. The golden body is exceptionally resilient and will greatly aid in honing my gold attribute to its utmost potential. While the Jinluan technique is relatively comprehensive, its prerequisites are stringent, which could consume excessive time. The Shazhong Jinshan, although incomplete, was once a 10th tier divine skill. Cultivation is also a process of self-realization. Perhaps with my extraordinary comprehension, I could complete the latter half of the technique, or perhaps innovate upon it. Just as he picked up the Shazhong Jinshan and prepared to turn away, an unknown figure stood behind him. What the heck? Where did this little potato come from? Lin Heng gazed at the diminutive woman before him, who stood no taller than his shoulder, and instinctively took a step back in fright. Potato? I mean, young lady, how is it that you walk without making a sound? If you were to collide with me and fall, I wouldn't want to be blamed. Young lady, the woman chuckled with irritation, reflecting on the fact that she had lived for several centuries, only to be addressed as such by a mere youth who appeared to be in his early 20s. This is truly turning the world upside down. Chapter 17, Opening the Spirit Will Youth. I've been watching you for quite some time. You selected the Chingdi Spirit Devouring Technique on the first floor. And now you've chosen the Tenjong Golden Body. With so many techniques available in the library, why have you fixated on these two? Is there a problem? Am I not allowed to choose? The woman shook her head dismissively. Suit yourself, but once you select techniques from the library, they cannot be returned. I advise you to reconsider. Both of these techniques are exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Hey, wait. After uttering this warning, the woman turned on her heel and departed, leaving Lin Heng feeling utterly perplexed. The system had assured him that these two techniques were valuable and the inherent challenges of cultivation were to be expected. He could not be swayed by mere words. After completing the selection of the two techniques, Lin Heng intended to leave. He had no plans to venture to the fourth floor. Each level had restrictions based on cultivation levels, and the floor above was suited for those just beginning their journey. He certainly could not go up to select a technique meant for those at the Golden Core stage. Each individual was allowed 3 opportunities to choose techniques, and he intended to reserve one for future needs. After all, he could freely borrow texts in the meantime, eventually discovering one that was even superior. Oh, that was quite a swift selection. I thought you would take several hours. What did you choose? Show me so I can register it. Du Yan retrieved a registration book and placed it on the counterpoint. 1 Chingdi Spirit Devouring Technique and 1 Tenjong Golden Body. Upon seeing the titles, Du Yan froze, a question mark forming in his mind. Wait, why did you choose 2 incomplete and difficult techniques? The Chingdi Spirit Devouring Technique is manageable, but the Tenjong Golden Body is not only peculiar but also a veritable energy devourer. Surely you all cannot be reacting this way. A child about 10 years old just said the same thing. A child, Lin Heng responded, gesturing to indicate height. Yes, not very tall, about this much, short hair, dressed in a floral dress. The person you described must be the steward of the library. The combined age of the two of us doesn't even match her age. She is the steward. Then what are you? I am merely an administrator. The steward holds a status equivalent to an elder, while I am just someone who handles miscellaneous tasks. Du Yan glanced around cautiously and whispered, it's best not to discuss her here. She has keen hearing and might be observing your every move. All right, brother Du, I shall take my leave. After departing from the main peak, Lin Heng returned directly to his residence. He closed the gate and emptied the contents of his system space, a bottle of 4th grade solidifying yuan pills, 2 techniques, and an ancient mirror. Lin Heng fiddled the mirror for a considerable time but found no reaction. He eventually tossed it back into the system space, planning to study it further once he had gained more strength. Next, he prepared to guide Qi into his body. He made his way to the pavilion at the westernmost edge of Chenyun Peak, where the spiritual energy flowed like a spring. Above him, brilliant ripples danced across the sky, resembling a vast net that enveloped the entire mountain. At that moment, Lin Heng sat quietly in the center of the pavilion, his hair billowing as he absorbed the spiritual energy surging from all directions. Yet he refrained from immediate action, closing his eyes as if awaiting the perfect moment. Each character of the Chingdi Spirit Devouring Technique pulsated in his mind, requiring no guidance or explanation, as if he were the very creator of the technique. Boom! After a considerable period accompanied by a resonant sound of collapse, the white spiritual energy in the air began to undergo a subtle transformation. It started to coalesce, no longer remaining in its gaseous state but gradually crystallizing, ultimately dripping onto him. These were the purest essences of spiritual energy, and Lin Heng had not anticipated that the most rudimentary aspect of the spirit devouring technique, the gathering of spiritual energy, would be so formidable. At this moment, the myriad crystals surrounding him multiplied, yet Lin Heng continued to wait. Boom! After a prolonged duration, once the crystals had completely drenched him and permeated his skin through his pores, he suddenly opened his eyes. Now is the time. Chingdi Spirit Devouring Technique, gather. As he enacted the incantation, tendrils of mist suddenly emerged from his body, indeed it was the very spiritual energy that had just entered through his pores. In that moment Lin Heng was taken aback. What is this? I intended to gather and absorb spiritual energy, yet I expelled the minuscule amount I had just stored within. Isn't this backwards? Strangely, the spiritual energy expelled from his body did not disperse into the air but instead coalesced into a sphere, hovering around him. This cannot be good. Could it be that this technique truly has issues? Bang! Just as Lin Heng was beset with doubt, the suspended spiritual energy suddenly formed a pale azure vortex. Drawing in the crystallized energy from the air, the immense force of the vortex nearly shattered the crystals, assimilating them into Lin Heng's being, much like a leech drawn to the scent of blood. What the heck? Lin Heng exclaimed, feeling as though a massive vortex were forcefully injecting itself into his body, akin to receiving an intravenous infusion with an empty syringe. Even if Etienne were here today, he would surely exclaim in astonishment. As this chaotic vortex filled with crystals surged into his body, Lin Heng trembled uncontrollably, his veins bulging as if they might burst from the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. Clearly, as an ordinary person, he was ill-equipped to endure such an immense torrent of spiritual energy. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness, yet his gaze remained resolute as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Break the acupoints!" Buzz! With his command, the spiritual energy consumed within him began to surge violently, careening through his meridians. He spread his arms wide, palms facing upwards, invoking the technique. If one were to observe closely, they would notice the meridian at the center of his wrist gradually turning crimson, as if his blood were igniting, accompanying the crimson mark's journey towards his heart. A faint light began to emerge, a breakthrough at an acupoint. Initially, the light was weak, but as the boundless spiritual energy continued to clash against it, it grew increasingly solid and radiant until it reached its zenith. The azure spring within him shimmered like a resplendent galaxy. "Spirit will open." Just as the azure light reached its pinnacle, a sharp command escaped Lin Heng's lips. A resonant thud echoed from within him as the once brilliant light appeared to flicker, on the verge of extinguishing. However, with his hands forming seals, the spring within him began to rotate, generating a powerful sucking sensation. As it turned, it slowly absorbed the vast spiritual energy accumulated within his meridians, but that was not all. Once the spiritual energy within his meridians was fully absorbed, it began to actively seek spiritual energy from the surrounding air. Initially, the absorption rate was slow, requiring an hour to absorb a single crystal of spiritual energy. By the third watch of the night, the time required to absorb a single crystal had reduced to 5 minutes, until finally it ceased its quest for external energy upon reaching its peak azure state. As the sun rose steadily, casting its light upon the mountaintop, Lin Heng's eyes sparkled with vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. Qingdi spirit devouring technique, minor success. No wonder this technique had been abandoned on the second floor of the library. Despite being an ordinary person, Lin Heng's understanding far surpassed that of others, allowing him to grasp its essence. Coupled with the extraordinary pain he endured, it was evident that few could persist through such trials. The cost of error for an ordinary person was exceedingly high. A moment of carelessness could ruin one's foundation. The azure spring within him was known as the spirit wheel. Each spirit wheel served as a reservoir of energy, capable of both absorbing and storing spiritual power. The general workflow was as follows: spiritual energy would be transformed into internal spiritual power, which would then be gathered into the spring, ultimately forming true essence. The concepts of spiritual power and true essence could be interchanged. Fundamentally, they were the same. Lin Heng clenched his fists, realizing he had reached the first level of qi cultivation, yet this was merely the beginning. He discovered that the Qingdi spirit devouring technique seemed to lack a function for the continuous transformation of spiritual energy, since it was designed to open 108 acupoints for absorbing spiritual energy. Logically, it should enable the spirit will to continuously draw in the world's spiritual energy, rather than ceasing operation once it became saturated. Indeed, it should function as I envision. This technique is missing the most crucial part. But how can I ensure the spirit will operates continuously? Lin Heng stood up, deep in thought. If he could resolve this issue, it would be revolutionary. Chapter 18. Oh, sister, I implore you, spare me. Lifting his gaze to the sky, Lin Heng once again sat cross-legged. The Qingdi spirit devouring technique was both a technique and a singular method, with only a few pages that encompassed the gathering of spiritual energy, breaking acupoints, and opening the spirit will. It was evident that the latter half of the process for opening the spirit will contained text, yet the most essential part was conspicuously absent when the spirit will's reservoir of spiritual power reached capacity. It ceased to function. If he could maintain it in a state of perpetual unsaturation, might it not continuously absorb external spiritual energy? Suddenly, Lin Heng recalled two words, balance. If there were two spirit wills alternating their spiritual power, with the entire skeletal and meridian structure serving as a bridge to create a grand cycle, wouldn't that connect his entire being? Lin Heng's gaze sharpened, and with a sweeping motion of his arms, he enacted the gathering technique, drawing the rich spiritual energy surrounding him closer. During the process of crystallization and vortex formation, once more he was thrust into a realm of excruciating pain. This time, opening the spirit will would demand even more energy than before. Nearly double time flew by, yet for Lin Heng it felt interminable. As evening descended, a muffled sound resonated within him, and the second acupoint blossomed into a pale blue light. A faint sucking sensation signaling his release of breath. Diligence is rewarded, and the second spirit will has been fully opened. It took an entire half-day, a considerable span compared to the first spirit will. This signifies that the time and energy required for each subsequent spirit will only increase, rendering the process increasingly arduous. Following this, time will be spent on the spirit will absorbing spiritual energy until it reaches a state of gradual saturation. This phase is not painful, rather it imparts a delightful sensation throughout the body, akin to a warm current gently flowing within and without the skin. Lin Heng remained seated until dawn, finally arriving at the most critical moment. He began to attempt to guide the first spirit will to release spiritual energy outward. Although the tugging sensation was quite strong, he managed to control it effortlessly. After all, it was meant to serve Lin Heng as a storage device. It needed to operate on spiritual energy, and regardless of its reluctance, it had no choice. The second spirit will followed suit, and the energies released by both, being of the same origin, soon intertwined. With a hum, the sound of their energies colliding resonated, as if the two spirit wills had synchronized, slowly rotating in unison. Excitingly, even after reaching saturation, they did not cease their motion. Instead, they began to absorb external spiritual energy. Lin Heng did not interfere in the slightest, nor did he deliberately guide the process. It was as if a floodgate had been opened, allowing the torrent to flow freely without any external force. It worked, indeed, it worked. An indescribable joy spread across Lin Heng's face. Externally, he appeared no different from an ordinary person, yet within his body lay profound mysteries. Only he was aware that the two spirit wheels were continuously rotating, absorbing the spiritual energy from the world around him, although not as rapid as in the unsaturated state. This indicated that even during rest his body could autonomously absorb and refine spiritual energy. He seriously suspected he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. The ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy for cultivation is not an outrageous concept, as most special cultivation physics possess this capability. However, the Qingdi devouring spirit technique uniquely finds its path through the opening of spirit wills to absorb spiritual energy. Such methods are seldom attempted in the vast realm of cultivation. The speed and quantity at which techniques like the devouring spirit technique absorb spiritual energy depend on the practitioner's strength, As the practitioner's cultivation improves, the corresponding absorption rate of spiritual energy increases, yet this technique necessitates the continuous breaking of acupoints and the opening of spirit wheels, a process fraught with complexity and extreme discomfort. It is indeed a painful yet exhilarating experience. The visible benefit at present is that the more spirit wheels opened, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy, leading to a swifter elevation in cultivation level. Likewise, as cultivation improves, the speed of opening spirit wheels becomes increasingly manageable. The two aspects complement and enhance each other. However, the drawback is that pain is unavoidable and the difficulty of opening spirit wheels increases with their quantity, which in turn slows the rate of cultivation improvement brought about by these advancements. Overall, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Lin Heng sensed that his cultivation had reached the second level of qi refinement, and a faint smile of satisfaction appeared at the corners of his mouth. In just 2.5 days, progressing from a novice to the threshold of cultivation was quite commendable. In the original storyline, he had taken nearly a month to break through to the second level of qi refinement. Even with the assistance of medicinal pills, he was not in a rush to cultivate the Tenzhong golden body, as the qi refinement stage was merely the foundational phase, necessitating solid groundwork. He wondered how his master was faring. Perhaps she had already fallen into the hands of Yi Tian. Lin Heng intended to visit Meng Yutong to take a look and procure some cultivation resources. Relying solely on the bottle of solid origin pills he possessed would not suffice. On the other side, Yi Tian had awakened from his coma. After refining the life-giving spirit wood, his complexion had improved significantly. Mu Liushi let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was recovering well. You should take these 3 soul-nourishing pills over the next 3 days, and you should be fine. Thank you, senior sister. I appreciate your concern over the past 2 days. It's nothing. Mu Liushi replied with indifference. By the way, how is master? Master is still in seclusion. We are not permitted to disturb her unless there is a significant matter. Oh, Yi Tian nodded, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes as if he were pondering something. Mu Liushi quietly observed him, scrutinizing this junior brother who had accompanied her for 5 years. Since Lin Heng's arrival, Yi Tian had undergone many changes in her eyes. An indescribable feeling lingered, making him somewhat inscrutable. Similarly, Lin Heng remained an enigma. By the way, it seems the sect issued tasks this morning. Since you are still injured and I have other matters to attend to, let Yu Niao take on 2 tasks symbolically. After Mu Liushi spoke, Yi Tian immediately raised his head, exclaiming, "Did they announce it today?" "No way, senior sister, I must participate. Completing this task will allow me to enter the star-picking tower." With that, Yi Tian no longer hesitated. Jumping out of bed and rushing outside, the sect's tasks were issued at the beginning of each month, and disciples from the 7 peaks would compete fiercely for spots. Completing these tasks would yield points as rewards. Points not only could be exchanged for generous rewards, but accumulating a certain amount would grant one the opportunity to enter the star-picking tower for training. He did not want to delay his progress for a month due to a minor injury. Meanwhile, at the main peak, the treasure pavilion was bustling with over 100 disciples gathered around a pillar adorned with task notices. Tasks were classified into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D, each with increasing difficulty and point rewards. The easiest A-level tasks yielded 30 to 50 points, typically selected by Qi refinement period disciples, often involving the capture of some nefarious individuals. B and C-level tasks were available for foundation establishment period disciples. With increased difficulty, some C-level tasks could only be accomplished by Golden Core period disciples, offering rewards between 100 and 200 points. As for D-level tasks, it was needless to say that only disciples above the Golden Core level could undertake them. Any below this realm would be akin to delivering themselves to their doom. Every year, a few overly ambitious individuals would embarrass themselves and the sect by attempting such tasks. Oh, senior sister, I beg you to spare me. I have no interest in points and truly do not wish to participate in any tasks. Lin Heng had originally intended to go to Chenyun Hall to find Meng Yutong and earn some gold coins. But he was unexpectedly caught by Yun Yao on the way. He was forcibly brought to the main peak. Yun Yao scrutinized him, snorting, "You've only been absent for 2 days and already reached the second level of Qi refinement. Quite adept at concealing your abilities, you must participate in the task regardless of your reluctance. Senior sister Liuxi has matters to attend to, and junior brother Yi needs to focus on his meditation for a period. Each task requires a minimum of 2 participants. If you don't go with me, who will?" Lin Heng squinted his eyes, utterly bewildered. No way, there is a limit on the number of participants, by the pace of the storyline. Yi Tian will definitely participate in this sect task. Yi Tian views me as a tool to take you down. If I go, I might end up crippled. You are eager to offer yourself up. But I certainly do not wish to become a limping man. Just as Lin Heng was preparing to concoct an excuse to evade the situation, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. Chapter 19, The Second Choice. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than Yi Tian. Lin Heng's heart leaped, and he was filled with joy. He had arrived riding the auspicious clouds of 5 colors. This was perfect. The 2 of them were just right for the task. Once it was completed, they could find a place to relax, and he wouldn't have to play the third wheel. "Senior sister. Look, senior brother Yi has arrived. He seems to be recovering quite well." Lin Heng grinned, his eyes sparkling. With senior brother Yi and junior sister Yao involved, completing the sect task would be a breeze. He certainly wouldn't hold them back. Yun Yao regarded him with a sly glance, finding amusement in his eagerness, and as he turned to slip away, she swiftly grasped his neck. The gesture was reminiscent of a villainous bully intimidating a handsome youth. "What else with this cowardice? You've been clamoring about me offering you assistance. If you don't go, how am I supposed to know what tricks Yi Tian might play?" Lin Heng leaned back against her shoulder, his head resting there. Before him was a breathtakingly beautiful face adorned with a smile, accompanied by a prominently displayed fist. Indeed, should he utter another refusal, Yun Yao would undoubtedly create a scene in front of the gathered disciples. "Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Senior sister is kindly offering to help you level up and earn some points. Can you bear to disappoint her enthusiasm?" she added. "With senior sister around, you will absolutely not be missing any limbs. I swear to protect you." "All right." Yun Yao was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, and she didn't want to be sold off to a brothel either. Deep down, she held no malice towards Lin Heng. If there was anyone to blame, it was him for constantly expressing that he was a burden, which had left her in a state of constant worry. Yun Yao also understood that he feared Yi Tian and was concerned for his own safety, so she was determined to protect him. With her by his side, she believed Yi Tian wouldn't dare to act against Lin Heng. "What a misfortune! Why does the fiery and dominant flower differ so greatly from my expectations? You claim to protect me, yet who knows if you might lose your head outside. The main issue is, I have no idea how you intend to offer assistance. I wish to save you, but I have no means." Lin Heng inwardly lamented, feeling utterly conflicted. The enthusiasm of senior sister could not be disregarded. The actions and dialogue between the 2 caught the attention of the surrounding disciples, leaving them utterly stunned. Yun Yao was a well-known figure, recognized as the most clever and eccentric among the disciples of Chenyun Peak. Embodying the archetype of a fiery and dominant flower, all disciples from various peaks treated her with caution, never daring to entertain the notion of taming her. As for Lin Heng, he had recently acquired the title of the Useless Prince, and most recognized him. "Wait, brothers, this is somewhat confusing. Is this the script where the underdog doesn't want the powerhouse to carry him, yet the powerhouse insists on taking the underdog to soar?" Regardless of Yun Yao's standing, she was at least a golden core-period cultivator. Teaming up with her for tasks was a straightforward way to earn points, yet Lin Heng appeared utterly unwilling. In a most astonishing turn of events, Yunyao resorted to both the threat of her fist and the plea of her words. Not only were the outer peak disciples bewildered by this spectacle, but even Yi Tian, who stood nearby, was left in a daze. Lin Heng had only been at Shenyun Peak for a few days, and yet he had become so familiar with Yunyao. His senior sister was actually imploring him to participate. How absurd! He had spent 5 years at Shenyun Peak and had never experienced such fervent warmth from Yunyao. Consumed by jealousy, Yi Tian was oblivious to the menacing fist that loomed above the plea. "Senior sister, what are you two doing?" Yi Tian demanded as he rushed forward. At that moment, Yunyao's hand still rested on Lin Heng's shoulder, a scene that struck Yi Tian as profoundly maddening. He perceived an intimacy in their interaction, having long regarded his 5 senior sisters as his own women. Yunyao feigned surprise as she withdrew her hand. "Junior brother, what brings you here? Didn't senior sister Lu Shi say you needed to meditate in seclusion?" Noticing the peculiar glances from those around him, Yi Tian suddenly realized he had lost his composure. Unsure of why his emotions had surged so suddenly, he attributed it to the sensitivity caused by his injured soul. Taking a deep breath, he hastily replied, "Senior sister, I am completely recovered and wish to partake in the sect's mission. Of course, that makes 3 of us then. I have chosen a Tier D mission and a Tier B mission, both located in Jinma City." "That sounds fine." Yi Tian nodded. Upon hearing Jinma City, Lin Heng resignedly closed his eyes, accepting his fate. What must come eventually would arrive. It was either a blessing or a curse, and curses could not be evaded. Ding! The main storyline commences. Positive. Main quest. Tomorrow you shall set forth to Jinma City to participate in your first sect mission, advancing the plot to aid Yunyao and assist the original protagonist in winning over the heroine. Reward index: high tier. Negative. Main quest: prevent the original protagonist from winning over the heroine to avoid harm to yourself. Reward index: unknown. Description: this is a crisis that is difficult to navigate. Whether the original protagonist ends up with the beauty or you avoid becoming crippled lies in your second choice. The system highly recommends that the host select the negative task, for only thus can one resist fate. The more heroines the original protagonist claims, the less room you have for survival. The second choice. Lin Heng caught a hint of information from the brief description. Could there possibly be untriggered hidden plots? Regardless of whether the system offered him advice this time, he was determined not to allow events to unfold positively. Having a leg broken was hardly sufficient compensation for a high-tier reward. Furthermore, this was a script embracing polygamy. Even if he could not claim the heroine for himself, he should not easily hand her over to the original protagonist. This realization implied that his previous thoughts had been flawed and suggested that the path of survival might be fraught with challenges. Alas, for now, he would take it step by step, curious to see what tricks Yi Tian might employ. The following day, Lin Heng and the other 2 set out together. During the journey, Yunyao provided an overview of the task. Though he was already well aware, he could only feign ignorance. The Tianxian continent is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. In this realm of cultivation, aside from the sects, there exist dynasties that protect ordinary people. These dynasties are not akin to the emperors of ancient history, rather, they are a culmination of various powers, with the highest authority also being cultivators, including the internal 3 divisions composed of families of cultivators. They can be viewed as comprehensive cultivation powers disguised as dynasties, primarily managing secular lands. The so-called sect missions are merely tasks representative of the dynasty, compelled to cooperate with the surrounding major sects when faced with insurmountable troubles. The vastness of secular lands inevitably breeds some malicious and malevolent cultivators. All major cultivation sects can collaborate with the dynasty. The dynasty provides assistance in resolving troubles, while the disciples of the sect gain opportunities for practice, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. I find it hard to comprehend why cultivators whose ultimate goal is to ascend would still be willing to establish a dynasty to protect ordinary people, Lin Heng mused. Yun Yao glanced at him and took a gulp from her God.Do not regard them as noble, under the guise of protecting ordinary folk, they are ultimately serving their own interests. The population of ordinary people on Tianshan continent is immense. How many of them can actually become cultivators? Do not forget that besides us, there are also the bloodthirsty demon races and those of the devil path who revel in slaughter. Allowing them to massacre ordinary people would not only sever our lineage but also render them increasingly powerful. Do you grasp this concept? That makes some sense. Linhang nodded. The presence of villains among ordinary people is termed as heinous, and they can still be controlled. However, should villains arise among cultivators, ordinary people would become mere lambs for slaughter. The arts of corpse raising and gu refining require living sacrifices. Some sinister techniques seek benefits through the absorption of life force, either by drawing from young to replenish in or vice versa. Allowing such depraved cultivators to run rampant will inevitably lead to the ruin of Tianshan continent. As for deeper matters, Linhang expressed no interest. Their mission in Jinma City comprised two tasks. The first, a Tier D task, involved assisting the dynasty in investigating whether the city lord's mansion had any dealings with heretical sects. If confirmed, they could apprehend the lord on the spot. The second, a Tier B task, was to investigate a case of a deceased patron in the city and capture the murderer, which posed a relatively simple challenge. Chapter 20. Esteemed brother, your young lady is quite the beauty. 4 days later, the trio arrived at the outskirts of Jinma City. Jinma City is one of the most prosperous ancient cities among the 13 cities of the Tianshan dynasty in the western region. It lies in the central area of the western region, with a layout that is broad from north to south yet narrow from east to west. To the south, it directly connects to the 3 counties of Beizhou Kaiyang. To the north, it links with the Polar Emo Valley. Upon entering, one is greeted by 6 towering pillars flanking the city gates, leading to a bustling expanse filled with grand buildings and wide streets. The towering structures on either side reach heights that seem to grasp at the stars. If Linhang were to describe it himself, he would simply say, at a glance, it's a grand spectacle. The subsequent assignments were divided. Tian was in charge of investigating the city lord's mansion, while Linhang would handle negotiations at the Criminal Justice Office. As for Yun Yao, she intended to take a few days to explore. Relishing the rare opportunity to venture out, little did she know her carelessness would exact a toll. Linhang shrugged and followed the directions given by passers-by, swiftly arriving at the Criminal Justice Office. Presenting an identity token to declare his identity and purpose, he proceeded without formality. Each disciple participating in a sect mission possesses a token as an identification marker, which also serves as a communication signal. In the event of danger, activating the token allows fellow disciples to ascertain their location within a 10-mile radius for timely support. The esteemed immortal, please take a seat. What are you lingering for? Bring the tea, commanded a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, his waist adorned with a brown cloth pouch. He was the head of the Criminal Justice Office, the highest authority here. The Criminal Justice Office can be understood as the local magistrate's office, responsible for maintaining order within the city and apprehending criminals. Linhang did not engage in pleasantries, stating directly, since the head knows my purpose, why not share the situation so we can apprehend the miscreants promptly? Very well, the head no longer indulged in niceties. Esteemed immortal, please follow me to the mortuary. Some matters cannot be conveyed through mere words. The mortuary lay within the Criminal Justice Office, accessible by traversing 2 long corridors. Although termed a mortuary, it was merely a storeroom for miscellaneous items. With the weather warming, one would expect that corpses stored for an extended period would emit a foul odor. Esteemed immortal, please observe. These are the 3 individuals. The head indicated the bodies draped in white cloth, standing at the entrance without any intention of approaching. Linhang stepped forward alone to examine them, pulling back the white cloth. He nearly retched. It was not the stench that repulsed him, but the horrific state of the corpses themselves. Their skin was shriveled and devoid of luster, hair resembling withered wood, cheekbones sunken, and eyes swollen. They appeared to have died a slow and agonizing death. Uncovering the other two bodies revealed similarly grim conditions. The head and his two subordinates, witnessing Lin Heng's unwavering composure, felt a surge of respect. Truly he was an esteemed immortal. When they first encountered these corpses, they had been so frightened that their souls nearly fled, yet the esteemed immortal remained so calm. Do you know how these three met their demise? Lin Heng inquired. The coroner's examination indicated that all three had succumbed to the depletion of their life essence, but there were no wounds upon their bodies. Lin Heng turned slightly, shaking his head. They were drained of their young essence by someone. Young essence can be understood as vital energy. Its loss damages one's lifespan. The depletion of vital energy signifies the absence of any life force. I find it curious how one could seek prey in a brothel, Lin Heng mused. The concept of patrons hardly needed elaboration. They indulged in pleasure, and how much vitality could they possibly possess? If one were to absorb young essence for cultivation, why not target those robust and vigorous young men? The three men lying on the bed were all around 50 years of age, which, according to the average lifespan of ordinary people, placed them well into the autumn of their lives. What could be gained by draining them? Very well, let us proceed as such. I believe I have a lead now. I suggest you compile a list, Lin Heng proposed. What sort of list? One that includes everyone who visited the brothel over the past 2 months, particularly those aged between 40 and 55. The head's expression grew somewhat apprehensive. Yet he nodded in agreement. The esteemed immortal, please wait a moment, I shall dispatch someone immediately. After approximately half an hour, a servant returned with a registry of names. The brothel maintained a record, thus the compilation was swift. Lin Heng perused the list, noting that there were 17 individuals aged between 40 and 55, 3 of whom were among the deceased. It is not difficult to discern that the deceased share not only a common age but also a notable similarity in their identities. All three individuals were affluent merchants from Jinma City, possessing considerable wealth. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow as he caught sight of the name of the head official. The head official's face flashed, and seeing this, he hastily defended himself. I went there to investigate the true culprit. It was certainly not all right. Lin Heng waved his hand dismissively. I understand. Do not be so tense, esteemed official. We are all men here. No need for such embarrassment. I do have a plan, and I hope you can assist me. Please do tell, and the Ministry of Justice will spare no effort. It's not that complicated. You will accompany me tonight. Lin Heng leaned in closer, whispering softly. This, the head official's eyes widened. Isn't this a bit too risky? What is there to fear? With me here, you may proceed with confidence. After outlining the matter, Lin Heng departed directly from the Ministry of Justice. It was midday. The stalls lining the streets of Jinma City had nearly all been cleared, leaving the thoroughfare open for the towering buildings behind. This was the customary business model here. Small vendors were only permitted to sell their goods early in the morning and late in the evening. Lin Heng meandered down the ancient street towards the west, the aroma of wine growing increasingly potent in the air. Before long, he found Yun Yao in a tavern. I'll have you finished your business. Lin Heng pulled out a chair, seated himself at the table, and poured himself a bowl of wine. After taking a sip, he replied, I have unraveled the situation. The evil cultivator's method of absorbing young essence is rather troublesome. Tonight I plan to take the head official to a brothel in order to draw the snake out of its hole. Lin Heng briefly explained his plan. The target of the evil cultivator was wealthy middle-aged men, and he intended to use the head official as bait to lure the perpetrator out so he could then subdue him. His only concern was that if he failed to overpower the opponent, the head official might meet a dire fate. It is indeed inappropriate for you to guarantee safety. After all, your cultivation is only at the second level, which is rather insufficient. However, I believe there is no need to rush. It is merely a B-level task, and we can afford to take our time, especially since there has been no news from your senior brother Yi. Yun Yao tore off a dark leg and began to eat heartily. Seemingly unconcerned about the task at hand, good heavens, you treat a sect mission as a public holiday, refusing to exert any effort. When you find yourself in trouble, the D-level mission will be shelved. And you may even fail to complete this simple task. Calculating the time, it seemed that the young master from the Lord's residence was due to arrive soon with a head to offer. The plot dictated by the author was as such: in every location there would inevitably be a lecherous young master coveting the heroine's beauty. Either the original protagonist would slay him, or the original heroine would do the same. Following this, the young master's father would unleash a wave of impotent fury, then send another head in retaliation. With a sprinkle of heroically rescuing the damsel in distress, the original protagonist would inevitably take on the role of a hero. While the transition was not novel, it would certainly aid Yetion in garnering favor. The young master from the Lord's residence, Yun Yao, paused momentarily, her brow furrowing in confusion, just as she pondered this. 3 impeccably dressed men surged through the door. "Young master, you've come to the wrong place. This is a tavern. The Yuliongdai house is next door. Let us head over there, and let Yuliong pour you a drink." 2 men dressed as servants supported a tipsy young man in the middle. The youth reeked of alcohol, as if he were already inebriated. "Wait," the young man pushed them aside, propping himself against the wall as he staggered toward a window seat. Lin Heng's lips curled into a smile, just as he had anticipated. "Good sir, your young lady is indeed quite lovely." Chapter 21, Selling the Senior Sister for 3,000 spirit coins. Young lady. Lin Heng realized that the other party had mistaken Yun Yao for his woman. The surrounding diners quickly recognized the young man in the pale blue attire and shifted their seats inward. The young master of the Lord's residence, Sun Yu, was a rather unpopular figure, infamous in Jinma City. It appeared that Sun Yu had set his sights on Yun Yao, and the 2 men were in for some misfortune. Given their attire, they seemed to be from out of town. Lin Hong hoped the young man could keep his composure, for irritating that fellow could very well make leaving the establishment a challenge. Recently, Sun Yu had committed a particularly heinous act in Jinma City. A couple of passing young people had caught his eye, and he had seized the woman right in the street. The woman's husband reported the incident to the Ministry of Justice, only to be thrown into prison and beaten. Had it not been for the ensuing public outrage, the man would likely have met his demise in jail. Ultimately, the resolution was simple. The Lord's residence compensated the man with 500 spirit coins to bury the matter. After all, how could an ordinary person without power or influence contend with the Lord's residence? Lin Heng shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder and remarked nonchalantly, "Is there a problem?" "Brother, you are from out of town, are you not?" "Indeed, and what of it?" Sun Yu grinned wickedly, his gaze fixated on Yun Yao. Having lived for over 20 years, it was the first time he had encountered such a beautiful woman. Just from a distance, her skin appeared several times fairer than that of the nearby Yuliong. He could not comprehend why other men's wives seemed more attractive than his own. Of course, had he known that the woman before him was a formidable golden core cultivator, he would have been too terrified to glance her way, even if given 100 chances. "Young master, we should really leave. If the master finds out," one of the servants attempted to persuade him, but was promptly kicked aside. "Get lost. I won't forcibly take a common woman." Sun Yu surveyed his surroundings and bellowed, "What are you all staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have you all arrested." Faced with the threat, the diners merely chuckled derisively. They were merely there to enjoy the spectacle, and Sun Yu lacked the power to arrest anyone indiscriminately. If he provoked public anger, it would ultimately be the Lord's residence that faced the consequences. "Brother, name your price, or I wish to invite your lady for a drink." Sun Yu dropped the pretense and directly inquired. 3,000 spirit coins, Lin Heng replied, holding up 3 fingers without hesitation. "What?" Sun Yu was taken aback. "Did I not make myself clear? I want to invite your wife for a drink, and you immediately quote 3,000. Yun Yao was equally stunned. "You really think you can just sell me for 3,000 spirit coins?" The diners around them were equally astonished, having never witnessed such a swift transaction of selling one's wife. Lin Heng looked up at him. You can't even produce 3,000 spirit coins. The conversion rate of spirit coins to spirit stones was 10 to 1. Meaning 300 spirit stones. That morning he had seen the registration ledger at the Ministry of Justice for the brothel, which listed not only names and identities but also expenditures. One individual had ordered a luxurious meal priced at 999 spirit coins. So a golden core level experience would certainly be at least 3 times that. He was currently worried about money for the brothel visit, and since he would undoubtedly be slapped dead by Yunyo later, he thought it prudent to extract some coins from San Yu before that inevitability. Yunyao clenched her fists, her gaze filled with goodwill and tenderness as she exchanged a glance with Lin Heng. Very well, if you wish to fleece me to allow you to enjoy yourself at the brothel, so be it. 3,000 it is, brother, you truly know how to live. San Yu gave Lin Heng a thumbs up and instructed his subordinates to produce all the spirit coins they had brought. A golden ring was worth 1,000 spirit coins, a moonstone was worth 1,500 spirit coins, and with a spirit pouch containing exactly 500 coins, Lin Heng accepted the items with satisfaction. All right, senior sister, you may proceed. Senior sister. With a resounding crash, the diners felt as though a shadow had darted past them. San Yu vanished from sight, embedding himself into the wall opposite, blood oozing from his wounds, causing the crowd to erupt in panic. The 2 servants were the first to react, rushing to the wall only to find their young master stuck, unable to pry him free. There was no need for further thought. Even if they managed to extricate him, he would surely be dead. Murder, murder. Yet, amidst the chaos, another figure soared through the air, spinning 3 times before crashing against the wall, leaving a large imprint. Yunyao retracted her fist and called out to the innkeeper. Boss, the bill. Heroine, please let me treat you to this meal. The innkeeper, covered in cold sweat, repeatedly refused. Who would dare accept her money? An ordinary person could never deliver a blow powerful enough to embed someone into a wall. It was clear that she was no ordinary cultivator. Yunyao gently shook her head, placing 50 spirit coins on the table before departing outside. She casually pulled Lin Heng from the wall, and together they made their escape. The 2 traveled from the west side of the city to the south, stopping in an isolated area. Enough with the act. Get up. Yunyao crouched down, rubbing his face. Honestly, it's like hitting someone and then giving them a sweet date. Lin Heng sat up, utterly speechless. He merely wanted to extract some coins. What was his fault? Did she truly need to strike him so fiercely? What? Are you so heavy-handed? Fine, fine. Senior sister may have been a tad excessive. Here, let me massage it out for you. Will you dare sell your senior sister again? Yunyao's eyes narrowed, finding some amusement in disciplining Lin Heng. Her nature was such, she often acted impulsively without thinking things through. Lin Heng, fully aware of her lack of foresight, still found himself caught in her antics. It was like a dung beetle colliding with a dung ball. There was no escaping it. Truly, one could not just lightly. Bastard, selling your senior sister in front of so many people. How dare you complain about such a reckless joke? Yunyao's mind was filled with endless complaints. Growing increasingly irritated, she vowed to herself that she was usually a gentle and refined lady. Unless provoked. As compensation, she gifted him a magical artifact she always carried with her. This, my dear friend, is a treasure I unearthed from the mystical isle during my venture into the depths of the sea a few years ago. It is known as the Spirit Treasure God. This remarkable artifact possesses the ability to pacify restless souls, capable of withstanding the assaults of foundational stage cultivators while producing resonant sound waves. As Lin Heng grasped the god, he swiftly rose to his feet. The god shimmered in hues of purple and gold, measuring merely the size of 2 fingers, short yet undeniably formidable. Is this truly a gift for me? Take it. I have no shortage of treasures myself. Being by my senior sister's side guarantees an abundance of fine items in the future, provided, of course, you do not provoke her wrath. Lin Heng accepted the treasure. And instantly the pain on his face seemed to dissipate. Meanwhile, in the Lord's manor, a middle-aged man clad in a brown robe with a ceremonial crown upon his head paced anxiously within the main hall. His visage marred by worry as he turned to address the figure cloaked in black seated nearby, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "What time is it? The dynasty has already caught wind of our dealings. Should the disciples of the celestial sect uncover our transgressions, not only will I lose my head, but you will also find no profit to reap in Jinma City." Qingshan sect has dispatched 3 disciples. One has already traced our activities to the Criminal Justice Department, while the whereabouts of another remain unknown. You must provide me with a solution. Sun Inan, the head of the Criminal Justice Department, was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. The sudden appearance of the Celestial Sect's members in Jinma City could not merely be attributed to a casual excursion. It likely indicated that the dynasty had discovered their machinations. Hence the considerable commotion. In truth, the recent spate of deaths at the Flower House was inextricably linked to the Lord's manor. Whether it be a D-rank or a B-rank mission, the roots of the matter lay within the Lord's domain. Shortly after entering the city, Lin Heng had made his way directly to the Criminal Justice Department. Although the Criminal Justice Department held an equal standing with the Lord's manor, it did not imply that it was devoid of the latter's minions. Thus, Lin Heng's investigation into the deaths at the Flower House had, to some extent, ruffled their feathers. The figure in black sat motionless in the main seat, his deep-set eyes obscured by a white mask, emanating an aura so cold that it betrayed no semblance of life. After a prolonged silence, he finally moved his stiff limbs to place his teacup down. In a gravelly voice, he remarked, "You fail to grasp one crucial point. The presence of the Celestial Sect in Jinma City signifies that the dynasty has been aware of this matter for some time. Your only option is to eliminate them. Eliminate them? How do you propose I accomplish that?" Sun Inan erupted in frustration. His outburst echoed the absurdity of a tale where the 9-headed insect commanded a henchman to eradicate Tang Seng and his disciples. He might as well eliminate the dynasty's supreme ruler and assume the highest position himself. The identities of those 3 individuals had already been ascertained. They were disciples of the Qingshan sect. Even if he could somehow erase them, would the Qingshan sect not retaliate? Moreover, one of them was a golden core cultivator. A single golden core cultivator could easily lay waste to Jinma City. With your abilities, could you possibly contend against them? The figure in black himself was merely at the foundational stage. Even 10 of him would stand no chance against a single finger of a golden core cultivator. The gap in realms could not be bridged by mere numbers. As of now, they only knew the whereabouts of Yun Yao and Lin Heng, while Yi Tian's location remained a mystery, along with his cultivation level. A hidden knife hung overhead, leaving no one at his dot. Of course, I cannot contend with them. The figure in black rapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, producing a steady sound, yet that did not mean the Blood Moon cult lacked the capability to intervene. Are you suggesting the Blood Moon cult will dispatch powerful individuals? Sun Inan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Indeed, our young master will personally arrive. Prepare 3 robust young men. Once the young master completes his cultivation cycle, we shall strike down those 3 cultivators. Let us choose the Flower House as our battleground, where the crowd will obscure our actions. Sun Inan furrowed his brow. First, the middle-aged man sought an older individual. Now he required young ones. Would he soon call for seniors as well? The Blood Moon cult was a notorious evil sect across the Tianxian continent, known for their secret arts that siphon the life force of beings to enhance their own powers. Typically, female cultivators drew upon young energy, while male cultivators harnessed in energy, achieving a balance of the two. Due to such nefarious practices, the Blood Moon cult had faced relentless suppression and extermination by numerous celestial sects, ultimately retreating into the shadows. If their collaboration with Jinma City were to be exposed, the entire Lord's Manor would undoubtedly face obliteration. Noticing Sun Inan's lingering hesitation, the figure in black stood, twisting his neck as he continued. You need not worry about the Qingshen sect causing trouble. I have devised a plan. As long as we lure those 3 outside the city, their deaths will not implicate you. Understand this? This is no longer a negotiation, but rather a necessity for you to rely upon me. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your demands. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Inan gritted his teeth in acceptance. At present, he had no choice but to lean on the Blood Moon cult. His decision to collaborate with them had firmly tethered him to their ship. This cannot be good, my lord, the steward rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. What is all this fuss about? Sun Inan snapped. Already overwhelmed with distress, surely nothing else could have gone awry. The young master, he has been slain before the Nameless Tavern in the western part of the city. Upon hearing this, Sun Inan's pupils dilated, his heart racing. What did you say? The young master, he was killed by a woman with a single strike. The body is right outside. Sun Inan burst through the door, and upon seeing the nearly unrecognizable corpse on the ground, his head rang with a deafening roar, causing him to stagger backward. He seized a handful of rubble and pounded the earth in fury. Damnable beast, how could you so cruelly murder my son? I shall make them pay. Black Robe, he rose, his gaze fixated on the figure before him. I demand that you bring the one who killed my son before me alive, or I will personally avenge my son, no matter the cost. With those words, his murky eyes blazed with an inferno of rage, and an overwhelming intent to kill surged from his being. At that moment, he longed to reduce that individual to ashes. The figure in black remained silent, neither acquiescing nor refusing. To kill a golden core cultivator was already a formidable challenge. Capturing one alive was an even greater impossibility. Give me some time, I will devise a plan for you. Meanwhile, on another front, Yun Yao, having just taken a life, displayed no signs of restraint as she brazenly checked into an inn. Lin Heng had already advised her to temper her demeanor, but his words proved futile. Instead, she reassured him to remain at ease. With no other recourse, he proceeded to the Criminal Justice Department to rendezvous with the chief. Upon his arrival, the chief was already waiting in the main hall. My lord, everything is prepared. Good. Lin Heng nodded. This matter has not leaked, has it? If word gets out, our ambush will be in vain. Rest assured, my lord. My 2 subordinates are exceedingly reliable, and I have yet to inform the Lord's Manor of this endeavor. To be frank, I suspected the Lord's Manor was involved the moment they attempted to downplay the severity of the case. The chief spoke earnestly. Oh, that is somewhat surprising, Lin Heng replied. Shouldn't the Criminal Justice Department and the Lord's Manor share a mutual interest in each other's welfare? Why do you harbor suspicions against them? Unexpectedly, the chief shook his head slightly. The Criminal Justice Department and the Lord's Manor are both administrative bodies authorized by the dynasty, albeit with different responsibilities. The Criminal Justice Department is tasked with upholding the law and regulations, while the Lord's Manor handles internal and external affairs and major decisions. This does not mean the Criminal Justice Department is beholden to them. Nor does it imply a scenario of mutual protection. Once they were assured of their privacy, the chief leaned in closer and whispered, in this world, each person has their own agenda. Sun Inan wishes to drag me into his schemes. Oblivious to the fact that I have seen through his machinations, only by toppling him can I seize the opportunity for advancement. The Supreme Lady of the dynasty has neither the time nor inclination to attend to the myriad corners of the mundane world. I yearn for progress. Without individuals like myself who aspire to rise, even the grandest entities would succumb to decay. Lin Heng began to piece it all together. It seemed the dynasty's investigation into the Lord's Manor was indeed a result of information leaked from the Criminal Justice Department. Yet he could not endorse the chief's exaggerated claims. In a broader sense, the situation in Jinma City bore no significant difference from that of the Qingshen sect. The Qingshen sect, with its 6 peaks and a main peak, comprised a total of 7 peaks. The peaks engaged in fierce competition over their vested interests, feigning camaraderie while secretly vying for dominance. In truth, from the elders down to the disciples, each harbored aspirations to devour one another. The celestial sects were no exception, and it was even more so in the mixed milieu of mundane and celestial realms that constituted the dynasty. Lin Heng paid little heed to these matters. His focus remained solely on enhancing his own strength, shattering the shackles of his predetermined fate. Be it Tian, the son of destiny, or even himself, the antagonist, there existed an irreconcilable contradiction that could only culminate in death. There could be no room for negotiation. Chapter 23, The Distinction Between Elegance and Vulgarity. South City Street, the flower house of witty words. As evening approached, South City Street, having borne witness to the tragedy at the flower house, no longer buzzed with its usual vibrance, yet flickering lanterns illuminated the surroundings. Occasionally, horse-drawn carriages would clatter by, leaving their marks on the cobblestone road. This flower house is truly magnificent, standing a full 9 stories high. Lin Heng exclaimed, gazing upward. Perhaps it was the overcast sky, but the towering edifice seemed to pierce the heavens. My lord, this flower house is the most heavily invested establishment in Jinma City. Nowadays, not only celestial beings but even affluent ordinary folk frequent this venue for leisure. As they conversed, they entered the ground floor of the building. Having made prior arrangements, the madam did not make a fuss but instead instructed 2 young ladies to attend to them graciously. Chief, a young master, this way please. May I inquire whether you two prefer elegance or vulgarity? Seeing Lin Heng's confusion, the chief chuckled lightly and explained, it is evident that you are new to this place. Elegance refers to the enjoyment of music and performance, allowing the mind to wander into a realm of nostalgia. Vulgarity, on the other hand, entails the company of charming companions, indulging in fleeting pleasures and whispered sentiments. What a night, steeped in the hues of ephemeral musings. Lying by the bedside whispering sweet nothings, one can articulate thoughts with such profound elegance. The mundane can be transformed into the refined, and the refined into the mundane. It is true that Lord Sisho possesses a wealth of knowledge. Yet this time we must intertwine the elegant with the ordinary. I implore you to indulge me in this endeavor. Fear not, for I shall cover the costs for that esteemed one. Oh, how delightful it is to navigate these matters. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, the 2 dismissed the female attendants. The 9-story pavilion occupies an expansive area, with each floor encompassing approximately 500 square meters. Each level is adorned with intricate carvings and splendid architecture, far surpassing the opulence of typical flower houses. Within this establishment, the air is filled with the melodious songs of nightingales, as beautiful attendants flit about. This is the most lavish investment in Jinma City. Designed for the leisure and entertainment of the elite, the flower house boasts numerous elegant chambers, along with private boxes catering to guests with particular tastes. At this moment, many young men and women embrace enchanting maidens, indulging in wine and merriment, engaging in lively conversations, or composing poetry. Lin Heng scanned the interior of the flower house and noted that the main hall was filled with a crowd, most of whom were dressed in resplendent attire. Lord Sisho, why are all these individuals gathered together? Haha, well, you see, Sisho replied with a glance, this is a gathering of literary elegance, where the attendees are either prominent scions of Jinma City or exceptionally talented scholars. On this 2nd floor, there is a talented woman named Su Rong, who is well loved for her artistry without compromising her integrity. Only those who can compose poetry on the spot will be granted an audience with her. Artistry without compromise, and yet so many are drawn to her, Lin Heng inquired, astonished. A fellow immortal, as men, surely you understand, the more talented and elusive a woman is, the more she is coveted, the harder to attain, the greater the desire to conquer. Cough, cough. Lin Heng lightly cleared his throat. It seems there is some truth to that. The unattainable star's restlessness, while that which is easily acquired is often taken for granted. Haha, Sisho, realizing the truth in Lin Heng's words, swiftly changed the subject. Let us proceed to the 3rd floor. Very well. The 2 ascended to the 3rd floor, the very site of the 3 recent murders. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of numerous women. Though Sis-Ho was nearing 50, he remained remarkably handsome, displaying a vigor that defied age. Lin Heng, clad in white and possessing striking features, exuded an air of elegance, captivating all who beheld him. For a moment the crowd gazed in rapture. However, one woman, upon seeing the two, exhibited a slight change in demeanor and retreated hastily into an elegant chamber. Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat. His gaze fixated on the direction of her retreat. She is a cultivator. The series of 3 murders left him unsatisfied. Indeed, the malevolent cultivator was insatiable. He had already formed a hypothesis, sensing the aura emanating from her even from 10 paces away. Their cultivation levels were likely comparable. Lord Sis-Ho, we may proceed with the plan as arranged. After you select the elegant chamber, I will remain next door. Should there be any unusual activity, I will be alerted immediately. Very well, then I shall enter first. Sis-Ho beckoned 2 women and made his way into room 3. Lin Heng opened the adjacent room, perfectly situated between Sis-Ho and the recently departed woman in the purple dress. Thus, he would remain vigilant to any movements on either side. The room was simply furnished with wooden tables and chairs. As Lin Heng stepped inside, he was greeted by a faint, ethereal fragrance. He glanced around the room, his gaze ultimately resting on a Zeton wood box on the table, emanating a delightful aroma, its lid firmly closed, concealing its contents. He gently tapped the box with his finger. Third. 3 crisp sounds resonated slowly, and moments later the box creaked open. Inside lay a jade pendant. A jade pendant. Lin Heng furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. Could it be an item left behind by a previous guest? He tentatively placed the jade pendant into the system space. As expected, the system provided information regarding the item. Name, wealth, key description: the key to the treasury of the City Lord's mansion. It allows the bearer to withdraw silver or exchange it for spiritual coins or stones at any bank within the city. Lin Heng's heart raced upon hearing this. He examined the pendant closely. It was circular, approximately 2 inches in diameter, and entirely jade green, translucent and resplendent, resembling a precious gem, unmistakably not an ordinary item. How could the key to the City Lord's treasury find itself here? Such an invaluable object could not have been carelessly discarded. He found it hard to believe that the pendant was left on the table without other guests noticing. The lingering fragrance in the room attested to the fact that this elegant chamber had not been vacant. Unbeknownst to him, his every move was being closely monitored by individuals from the City Lord's mansion. To kill requires justification. To slay a cultivator necessitates a legitimate pretext should disciples executing the mission harbor intentions of theft due to their status. Even if they perish in the process, outsiders would find no grounds for complaint. Though the scheme may be lacking in subtlety, success makes all matters easier. This was merely a plan directed at Lin Heng. Meanwhile, another scheme targeting Yun Yao was unfolding with meticulous precision. Lin Heng wasted no time and promptly secured the jade pendant. Once Yi Tian dismantled the entire City Lord's mansion, he would be poised to reap the spoils. Such wealth from an entire city would tempt anyone. While awaiting the arrival of his prey, he did not remain idle. Seated on the floor, he began to cultivate the Chingdi soul-devouring technique, preparing to open the 3rd spiritual wheel. Although 2 spiritual wheels could continuously refine spiritual energy and enhance cultivation, the speed was indeed sluggish. The idea of reclining and passively leveling up was, at present, unrealistic. He retrieved a solidifying essence pill from the system space and swallowed it. Buzz! In an instant, the medicinal power was rapidly absorbed, and a surge of rich spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. His cultivation persisted until the late hours of the night. The adjacent room of Lord Sis-Ho remained silent, while sporadic sounds of thumping and knocking emanated from the next elegant chamber. What nonsense! What on earth is the person next door up to? Why has the spiritual energy become so thin? The woman in the purple dress was also deeply engrossed in her cultivation, seeking to regain some strength before confronting Lin Heng next door. To her surprise, the spiritual energy around her seemed to be siphoned away, flowing ceaselessly into the void, forcing her to halt her practice. A mere second-tier chi refinement cultivator possesses such abilities. If I can completely seize this person's young essence, I can complete my cultivation cycle in just 3 days and break through to a higher realm. A thought flashed through the mind of the woman in purple. Her original plan for the night was to wait for an ordinary person to take the bait. Yet Lin Heng's decision to move next door stirred her interest. This man is a disciple of the Qingxian sect. Acquiring him would require no effort, and to eliminate him without utilizing his potential would be a great pity. Chapter 24, Capturing a Demoness. Tap. Mysterious incantations resonated throughout the room. Lin Heng's ears perked up slightly as he suddenly turned to face the front. The guest has arrived. There is no need for further concealment. As she spoke, the woman in purple descended gracefully, twisting midair to reveal a pair of fair, long legs, partially obscured by her sheer skirt. She was an extraordinarily beautiful creature, her fiery figure strikingly alluring. Had Lin Heng not previously encountered enchanting women like Meng Yutong and Yun Yao, he might have found himself captivated. This demoness possessed a beauty that could rival that of Yun Yao and the others. Lin Heng's heart stirred with a sense of protectiveness toward this exquisite beauty. A demoness, Jiang Ziyan's heart raced. There was someone else in the room. She hurriedly scanned her surroundings, realizing that aside from Lin Heng, there was no one else present. It would be a pity to kill someone who had delivered themselves to her. Capturing and sparing their life would also be advantageous. A third-tier chi refinement cultivator is only slightly stronger than myself. Capturing him should not pose a challenge, the voice echoed once more. She glanced at Lin Heng, her delicate brows knitting into an inward arc. He had not spoken, yet she could hear his thoughts as if they were spoken aloud. Do you think you can capture me, huh? Could it be that my intentions are so transparent? Realizing this, Lin Heng smirked, rising to his feet. Let's not be so eager. Your options are either to kill me or for me to subdue you. Capturing you to bring back to the sect for points feels somewhat unbalanced, so, Zhong Kaiyan let out a cold laugh. Humph, you, a mere second-tier chi refinement insect, I could squash you as easily as crushing an ant. And you dare to dream of subduing me? Her true cultivation was at the initial stage of golden core. Due to her unique constitution, her advancement would fluctuate over time. This process was referred to as revolving. And with each cycle her cultivation would increase significantly. To accelerate the speed of her cultivation cycle, the most effective method was to absorb life essence. Such an unusual method of advancement is unparalleled throughout the entire realm of cultivation. A demoness indeed speaks with bravado. Lin Heng stepped forward, drawing his sword from his waist, its tip aimed directly at her throat. After breaking through the chi refinement stage, his speed and strength had increased exponentially. Regardless of any flashy techniques, he aimed to strike with his sword. Bang! In an instant, their weapons clashed. A figure spiraled in midair, crashing into the wall. What the hell? Magical techniques? How can a chi refinement practitioner wield such powers? Lin Heng clutched his chest in disbelief as he stared at the woman before him. According to the hierarchy of cultivation, only those who had reached the foundation establishment stage should wield magical techniques. While she had employed a blade, she had directly infused it with magical energy during their engagement, leaving Lin Heng utterly astonished. Zhong Kaiyan advanced step by step while Lin Heng retreated cautiously, not out of fear, but rather to create distance and seize an opportunity. A mocking expression surfaced on Zhong Ziyan's stunning face. Having gauged Lin Heng's abilities in their initial exchange, she discerned that he possessed sheer brute strength but lacked any technique. Not only a second-tier chi refinement cultivator, but even a ninth-tier chi refinement practitioner would not stand a chance before her. Though her cultivation had temporarily declined, it did not imply that she was incapable of employing her magical techniques. Even if their power was diminished several-fold, it was not something a novice like Lin Heng could contend with. Moments ago, who spoke with such arrogance, demanding my submission? Who threatened to take my head in exchange for points? She raised her delicate foot, stepping lightly on the ground, and an invisible wave rippled outward, crashing against Lin Heng. He felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. As if he might kneel at any moment. Another display of supernatural prowess. She has reached the third stage of chi cultivation. How could this be, my lady? Is it too late for me to claim this is a misunderstanding? Lin Heng's body was somewhat rigid as he spoke. What do you think? Jiang Kaiyan retorted with an air of triumph, completely oblivious to the mysterious spiritual treasure god that had appeared in Lin Heng's hand. Surrender your resistance, you are no match for me. Become my subordinate, and I may spare your life. Jiang Kaiyan intended to capture Lin Heng and study him further, curious as to why she could hear his thoughts. Encountering such an oddity, she could not simply kill him outright. The tables have turned. Lin Heng regretted not retrieving the spiritual treasure god from the system space earlier. Had he carried it with him, perhaps this enchantress would have been ensnared by her own magical backlash. Come forth, enchantress, unleash your most formidable spells. Lin Heng ceased to mince words, drawing his long sword and launching an attack. This time he held nothing back, channeling all his true energy into his hand, summoning his strength to make her believe he was fighting for his life. The god's soul-binding power, influenced by the damage taken, meant that the greater her attack, the stronger the reverberation would be. Therefore, without her awareness, he had only one chance. Jiang Kaiyan snorted coldly. Indeed, she had fallen for his ruse. Noticing Lin Heng's futile attempt to resist, she prepared to unleash a harsh punishment. With a flick of her hand, a faint yellow ghostly flame appeared in her palm. She flicked her fingers, and the flame shot forth instantly. The ghostly fire danced, coalescing in midair into a 3-foot-long sword. The transformation technique, typically reserved for golden core cultivators, was astonishingly employed by a mere chi practitioner. Lin Heng's pupils constricted as he hurriedly swung his long sword to block the attack. Bang! The sword shattered. However, just as the remaining brilliance was about to envelop Lin Heng's body, the spiritual treasure god radiated a golden glow. Jiang Kaiyan's face flashed with surprise. Oh, what is this? A buzz! At the moment the ghostly flame sword collided with the golden membrane released by the god, a wave of sound reverberated outward. Jiang Kaiyan swiftly formed a barrier with her hands, yet the sound wave surged directly into her soul, rendering the barrier ineffective. Jiang Kaiyan spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward several steps before finally losing consciousness. Had she been at her peak, such a trivial trick would have posed no threat, but now, in her chi cultivation phase, despite possessing various supernatural abilities, she could not withstand the soul's tremors. I got her. Lin Heng gasped for breath, patting his chest as he stood. He quickly approached the woman in the purple dress. That little enchantress is quite formidable. Thanks to the god given by my senior sister, I might have truly fallen into your hands tonight. Lin Heng thought to himself, reflecting on her displayed strength, which was even more extraordinary than Yetion's. Observing the beautiful yet cold visage before him, Lin Heng bent down and gently placed her on the bed, thoughtfully tugging her skirt downward to cover her delicate legs. He then extended his hand to search her belongings, and after a thorough rummage he discovered a storage ring. The ring bore no restrictions and could be explored with his consciousness. Inside he found a length of black rope, a hairpin, 200 spirit stones, and 3 bottles of unknown elixirs. What is this? Lin Heng scrutinized the iron object in his hand, which turned out to be a seal, inscribed with 2 rows of peculiar characters and adorned with intricate patterns. He first tossed the rope into the system space. Item, 3rd grade locking rope. Description, the common rope in the cultivation world, often used for binding and capturing practitioners, though it is not as sturdy as one might expect. Item, 4th rank wood element peel. Description, a peel made from the essence of 100 herbs and the 1,000-ton wood, rich in life force, useful for healing injuries and absorbing wood element energy. Item, 2nd rank blood essence peel. Description, a peel specifically for female cultivators to replenish blood energy. You won't appreciate its taste. The items were rather meager. I expected treasures of greater worth. Lin Heng glanced at the woman on the bed. Noticing she seemed on the verge of awakening and hurriedly used the locking rope to bind her according to his experience, ensuring to make 2 loops in the front. Chapter 25. The scorching beast seal. Now it should be fine. The 3rd grade locking rope should keep her struggling for a while. After securing the knot, Lin Heng continued to sort through the spoils of battle. The hairpin was merely an ordinary object, not a magical artifact. The 3 bottles of elixirs had only the wood element pill of decent quality, which was somewhat useful to him. Oh, she is waking up. He smiled broadly at the stunning woman who had just opened her eyes, her gaze darting about as if plotting something mischievous. As Jiang Kaiyan regained clarity, she noticed the ropes binding her and panicked, exclaiming, "What have you done to me, you scoundrel? How dare you bind me? Let me go at once." Jiang Kaiyan was both embarrassed and furious. The manner in which she was bound was difficult to articulate. Lin Heng leaned closer, gently lifting her chin, stating, "Now, I will ask you questions, and you will answer. Failure to do so may result in unpleasant consequences. I can assure you, I am no paragon of virtue. You are now at my mercy, lacking the standing to defy me. You claim to be a young master. Tell me your name. Which sect do you belong to that has ties to the city lord's manor of Jinma?" Jiang Kaiyan turned her head in disdain, refusing to let Lin Heng touch her. "Blood Moon Sect." Jiang Kaiyan, the Blood Moon Sect, the 8th-ranked evil cult. What nonsense is this? Are you seriously claiming that the young master of the Blood Moon Sect has come to the flower house to prey on middle-aged men? Has the Blood Moon Sect fallen so low that it now requires its young master to hunt for sustenance? Not willing to tell the truth, are we? Slap. A resounding smack. Jiang Kaiyan was left stunned, disbelief etched across her face. You dare strike me? How dare you? Do you take me for a fool, relying on your meager strength to intimidate me with the name of the Blood Moon Sect? If you are the young master, then I am the holy son of the Qingshen Sect. You scoundrel, I am indeed the young master of the Blood Moon Sect. You, slap. Another strike. Jiang Kaiyan was on the verge of tears, so enraged she could barely speak. She had expected that upon hearing her name, Lin Heng would treat her with more respect. To her dismay, he did not believe her and allowed her to endure 2 slaps. Don't be too indignant, consider this a light punishment. If my senior sister were here, your head and neck would be severed. I have a second question for you. Do you know how to use this beast seal? Teach me how to use it and I may spare your life. Jiang Kaiyan, seeing the iron seal in his hand, gritted her teeth and declared, "That is mine, you cannot claim it for yourself." She had not anticipated that Lin Heng would know this was a beast seal. It was one of the few 6th-grade artifacts of the Blood Moon Sect. If it fell into the hands of an outsider, the sect leader would surely flay her alive upon her return. "My dear Kaiyan, do you not realize the time we are in? I am aware that this locking rope will not bind you for long, but understand this, killing you at this moment would be effortless for me. My sect's mission is to capture the instigator of evil in Jinma City. Let us assume you are indeed the young master of the Blood Moon Sect. Do you truly believe you can return alive?" Lin Heng smiled, shaking the iron seal in his hand as he continued, "If you do not allow me to reap some benefits, how could I possibly let you go?" Through his coaxing and a blend of soft and hard tactics, Jiang Kaiyan finally grasped her predicament. As Lin Heng had stated, it would take time for her to break free from the binding rope, and during that interval, she had no capacity to resist. The fate of defiance was evident, a dead end, and she did not believe Lin Heng would show her mercy. "Will you truly let me go? Are you not afraid that I will seek revenge upon my release?" "Ha ha ha, this foolish woman still thinks to threaten me." "Not at all," Lin Heng replied confidently. "I hope you keep your word." Jiang Kaiyan, listening to the continuous laughter echoing in her mind, felt quite disgusted. "You must drip your blood onto the seal to establish a connection. Then invoke the incantation to place the beast seal upon the door of the demon beast." Lin Heng followed the instructions, dripping his blood onto the beast seal, and indeed, he was able to manipulate it. With his exceptional innate talent, mastering the incantation was effortless. Before long, he could wield the beast seal with ease. Jong Kai-yen watched in astonishment as he swiftly nullified her control over the beast seal. The demon beast ranks 1 through 9 corresponded to the 9 levels of chi for human cultivators. This seal could command 5th-tier demon beasts, and it should also be able to control this enchantress. Right, though the beast seal and the slave seal had different names, they were essentially forms of summoning contracts. Lin Heng gazed at the beast seal, casting a glance at Jong Kai-yen on the bed. Lost in thought, what? He harbors such beastly intentions, what are you planning to do? Jong Kai-yen, seeing his expression turn predatory, retreated in alarm. You promised to let me go, you wouldn't dare break your word. Don't be alarmed, I will certainly release you, but before that I must at least test the effectiveness of the beast seal. Lin Heng advanced step by step, controlling the beast seal, his intentions unmistakable. Jong Kai-yen was horrified. You dare use the beast seal on me? Before she could finish, a horrific scream erupted. Lin Heng showed no mercy, even if Jong Kai-yen had not divulged the method of using the beast seal. He could have simply tossed it into the system space to check the description, however, that would waste too much time. It was quicker for her to explain, without the beast seal acting as a second layer of insurance. Lin Heng would never have promised to release her. From her eyes it was evident she was the type to bear grudges. Beast, I will not let you go, I will never forgive you, Jong Kai-yen shouted. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment of her life. A Gold Core stage cultivator had been forcibly branded with a beast seal, the seal intertwined with her soul, and despite her attempts to resist with her consciousness, she could not fend off the external force that invaded her. Indeed, her cultivation had regressed to the chi refining stage, rendering her utterly vulnerable even if she were at the foundation establishment stage. She would have had means to counteract. Ultimately, under Lin Heng's manipulation, Jong Kai-yen's forehead was successfully marked at its center with the beast seal. The pattern flashed briefly as if it had embedded itself into her skin. Disappearing without a trace, Jong Kai-yen lay on the bed with hollow eyes, like a marionette with its strings cut, her body filled with numbness and rage. Lin Heng sat beside her, pressing her small face to force her to meet his gaze. What is the matter? I haven't erased your consciousness. This should count as a success, right? Don't look at me like that. I had no choice. If I don't control you well, how can I feel at ease letting you go? Now, just remain quiet until my senior brothers and sisters send word. You can leave when we return home. Otherwise, if they trace you, they certainly won't be as lenient as I am. Jong Kai-yen remained silent, biting her lip fiercely as she fixed her gaze on him. You wretched beast, I will personally slay you, she thought bitterly. Lin Heng, seeing her fail to grasp his intentions, lost the desire to explain further. The task at hand was to capture the mastermind. His leniency toward Jong Kai-yen did not imply that Tion and Yun Yao would show her the same mercy. Letting her go now could potentially incite chaos in Jinma City. For safety's sake, it was best to keep her detained a while longer. Calculating the time, he noted they were nearing a critical plot point. It wouldn't be long before he received Yun Yao's distress signal. Chapter 26, Shattering the Gold Core to Bear Children. Early the next morning, noises emanated from the adjacent room. Si Shou had drunk himself into a stupor with 2 lovely ladies the previous night and had not heard the sounds of battle from Lin Heng's room. My apologies, esteemed immortal. I slept too soundly last night. Did anything happen? Suddenly, he caught sight of Jong Kai-yen, bound tightly to the bed. He was taken aback. Well, esteemed immortal, you sure know how to have fun, a bondage game. It looks like the fun isn't over yet. Lin Heng kept his eyes shut, methodically absorbing spiritual energy. After a long while, he finally spoke. The matter has been resolved. The villain has been driven away. Ha, he responded literally, though I did not capture him. He has sustained severe injuries and will not appear in Jinma City for a while. Rest assured, since Qingshen sect has undertaken the task assigned by the dynasty. They will not leave the matter half finished. Someone will be keeping an eye on things for the foreseeable future. As I Show, realizing, asked, so, esteemed immortal, does this mean we no longer need to stake out here? Indeed, good, Sisho exclaimed repeatedly, relieved to finally have a moment of peace. He had been exhausted dealing with various murder cases lately. I shall not disturb your tranquility any longer. As I Show departed, leaving only Lin Heng and Zhong Kaiyan in the elegant chamber. Zhong Kaiyan sat up, staring at Lin Heng, who was calmly cultivating, her brow furrowed. What kind of cultivation technique was he using that allowed him to absorb spiritual energy so swiftly, and why, after absorbing so much? Were there no signs of a breakthrough? She was bewildered. Throughout the night her attention remained fixed on Lin Heng. Not only was his cultivation method peculiar, but his mental processes were equally strange. By normal cultivation standards, absorbing such a vast amount of spiritual energy should have propelled him from the second to the third stage of chi refinement long ago, yet this fellow showed no signs of a breakthrough. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Heng was in the midst of opening his spiritual will, enduring immense pain and pressure. The third spiritual will was exponentially more challenging than the first two. At this rate, it would take him a considerable amount of time to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Time passed slowly. The entire elegant chamber, indeed the third floor of the brothel, was nearly drained of spiritual energy. With a muffled sound, after 3 full days, the third spiritual will successfully opened. Lin Heng retracted his aura, his cultivation having reached the third stage of chi refinement. Just then, his sect identity token began to emit a green light, followed by Yu Niao's urgent cry for help. Hurry, come to the south of the city lord's manor. The voice was fragmented, conveying only a few words. Lin Heng stood up, glancing at Zhong Kaiyan, who was still struggling. You stay here quietly until I return. No more antics. Bound by the beast seal, Zhong Kaiyan indeed ceased her struggles. However, once Lin Heng left, the restraints of the command dissipated immediately. Given the chance, she would certainly not sit idly by a wretched beast. This grudge has been formed. I, Zhong Kaiyan, shall not spare you. I will make you taste the most brutal punishment of the Blood Moon sect. On the other side, in Jinma City, South City, several teams had surrounded and in controlling the streets to prevent any pedestrians from approaching. Many ordinary people gathered at the outskirts of South Street. What is going on at the city lord's manor? Could it be they are capturing the mastermind behind the brothel's crimes? Someone wondered aloud. Among the crowd, a young man dressed as a waiter, with white cloth draped around him, clapped his hands to draw attention. They've surrounded our inn. The manager has been taken. What is going on? Are you the waiter from Qingwei Inn? What has Manager Li done? Yes, the waiter nodded, then added, the leader said it's for harboring a murderer. They're looking for a woman. It can't be the heroine who slapped Sanyu to death a few days ago, can it? It must be her. For Jinma City, it's a matter of ridding the world of evil. But she is also the only heir of the city lord's manor. What a mess. The crowd exchanged words, quickly piecing together the general situation. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Yu Niao had already fended off 5 waves of attacks. Her figure swaying precariously, barely holding her ground, the man in black stood not far from her, sneering. I must admit, the disciples of Qingshen's sect are formidable. It's rare to see a woman like you with such perseverance. Despite being affected by the soft bone powder, you've managed to hold on for so long. I admire you. The soft bone powder, as the name implies, is a poison that renders one immobile. It is colorless and tasteless, easily dissolving in water, making it undetectable to ordinary people. You dare to ambush me? Yu Niao glared with a cold expression, gripping her sword which was precariously balanced on the table. You are simply too arrogant. Killing the young master of the city lord's manor comes at a cost. If I weren't tasked with capturing you alive, do you think you would still be standing here now? Don't expect your 2 companions to come to your rescue. They won't make it in time. Ultimately, under the effects of the soft bone powder, Yu Niao could only withstand 2 more waves of attacks before collapsing. The enemy had poisoned her drink without her noticing. Such a covert ambush was nearly impossible to defend against. Even if she had been on guard, she never expected the city lord's manor would collude with evil factions so swiftly. Time passed, and when Yu Niao awoke, darkness surrounded her. Her mouth was gagged, and her hands were bound behind her. The effects of the soft bone powder had been removed, yet an inexplicable fire surged within her. A sensation that felt ominous. Bang! The door slowly creaked open, and light flooded in, allowing her to see her surroundings. She realized she had been imprisoned in a dungeon. Damn it, she cursed inwardly. Tap, 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 the sound of footsteps approached. And she focused her gaze to see the man in black and a rather gaunt middle-aged man walking toward her. Sun Inan glared at Yu Niao, speaking with venomous intent. It's you. The poison woman who murdered my son. Now you've fallen into my hands. The man in black glanced at him, his voice raspy. I've brought you the person. How do you wish to deal with her? If she escapes alive, no one can protect you. The implication was clear. Kill her without hesitation, leaving no room for her to escape. How to deal with her? Sun Inan scrutinized Yu Niao from head to toe. Initially, he intended to capture her alive for a slow and torturous execution, but now he had a new idea. I've changed my mind. In my lifetime, I've never tasted a gold core cultivator. Since she killed my son, let her bear a child for me as atonement. Yu Niao's eyes widened in disbelief, and a sudden surge of energy emanated from her, as if she were about to charge at this old fool. You intend to use her as a breeding tool, creating a new life? Isn't a bad idea. Perhaps you could even gain an offspring with potential for cultivation. The man in black pondered thoughtfully. Hearing this, Sun Inan's hatred diminished significantly, replaced by excitement. If his offspring possessed cultivation potential, then wouldn't the Sun family also become a family of cultivators? Chapter 27, The Plan to Deliver Ahead. I have a concoction that will help you better tame her. What is it? A specialty of the Daju Kingdom, the harmonizing powder. Just give it to her. Also, for safety's sake, I suggest shattering her gold core. Relying solely on binding ropes to suppress her is not a long-term solution. Even if she bears you a child, you cannot entertain the thought of letting her go. The man in black warned. All right, I'll follow your advice. Don't forget, there are still 2 others to deal with. You need to find a way to handle them. You need not worry, I've already dealt with 2, and the remaining one, who is currently missing, will inevitably come knocking on our door. He assumed Lin Heng had already been eliminated by Zhong Kaiyan. The 2 of them were unaware that their conversation was being overheard by Yun Yao. It was utterly unexpected that the minds of these 2 individuals could be so vile and malicious. To shatter her golden core and force her to bear children, she could scarcely imagine the depths of despair to which she had fallen. Regret washed over her. Had she known it would come to this, she would have remained dutifully by Lin Heng's side, fully aware that misfortune awaited her. She had nevertheless chosen to roam alone in a display of bravado. However, she found little cause for concern. Lin Heng had mentioned on numerous occasions that she would be saved effortlessly, yet the one to come to her aid would be Yi Tian. This implied that she would undoubtedly be rescued in the end. Meanwhile, upon receiving Yu Niao's distress signal, Yi Tian and Lin Heng made their way directly to the southern part of the city. As soon as they met, Yi Tian was the first to inquire. Junior brother, are you not with senior sister? Not at all. Are you not aware of senior sister's temperament? She enjoys wandering about, and how could I possibly locate her? I gathered information in the southern district, and it seems she has been captured by the lord of the city. The lord of the city? Yi Tian replied, somewhat astonished. What power does the lord possess to seize Yu Niao? Why would he want her? Lin Heng shrugged. She has killed the lord's son, and it is likely due to this incident. He deserves it. Yi Tian's gaze hardened as he continued, in recent days, I have thoroughly investigated the Lord's estate. They have been colluding with the Blood Moon sect, monopolizing trade around Jinma City. Not only have ordinary people been disappearing within Jinma City, But the surrounding areas are likewise afflicted. The Blood Moon sect appears to have intentions of emerging into the open. If I am not mistaken, the flower pavilion you were investigating is also entangled with them. Senior brother, are you suggesting that the Blood Moon sect intends to reveal itself? Are they not afraid of provoking a hunt against them? I am not entirely certain. I scoured the outskirts of Jinma City and discovered a mine where numerous corpses and barrels of blood were hidden. Among them I found the adornments of disciples from the Purple Void sect. They likely sent disciples with objectives similar to ours to investigate Jinma City, and it is evident that their disciples fell victim to the Blood Moon sect. Yet they have remained silent, not a whisper reaching the outside world. The so-called sect missions are a collaborative mechanism between the dynasty and the celestial sections. Each sect receives different tasks, and the Purple Void sect once accepted this so-called degrade mission. However, they failed. Instead of continuing, they passed the task to the remaining sects to complete. Who would believe that there are no issues within this? It must be said Etion's thoughts were astute after Yunyao's capture. She did not rush to the sect but instead conferred with Lin Hong to devise a foolproof strategy. It seems my senior brother Yi has already calculated everything. You will act as bait while I infiltrate the Lord's estate to rescue her. The credit for her rescue will be yours, but if things go awry, I will undoubtedly perish within. It was clear that Lin Hong harbored a cold amusement within. Etion's plan was straightforward, to send Lin Hong into the Lord's estate as a sacrificial pawn. Not expecting him to rescue Yunyao directly. What, does junior brother disagree with my plan, or perhaps, are you afraid of taking risks and reluctant to save senior sister Yao? Etion's voice dripped with iciness. Haha, Lin Hong feigned a smile, shaking his head. What are you saying? How could I dare to disobey my senior brother's strategy? When senior sister is in peril, how could I stand idly by? In the original narrative, he had not pondered extensively and had gone directly to the task at hand. Not only did he unexpectedly locate Yunyao's prison, but he also managed to escape successfully. In hindsight, Etion's actions were nothing short of a blatant scheme. To proceed could very well lead to his demise. Should he perish, the disciples recommended by Chen Yunpik would inevitably be Etion. Conversely, choosing not to act would cast him as ungrateful and unjust, leading to great disappointment for Yunyao. Once Etion captured her, with just a slight instigation, her temperament would ensure he would not fare well. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhong Kaiyan, after breaking free from her restraints, immediately contacted the figure in black. Young master, you do not appear well. Has that disciple from Qingxian sect been dealt with? The figure in black inquired. Not yet. Cease all plans, leave Jinma City at once and avoid drawing attention. But young master, we had agreed to assist the Lord's estate in resolving this wave of troubles. Zhong Kaiyan shot him a glare, silencing the figure in black. We have already dealt with the Purple Void sect. The Blood Moon sect is not merely a tool for them. The 13 cities of the Western continent are not limited to Jinma City alone. The figure in black trembled inwardly. Does this mean the young master intends to abandon Jinma City? But what of the master? I will explain myself in due course. Zhong Kaiyan stated bluntly. This is not the time to deliberate on Jinma City. The issues with Lin Hong have hindered my cultivation cycle, preventing me from recovering my golden core, rendering me no match for the other disciples of Qingxian sect. Of course, I cannot disclose that I have been marked with a beast seal. It will not be too late to seek vengeance against Lin Hong once I am prepared. The figure in black remained silent for a long while before finally nodding in agreement. This meant that the promises he had made to Sun Yinan had turned to naught. Luring the disciples of Qingxian sect outside the city and capturing Yunyao to shatter her golden core would all become empty words. He thought of informing Sun Yinan, but considering the Blood Moon sect's decision to abandon their interests in Jinma City, no amount of words would change anything. At this moment, the Lord's estate was abuzz with activity. Completely unaware that they had been deemed expendable and that danger was quietly approaching. Master, the potion has been administered to that woman. It won't be long before the effects take hold, the steward whispered to Sun Yinan. Sun Inan nodded. Is the figure in black prepared? Once he has incapacitated this woman, I shall exact my revenge for you. The figure in black went out a short while ago, he should return shortly. Good, then prepare the banquet and bring more wine. Understood. Chapter 28. The second choice. Meanwhile, Lin Heng had stealthily arrived outside the northernmost wall of the Lord's estate. Adhering to the plan, the estate faced south. And from this vantage point, one could easily scale the wall into the garden at the back. Yetion, on the other hand, approached the main entrance, calling out for Sun Inan to appear. This is no small feat. It feels as though I am a thief. If I recall correctly, the dungeon should be behind the garden, close to the main residence. Lin Heng swiftly climbed a tree, using the branches of 5 willow trees in the garden to ascend to the rooftop. His movements were quick and silent, so much so that the passing maids below took no notice. Upon reaching the main residence, Lin Heng leaped down. Noting that the surroundings were clear, he concealed himself in the nearest building. The air inside was thick with the scent of spices, and the crackling of fire could be heard intermittently. The kitchen. He had inadvertently wandered into the kitchen, where he spotted some smoked venison. His eyes lighting up at the sight. He had inadvertently triggered a side quest. Feast. Without hesitation, he tore off a leg of venison and began to munch. Finding someone required physical strength, and he might as well start with a bite to eat. Having spent so many days in Qingshen sect, he had been surrounded by elixirs and spirit fruits, nearly losing his sense of taste. He had yet to fast, unlike Yun Yao and the others, who could manage without food. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Heng cautiously exited the kitchen, lingering in the vicinity for a while. Finally, he discovered a mechanism hidden beneath a stone table opposite the restroom. Upon pressing the mechanism, a resounding rumble echoed as the ground began to collapse, revealing a dark entrance leading underground. Yun Yao, who was located underground, naturally heard the commotion. At this moment, the effects of the mixed powder had spread throughout her body, causing her to feel a slight flash and an overwhelming heat that threatened to overwhelm her senses. Senior sister, is that you? Yes, it's me. Hurry and save me. Hearing the familiar voice, Yun Yao could only emit muffled sounds due to her mouth being gagged. Lin Heng approached, attempting to use his sword to cut the ropes binding her, only to find that his efforts were in vain. Could it be a locking rope? Do not panic, senior sister. I will carry you out now. But I must clarify, this is purely a necessary physical contact. You must not take offense afterward. Seeing Yun Yao nod, Lin Heng felt reassured enough to lift her. To his surprise, she felt quite warm in his arms. A stark contrast to the icy touch she had before. Observing her appearance, he couldn't help but feel a pang of desire. What a pity it would be if she were never to become a plaything. Suddenly, Yun Yao playfully slapped him, albeit lightly and without malice, yet this unexpected action left Lin Heng momentarily bewildered. Plaything? I am no one's plaything. She truly could not fathom why Lin Heng's thoughts were always so improper. Senior sister, are you saying that your words carry no weight? In that case, I shall drop you. Don't hurry, we must go. I can't take it any longer. With her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her voice was sweet and pleading, stirring a sense of urgency within him. Oh no, someone has breached the dungeon. Sun Inan, who was outside negotiating with Yetion, was suddenly taken aback upon receiving the news. Soon after, the steward led a dozen servants to surround Lin Heng and Yun Yao near the southern wall. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the dungeon and abduct someone? Qingshen sect, Yetion. I shall send you lot on your way. Senior brother, allow me to add a few more heads to your tally. This scoundrel has nothing to do with me. Lin Heng promptly performed a spell, and his sword flew from its sheath. Despite having a small portion broken, it was more than sufficient to deal with these ordinary people. Swish, swish, the broken sword flew through the air and several beams of light flashed past. 10 severed heads scattered in all directions as Lin Heng retrieved his sword and lifted Yun Yao, stepping on one of the heads to leap over the wall. Lin Heng was somewhat taken aback. The perilous rescue operation had proven rather too simple when he appeared before Yi Tian, cradling Yun Yao in his arms. Yi Tian was astonished. How could it be that in less than a quarter of an hour you had managed to bring her out, junior brother? Did you encounter any obstacles? None at all. I didn't come across any members of the Blood Moon sect. A few unsightly foes were dispatched with ease. Yi Tian turned his gaze toward the blushing Yun Yao, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes. He surmised that she had been afflicted by a spring toxin. Junior brother, I have an antidote here. Take your sister away fast. I will handle the aftermath here. Yi Tian produced a pitch-black pill and handed it to Lin Heng. Upon seeing Lin Heng depart with Yun Yao, Sun Yinan was taken aback. Shouting for the steward, who offered no response. Black Robe, why do you still remain hidden? Yi Tian turned his head, coldly stating, did not the esteemed lord of the city assert that he had never seen my sister? How then did she emerge from your estate? He approached slowly, the oppressive aura forcing the latter to retreat involuntarily. At this moment even Sun Yinan, despite his confusion, grasped the reality of the situation. Ha ha ha, I have become a pawn. The black-robed figure, or rather the Blood Moon sect, had failed to uphold their promise. The flash of the sword severed a head, which tumbled to the ground, rolling until it finally came to rest at the edge of the steps. The matter was not yet concluded. The death of one Sun Yinan was insufficient to settle the score. The entire city lord's manor was destined to accompany him to the grave. Meanwhile, Lin Heng carried Yun Yao to the nearest inn south of the city. The innkeeper, perceptive to the situation, asked no further questions and promptly handed him the room KEY.AT. Last, having reached this point, it would not be long before Yi Tian could resolve matters at the city lord's manor. But what was the second choice? After all, Lin Heng gazed at the alluring scene unfolding on the bed. Feeling a parched dryness in his throat, the system had mentioned that the second choice pertained to whether Yi Tian could win Yun Yao's heart, as well as whether he could preserve his right leg. Having reached this juncture, the system had yet to issue any prompts. Never mind, let's first administer the antidote to her. Lin Heng, unable to comprehend the situation, took out the pill Yi Tian had given him. Sister, please open your mouth and take the antidote. However, shortly after Yun Yao swallowed the pill, the system's notification suddenly rang out. Plot, second choice description. The pill in your hand is called the 5-colored falling sun pill. One of the most potent antidotes to the spring toxin. If it interacts with other forms of spring toxin, it cannot be expelled through the body's circulatory system. Lin Heng's pupils constricted sharply. Leaving him stand in place, was the pill just now the 5-colored falling sun pill? Did Yi Tian not provide an antidote? Wait, could it be that? I understand now. It means Yun Yao's spring toxin could be managed through her own cultivation. And she could endure it. Once she ingests the pill given by Yi Tian, the only way to detoxify would be through a man. Damn it, what a monstrous scheme. After all this, my sister is being offered so easily. Lin Heng silently cast his fists clenched tightly. He never imagined that Yi Tian, as the original protagonist, could be even more depraved than he, the antagonist. Furthermore, was the system's plot prompt not too tardy? The pill had already been administered. And now this happened. It was over. What should I do? As he ground his teeth in frustration, Yun Yao, writhing on the bed, was equally alarmed. Though discomfort, her consciousness remained clear. Chapter 29. Sister, I beg you, do not look back. I truly am your senior brother. What? The falling sun pill? That scoundrel Yi Tian, in a bid to frame Lin Heng, would go so far as to give me such a pill. Beast. Yun Yao never anticipated that her junior brother, who had been by her side for years, would betray her thus. Remembering Yi Tian's previous demeanor, she felt a chill run through her. If this were true, Yi Tian had not only deceived her and her 4 fellow sisters, but had also outwitted their master. Panic surged within Yun Yao. She did not wish to be a pawn nor to let that scoundrel Yi Tian succeed. She could feel the potency of the pill beginning to dissolve. And soon her rationality would be entirely lost. Wait, it seems a crucial step was missing. What step? Lin Heng continued his internal monologue. Why Etion had instructed me to ensure Yun Yao was settled before signaling him with the identity token. Which means he has no idea of my current whereabouts now that Yun Yao has ingested the pill. If I signal Etion to come over, he would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation to frame me for dragging Yun Yao. Lin Heng suddenly realized that the choices were not limited to two. The foundation of the first two choices was based on signaling Etion's location. What if I do not send the location? Yun Yao must rely on a man to detoxify after taking the pill, and in this room, he was the only man present, which meant Lin Heng found himself in a dilemma. If he left Yun Yao unattended, she might suffer irreversible damage from the spring toxin, which could even endanger her life. If he allowed Etion to take advantage, her future fate might indeed be tied to the brothel. It was not so much an overflow of compassion. Primarily, he did not want to be on the receiving end of Etion's wrath. Sister, I have no choice, for my sake, and to alter your future fate. You cannot blame me. Yun Yao's consciousness was already hazy, but she likely sensed his intentions and felt no resistance. Compared to the beast that was Etion, she would rather give herself to Lin Heng. Though Lin Heng was somewhat juvenile, he at least seemed far more amusing, and her fondness for him was greater than that for ordinary men. The effects of the pill began to intertwine with the residual effects of the previous drug, quickly amplifying their impact. She felt as if she had plunged into a sea of magma, engulfed by a scorching heat. Then came the soft voice, Sister, please rest easy. I have matters to attend to. But Yixiong will be here shortly. What else is there to do? The sound of footsteps gradually receded, followed by the closing of the door. Lin Heng stood outside, exhaling deeply, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Success or failure hinged on this day. Etion, did you not wish to rely on me to win over Sister Yun Yao? Alas, this ripe fruit can only be plucked by me. Lin Heng's gaze was resolute. Should he savor this meat well, he would feast on it abundantly, and even if he did not, it would not implicate him. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Heng slowly pushed the door open. He wore a black mask. Having deliberately changed his appearance, he had to admit this was quite exhilarating. At that moment, the scene in the room had escalated to a level beyond description. The scattered white garments, ample proof of the torment Yun Yao had endured. Lin Heng reached out to touch her forehead only to find it burning fiercely. Had she lost consciousness? TSK, come now, sister, get in position. Wait, what is this? In the following moments, the room was filled with a series of urgent sounds. After a considerable while, Lin Heng felt a significant shift within himself. The antidote worked swiftly, but its effects were fleeting. Yun Yao's consciousness gradually returned to clarity, and her involuntary movements indicated a flicker of inner conflict. The sounds of her breathing, the rhythmic patter of raindrops, and the wind rustling outside composed the entire scene. Etion. Why, Yun Yao's eyes, buried in the pillow, appeared somewhat vacant. She could not raise her head or turn her body. Her eyes glistened with moisture, believing Lin Heng had ultimately failed to muster the courage to summon Etion. An entire hour passed, the previously steady flow of air disrupted. She seemed to regain some semblance of awareness and slowly lifted her neck. Lin Heng, startled, hesitated to move, silently praying, Sister, I beg you, do not look back. I truly am your brother. The solitary plea caused her to tremble slightly. Struggling to turn her head, she was met with a masked face. The clumsy ruse appeared starkly inadequate at this moment. Upon realizing that the figure behind her was not Etion but Lin Heng, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, perhaps due to the pill's effects. She even experienced a hint of morbid delight, yet simultaneously, the flicker of revulsion surfaced within her. Scoundrel, why resort to such elaborate ruses? If you had simply offered the antidote openly, I would not have harmed you. Even if you feared exposure, or dreaded my wrath, you should not have donned a mask to impersonate another. Scoundrel, truly a scoundrel. Just wait until this is over, I shall make you pay. Was she not so weak? She would have undoubtedly swung around to slap him dead. I must prepare for the storm. Once she regains full consciousness, it will be the end. After this, I must return to the brothel to check on the little demoness. Then head to the bank to open a blind box. Meanwhile, on the other side, Etion, having taken control of the city lord's manor, had been continuously sending signals to Yu Niao and Lin Heng. Yet received no response. What is happening? Have they encountered some trouble, or have they already left Jinma City? Otherwise, how could there be no news? Could it be that he did not administer the pill to Yu Niao? The identity token can only transmit messages within a 10-mile radius. If they left Jinma City early, he would likely not receive any updates. Of course, there was also the possibility of intentionally ignoring his messages. Based on Etion's understanding of Lin Heng, he had no reason or courage to harm Yu Niao. If he dared to entertain any ill intentions, Yu Niao would surely activate her identity token to seek his help. After much contemplation, Etion, carrying the bag containing Sun Inan's head, decided to return to the sect to report her. This antidote is no easy task. I must remain vigilant regarding her condition. She surely hasn't discovered my presence. Lin Heng hastily pulled up his trousers and fled, yet unease began to creep into his heart. There is a saying, with a bag over one's head no one is loved. With a tug of his hands, life and death hang in the balance. In the presence of others, one may appear submissive, yet behind closed doors, one strikes back with fervor. Along the way, the constables donned in the official attire of the criminal division traverse continuously. As the downfall of the city lord's mansion reverberates throughout Jinma City, from the noble families to the common folk, the shock is palpable. The sole beneficiary of this upheaval is the criminal division. While the chief appears remarkably composed in his efforts to restore order amidst the chaos, many establishments associated with the city lord's mansion have shuttered their doors, yet discussions and speculations abound. Some applaud the turn of events, while others harbor silent concerns. Given the diverse interests represented, opinions naturally diverge. Upon returning to the Flower Tower, Lin Heng discovers that the chamber where the enchanting demoness was imprisoned is now vacant. All that remains are the broken shackles and a sheet of rice paper inscribed in blood ink, ominously instructing Lin Heng to prepare for his impending doom. Dismissing the warning, he tosses the paper aside. When suddenly a chime resonates in his mind. Chapter 30, is Zhong Kaiyan also the female protagonist? Ding, hidden plot triggered, unlocking the hidden bond with Zhong Kaiyan. Description: Zhong Kaiyan, the junior leader of the Blood Moon sect, was destined to be defeated by Etion after the fall of the city lord's mansion, thus becoming a candidate for the harem. However, the host seizes the opportunity, utilizing the beast seal to disrupt the original narrative, severing the connection between the original protagonist and the female lead. Note: this represents a significant breakthrough. Although you will face the demoness pursuit in the future, who knows if love will blossom from hatred? What Zhong Kaiyan is, the female lead. Lin Heng stands in disbelief, momentarily stunned. His recollection of the original plot is hazy, leaving him unaware of Zhong Kaiyan's storyline. According to the system, had he not intervened, Etion would have encountered Zhong Kaiyan's ambush after leaving Jinma City. The author's usual patterns are well understood. Typically, the original protagonist would easily defeat the female lead, then flaunt his superiority before her, perhaps following up with a romantic gesture or subduing her as a maid, employing a strategy of initial suppression followed by reward, thus inflating the emotional stakes. Yet now, Lin Heng, through a serendipitous turn of events, has managed to seize control of Zhong Kaiyan. It is no wonder he perceives the task as remarkably straightforward, devoid of any hurdles, for the entirety of the Blood Moon sect rests upon Zhong Kaiyan's shoulders. She intended to drain him to accelerate her own cultivation, yet unwittingly ensnared herself in the process. This predicament is troublesome. It hasn't been long, yet he has already offended so many female leads. Due to his confrontation with the sect, Meng Yutong is eager to eliminate him for exploiting his senior sister. Yun Yao will undoubtedly seek retribution, and now, having offended the demoness, Zhong Kaiyan has explicitly demanded his head. Lin Heng finds himself questioning his existence, having inadvertently amassed the full brunt of the antagonistic aura surrounding him. East of the city lies the granary, where 3 massive stone pillars stand like incense sticks before a rounded archway. This site harbors the entirety of Jinma's revenue accumulated over the past 5 years. Following the downfall of the City Lord's mansion, the personnel from the criminal division were the first to seize control of this location. Dozens of officials, armed with long knives, guard the entrance, while several white-haired artisans fumble with their tools in a futile attempt to breach the vault. After half a day's struggle, they have yet to open even a single granary door. You have 3 incense sticks worth of time. If you fail to open it, do not blame me for being unsympathetic, the leading official growls, grabbing an artisan by the collar. Amidst the turmoil in Jinma City, all classes, from nobility to commoners, are scrambling to reclaim properties associated with the City Lord's mansion. Ostensibly, all gains are to be confiscated, awaiting the establishment of a new City Lord's mansion. However, in reality, these individuals are pilfering the very assets they are supposed to safeguard, leaving little for the new authority. In times of upheaval, both the criminal division and the City Lord's mansion find themselves in similar predicaments. The chief had once vowed to rid Jinma City of its scourge, yet now he himself has become the new scourge. Is it not a farcical cycle of dynasties? Time swiftly passes, and as the 3 incense sticks burn low, the leading official kicks the elderly artisan to the ground, cursing, "Useless, a bunch of useless fools. If you cannot manage even this trivial task, do not blame me for taking you back as a scapegoat." The task assigned by the criminal division was to seize all benefits associated with the City Lord's mansion. Any who resist would face immediate execution. Each execution garners a corresponding reward, thus the inability to claim the granary's assets provides ample opportunity for them to return with heads to claim glory. Justifying the executions is a mere matter of fabrication. They can easily concoct a narrative of defiance and refusal to comply. As the blade hovers ominously, an unexpected hand seizes the official's arm. The official gasps in shock, turning to see a strikingly handsome youth in white, yet before he can utter a word, a sickening crack resonates as his arm twists grotesquely, reversing a full 180 degrees. The shriek of agony shatters the silence, prompting the other officials to draw their blades in alarm. Lin Heng's gaze remains indifferent as he swiftly seizes the weapon from the fallen official's side. Executing a graceful spin that results in 6 heads rolling simultaneously, finally, he plunges the blade into the chest of an adjacent official, silencing the screams as a round head thuds onto the ground. The entire sequence unfolds seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. Lin Heng glances at the bloodstains on his sleeve, his brow furrowing slightly. He is certain that this is not the blood of Yun Yao. What a nuisance. My garments are sullied once more. At this moment, the artisans who narrowly escaped death at the hands of the blade stand in utter shock until Lin Heng's gaze falls upon them. "Please, great immortal, spare our lives," they plead, prostrating themselves, each invoking the title of Great Immortal in fear of being slain as well. The term Great Immortal is a common form of address for cultivators among ordinary folk. Before him stands a figure clad in white, capable of dispatching 7 men in an instant. Surely he must be a divine being. "Rise," Lin Heng replies coolly. "I can spare your lives, but you must keep your silence regarding what transpires here. I would prefer not to attract the attention of the criminal division. Should you inform them, I will personally ensure your demise." Lin Heng's intention was never to save them. Their lives were of no consequence to him. His priority is to swiftly access the granary and unveil its treasures, necessitating the removal of these officials. To minimize disturbance, he deliberately waited until the patrol on the other side of the street had vanished before taking action. "The criminal division is ruthless. You saved us, Great Immortal. We are eternally grateful," the artisans assure him repeatedly. Ordinary people are often swayed by the prospect of self-preservation. As long as they are unharmed, they will align with whoever offers them safety. Moreover, Lin Hang is a cultivator. Even if they were to report him to the criminal division, what could they offer in return? It holds no real significance. After the artisans dispersed, Lin Hang approaches the first granary on his left. Inserting the key into the central lock, he hears a series of mechanical clicks as ancient gears begin to turn. The grand circular door slowly ascends, revealing a roller door. Let us see what treasures await within. Chapter 31. What does it mean to live 300 spirit stones? The interior is vast, illuminated by luminous pearls embedded in the walls, providing clarity to the otherwise dark chamber. The floor is cluttered with crates and various items piled high. An astonishing quantity indeed. Lin Hang cannot help but marvel. The sheer volume of worldly goods evokes a sense of long-term accumulation, as if they have been hoarded and seldom utilized. Even the Chenyun Peak possesses a storeroom filled with goods. Yet despite Meng Yutong's century of management, little of value has been amassed. Spirit stones, elixirs, and iron tools are consumed as quickly as they are procured, with a master who cannot manage their resources. His disciples inevitably share the burden of hardship, and there is a considerable amount of grain as well. The affluence of Jinma City surpasses all expectations. Lin Hang's mind races. He deems the grain unnecessary. As cultivators rarely require sustenance after achieving a state of fasting, this table is of fine material, he muses, running his hand over its surface, which feels remarkably smooth. A particular object embedded in the table catches his eye. What is this? A stone. As Lin Hang concentrates, his fingers spread wide upon the table, and as his vital energy flows, an inexplicable attraction ensues. With a resounding thud, a stone the size of a grinding wheel emerges from the table. Lin Hang inspects the dark stone closely. It appears to be a mineral, distinctly different from ordinary stones. Is it fading? He exclaims in surprise as the black impurities on the stone surface begin to peel away, revealing a lustrous silver gleam beneath, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring. Water Spirit Mother. This is the purest water attribute spiritual material found only in the depths of aquatic realms, with access to the celestial atlas and system space. Lin Hang is naturally able to recognize its significance. The Lord's Mana is truly a waste of heavenly resources. Embedding the Water Spirit Mother into the table as mere decoration, what a talent! He murmured. The Water Spirit Mother is the essence of countless waters, brimming with formidable vitality and energy, capable of nourishing the flesh, accelerating the cultivation of relevant attributes, and even bestowing a hint of talent enhancement. If this treasure were placed at an auction, it would undoubtedly serve as a prominent centerpiece. In the realm of cultivation, there exist 4 forbidden zones, and perhaps only the Changming River could yield such a treasure. Never mind its origin, I shall take it first. He needed to act swiftly. If Yunyao awakened, she might trace back to this location. If she were to see these treasures, they would surely be snatched away. Moreover, the people from the punishment office were still patrolling nearby. If they discovered the corpses lying outside, it would inevitably lead to further bloodshed. In the first treasury, apart from the finest Water Spirit Mother, he also discovered a 10-pound meteorite. As the name suggests, the meteorite is a product formed during the violent collision of comets, making it an excellent material for weapon forging. In the second treasury, it was almost entirely stocked with grain, with only a few empty treasure chests of any value. Seeing no valuable items, Lin Hang decided to take down the luminous pearl from the wall. This blind box left him with a feeling of having lost out. In the third treasury, upon opening the door, he was met with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Lin Hang was overjoyed. Good heavens, a fortune, an entire storehouse of spiritual coins. The spiritual coins in this warehouse were even more astonishing than in the second. They were densely strung together by ropes. It was conservatively estimated that the quantity of spiritual coins exceeded 1 million. At a 10-to-1 exchange rate for spirit stones, that equated to 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones, what a concept! The Qingxian sect distributes only about 500 to 1,000 spirit stones to its disciples each month. As for Meng Yutong, her salary as an elder fluctuated around 3,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones would suffice for him to live without eating or drinking for several hundred years. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled with greed, his desire evident. In both the world of cultivation and the mundane, wealth reigned supreme. After accumulating wealth for several years in Jinma City, it was no wonder the dynasty was so willing to maintain secular stability. Lin Heng cautiously stored all the spiritual coins into his system space and continued to explore the remaining items. At the far end of the warehouse stood a weapon and armor. The armor, a dull grey-brown, had evidently gathered dust for quite some time. Lin Heng casually picked up the armor and gently caressed its surface. The armor was intricately adorned with dragon and phoenix engravings. Exuding an air of ferocity and dominance, as if donning it would allow one to conquer the world, this armor was of the highest grade of magical equipment. It was such a waste for the Lord's Manor to leave so many treasures unused. Simply gathering dust here, Lin Heng whispered, his eyes fixated on the other two items, a fist-sized black pearl and a vibrant green spiritual herb. The black pearl was smooth and black, emanating a rich black mist, as if it could consume one's heart. It contained powerful spiritual fluctuations, yet upon entering the system space it displayed no descriptive hints, which was rather peculiar. Could the system truly be unable to identify this item? After some contemplation, he decided to keep it within the system space for further study later. As for the green spiritual herb, it was a rare find, bloodji grass. This spiritual herb grows in exceedingly rare underground locations, with a lengthy growth cycle, producing thumb-sized bloodji fruits only once a year. This spiritual plant is also quite scarce in the market, yielding only one fruit per harvest, 9 times a year. The bloodji fruit is infused with potent vitality. Even the weakest individual consuming it would experience a boost to their physical constitution, becoming lively and energetic. What a splendid treasure! Bloodji grass is an excellent choice for refining elixirs or for cultivation. Lin Heng's heart raced with excitement. This trip to Jinma City was truly worthwhile. Not only had he benefited from Yun Yao's generosity, but he had also gathered so many treasures. Meanwhile, at the inn, Yun Yao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, only to be met with a wave of pain radiating from her body. Supporting herself with her arms, she surveyed her surroundings, which were littered with scattered garments. Her fragrant shoulders were exposed, and her once flawless skin now bore an inexplicable layer of grime. This, cough, her voice faltered, and she was suddenly seized by a fit of dry heaving. Her throat was not only sore but also had an odd taste. Suddenly, a dreadful thought surged in her mind. Could it be that she had? Her head buzzed, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Taking several deep breaths, she struggled to steady her mind. After a considerable time, Yun Yao retrieved a new outfit from her storage ring. It was once again the familiar fire-red gown, red like fire, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. Standing before the mirror, she groomed her hair, and the bite marks on her snow-white neck were glaring. Even makeup could not conceal them. Suddenly she noticed something gleaming on the table. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a pile of glimmering spiritual stones. Counting them carefully, there were a total of 300. Were these left by Lin Heng? Wait, something was amiss. Wearing a mask and feeling guilty was one thing, fleeing afterward without a word was another. What did leaving behind spiritual stones signify? Yun Yao furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling the incident at the hotel in the southern part of the city, where Lin Heng had intended to sell her 3,000 spiritual coins to the Lord's Manor's young master. In a fit of rage, she had killed that man. 300 spiritual stones, converted to spiritual coins, amounted to exactly 3,000. Could it be of Lin Heng? Realizing this, Yun Yao furiously crushed the spiritual stones in her hand. Was this his way of treating her like a courtesan? To leave without a word was already a clear indication of his irresponsibility. And now he had the audacity to treat her as if she were a flower girl. Taking a deep breath, Yun Yao relaxed her tightly clenched fists. It was nothing, she, as a senior sister, Needed to be magnanimous. A little punishment for her junior brother's mistake would suffice. The coward who felt guilty for his misdeeds was not afraid of a broken leg, so she would confiscate the tools of his crime. Speaking the most venomous words in the gentlest tone, she recalled Lin Heng had murmured before leaving that he would visit the money bank. Lin Heng had acted boldly, yet he should not have donned a mask to impersonate Yi Tian. Nor should he have harbored thoughts of treating her like a courtesan. Anger aside, she ultimately decided to keep the remaining spiritual stones. In reality, these 300 spiritual stones had been taken from Zhong Kaiyan. Lin Heng had intended to leave her some spiritual stones to replenish her vitality and restore her strength, yet Yun Yao's wild imagination had intertwined past events. If Lin Heng were to discover her misunderstanding, he might have simply refrained from taking any extra actions. Chapter 32 The indestructible body of Han Yuan. Unbeknownst to them, the day gradually darkened. Within the punishment office, the lights blazed brightly, and the grand hall was filled with an air of solemnity. A group of guards stood in perfect formation on either side, their expressions grave. At the head seat sat an elderly man with pure white hair and beard, frowning in contemplation. Father, the treasury has been completely emptied. Have we not labored for the punishment office in vain? A handsome young man inquired. We shall wait for the people from the punishment office to return and discuss matters. Then the elder replied in a deep voice. If they have hidden the items away, I will ensure they understand the consequences of deceiving me. If the items are truly lost, I have my methods to trace them. As for you, one must not act impulsively. It is somewhat unwise to snatch food in front of the Blood Moon sect. Yes, father, I shall heed your advice. San Hao replied. The elder, named San Deoya, hailed from the Black Mountain of the Western continent and was known as the Black Mountain Elder. He was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm and held considerable renown throughout the Western continent. In plotting for the set of armor within Jinma City, they had covertly collaborated with the punishment office. Gathering evidence of collusion between the Lord's Manor and the Blood Moon sect to report to the dynasty, once successful, the hidden set of armor from the punishment office would belong to them. Before long, the head officer hurriedly returned with his subordinates. Your Excellency, forgive me, the situation has become clear. The 3 treasuries and 5 money banks have been nearly ransacked. Are you implying that our items are also gone? San Deoya's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. Your Excellency, please do not be angry. We cannot bear the full blame for this. The Lord's Manor used the treasury keys as leverage, allowing the disciples of the Qingshen sect to take advantage. Not only have your items been taken, but even the tax revenue of Jinma City for the past 5 years has been plundered. The head officer clenched his teeth in frustration. He could not have anticipated that the disciples of the Qingshen sect would engage in such underhanded dealings. Now, with the Lord's Manor obliterated aside from the opportunity for promotion, he stands to gain little else. If he were to vent his anger on the Black Mountain Daoist, he might not survive the night. Humph! San Deoya coldly snorted at the sight of his subordinate's pathetic demeanor. Very well, I shall retrieve the items myself. Do not forget your promise. I will only give you 3 days for the 5,000 spirit stones. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. I will certainly gather the 5,000 spirit stones for you. The head officer repeatedly expressed his gratitude, finally breathing a sigh of relief as San Deoya ceased his inquiries. After departing Jinma City, San Deoya took the sword sheath obtained from the treasury and employed the technique of aura tracing. Upon opening his eyes, he found a black thread twisting and winding before him. This individual was heading towards the southwestern Zigu Valley and surprisingly had not returned to the Qingshen sect. Heaven is aiding me, he remarked nonchalantly. The southwestern Zigu Valley, I recall it leads directly to the Shushui River. Could he be heading to Yenyun City? Among the 13 cities of the western continent, only Yenyun City was situated in the southwestern waters. The quickest route from Jinma City to Yenyun City was indeed through Zigu Valley. Let us go. I hope we can intercept him in the valley. If he enters Union City, it will become increasingly difficult for us to act. Understood. However, Father, there is something I do not understand. Before he could finish, San Deoya interjected. You wish to inquire about the armor? San Hao nodded. For the sake of this so-called armor, the father and son had risked spending an entire year facing the danger of being discovered by the Blood Moon sect while collaborating with the Punishment Office. San Deoya, however, had never imparted any information about the armor to him. In other words, during the years he had spent alongside his father, he was entirely unaware of their dealings. Ultimately, when the item was stolen, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of it, which would leave anyone feeling disheartened. Very well, it wouldn't hurt to tell you now. The reason I didn't share it earlier was that I feared you might lose your composure. To elaborate, this matter dates back quite some time, approximately a century ago, when your father was merely an ordinary individual foraging for wild vegetables in the Black Mountain. During one descent, I stumbled upon two factions of cultivators engaged in a fierce battle halfway down the mountain. Their conflict so intense it nearly leveled the entire peak. Eventually, one side unleashed some treasure, shrouding the entire Black Mountain in a dark mist, and then, San Hao inquired, then they all perished. Indeed, had I not hastily descended the mountain, I too would likely have met my end amidst that chaos. When the dark mist eventually dissipated and I returned to the mountain, those two factions appeared as if drained of all vitality. Their forms cloaked in darkness, save for one armored figure. He alone survived miraculously, but regrettably, I was so preoccupied with my own gain that I neglected to heed his cries for help. After his demise, I discovered a martial art manual on his person, which is none other than the Wind and Thunder true scripture that you and I now cultivate. Now you can comprehend why I so fervently desired the armor he possessed. Indeed, reflecting on it now, that armor must have been extraordinary, otherwise, how could one explain that he alone survived beneath the dark mist? However, he did not elaborate too much to his son, for he had told a partial lie. That man had not actually died and had indeed called for help, yet rather than standing idly by, he had actively aided the man on his path. Now a righteous person, revealing his past transgressions of killing and plundering, would surely tarnish his esteemed image in his son's eyes. San Hao suddenly realized. No wonder his father placed such importance on that armor. The Wind and Thunder true scripture was not a product of the Tianxian continent, and those cultivators were most likely from beyond. Merely through the Wind and Thunder true scripture, both father and son could ascend to the ranks of cultivators, highlighting the exceptional nature of that original group. Regrettably, San Deoya had not been able to seize the treasure in time. As the officials from the Jinma City Lord's mansion arrived to cleanse the battlefield, meanwhile Yun Yao had also employed a tracking technique. The tracking arts of the cultivation world number in the hundreds. Yet their underlying logic remains similar, tracing residual traces of breath, with Lin Heng's aura permeating both inside and out. Capturing him should be a mere trifle. Naturally, the effectiveness of the tracking technique is influenced by the practitioner's cultivation level and the grade of the technique itself. Dispel the tracking technique is quite simple. One merely needs to refine their own aura anew. Alas, Lin Heng, in his carelessness, blissfully fled without a second thought. In the original narrative, shortly after Yi Tian departed Jinma City, he learned that his second senior sister, Mu Liushi, had encountered trouble, prompting him to make a special trip to Yan'an City. In Yan'an City, at the Mu family, Mu Liushi's maternal home, one of the prominent families in the entire Western continent. It is not that there are many individuals with the surname Mu, but rather that the Mu family is predominantly matriarchal, with men often marrying into the family. This time, Mu Liushi's absence from the sect's mission was due to troubles at her maternal home, necessitating her return to Yan'an City. Lin Heng's visit to Yan'an City was not solely for Mu Liushi. He was also there to attend an auction. The author's penchant for the predictable is well known. The protagonist is perpetually fortunate, encountering serendipities at every turn. With a revolving cast of female leads, the auction remains a constant. Ding, main quest completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving an exquisite reward. The primordial undying body. Description: one of the 10 celestial bodies in the immortal realm. Derived from the 5 elements, revolving around life and death, culminating in an immortal and indestructible physique. Should the hosts successfully cultivate the primordial undying body, their physical form shall endure eternally, traversing the vastness of the universe. As the system's notification resonated, Lin Heng distinctly felt an inexplicable power manifest within him. Is this the reward for the main quest? The primordial undying body sounds rather impressive. Lin Heng attempted to channel the power within him. In an instant, a torrent of pure and immense celestial energy surged through his being, morphing into a vast and starry expanse within his dantian. Chapter 33, A Moment of Darkness. Is this the primordial undying body? It feels, he marveled, his thoughts racing as he focused his mind. Suddenly, the words primordial undying appeared in his consciousness, accompanied by a colossal question mark. Then, he blinked in bewilderment. Wait, this isn't right? Why is it a cultivation method for the primordial undying body? Shouldn't it directly grant me the physique? Lin Heng was taken aback. The standard procedure shouldn't involve installation. What does providing a compressed package imply? The initial steps for the primordial undying body require one to first perfect the 5 elements body, followed by the reincarnation body, before finally coalescing into the primordial undying body. The 5 elements spiritual route is already a gamble. If utilized wisely, one is deemed a genius, but misused, they are mere trash. Now, introducing the 5 elements body complicates matters further, seemingly at odds with the 5 elements. He wasn't oblivious. The trajectory implied by these 2 rewards was clearly the system's intention for him to pursue this cultivation path. Coupled with the initial heaven-defying comprehension enhancement, everything appeared exceedingly deliberate. The system remained silent, unwilling to respond, seemingly acquiescing to his thoughts. Reluctantly, Lin Heng continued on his journey. As night fell, the moon ascended, and a gentle breeze swept through. The sounds of birds and insects occasionally filled the air above Xigu Valley, with whispers of wind rustling through the treetops. In the distance, the peaks glimmered faintly, shrouded in mist. This was the tranquil time when all was silent, and weariness enveloped the human spirit. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from Lin Heng's stomach. After a long day's trek, he had covered only 2/3 of the distance, and the vastness of Xigu Valley defied mere kilometers. With the dawn yet to break, Lin Heng decided to rest for a while. What a stroke of bad luck, journeying this far without encountering a single wild beast. Lin Heng shrugged, leaning against a tree branch. He closed his eyes to recuperate, awaiting the arrival of dawn. However, before long, he sensed something amiss. A thunderous explosion reverberated from afar. The sound was so deafening that Lin Heng nearly toppled from his perch. Just as the commotion arose, a shout rang out from his left. Who are you to dare obstruct the Zhao family's carriage? The tone was thick with tension. Lin Heng swiftly darted towards the source of the voice. He beheld a group of individuals wielding swords, encircling a carriage, their leader clad in yellow, each brandishing sharp blades. Their attire was simple yet sharp, adorned only with 2 emblems on their chests, one inscribed with Wang, the other with Sha. Wang Sha. An unfamiliar title, the Zhao family, from Yenyun City. What a coincidence. Lin Heng furrowed his brow, his mind racing to gather information about the Zhao family. After a moment, he finally unearthed a clue. Yenyun City is home to 4 major powers: the Wang family, the Li family, the Zhao family, and the Mu family. The Wang family presides over the city lord's mansion, holding the foremost position, while the Li family thrives on commerce, and the Zhao family is a renowned lineage of alchemists. The phrase Zhao family tower refers specifically to the Zhao family of Yenyun City, indicating their profound influence throughout the Western continent. Even Lin Heng had some knowledge of them. Our master has long warned your Zhao family to temper your benevolence if you wish to establish yourselves. Yet you disregarded the counsel, persisting in your obstinacy. I have no choice but to execute your Miss Zhao. What a pity for such a fine beauty, the leader proclaimed loudly. Preposterous, my lady is a healer with a compassionate heart. Do you not fear divine retribution for your vile deeds? Divine retribution, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals erupted in laughter, for each of them had blood on their hands. If divine retribution existed, they would not still be alive today. At that moment the carriage curtain was drawn aside, revealing a young woman. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her skin as fair as snow, a delicate nose, and rosy lips. She possessed an air of fragility that evoked a protective instinct. Clad in simple attire with a white silk shawl draped over her shoulders, a jade pendant hung at her waist, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding grace and nobility. Miss, why have you come down? Let me handle these individuals. You must flee, an elder servant implored. Uncle, they seek to take my life. This does not concern you. Please return and inform my mother that Wanqing has not failed her father's last wish. Miss, cough cough. Zhao Wanqing lightly coughed twice, ignoring her servant's protests as she stepped forward. Miss Zhao, renowned far and wide, it is a pity that I cannot spare you today. The man in yellow drew his weapon, the blade unsheathing with a sharp sound. Just then a rustling from the thicket caught their attention. Who goes there? The group turned in unison towards the underbrush, leaving Lin Hong with no choice but to stand up and reveal his head. My apologies, just passing through. Please continue. He shrugged helplessly, initially intending to turn and leave. He inadvertently made a noise. Humph, since you've interrupted our business, you shall accompany her to the grave. You two go and kill him. The gentleman commanded. Young master, flee. Zhao Wanqing urgently shouted, not wishing for a stranger to lose his life because of her. With that, the two men advanced towards Lin Hong, blades drawn. Wait, I'm just a passerby. You are coming at me with swords right off the bat. You there, don't move. This is a matter of life and death. A single strike will suffice. One of them comforted. Fine, if that is how you want to play it. Lin Hong shook his head in resignation, silently waiting for the two individuals to approach. Whoosh, clink, clink. He raised his hand and deftly twisted the blade from the opponent's grip, swiftly plunging it into the abdomen of another. In the face of that man's incredulous gaze, he quickly withdrew the blade, performing a swift motion that left the victim in a state reminiscent of a lobster being prepared for cooking. Third, both men collapsed to the ground, sprawled in disarray, slipping into an eternal slumber. They were youthful yet serene. The leader's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes fixated on Lin Hong, whose expression had suddenly shifted. A third-level Qi practitioner. You are also a cultivator. Oh, only now do you discern my level of cultivation. I did mention that I am but a passerby, yet you insisted on sending two subordinates to their doom. How about this? Leave behind your storage ring as compensation. You may kill these two at your leisure. I shall not intervene. Arrogant, I am a fifth-level Qi practitioner. Crushing you would be as easy as pie. Come, prepare to meet your end. The man in yellow scoffed, his toes lightly tapping the ground as he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Lin Hong. Swish, swish, two fierce attacks descended upon him simultaneously. A detached smile graced Lin Hong's lips as he flickered away from the assaults, extending his right hand to seize the opponent's wrist and twisting it with force. Crack, accompanied by the sickening sound of dislocated bones. The man let out a wretched scream, collapsing to one knee, clutching his arm in agony. How is this possible? Your physical strength is astonishing. Oh, I forgot to mention, I specialize in body refinement. Lin Hong endeavored to provide the other with a plausible justification for a peaceful exit. After all, dying in obscurity was a most painful affair. Fights among Qi practitioners were devoid of the elaborate techniques and spells often depicted. Rather, it was a contest of sheer strength and endurance, where the one with greater might and stamina would ultimately prevail. Although he was indeed a third-level practitioner, he possessed 3 spirit wheels as reserves, theoretically enabling him to contend with a 6th-level practitioner. The spirit wheels functioned as a hidden reserve of energy akin to a non-quantifiable auxiliary power. The relationship between cultivation level and the number of spirit wheels was not strictly linear. The man in yellow, unwilling to concede, forced himself to rise, wielding his remaining left hand to strike with the blade. His movements, however, were stiff and easily countered. Crack! Another scream erupted as his left hand was brutally twisted and broken. Lin Heng ceased any further actions, firmly pressing his hands upon the man's head, declaring, "Stay still, and this will be resolved swiftly." "Big brother, please." Lin Heng, with a grin, displayed a swift maneuver, yet miscalculated the pressure, inadvertently severing the man's main artery and splattering blood upon himself. Still too fragile, a mere twist and he faints. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing was momentarily stunned. A twist, fainted. After years of practicing medicine, I have encountered many living Buddhas, but this is the first time I've seen a living king of hell. To be clear, even a half-twist would leave a person unconscious. Chapter 34, Yanyun City. Do you still wish to twist your head like a god? Quickly retreat, a shout rang out, snapping the others to their senses. Compelling them to flee, with their leader reduced to a mere plaything, they dared not approach to face death themselves. Their desire to escape, however, did not guarantee their safety from Lin Heng. Interfering in others' affairs would inevitably create enemies. And thus the most prudent course was to silence all witnesses. He had no wish to attract more adversaries. Before long, apart from two dazed individuals by the carriage, the surroundings were devoid of life. Lin Heng collected the storage rings from the fallen only to find them filled with worthless trinkets. The combined worth barely amounted to 20 spirit stones. Why are they all so impoverished? Is this meager sum worth risking your life for? His gaze shifted toward Zhao Wanqing, who hastily bowed, expressing, "Thank you for saving my life, sir. I have no means to repay you." "Who said that? Do you not possess a jade pendant at your waist?" "Ha!" Zhao Wanqing glanced down, realization dawning. You desire this white tiger jade? Very well, let it serve as a token of my gratitude." "Miss, you mustn't. That was bequeathed to you by your father." "Uncle, there is no need for further argument. Had it not been for the sir's timely assistance, I would have lost my life, rendering the jade worthless." Lin Heng took the jade pendant, weighing it in his hand. "Very well, I shall accept it. May our paths cross again, sir. Is there anything else?" "I am Zhao Wanqing, yet I remain unaware of your name." Lin Heng. He succinctly stated his name before departing leisurely. As he glanced back at the receding nightfall, Zhao Wanqing's expression became contemplative. "Lin Heng, miss, you should not have given the white tiger jade to him. Your father often emphasized the importance of safeguarding that pendant. Though he appears quite handsome, his methods are exceedingly ruthless. He is surely no ordinary individual." Her impression of Lin Heng was far from favorable. Zhao Wanqing shook her head slightly. "I cannot quite articulate my feelings. Judging by the direction he departed, he likely intends to go to Yanyun City. I have a premonition that we will meet again." That dawn's early light, Lin Heng hastened on horseback, taking a full 3 hours to reach the outskirts of Yanyun City. The city upheld strict regulations, requiring outsiders to pay a fee for entry and forbidding the carrying of any weapons. As he approached, a squad of armored guards swiftly confronted him. "Halt! Yanyun City prohibits the carrying of swords. Those who trespass shall be executed without mercy." Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, bemused by the absurdity of such a rule. After surrendering his weapons and spirit stones, he was granted entry. Yanyun City was indeed a premier metropolis of the Western continent, with grandiose architecture, spacious streets, and shops lining either side. Its layout bore resemblance to Jinmo City, divided into 4 main thoroughfares and numerous side streets. Lin Heng first sought out an inn, both to satiate his hunger and to gather information regarding the upcoming auction. Inquiring at an inn was undoubtedly the most effective method of obtaining news, as it was a bustling hub of information. "Esteemed guest, what delights would you like to sample? We offer both aquatic and avian delicacies, as well as rare and exotic beasts. I'll have a serving of each specialty." You must be prepared, for our specialties are numerous. 2 tables would scarcely suffice. If 2 tables are insufficient, then procure 3. I shan't fret over leftovers. Lin Heng tossed out 20 spirit stones as a show of wealth. The waiter's eyes sparkled, instantly donning a welcoming demeanor. Esteemed guest, please follow me to the upper floor. We shall arrange a sky-level private room for you. His display immediately attracted the attention of other diners. The value of 20 spirit stones was considerable, equivalent to 200 common currency. Such an extravagant meal. Observing his attire, it was clear he was not a local. As whispers circulated, Lin Heng followed the attendant into a sky-level room. It was a spacious suite, elegantly decorated, adorned with landscape paintings on the walls and thick, soft carpets covering the floor, suffused with a delicate aroma of tea. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I shall fetch your order from the kitchen. Lin Heng nodded, casually surveying the room, noting its quaint charm. After a considerable time, a knock sounded at the door. Sir, your ordered dishes have arrived. Enjoy your meal. Understood. Lin Heng gestured dismissively. The attendant opened the door, and a wave of tantalizing aromas wafted in as an array of dishes was presented, creating the illusion of a sumptuous feast. These dishes are quite appealing, Lin Heng remarked, sampling a bite. The attendant grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. This is our specialty, drunken immortal meat. You are in for a treat. It costs 3 spirit stones per pound. As he spoke, Lin Heng had already devoured half a bowl of rice, rolling his eyes at the price point. 3 spirit stones, a mere trifle, with over 100,000 spirit stones in his possession. Along with a plethora of valuable treasures, he was hardly one to be stingy over such a sum. However, the meat was indeed delectable, possessing a texture akin to beef yet more tender. Wait, don't rush off just yet. I have a few inquiries. Lin Heng tossed another 2 spirit stones to the attendant, whose eyes brightened. Sir, please ask away. There is nothing occurring in Yenyun City that I am unaware of. Very well. Let us discuss the auction. As the attendant poured tea, he elaborated. The auction. It is said that this event is hosted by the royal family of the Western continent, with numerous factions participating, even including envoys from the dynasty. Envoys from the dynasty? Is the royal family placing such importance on Yenyun City? Lin Heng furrowed his brow, intrigued. Why would they organize their own auction and send representatives to participate? Is this not a blatant ruse? You must be new to these parts, the attendant chuckled. The envoys are no ordinary representatives, they are royal kin of the dynasty, held in high esteem. Every 3 years they dispatch emissaries to the Western continent to pay homage to their ancestors. And this year coincidentally aligns with the auction. So that is the case, the attendant observed Lin Heng's demeanor, recognizing him as a person of stature. In the 13 cities of the Western continent, it is nearly impossible to conceal anything. Wherever valuable items are found, they inevitably become a gathering point. As for auctions, it is difficult to say. Those in high society may have already arranged their dealings in private. For people like us, we merely observe the spectacle. It is the connections and relationships that truly matter. The attendant spoke at length, and indeed his insights held merit. The dynasty is involved, as the dominant force in the secular realm. Which prominent families among the 13 cities might abstain from the distribution of profits? At this scale, the auction is no longer a simple case of the highest bidder winning. The question of whether one can survive to secure the auction items remains uncertain. He is eager to see what treasures Yition manages to acquire upon his arrival in Yenyun City. Whatever Yition is capable of obtaining, he is equally confident in his own abilities. He does not believe that Yition's current worth surpasses his own. Master, do you have any further instructions? Not at the moment. You may leave, the attendant acknowledged and promptly withdrew. Chapter 35, The usage of the dream-making mirror after a satisfying meal. Lin Heng sat in contemplation for a moment before slowly sipping his tea. He was in no rush to depart. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently on the bustling scene outside the window. With half a month remaining until the grand auction begins, he must remain discreet and avoid revealing his whereabouts, particularly refraining from contacting the family of his second senior sister, should Mulyoshi discover his presence in Yenyun City. Yeon would inevitably learn of it as well. This would complicate any attempts to seize treasures from Yeon. The upcoming auction represents a rare opportunity for both Yeon and himself. Today, he intends to organize the items he has collected, keeping what is useful and selling off the rest. Holding on to cash is the true path to success. After leaving the tavern, Lin Heng inquired of passers-by for directions and made his way to an inn situated closest to the auction venue. At that moment the inn was teeming with patrons, and it took the proprietor and his staff several efforts to finally attend to Lin Heng. "Young master, are you seeking accommodation as well? Unfortunately, our private rooms are nearly fully booked. Would you like to check nearby inns instead?" Although the innkeeper spoke politely, his scrutinizing demeanor conveyed a sense of disdain towards Lin Heng. The Yenyun City auction attracts numerous high-ranking individuals from the 13 cities, all sharing a common desire to secure lodging in the vicinity, which has led to a significant increase in rental prices, rising over 5-fold compared to usual rates. Even so, many are clamoring to rent rooms. Dressed in white, with faint traces of blood staining his attire, Lin Heng hardly presented as a wealthy individual. He chose not to engage in idle conversation, promptly retrieving a string of spirit coins from his system space and stating, "Count this for me, I require a premium room for a 20-day stay." The innkeeper's eyes lit up, and his demeanor shifted drastically, as he responded with utmost respect, "Please wait a moment, young master, I shall arrange that for you immediately." "Shall Si show this young master to a room on the 4th floor?" "Certainly." The attendant, referred to as Shao Si, guided Lin Heng up the staircase. This young attendant, named Li Si, was the proprietor's distant cousin. Responsible for welcoming guests, the inn boasted 5 floors, with the top reserved for those arriving from the Central Dynasty. Leading Lin Heng to the innermost room on the 4th floor, the attendant said, "Young master, you may rest here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call." Lin Heng nodded slightly, watching as the attendant closed the door before taking a seat. The room was bright and airy, with windows offering a clear view of the bustling street. The bed was spacious and comfortable, adorned with intricate carvings, appearing quite satisfactory. In Lin Heng's view, the 3 essential elements of a room were the bed, table and chair. With a flicker of thought, he began to inventory the items in his system space. Aside from the spirit coins, binding rope, originally used by the city lord's manor to restrain Yu Niao, it was sturdier than a locking rope. Dream-making mirror, though incomplete, it could serve as a bridge connecting the virtual and the real, purportedly accelerating cultivation speed. Armor, a 7th-tier magical artifact, despite its scarred exterior, it remained remarkably resilient. Black Pearl, the placeholder name, as its true nature was still unknown. Beast Seal, equipment dropped by Jiong Kai-yen, with commendable effects. Water Spirit Materia, the purest water attribute spiritual object. Blood Ginseng, the premium item for replenishing vitality containing immense life force. Collector's edition handkerchief, still bearing remnants of blood from a freshly opened clam. The remaining items varied in quality, including 2 solidifying pills and various styles of jade. Although this armor was a 7th-tier artifact, it was evidently designed for a robust individual, making it too large for Lin Heng. The night pearls and jades could be sold to the jade merchants, likely netting a decent sum.as for the mysterious black pearl. It was too peculiar, neither the Celestial Atlas nor the system space could effectively discern its information, but no one would be interested in purchasing it. He decided to keep the blood ginseng for cultivating fruits and new plants, as selling it directly for pill making would be less profitable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Heng never imagined he could be so affluent. Just the armor alone could yield a significant profit, and as for the dream-making mirror, gazing at his remarkably handsome reflection, Lin Heng shook his head, intending to return it to the system space. An uncanny occurrence transpired. The reflection of himself in the mirror did not vanish alongside his movement but remained stationary. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the figure in the mirror for a moment. This was unexpected. The visage of the person in the mirror was not fixed, it morphed according to his thoughts. Just like now, as he concentrated, the reflection shifted in appearance. 3,000 years, he attempted to recall figures from ancient texts, sketching their likenesses based on brief descriptions. As images of individuals from over 3,000 years ago abruptly materialized in the mirror, even Lin Heng, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. What astonished him further lay ahead. With the manipulation of his thoughts, the figure in the mirror aged progressively, ultimately transforming into a mere skeleton. As Lin Heng willed it, the skeletal form instantly reverted to a resplendent brocade robe draped over his own figure. Having completed this, he tried to alter the reflection's countenance, and without fail, it manifested accordingly. Lin Heng furrowed his brow, contemplating the peculiarity. How curious could it be that the recollections and visuals in his mind could also be manifested? Fixing his gaze on the mirror, as soon as he thought of Yun Yao, an image of her lying in bed appeared. Goodness, this is real. He quickly averted his gaze, stepping beyond the mirror's field of vision to dispel the image. It seemed that was indeed the case, yet why had there been no reaction during his previous reflection? What utility is there in merely manifesting the images in one's mind? Or could it be that any individual could have their innermost thoughts revealed before the mirror? If that were true, the dream-making mirror could indeed be wielded to unearth the secrets harbored within others' minds. Lin Heng held the dream-making mirror in his hands, scrutinizing it as the image of himself lost in contemplation appeared within. No, it shouldn't be so simple. According to the system, the dream-making world is, in essence, the world within the mirror. Dreams are illusory, and consciousness is also illusory. The consciousness manipulated in the real world can be projected within the mirror. Aligning with the notion of the virtual and the real being interconnected through the evolution of consciousness, could it truly enhance cultivation speed? A realization struck Lin Heng. Was this how one could expedite their cultivation? He promptly positioned the dream-making mirror before himself, seated cross-legged, and held the water spirit materia in his hand. The figure in the mirror mirrored his action of grasping the water spirit materia. Subsequently, he began to delve into the principles related to the immortal body of primordial chaos. The first step involved the 5 elements cultivation, gathering the elemental forces to refine the 5 elements body to perfection. The water spirit materia, being the purest water attribute spiritual object, served as the optimal material for cultivating the water element body. Lin Heng gradually adjusted his breathing, guiding the essence of the water spirit materia into his body. A gentle warmth surged within, seemingly expanding his meridians. This sensation was profoundly mystical. However, the figure in the mirror did not engage in cultivation alongside him. He appeared perplexed despite holding an identical water spirit materia. Chapter 36, Small Accomplishment in the Water Element Body. Lin Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. Was it possible that the mirrored figure could not refine the water spirit materia he envisioned? It made sense. As the water spirit materia was in his own hands, being utilized for his cultivation, how could an essence-based reflection refine something that was not physically present? A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to attempt the operation of the Azure Emperor's soul-devouring technique. While he continued to refine the water spirit materia, remarkably, this time, it unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The figure in the mirror closed its eyes, and spiritual energy crystals began to materialize around it. Simultaneously, Lin Heng felt the 3 spiritual wheels within his body accelerating as his meridians began to converge towards new acupoints. The subtle tremors affirmed that the Azure Emperor's soul-devouring technique was indeed in effect. What? This is genuinely working. I am independently opening the 4th spiritual wheel. Is this how the dream-making mirror operates? The fusion of the virtual and the real achieves a doubling effect in cultivation. What does this imply? It means that as long as he specifies the cultivation content before the dream-making mirror, the achievements of the figure in the mirror could be reflected back in reality. Time slipped away unnoticed. Spanning 4.5 days, the water spirit materia had been nearly fully absorbed, and Lin Heng's body gradually transformed. His skin became fair, muscles well-defined, and he seemed to undergo a metamorphosis. Rising to his feet, he stretched, producing a series of cracking sounds throughout his body. I have achieved a small accomplishment in the water element body. Simultaneously, his cultivation level surged directly to the 4th stage of chi refinement. However, the 4th spiritual wheel had yet to be fully opened. Lin Heng opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. The effects of the dream-making mirror surpassed expectations, even if he ceased his cultivation now. The figure in the mirror would continue to diligently open spiritual wheels on his behalf. Having attained a small accomplishment in the water element body, the transparency of his physical form enhanced, making the process of extracting spiritual energy crystals for opening spiritual wheels considerably easier. His skin and hair follicles felt as if they had been thoroughly soaked in water, harmonizing with the ambient spiritual energy, resulting in minimal discomfort throughout the entire process. Thank heavens, the decision to cultivate the water elemental body before refining the water spirit mother is indeed a sagacious one, as it alleviates the dread of the excruciating pain that accompanies the opening of the spiritual wheel. Lin Heng was elated. This was a completely unexpected windfall. However, he quickly regained his composure amidst the excitement. The water elemental body was merely in the minor achievement stage. He would still need to endure the major achievement phase before ultimately attaining perfection. Minor achievement is but the simplest step in a three-tiered leap, and the water spirit mother is a rare treasure that cannot be sought after. If he relied solely on the mingled water elements within the spiritual energy, even a century might not suffice for him to cultivate the water elemental body to a major achievement. Furthermore, there are the gold, wood, fire, and earth elemental bodies to consider, making the path ahead seem like an endless avenue of possibilities. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. With the dream-making mirror and the 5 elemental roots, coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, he had already pushed his speed to its limits. What he needed next was resources, an abundance of resources. To acquire resources, the most crucial factor is luck. As a villain, he did not believe that his luck could surpass that of the original protagonist. However, that did not mean he lacked the means to seize the original protagonist's fortune. It is well known that Chi Tion, as the original protagonist, is endowed with a script of multiple wives and abundant fortune, meaning that apart from leaning towards opportunities, a significant portion of his luck is invested in the female lead. Now, he had not only intercepted Zhong Kaiyan and unlocked hidden bonds, but had also claimed Yun Yao, who rightfully belonged to him. Within less than a month, Tion had lost 2 female leads. Under such circumstances, it was hard to believe he could maintain his luck indefinitely. Lin Heng strolled to the window, stretched lazily, and listening to the incessant sounds of the street below, murmured, "I need to find a place to sell my goods today." 500 miles away in Yenyun City, at Zigu, 2 figures darted swiftly. Finally halting before a cave, Sun Hao was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. After gasping for breath, he finally spoke. "Father, what is that woman's background? She is truly terrifying." Sun Deoya leaned against the stone wall, neglecting his long beard that bore a celestial aura, and directly took a pill from his storage ring, popping it into his mouth. It took him a while to regain his composure. Just moments ago, they had encountered a woman in a red dress at Zigu, only to be unexpectedly beaten by her. She kept shouting the words Lord Wang, leaving them utterly baffled. Who knew where this madwoman had come from? Sun Deoya cursed vehemently. "This woman is stronger than I am, or had she intended to take our lives, father and son would have been buried here today." The woman in the red dress they spoke of was none other than Yun Yao. "However, father, we have been searching in Zigu for 3 days already. Could it be that the thief has already left?" They were now nearing the edge of Zigu. Another 300 miles southwest would lead them to Yenyun City. San Deoya pondered for a moment before replying, very well, let us proceed directly to Yangon City. The aura of that thief has been concealed, making it impossible for tracking methods to pinpoint his trajectory. But I suspect that the thief is also heading straight for Yangon City. The head of the execution office once mentioned that the imperial envoy would attend an auction feast in Yangon City. Let us father and son also try our luck there, agreed. After a brief rest, the two changed their plans and set off for Yangon City. Meanwhile, Yun Yao was on a similar path. She had entered Zigu ahead of the Black Mountain Elder and discovered several individuals slain by Lin Heng. By examining the badges on those bodies, she could only glean the information Lord Wang Lin Heng had inadvertently stained himself with a bit of blood, leading to the dissipation of his already faint aura, thereby rendering her tracking techniques ineffective. She initially thought Lin Heng had encountered trouble, which prompted her to search through Zigu's depths for 700 miles. By chance, she ran into San Deoya and his son, intending to inquire amicably, but the two fled as if they were thieves. Reluctantly, she pursued them for a thorough questioning. Upon learning that they knew nothing of Lord Wang, she let them go. It was better for them to be alive. Junior brother, you certainly know how to stir up trouble. Have you gone to Yangon City? I recall that second senior sister resides there. Yun Yao murmured softly, then set off towards Yangon City. Time flowed gently, and nightfall quietly descended. After wandering for half the day, Lin Heng finally discovered a moderately sized treasure pavilion named Moonlit Pavilion. The three-story structure, circular in design, occupied a vast area, currently aglow with brilliant lights. The interior was bustling with people, the air filled with a cacophony of voices. This place is quite nice. Lin Heng nodded slightly and made his way toward the third floor, only to be intercepted by a server. Esteemed guest, the third floor is not for treasure hunting. If you wish to seek treasures, you may explore the first and second floors. No, I do not wish to buy, rather I aim to sell. Sell, if you wish to sell, you may approach the vendors. Lin Heng shook his head gently. No, they would not suffice. The item I wish to sell can only be accepted by your esteemed establishment. Allow me to see your manager. Upon hearing this, the server became instantly intrigued and replied seriously, are you not speaking in hyperbole? I have no interest in jesting with you. If you can conduct business, lead the way. If not, I shall take my leave to the next establishment. And do not regret it. Then very well, please follow me, but upon reaching the third floor you must wait for me to announce your presence to the manager. The third floor housed many valuable items, and sellers were seldom permitted entry. The Moonlit Pavilion specialized in the acquisition and sale of treasures. Apart from the official booths on the first and second floors, most were rented spaces for individual vendors. To sell items at the Moonlit Pavilion, one must surrender 10% of the transaction price as a commission fee, understood as a guarantee against potential disputes between buyers and sellers. In the realm of treasure hunting and selling, profits and losses are unpredictable and chaos is inevitable. Shortly after, the server emerged from a room, gesturing for Lin Heng to enter, respectfully stating, esteemed guest, please come in, the manager has consented to your entry. Chapter 37. After all, she is someone else's wife, one cannot allow her to stay too late. Lin Heng followed the server into the room. As soon as he stepped inside, his gaze swept across the space. The room was spacious, its walls constructed entirely of blue bricks, with a central table surrounded by a thin-faced middle-aged man. Opposite him sat a robust man clad in black, his appearance rugged, with a giant axe slung over his back and a fierce tiger head tattooed on his right arm. Next to him stood a stooped elder. Each of the three had several bamboo slips laid before them, as if discussing something. Upon noticing Lin Heng's approach, the slender middle-aged man rose and smiled. Are you here to sell something to us at the Moonlit Pavilion? Indeed, Lin Heng replied, nodding, and then produced a bronze armor from his system space, placing it before the three. Behold, a 7th tier armor, please take a look. 7th tier. The slender middle-aged man's pupils dilated sharply, and he hurriedly picked up the armor to examine it. The burly man and the stooped elder leaned in closer. After a moment, the three exchanged glances. 7th tier armor of superior quality. The possession of such an item speaks to your extraordinary status, esteemed guest. Forgive my impertinence, but why would you part with such a treasure? 7th tier armor offers protection that even golden core cultivators would find difficult to breach. It is ideal for safeguarding oneself, the manager inquired, puzzled. Haha, manager, you seem to be mistaken, the burly man interjected, continuing. The overall design of the armor indicates it was specifically crafted, and it is certainly not tailored for him. Even if he were to wear it, it would be quite inconvenient. Indeed, this item does not belong to this young friend. The elder concurred. It is certainly not mine. You are correct. I have no use for it. And keeping it would only let it gather dust. It is better to sell it for some coin. May I inquire how much you wish to sell it for? The manager asked. 7,000 spirit stones. Lin Heng replied, you would not incur a loss at 7,000 spirit stones. This is a 7th tier magical artifact. For many cultivators, it is a luxury. You could easily auction it off at the upcoming Moonlit Pavilion auction. Do not concern yourselves with its origins, or I am aware that its value far exceeds 7,000. I simply wish to sell it quickly. Moreover, should anyone trace it back, please do not reveal my identity. Very well, 7,000 spirit stones it is. Manager, please take this young friend to collect the spirit stones, the manager instructed, glancing at the elder beside him. Certainly, esteemed friend, please follow me. After the two left, the previously silent burly man finally spoke. This lad is rather hasty. I expected him to quote a higher price of 20,000 spirit stones. I still feel he does not comprehend the value of a 7th tier magical artifact. Not so, I can read a person's demeanor. Though this lad's cultivation is low, his aura is exceptional. If he wanted a higher price, he could have gone directly to the treasure pavilion, yet he chose the Moonlit Pavilion instead. Why is that? The burly man queried in confusion. I suspect it is due to his desire to avoid complications. The treasure pavilion is the largest auction house in Yan'an City, closely linked to the dynasty. And this armor likely has ties to the dynasty. In such dealings, if one wishes to keep the buyer's secrets, concessions must be made. This lad is far more astute than the average person. The dynasty, perhaps. Let us return to our business. At the auction you must help me acquire that golden serpent double axe. I will settle the payment later. Rest assured you have collaborated with the Moonlit Pavilion for decades. This request is well within my capabilities. Lin Heng followed the elder to a secluded area on the 3rd floor, counted the spirit stones, and departed without delay. He did not lack understanding of value. He simply wished to avoid drawing undue attention. Everything within the treasury was meticulously recorded, and the dynasty would undoubtedly be aware of it all. If inquiries were made regarding the flow of items, the discrepancies in spirit stone transactions would easily reveal the trail. He had no desire to attract trouble from the dynasty. Now that 7,000 spirit stones have been deposited, it is only fitting to indulge in a delightful feast. With no pressing matters today, let affection rise with the chime of the clock. I will listen to the graceful ladies strumming their zither and blowing their flutes, observe the literati reciting poetry and composing couplets, and admire the enchanting dance of a talented maiden under the spring night sky, reclining on a chair. I can even enjoy the soothing massage services provided by another man's wife. Such is the mundane world, which can indeed be called the realm of mortals. Young master, awaken, the sun is about to set. A woman gently nudged Lin Heng's shoulder, rousing him from his slumber. Lin Heng lay sprawled across the chair. His gaze languid. More time, he murmured, appreciating the girl's skillful hands, which applied just the right amount of pressure for utmost comfort. Young master, you flatter me. These are merely rudimentary techniques from the healing arts. If you find it pleasurable, it merely indicates your excellent physical condition, unlike those young masters who scream in pain before I even touch their acupoints, unlike you, who remain silent, even falling asleep. Lin Heng's lips twitched, and he cleared his throat. However, the young lady must return. There are two at home who need assistance with the fire and cooking. Very well, Lin Heng nodded, for she was another man's wife, and it would be improper to keep her too long. Lest misunderstandings arise, indeed the service at this massage parlor is commendable. It is reputable and provides an extended experience. The proprietor is a mature and graceful woman who, despite having a child, maintains her beauty akin to that of a youthful maiden. As night descended, Yenyun City was ablaze with lights. The bustling streets were alive with a ceaseless flow of people, full of vibrancy. In a tea house, two figures sat around a table. Hey, I must pay a visit to the lord of the city. Do not stir up trouble while I am away. This is not Jinma City, where the rules are plentiful. With the arrival of the dynasty's emissaries, there are many within the city whom we cannot afford to offend. Sun Daoyan advised, rest assured, father, I shall exercise discretion. When do you expect to return? I'm not certain. The lord of the city has invited me, and I must respond accordingly. Once you reach the Golden Coast stage, you will understand how coveted this identity is in the mundane world. Regardless of the passage of time, the number of cultivators will always be far fewer than that of ordinary people. A golden core cultivator could dominate even on some barren planets. The dynasty governs over more than 80% of the Tianxian continent, establishing numerous laws to maintain order, requiring many capable cultivators like myself to enforce them. 5 days remained until the grand auction commenced. During the day, Lin Heng quietly practiced in the inn, while at night he roamed about in search of amusement. He had fully mastered the use of the dream mirror. With the image within it continuously opening spiritual wheels for him, he could focus on other matters. Beiwang Street, located in the northern part of Yenyun City, was devoid of secular products, exclusively catering to passing cultivators. There were no fewer than 10 establishments similar to the Treasure Pavilion, along with countless alchemy shops, spirit herb pavilions, martial arts guilds, and trading halls. As Lin Heng strolled about, he perused various stalls for quite some time but found nothing particularly remarkable. How curious it is that weapons are prohibited within the city yet can be purchased inside. This rule outside the city seems solely for the purpose of facilitating trade. Lin Heng clicked his tongue. Somewhat speechless. He had initially thought the prohibition on weapons was to maintain peace within the city, only to realize it was to ease their acquisition. With the upcoming auction, many people from the 13 cities of the West would converge here, inevitably bringing along some unscrupulous individuals. For ordinary people wishing to ensure their safety, relying on the city lord's office seemed less prudent than depending on themselves. Lin Heng's thoughts were not without cause. The lessons of the past were vividly etched in his memory. In Hiran city of the southern continent, a widely impactful incident had occurred where the local lord's office lured numerous merchants into the city under the guise of recruiting trading guilds. Subsequently, after mutual agreements were reached, the merchants faced bandit attacks on their return journey. This type of incident had occurred 3 times until a 4th auction was held, drawing many attendees. Those who successfully bid on precious items either mysteriously disappeared or were found dead outside the city. The commotion was significant, prompting the dynasty to dispatch envoys for investigation, only to discover that the lord's office was complicit in the theft, colluding with bandits to plunder the wealth of ordinary citizens. Since then, all trade activities associated with the lord's office had to be approached with caution. The original text's depiction of the 13 cities of the West was not one of hospitality. And the situation in Jinma City was enough to reflect the caliber of the other city-states. Chapter 38, Is Laodeng really that powerful? While pondering this, Lin Heng's sole concern was the potential changes that might arise once Yition arrived in Yenyun City. He wished to seize opportunities, and aside from the necessary financial expenditures, it would be best to have some noble patrons to support him. These noble patrons would naturally be those with influence in Yenyun City. Excluding the Mu family, relying on them as a safety net seemed far more prudent than confronting Yition directly. Lin Heng incorporated this consideration into his plans. Come everyone, behold the raw stones just transported from the western wilderness mountains. Of exceptional quality, the clamorous shouting ahead drew many spectators. Lin Heng paused, noticing a man in black crouching down to pick up a raw stone, inquiring, transported from the western wilderness mountains, how much for one? This pile on the left comes from the Honyan Essence mine, starting at 1,000 spirit stones each. The ones on the right, though ordinary, can still yield premium spirit sources starting at 300 spirit stones each. Isn't the Honyan Essence mine a bit overpriced? With the high costs of trial and error now, I can't afford to gamble. This brother speaks truthfully. Raw stones from the Honyan Essence mine were once in high demand a few years ago. But now, 9 out of 10 lead to losses. As the crowd murmured, Lin Heng observed, the raw stones, by definition, were products mined from the essence of the mountains, enveloped in a layer of powder resembling slaked lime, rendering them opaque to the eye. Denser stones even prevented light from penetrating. It was undeniable that raw stones often contained rare treasures and premium essences, such as fire essence, deathwood sauce, flame stones, and purple sun agate. Among others. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. A merchant cleared his throat, promoting the stones before him. Gambling on raw stones relies 3 parts on luck and 7 on skill. Just look at the owner of the jade shop across, who made his fortune through raw stones. Of course, not everyone could master the intricacies of raw stones. Amateurs merely observed, while the knowledgeable sought deeper insights. Step aside, let this old man see how these goods fare. An elderly man, cloaked in a straw hat and carrying a woven basket on his back, squeezed to the front, picking up a raw stone to examine closely. His aura was profound, causing those around him to instinctively step back. Foundation establishment stage. Lin Heng's interest was piqued as he silently observed the various stones on the ground. The outer layer of powder on the raw stones likely had a shielding function, making it nearly impossible to perceive the contents within through mental force. He was eager to see what insights this old man could glean. After a brief selection, the old man tossed a common raw stone back to the merchant, stating, "This one will do, let us open it." "All right, esteemed guest." The merchant then fetched cutting tools, slowly peeling away the grey covering of the raw stone, revealing a translucent green interior. Green crystal. The old man's face lit up with joy, as if everything was within his grasp. The raw stone cost 300, meaning he could profit 500 spirit stones. He then used the opened green crystal as collateral to select another raw stone from the Honyan Essence pile. "Continue cutting from the left side to the right," the old man confidently directed the cutter, exuding a sense of certainty. The cutter, skilled in his craft, swiftly sliced through the raw stone, soon revealing a palm-sized piece. Indeed, it was a crimson blood pattern. The old man's eyes brightened as he grasped it, recognizing its value at no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Crimson blood pattern, a prime material for refining weapons and one of the finest for crafting flying swords. "Old Deng is truly formidable," Lin Heng muttered in astonishment. The crimson blood pattern forms in blood-soaked lands, evolving over centuries to crystallize with the bloodstone. When integrated into a weapon, it can amplify its power. However, refining the crimson blood pattern is exceedingly challenging and requires a skilled smith. Yet the old man was not finished. He bent down to pick up another essence raw stone, turning to the crowd. "I have spotted another fine raw stone. The previous crimson blood pattern is not for sale, but does anyone wish to jointly invest spirit stones to purchase this one? We can split any treasures 50-50. 1,500 spirit stones." Many gasped at the merchant's quoted price, for that was no small sum for most. To share the costs meant each would need to contribute 750 spirit stones alongside the old man. However, considering the old man's effortless selection of 2 colorful raw stones, it was evident he possessed some skill. Perhaps this raw stone could yield treasures as well. "All right, I shall invest spirit stones with you." A sharp-featured man in a green robe spoke up. "Good, as long as you trust me, I guarantee you will not incur losses," the old man replied with a smile. As the third raw stone was cut open, a purplish red glow immediately caught Lin Heng's eye. "Purple sun agate." Lin Heng's pupils constricted. It is indeed purple sun agate, the crowd exclaimed in delight. Purple sun agate is a treasure rich in solar attribute energy, Highly effective for cultivators in their training. Generally, it only forms in molten lava, making its conditions for existence exceedingly stringent. My dear friend, I am willing to offer 2000 spirit stones for this item. Would you be willing to sell it to me? 2000 is still somewhat insufficient, the old man replied. This piece of Xiang agate is polished and translucent, devoid of any impurities. It must be priced at no less than 3600. The man pondered for a moment, and upon sensing the old man's intention to retract his offer, he quickly acquiesced. Ultimately, the Xiang agate was purchased by the man for 3600 spirit stones. After observing the commotion for a considerable time, Lin Heng felt a twinge of temptation. Naturally, in the realm of the spirit world, the value of rare spiritual materials is incalculable. He had sold a 7th-tier armor for merely 7000 spirit stones. Yet this small piece of agate fetched over 3000. Lin Heng's initial reaction was that he had undersold his armor. As expected, the old man seemed determined to clear the place of all stones. Extending an invitation to others to co-invest in purchasing the ores with profits split evenly. Following the previous developments, even Lin Heng could not resist joining in the bidding. Something felt amiss. The price of this spiritual material should not be so exorbitant. Could it be a scam? Just as he pondered this with a hint of suspicion, he suddenly heard a cold snort from beside him. Best keep your eyes sharp, everyone. Such opportunities do not fall from the sky. The old man turned to the source of the voice, frowning slightly at the young man in black. What do you mean, my young friend? I am merely unable to produce a substantial amount of spirit stones to seek cooperation. Whether it is profit or loss is predetermined. Indeed, following you to buy the raw stones is also predetermined. Everything is meticulously calculated, is it not? Impudent! How dare you question my capabilities? The old man, somewhat irked, retorted. I care not who you are. This is Yenyun City, and you should understand that excessive words lead to downfall. He then turned to the crowd. If any of you do not trust me, you may retrieve your money. I trust my friend's judgment. I shall follow through with this spirit stone. Humph. Who is this young upstart? This esteemed elder has already acquired 3 exceptional stones. His prowess is evident without your reminders. I'll follow with 2000 spirit stones. I shall join as well. Many voiced their reproaches towards the young man, hastily reaching for their passes to co-invest with the old man in purchasing the raw stones. Tell me, which raw stone do you believe will yield a remarkable result? Lin Heng inquired, feeling somewhat isolated. The young man paused, then pointed at himself, asking, Are you asking me? Yes, Lin Heng nodded, upon realizing someone had faith in him. The young man smiled and pointed to a pile of Huangyan ore, saying, The third one from the left in the third row, only that one contains something worthwhile, the others are all waste material. As soon as he spoke, the merchant's expression changed noticeably. Lin Heng caught this detail and immediately waved to take that raw stone. Very well, I will take this one, the merchant hurriedly interjected. Esteemed guest, this row of raw stones is substantial in size, hence the price is naturally higher. This one you hold is priced at 2000 spirit stones. 2000 spirit stones, indeed. Perhaps you would like to consider others. If this goes awry, the loss will not be trivial. The merchant, feeling reassured by Lin Heng's doubts, thought to himself that such a high price was something he would never dare to take on. Little did he know, Lin Heng had been observing his reactions all along. No matter, it is merely a gamble. 2000 spirit stones are inconsequential to me. Let us proceed. With that, he tossed the bag filled with spirit stones to the merchant. The merchant was left dumbfounded. The old man was equally taken aback, with matters having progressed to this stage. 2000 without a second thought. Can one guarantee a profit without loss? Chapter 39, Golden Scales at Noon. Lin Heng visited the money exchange to convert all his currency into spirit stones, alongside some gemstones he had sold, totaling a substantial sum of 150,000. After the merchant counted the stones, He began to sweat profusely, astonished that this young man could truly produce such a vast amount of spirit stones. What is your situation, boss? These two youngsters clearly know nothing about gambling stones. Why hesitate to accept free money? As the surrounding crowd began to express their suspicions, the merchant had no choice but to hand the raw stone over to the cutter. Let us get to cutting. With a loud snip, as the saw blade penetrated merely an inch into the outer layer, the stone about the size of a head began to crack spontaneously along the cut. It was as if it had been sealed with energy. And once a gap appeared, the internal balance began to tilt. With a resounding pop, the outer shell of the stone shattered, and a torrent of dense elemental energy erupted into the air, surging forth in waves. The emergence of this aura immediately caught the attention of numerous onlookers. The spectators were left astounded. No way. Golden scales, it has yielded golden scales. The legends of the golden dragon falling in the western wilderness are indeed true. Someone shouted as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Heng, quick-witted, raised his hand to retrieve the golden scales before the merchant could seize them. It's a hit. What an extraordinary find, among the 13 extraordinarily rare items recorded in the Celestial Atlas. Golden scales are at the forefront. Golden scales, the scales from the spine of the ancient golden dragon, are unparalleled in their metallic properties, making them an excellent choice for either enhancing one's physique or forging top-tier armor. Lin Heng had not anticipated that the raw stone would yield golden scales, nor had the merchant or the young man in black. They were aware that this raw stone contained something valuable. Yet they could never have imagined it would be golden scales. My young friend, I am willing to pay 100,000 spirit stones for those golden scales. Would you consider selling them to me? Not so fast. You wish to acquire the golden scales for 100,000. I shall offer 150,000. Apologies, but these golden scales are of great use to me. Lin Heng declined. Seeing several individuals blocking his path, he added coolly, what? Are you all intending to resort to force? You are foolish not to appreciate this opportunity. Keeping that item with you may not guarantee your safety. Be wary of ending up with nothing to show for your efforts. I am in charge of the king's residence in Yan'an City. If you think my offer is low, I can add another 30,000. The city lord's residence. Lin Heng scrutinized the old man, realizing he was merely an ordinary individual. What? Are you using the city lord's residence as a shield to threaten me into a coerced transaction? Begone, Lin Heng uttered dismissively, then turned to the young man in black. Brother, let us depart. Leave. The young man's gaze flickered towards the merchant, filled with resentment, and he instantly understood what Lin Heng meant. It was evident that the merchant harbored jealousy towards the young man's suggestion. The old man, who had suddenly appeared, brandishing the authority of the city lord's residence, rendered the merchant mute, akin to a dog wagging its tail at its master. Once they were out of sight, they turned east down the North King Street, pausing to catch their breath. Phew, is the North King Street entirely under the city lord's residence? There were so many eyes watching us along the way. Lin Heng murmured, then turned to the young man and clasped his hands. I am Lin Heng. Your keen eye has truly helped me uncover a treasure. Haha, I am Sun Hao. Just a coincidence that I happened to see the right thing. The young man introduced himself, Sun Hao. Upon hearing the name, Lin Heng felt a slight tremor in his heart. Sun Hao, the one who lost his father and wife to Yition. Wait a moment. This storyline does not align. I recall that Sun Hao only became an enemy of Yition after my demise. How could he possibly appear in Yan'an City? The author must have arranged the plot this way. Lin Heng, as the first cannon fodder antagonist, initially served as a foil for the main character. After winning over the master and senior sister, he would be forced offline. Following his departure, the second formidable cannon fodder would emerge, which is Sun Hao. Not only did his father meet his end at the hands of Yition, but as he lay dying, he could only watch helplessly as his wife was taken into Yition's harem. Blessed with the protagonist's halo and the fortunate buff of multiple wives and blessings, how could any woman resist? However, it cannot be denied that Sun Hao is undoubtedly a character capable of contending with Yi Tian in the mid-stages. Embracing the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Lin Heng promptly sought to invite him for a drink. On one hand, it was to express gratitude for helping him secure the golden scales. On the other hand, it was to gauge the extent of Sun Hao's abilities. Brother Lin, is it really necessary to drink? Sun Hao was taken aback by the sudden surge of warmth from Lin Heng. Come now, let us enjoy a drink together. I can afford it, Lin Heng insisted, extending the invitation under the guise of gratitude. The two soon found themselves at a nearby tavern after downing 3 cups. They began to feel more at ease with one another. Your father is the renowned elder of Black Mountain, Sun Hao exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Lin Heng replied nonchalantly. What, your father is the sect master? Sun Hao was even more astonished. Just a step further, I am not particularly close with him, Lin Heng mentioned briefly, noticing Sun Hao's peculiar expression and unable to resist asking what is wrong. Why the sudden weariness? Sun Hao set down his bowl, his tone turning notably cooler. I am merely curious. I wonder what brings Brother Lin to Yan'an City. Me, surely it is obvious. I am here to participate in this grand auction. Why do you ask? Lin Heng sensed that Sun Hao's inquiry carried an underlying meaning. To be frank, I lost something in Jinma City, and the head of the Punishment Bureau mentioned that your Qingxian sect had been there. The implication was clear. Your Qingxian sect members took something, losing something. What do you mean? Could it be that they have something from the treasury? Good heavens, could they have followed me to Yan'an City because of this? Lin Heng maintained a calm facade, taking a sip of his wine as the sweet peach aroma washed over his taste buds, providing him with some composure. Oh, now that you mention it, I recall that the Qingxian sect had issued a task regarding Jinma City, which my senior brothers and sisters undertook while I directly came to Yan'an City. What did you lose? After a moment's contemplation, Sun Hao replied, a suit of armor lies within the treasury governed by the lord of the city. By the time we arrive, the item will have vanished. Upon hearing the mention of armor, Lin Heng nearly spat out his drink in surprise. What nonsense is this? Is the armor theirs? Wait a moment. Does this not present an opportunity? If we shift the blame onto Yi Tian, it would be a win-win situation. We are quite adept at shifting blame. Lin Heng feigned ignorance, shaking his head before stating solemnly, if you are to speak in such a manner, I must discuss my senior brother Yi. Chapter 40. Have I fallen into a trap? I have a senior brother named Yi Tian. He is the sort who always takes what he can wherever he goes. It is highly likely that your belongings have been appropriated by him. Why Yi Tian? You have no idea how despicable he is. For the next 10 minutes, Lin Heng embellished upon the future misdeeds of Yi Tian, recounting tales of framing fellow disciples, raising orphaned girls, drugging his esteemed senior sister, and coercing respectable women. Lin brother, does your Qingxian sect still harbor such scoundrels, no matter how high his talent in cultivation? It should not qualify him as the heir to the sect. Isn't the sect leader your biological father? How could he contemplate bequeathing the legacy to an outsider? Sun Hao expressed disbelief. Otherwise, one could say I have a rather indulgent father. My brother, I speak at length for your benefit. Even if the armor is his, do not seek trouble with him. Otherwise what? Sun Hao slammed his fist on the table. My father and I have been watching over that armor for 3 years. We have long considered it ours, and no one has ever dared to snatch anything from us. Calm down, be reasonable. It's not that I am exaggerating. There was someone who thought himself quite formidable, who sought trouble with Yi Tian. Not only was his entire family obliterated, but even his beloved wife was not spared. Indeed, that person is none other than the future Sun Hao. Rest assured, Lin brother, your inability to contend with him in Qingxian sect does not mean my father and I are powerless against him. As expected, Lin Heng's elaborate tales successfully ignited Sun Hao's fury. As a being capable of contending with the protagonist during the developmental phase, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. If he were to be intimidated by mere words, how would he gain experience against Etion? However, Sun Hao did not act recklessly upon learning that Etion had reached the later stages of the Golden Core realm, surpassing even his father. He calmed down. Seeking trouble with Etion now would merely lead to a death wish. Speaking of which, Lin brother, I believe you should sell the golden scale to them. The influence of the Lord of the City permeates throughout North Wang Street. They will be aware of any disturbances at once. The appearance of the golden scale signifies that the wastelands of the Western continent will soon attract a wave of excavation. The Western continent is about to undergo a transformation. Sun Hao sighed once more. Lin Heng chuckled. No worries, I have allies by my side. I did not come to Yanyun City with the intention of departing quietly. I am quite curious, however, how you discerned the golden scale within the raw stone. If you could see it, that elderly gentleman surely could as well. Haha. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao smiled with pride, pointing to his own eyes. Lin brother, you are quite perceptive. I have not hidden anything, my eyes can see through many things. X-ray vision? No, it is far superior to mere X-ray vision. His current cultivation may be low, yet his vision had just begun to develop, though he could not see through the raw stone's interior entirely. He could perceive the faintest fluctuations of spiritual energy. This was why he was confident that only that particular raw stone would yield valuable treasures. Upon this explanation, Lin Heng exclaimed, goodness, could it be that you possess the fabled dual pupils of invincibility? Perhaps it was indeed this very ability that allowed him to contend the mid-stage Etion. Sun Hao poured himself another bowl of fragrant peach wine. I have a lingering feeling that I missed out on a grand scheme. Do you remember that merchant and the old man? The act of gambling on stones often employs the common trick of a pig slaughtering plate, where merchants recruit accomplices to serve as anchors, creating an enticing scene to lure customers into their trap. A pig slaughtering plate? How truly insightful, I almost fell for it. Sun Hao assumed Lin Heng was unaware and proceeded to explain. It is quite straightforward. What I mean is the old man was deliberately chosen by the merchant, along with several individuals mingling in the crowd who were shouting and making a fuss. They collaborated to craft a facade, portraying the old man as a gambling expert. By pooling their resources, they aimed to entice others to purchase the raw stone. When the first person to co-invest in the raw stone unveiled a rare item like the purple sun agate, I realized that individual was also an accomplice. As a result of this tactic, 3 individuals immediately pulled out their funds. I would wager that their spiritual stones would all go to waste, Sun Hao clarified. After listening to this, Lin Heng silently agreed. It indeed made sense. The old man's various maneuvers had even made him feel somewhat tempted. Had Sun Hao not stood up to mock and ridicule, he might have truly spent money to co-invest in the raw stone. It can only be said that when benefits are laid bare before one's eyes, it is easy to make foolish mistakes. This is merely an ordinary pig slaughtering plate. The most sophisticated ones are layered with unexpected twists. Pray tell, I am eager to hear. Lin Heng relished such tales of intrigue and cunning. For instance, if I were to deliberately caution you against traps and then point out a raw stone that turns out to be worthless, leading you to lose 6,000 spiritual stones, what would you think? I would want to die, to kill someone. Haha, precisely. At that moment I would be an external player in the pig slaughtering plate, but I can assure you, you would not blame me. This is because the 3 individuals who co-invested with the old man would also be part of the scheme. If they too failed to uncover anything worthwhile and lost a significant amount of spiritual stones, you would not stir up trouble. Instead, you would believe it to be mere bad luck. That makes sense. So a group can conspire to deceive a single individual. That is quite unscrupulous. Sun Hao nodded. A masterful pig slaughtering plate operates on this principle. It is possible that every person in front of a stall is an accomplice, or that the entire street is filled with fishers. It is not the quantity of fish that matters, But the bait's allure, imagine if everyone were acting, even the most astute individual would find it difficult to discern the flaws. Lin Heng nodded in agreement. Wait, if even the most astute individual struggles to see through the ruse? How did you manage to? Me, Sun Hao's expression fell, and he sheepishly replied, how else could I have discerned it? I have been fooled too many times. Those are bloody lessons. Ha! Lin Heng found amusement in this. Experience is drawn from life, life is replete with lessons. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence in Yenyun City, after Yun Yao arrived, she went straight to the Mu residence. Mu Lu Shi was brewing tea when she inquired. Little Yao, have you completed your sect's mission so quickly? What brings you here? Have a cup of tea to dispel the alcohol on your breath. You seem troubled, your complexion is as pale as if you have lost blood. Lost blood, indeed I have. Yun Yao cradled her cup and glanced at it, her delicate nose twitching as if catching a whiff of something strange, nearly making her gag. What is this strange taste in the tea? It resembles Lin Heng's. Is this your first time drinking it? The base of this tea is essence leaf. It invigorates the spirit and is said to have beautifying and energy-boosting properties. I think it tastes fine. Ugh, no way. The persistent taste in her throat surged back up. Essence leaf? What sort of outrageous tea is this? Yun Yao pushed the tea aside, shaking her head vigorously, indicating she could not drink it. Sister, have you seen Lin Heng? Yun Yao asked through gritted teeth. Mu Lu Shi shook her head. Has he come as well? I am not quite sure. I've been too busy to keep track of what is happening outside. Sister, have you not resolved your family matters yet? Do you need my assistance? No, those elders in the family are quarreling fiercely. They want me to marry into the Li family as their third young master. It is terribly vexing. Is this true? Marrying in. Chapter 41, Nascent Soul Cultivator in Yenyun City. The Mu family is primarily matriarchal. In Mu Lu Shi's generation, there are 2 brothers and 1 sister. This means her 2 older brothers do not possess the right to inherit the family, as they will become independent upon reaching adulthood and marrying. Mu Lu Shi, however, is different, as the only direct descendant through the maternal line. And with her mother's generation having no desire for more children, she must shoulder the responsibility of managing the family. The issue at hand is that the Mu family fundamentally belongs to the secular world. Rather than a cultivation family, the distinction of a cultivation family is based on the transmission of their lineage over 5 generations, as well as the existence of a foundational legacy. Clearly, the Mu family lacks any form of immortal techniques. Otherwise, the lineage would not have been limited to the initial stages of foundation establishment for 4 generations. With the arrival of Mu Lu Shi in the 5th generation, the Mu family finally has a budding cultivator. The family's influence has divided into 2 factions, one known as the conservative faction, which insists on maintaining the matriarchal supremacy, advocating for Mu Lu Shi to become the head of the family to safeguard their interests. The other faction, known as the reformist faction, seeks to transform the Mu family from an ordinary secular family into a cultivation family, with Mu Lu Shi still wielding actual power but abolishing the so-called marriage-in system. Abolishing the marriage-in system aims to dismantle the matriarchal monopoly, intending to consolidate all male descendants back into the family. In a cultivation family, the method of inheritance does not permit outsiders to taint their legacy. It is absurd to drive one's kin away to branch out and allow the legacy to be passed to collateral lines. After Mu Lu Shi explained her predicament, Yun Yao felt overwhelmed. Sister, I feel that whether advocating for reform or upholding the matriarchal system, they are merely viewing you as a tool. Look, you are now a co-disciple of the Qingxian sect, and those at home only value your aptitude for cultivation. Certain that you will achieve fame on the Tianshan continent in the future, the matriarchs, at the end of the day, are merely seeking to protect their own interests. They nominally bestow upon you the title of family head. Yet power will still reside with your mother's generation for the next 50 years. As for those advocating for reform, Yun Yao pondered briefly and continued, your uncles and aunts supporting you seems more like a power struggle between the paternal and maternal lines. However, we cannot deny that their intentions are noble. With your presence, transforming into a family of cultivators is not out of reach. If the transformation is successful, you will become the revered matriarch. Ha ha ha, revered matriarch. At Yu Niao's half-joking remark, a smile involuntarily graced the otherwise aloof face of Mu Lushi. The title of revered matriarch is rather unappealing, and I have no desire to partake in their conflicts. The vastness of mountains and rivers, the depth of the universe, I prefer to wander alone in tranquility. TSK, Yu Niao clicked her tongue. What about that marriage proposal with the Li family? Sister, you wouldn't actually consider marrying a young master? Would you? What nonsense. Mu Lushi shot her a glare, blaming the ancestors for meddling. The Li family and the Mu family have a deep-rooted friendship in Yenyun City, and to ensure the longevity of both families, they concocted a betrothal agreement for me. I returned to deal with this matter, but the ancestors have encountered some difficulties, whereas my uncles and aunts are very supportive. Yu Niao nodded. She had a general understanding of the power dynamics in Yenyun City. The Li family is the wealthiest in the region, the largest taxpayer, and it is said that some family members hold positions in the imperial capital. Even the city lord's mansion would not dare to offend them lightly. Yet, no matter how wealthy and powerful the Li family is, they cannot withstand the emergence of a genius cultivator from the Mu family. With Mu Lushi, the Mu family can stand on equal footing with the Li family. Alright, sister, I will remain in Yenyun City for the next few days until the auction feast begins. Feel free to seek my assistance if needed. Yes, understood. After bidding farewell to Mu Lushi, Yu Niao clasped her hands behind her back and twisted her somewhat sore waist. There shouldn't be any major issues, right? She murmured, calculating. I should buy a few medicinal supplies, just to be safe. Lin Heng, you better not let me catch you. Humph. She strolled down West City Street and chose a nearby apothecary, only daring to request medicine from the proprietor when no one was around. The proprietor merely sized her up before giving her a knowing glance. Soul calming pill, Kai Kai Saro, common name, Kai Kai ascending pill. Unlike ordinary people, the process of childbearing among cultivators is far from simple, influenced by various factors such as realm, physique, race, and dual cultivation. Point one is a golden core expert, while the other is a chi refinement novice. Despite the vast disparity in their realms, the frequency of encounters cannot be ignored. There is a saying, small accumulations lead to great sums, and rivers are formed from streams. With a stroke of luck, one might achieve a moment of enlightenment. The consequences are too daunting to contemplate. Moreover, her mind was somewhat hazy at the time, and by the time she regained clarity, it was too late to refine it. She certainly did not wish to ascend directly to the nascent soul stage at such a young age. A sneeze. Meanwhile, Lin Heng returned to the inn and sneezed unexpectedly, feeling rather perplexed with his current physique. He shouldn't be falling ill. Perhaps someone was speaking of him behind his back. This is becoming increasingly interesting. With Sun Hao as a reliable ally, I will have confidence when facing Yi Tian. Time is growing short. Yi Tian may have already arrived in Yenyun City, and after the auction feast, he will return to Qingshen sect. My esteemed master has likely been enduring quite a hardship these days, as the decline in his cultivation level is not a trivial matter, and the elders from the other peaks will soon stir restlessly. Lin Heng retrieved the golden scales from the system space. The undeniable golden aura enveloped him, subtly stirring the 4 spiritual wheels within. Thanks to the continuous efforts of the mirror image, he had begun to make progress towards the 5th spiritual wheel. At this moment he was not idle. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the golden scales in his hands and began to circulate his true essence while reciting the incantation, the primordial indestructible bodies 5 elements volume, gold. As the surrounding spiritual energy surged, infused with a powerful golden elemental essence, the 5 branches of the 5 elements body were interconnected. Gold is the essence of hardness and weaponry. To cultivate the gold branch to perfection, One requires an abundance of resources infused with golden attributes. The golden scales are undoubtedly the best choice. Once the gold branch is perfected, his body will become exceptionally resilient, able to withstand even the sharpest blades without channeling true essence. Particularly in close combat, he would be invincible. During the process of absorbing the golden scales, Lin Heng contemplated another matter. The Tenzhong golden body technique aligns perfectly with the gold branch. Both can mutually enhance and promote each other. Once the gold branch reaches minor completion, it will naturally confer a physical advantage. Combining the two, is it not adding gold to gold and hardness to hardness? What man does not wish to be a bit tougher? Throughout the refinement of the golden scales, Lin Heng did not rush but instead steadily consolidated his cultivation. Within less than a month, he reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, his cultivation speed exceeding that of ordinary cultivators by more than threefold. Upon returning to the sect, those elders would surely regret their previous underestimation. The so-called useless waste they scorned was in truth a gem wrapped in oil. After stabilizing his realm, Lin Heng devoted himself entirely to the refinement of the golden scales. From morning to night and then back to morning, it took him 3 days before he finally opened his eyes, sensing subtle changes in his body, and could not help but frown. With the 4 spiritual wheels operating at full capacity, only 1/10 of the golden scales had been refined. At this rate, how long would it take? Well, it would be better to focus on opening more spiritual wheels. The more spiritual wheels there are, the faster the refinement will be. It must be said that the rare golden scales are far more challenging to refine than the water spirit mother. If he could refine them completely, he should achieve minor completion of the gold branch. Once he had finished organizing, Lin Heng changed into clean clothes, holding a fan depicting picturesque landscapes, appearing like a well-read scholar, although he had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage and could not fast. After 3 consecutive days without food or drink, even if he felt fine, his body could not adapt. Momentarily stepping out for a meal, he had barely slapped a few spoonfuls of mutton soup when suddenly a carriage halted before him. The Zhao family, Chapter 42. Although I may appear dashing, I am not a good person. Just as he was puzzled, the carriage curtain lifted, revealing a woman in a simple dress, accompanied by a maid with a bun. Miss Zhao, Lin Heng instinctively inquired. The visitor was none other than Zhao Wanqing. During their last meeting in Zigagu, she had been wearing a head covering, and he had not taken a close look due to the dim light. Now, seeing her in broad daylight, Lin Heng was almost taken aback. Beautiful, truly beautiful. For a moment, he struggled to find the right words to describe her. Graceful, refreshing. Still, those words felt insufficient. Merely a glance from her accompanied by a smile sent tingles throughout Lin Heng's body. As expected of someone trained in medicine, her complexion appeared even more radiant than Yun Yao's, with a visage that could rival any beauty. Young master, we meet again. Hey, what are you staring at? The maid's reprimand snapped him back to reality. Lin Heng cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Miss, is there something you need? She appeared to be deliberately seeking him out. Rua must not be rude, Zhao Wanqing chided before turning her gaze to Lin Heng, speaking softly. Young master, please do not take offense. I have come to seek your assistance. Oh, Lin Heng nodded, gesturing to the long bench on his right. Please have a seat and speak. Boss, please serve these two a bowl of mutton soup as well. Understood. Young master, you need not go to such trouble. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly waved her hand. Goodness, how generous. The maid beside her frowned at the mention of mutton soup, wondering when their lady had ever dined on such fare by the roadside. Lin Heng waved his hand dismissively and continued. Now, please tell me your matter. What brings you to seek me out? Young master, Zhao Wanqing hesitated momentarily, her face displaying evident embarrassment as if she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, it was the maid who spoke up. Our lady's jade pendant is with you, and we kindly request its return. The pendant holds great significance for her. Rua, the bluntness of her words left both Zhao Wanqing and Lin Heng momentarily stunned. That item? Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, shaking the white tiger jade pendant before them. You came all this way just for this? Lin Heng felt somewhat exasperated. Previously, she had spoken of it as a token of gratitude. This is akin to visiting during a festival, bearing gifts, only to take them back after the visit. Without much thought, Lin Heng tossed the pendant in front of them. All right, it's fortunate I didn't sell it. He could tell that this jade pendant was of great importance to the Zhao family. That night it was likely due to his swift and decisive actions that Zhao Wanqing, out of fear, had relinquished the pendant to him. Young master, I apologize. I did not wish to break my promise. It is just that family matters. Oh, I understand. It was merely a matter of unforeseen circumstances beyond her control. If the pendant is indeed significant to you, it should not be given away lightly. Understood. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this jade pendant should have a counterpart. You must have tracked me down using the other pendant. How do you know? Zhao Wanqing exclaimed in astonishment. The white tiger jade indeed comes in pairs, with the other one enshrined in the family ancestral hall. Logically, Lin Heng should not be aware of this. Just a guess. A guess. Seeing Lin Heng bow his head to sip the mutton soup, Zhao Wanqing seemed to recall something and instructed the maid beside her. Rua, give me the item. Young master, this storage bag contains 5,000 spirit stones. Please accept it as a token of respect. Oh. Lin Heng raised his head, took the storage bag, and weighed it in his hands. Miss Zhao is indeed quite generous. 5,000 spirit stones is no small sum. Young master, you are truly a good person. Just a token of my gratitude. No, please do not misunderstand. Although I may appear charming, I am not a good person. Lin Heng accepted the spirit stones but added, however, if you truly wish to repay my kindness, perhaps consider another method. He raised an eyebrow, implying something more, yet this perfectly ordinary gesture was misinterpreted by the maid, who retorted, rogue, is 5,000 spirit stones not enough for my lady? What more do you desire? Bang! Lin Heng furrowed his brow and struck the bowl against the table and extended his left hand forward. And the next moment, the maid's eyes widened as if someone had grasped her throat from a distance. Her feet slowly lifting off the ground. Cough, how noisy. I am conversing with your mistress. Do you, a mere servant, enjoy interrupting? Lin Heng said with an indifferent tone, as if taking a life were merely a flick of his wrist. He found such individuals quite bothersome, those who abused their power or failed to understand their position. Young master, please wait, Zhao Wanqing immediately interjected. I apologize, young master, it is my failure to discipline her. Allow me to apologize on her behalf. I hope you can forgive her rudeness. Very well, were it not for my request of Miss Zhao today, I would have surely strangled her. Lin Heng withdrew his hand, causing the maid known as Ruru to fall onto the ground, gasping for breath. Had it been a few seconds longer, she might have truly met her end. In that moment, she realized that the young man who had saved her lady was not someone to be trifled with. Thank you, young master, Zhao Wanqing sighed in relief, turning to the maid and instructing you return to the carriage and wait for me. Yes, Mississippi Miss Zhao, please do not take offense, I did not intend to target you. Keeping such a servant by your side who lacks manners and decorum will inevitably lead to trouble. You speak wisely, young master. Upon returning, I shall impose stricter discipline. I presume your Zhao family will participate in tomorrow's auction at the Treasure Pavilion. Indeed. I would like my name to be associated with yours for the auction. You may consider it leveraging the Zhao family's influence. Of course, I will personally pay for any items I wish to acquire. Zhao Wanqing blinked, quickly grasping the implication. I understand. If you were to participate under your own name, even if you were to win a treasure, it might not be safe to leave Yanyun City with it. Clever, Miss Zhao, you grasp the situation with remarkable clarity. Very well, I agree. This is a trivial matter I can manage. Tomorrow I shall send someone to personally escort you from the inn. Thank you very much. A smile crept across Lin Heng's lips. Zhao Wanqing's appearance surprised him, yet it was also somewhat expected. He had not anticipated her arrival to be so timely, with the Zhao family providing cover. His competition with Etion for opportunities would undoubtedly be safeguarded. Strong dragons do not suppress local snakes. How could Etion, no matter how formidable, dare to contend with the Zhao family? Brother, I have made all preparations for you. Do not let me down. Chapter 43. A touch of rosiness. After Zhao Wanqing departed, Lin Heng wasted no time and sought out Sun Hao. The two indulged in wine and leisurely strolled the streets. Primarily to strengthen their bond. Of course, this bond referred to the mutual understanding between adversaries, but there was another purpose as well, to utilize Sun Hao's keen eyes to conspire and make a fortune in Yanyun City. Lin Heng would provide the funds while Sun Hao contributed his efforts, with the profit split 70-30. Within half a day, they had plundered the major treasure shops and jade stores, particularly those dealing in gambling and treasure hunting. However, this behavior soon attracted the ire of several shopkeepers, and before they could even step inside, they were promptly ejected. Brother Lin, I think we should call it a day. Don't you feel that many eyes are fixated on us? Sun Hao remarked cautiously. The commotion had indeed escalated. Let us first organize our gains. Lin Heng nodded in agreement. He glanced around and noticed numerous onlookers casting their gazes upon them. A man without guilt is burdened by the guilt of possessing treasure. There was no helping it. They had amassed too much from their treasure hunting, inevitably drawing attention. I have 3 crystal stones, 1 piece of blue iron stone, and 1 piece of red shining stone. Sun Hao reported after checking his storage bag. I also have a piece of blue iron stone and a pile of fine ore. How about this? You give me the red shining stone. Done. The red shining stone, purple gold iron, and ice crystal stones, all elemental ores, shall be mine, and the remaining meteorite ore will be yours. How does that sound? Oh, Brother Lin, are you certain you want to give me all the meteorite ore? This could collectively forge a divine weapon. Lin Heng waved his hand dismissively. I have no use for them. We are simply taking what we need. I can't hoard all the good things. There will be future opportunities for collaboration. I provide the funds, and you provide the efforts. There are far too many treasures in the 13 cities of the West. Sun Hao's discerning eye for treasure had proven invaluable today. He was currently in need of elemental materials. These stones would suffice for him to refine for a considerable period. Sun Hao did not hesitate further, clasping his fists together and saying, then I shall graciously accept, after the auction feast tomorrow. My father and I will be leaving Yanyun City. When we meet again, Brother Lin, do not forget to pick up the tab. Farewell. After bidding farewell to his unexpected ally, Lin Heng did not return to the inn but instead took advantage of the twilight to visit a legitimate medical clinic. Indulging in a comprehensive massage and acupressure service, one must not only immerse themselves in cultivation but also enjoy the pleasures of life, balancing it with the soft clouds and the gentle flicker of candlelight at night. At the Zhao residence in Yanyun City, 2 figures stood in the brightly lit hall, their shadows elongated against the door. Chinga, have you seen that person? Was the white tiger spirit jade retrieved? Replying to mother, the jade pendant has been secured, and I have met that young master. However, Zhao Wanqing hesitated. The young woman's gaze lingered on the central altar, where offerings were made to the Zhao family's ancestors. The last name on the list was Zhao Zigung, who was Zhao Wanqing's father. But what? That Lin Gongzi seems to have discerned my intentions. He even knew there was another piece of white tiger spirit jade. The woman's pupils widened as she turned to Zhao Wanqing, murmuring, it cannot be mistaken, the chosen one your grandfather spoke of is indeed him. The white tiger spirit jade serves as the key to finding the Medicine King Valley and also as a conduit to obtain the inheritance of the alchemy ancestor. The Zhao family has the individual but lacks the opportune timing. Only someone truly imbued with dragon energy can resonate with the white tiger spirit jade, whether it was he who saved you in Zigu or you inadvertently gifting him the white tiger spirit jade. It all forms part of a grand design. Truly, the heavens favor the Zhao family. If you can become his partner, whether to cure your ailment or to acquire the alchemy ancestors' inheritance, it shall be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's expression shifted from surprise to indignation. Mother, what are you saying? If the alchemy ancestors' inheritance cannot resolve my affliction, then forming a partnership would be of no use. Moreover, I can hardly say that I am even acquainted with that Lin Gongzi. How could we possibly become partners, my foolish girl? I merely hope you can associate with this person. I never suggested any forced union. You seem overly focused on the term partner. If I may venture a guess, that Lin Gongzi you mentioned must be quite a remarkable individual. Just look at how your cheeks flash at the mere mention of him. What is wrong with my face? It turned a shade pinker. Zhao's mother teased. Mother. Cough, cough. Zhao Wanqing coughed several times. All right, I shan't tease you further. That Lin Gongzi wishes to leverage our Zhao family's name to participate in the auction. You might as well take this opportunity to become more familiar with him. Should he take a liking to something, our Zhao family shall cover the expenses, thus earning a personal favor. There is no need to rush regarding the White Tiger Spirit Jade. You have the right timing and connections. Just wait for the proper moment. Thank you, mother. Now, let us discuss the assassination attempt you faced. Xiao's mother's expression suddenly turned cold, a tinge of anger crossing her otherwise delicate features. Do not concern yourself with the calamities in the Hadong region. Regardless of who is behind it, whether they are from the dynasty or not, you must not involve yourself in this murky water. Those individuals intend to unleash disasters, and regardless of their motives, the dynasty remains indifferent. It is not our place as medical families to intervene, otherwise, some may come to view us as benevolent saviors. Mother, I know what you are implying. The matters concerning your father, grandfather, and great-grandfather will not be overlooked. The Zhao family has little capital left. You were born with an affliction. If you were to perish, how would you face the ancestors of the Zhao family after I am gone? I understand, mother. Please rest assured, Wanqing has a sense of propriety. The Zhao family cannot do without me. I will surely survive. Xiao's mother held her hand, and the two embraced, finding solace in each other's presence. The Hadong region lies at the easternmost part of the western continent, positioned at the narrow junction between the eastern and western continents, serving as a buffer zone. 80 years ago, the first calamity struck Hadong, unleashing poisonous mists, and the Zhao family's ancestor Zhao Gongfeng perished without return. 60 years ago, the second calamity occurred, with the spread of the purple blood plague, claiming Zhao Wujie, Zhao Wanqing's grandfather, who unfortunately succumbed to the disease and remained there. 30 years ago, the head of the Zhao family, along with the leaders of 3 other renowned medical clans, endeavored to resolve the troubles of Hadong, only to lose contact upon their arrival. Shortly thereafter, the sacred jade tablet enshrined in the temple shattered, sealing the fate of the Zhao family's 3 generations of esteemed healers in that perilous land. Now, she could not permit her precious daughter to meet a similar fate. The night sky, adorned with a scattering of stars and enveloped in mist, heralded the dawn. The sun soon parted the golden curtains of the horizon, signaling the arrival of a new day. Lin Heng awoke, stretched his limbs, and approached the window to gaze outside, where he spotted a distinctive carriage of the Zhao residents parked by the roadside. Standing beside the carriage was none other than the servant who had accompanied Zhao Wanqing at Zigu. They arrived quite early. Chapter 44, Becoming Good Sisters. After preparing, Lin Heng wasted no time and exited the inn, where a middle-aged man clad in dark attire approached him. Greetings, young master. I am Lu Feng, sent by my lady to escort you to the auction. Is your lady not here? My lady has gone ahead to the treasure pavilion. The auction has strict limitations on attendance and requires a sitting transfer. Oh, I see. Lin Heng nodded. Then please lead the way. After you, young master. Once inside the carriage, the sound of the whip cracking and the neighing of horses melded together as the vehicle sped away. Goodness! With a sharp crack of the whip, the horse let out a distressed cry. Lin Heng peered through the curtain, observing an increased flow of people on the day of the auction, far greater than in the previous days, with even the carriages displaying extravagant designs. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, He followed Lu Feng directly to the auction hall upstairs, encountering numerous cultivators along the way, their diverse auras intertwining in a chaotic symphony. "Young master, please ascend, my lady awaits in the private room." They proceeded to the third floor, which was elegantly designed in a corridor style, featuring exactly 10 private rooms in a continuous line. Room 5, he pushed the door open. The chamber was tastefully adorned with tables and chairs crafted from sandalwood, exuding a fragrant aroma. Incense wafted through the air, its soft blue smoke spiraling upward, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. "Lin Gongzi has arrived," Zhao Wanqing greeted with a smile. Clad in a flowing emerald gown, a delicate jade pendant adorning her waist, her ethereal beauty surpassing her simpler attire from the previous day. "Thank you," Lin Heng replied, moving beside her to gaze downwards. "There are quite a number of people. It's no wonder the treasure pavilion had to impose a limit. Even if they doubled the space, it wouldn't accommodate this crowd. It's astonishing," he remarked. "Are there any items you wish to bid on at the auction? I have some details here, if you are interested." "Auction details?" Lin Heng turned, surprised. Indeed, many families of Yan'an City have dealings with the treasure pavilion, so it's not unusual for us to have some information. With that, she gestured for a servant to present the auction details. The booklet was simply bound, tied with thin string. Wow! Upon seeing the contents, Lin Heng was truly taken aback. 237 auction items. Surely, this must be a jest. This quantity left Lin Heng dumbfounded. It was his first encounter with an auction offering so many items, if each item took a quarter of an hour for bidding. Over 200 items would extend well into the night. A quarter of an hour was indeed a conservative estimate, considering the thousands of people present, especially with the involvement of the dynasty adding to the spectacle. If any good items emerged, it would surely incite a bidding frenzy, testing everyone's patience. Do not be surprised, this auction is the largest in nearly a decade. In the entire history of the 13 cities of the Western continent. There has never been such a grand event. Moreover, this auction will last for a full 2 days, with 2 sessions each day and only a 2-hour intermission, featuring the finest items in the evening. Lin Heng's brow furrowed slightly at this news, sensing trouble. He had yet to see a trace of Yi Tian, who knew when he would emerge to place his bids. This meant Lin Heng would have to remain present throughout the event. Casting his eyes over each auction item, nonetheless having a beautiful companion nearby was not too shabby. Tsk, one would assume that his second senior sister would certainly attend. Meanwhile, in room 10, diagonally across from Lin Heng's chamber, the atmosphere grew tense. The sound of a cup shattering echoed as Mu Liuqi gazed at Yun Yao beside her, waving a hand in front of her face. "Xiao Yao, why is Lin Heng reacting so strongly? How strange. Why would Lin Shidi walk with a Miss Zhao in Yan'an City? He could have at least come to visit me." His senior sister, Mu Liuqi, shook her head in confusion. The two had arrived at the private room early, meaning they had spotted Lin Heng as soon as he set foot in the treasure pavilion. Given the unique positioning of room 5 and room 10, they had a clear view of Lin Heng's situation, while he remained oblivious to their presence, provided they did not draw the curtains. If they did, they would be concealed from his sight. Meanwhile, Yun Yao glared at the jovial pair across the way, her teeth gritting in frustration. "That scoundrel Lin Heng, after playing around, he runs off to Yan'an City and entangles himself with a young lady of affluence. How dare he?" His face is practically glowing with delight at the sight of such a fair maiden. Once the auction concludes, he will meet his reckoning. Were it not for her fear of Mu Liuqi detecting her true feelings, she would have rushed over to deliver a slap to Lin Heng immediately. What kind of behavior was this? He took advantage of her and left without a word, only to turn around and flirt with another woman. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Her fists clenched in anger. "Xiao Yao," Mu Liuqi tilted her head, noting her lack of response, then nudged her. This brought Yun Yao back to her senses. "Oh, it's nothing, senior sister, I just haven't seen Lin Shidi in a long time." And I miss him. When did you two become so close? Weren't you just in Jinma City on a sect mission not long ago? Yunyao inhaled deeply. After all, he was her junior brother. Perhaps he could become our good sister in the future. Mu Luqi's eyes widened in puzzlement. Could it be that something transpired between them in Jinma City? Otherwise, why would you have such a dramatic change of heart? When Lin Heng first arrived at Shenyun Peak, she had heard Yunyao repeatedly express her desire to bully this cheap junior brother. Unbeknownst to her, the good sister Yunyao referred to meant transforming Lin Heng into a true sister. All right then. But Xiaoyao, I think your temper has been a bit excessive lately. Just last night, when Ishidi arrived at the Mu residence, you slapped him twice without a word of explanation. You frightened him terribly. Indeed, just last night, while Lin Heng was enjoying a relaxing spa with a married woman, Ition arrived at Yenyun City and was met with Yunyao's assault. One struck, while the other cowered in silence. They were quite the pair, but neither of them are good people. At the mention of this, Yunyao's anger flared anew, were it not for Ition's deliberate scheming with the falling sun peel. She would not have allowed Lin Heng to gain an advantage. These two were cut from the same cloth, though Yition was arguably the more malicious of the two. After all, Lin Heng had not originally intended to target her. It was only after his lustful thoughts arose that he grew bolder, yet before Mu Luqi, she could not mention the falling sun peel. If she did, it would reveal that she had already consumed it, implying that someone must have provided the antidote. Why Ition was not a fool, he would undoubtedly suspect that Lin Heng had pilfered his peach. If this scandal spread, how could she ever face anyone again? Being a dignified golden core cultivator, it was humiliating enough to be taken advantage of by a mere chi refining novice, and to be treated like a courtesan at that, regardless of Lin Heng's actions. The whispers and gossip within the sect would be enough to drown her. What a disgrace, moreover, since the entire affair could be traced back to Yition, as long as he adamantly denied any involvement. Even their master would be powerless to intervene. Conversely, Lin Heng might find himself branded as a schemer against his senior sister, with the sect leader still in seclusion. Who would dare punish Lin Heng lightly? This meant that if the matter came to light, both Yition and Lin Heng might escape with minimal consequences, while she would suffer the ignominy of losing her virtue and facing the judgment of others. Please, if you see this, give it a 5-star rating, otherwise, I might have to become sisters with Yunyao. Chapter 45. What do you mean by pull down your pants? As Yunyao fumed inwardly, her gaze suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Why Ition, that scoundrel has come as well. Mu Luqi followed her gaze, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized the man beside Ition, the steward of the city lord's residence. Why is Ishidi with someone from the city lord's manor? The city lord's manor? Yes, that hunched-over man is indeed the steward. I have seen him a couple of times and remember him well. Yition and Lin Heng were both rather mysterious figures. Upon arriving in Yenyun City, neither had made any attempts to announce their presence. One had gone to the city lord's manor, while the other had established ties with the Zhao family. Mu Luqi remarked casually. Yunyao scoffed. They must be here for the auction. Ever since leaving Jinma City, I haven't seen either of them. Alas, it seems this is the only possibility. The grand auction hosted by the Wang dynasty in Yenyun City has stirred much excitement in the western continent. Surely, you must have heard about it while on your mission in Jinma City. After a brief wait, Ition ascended to the 3rd floor alongside the steward of the Wang residence but did not pause there. He proceeded to the 4th floor. This level serves as a temporary storage area for the city lord's office and other foreign city-states, and even the 3 major local factions, Mu, Zhao, and Li, are not qualified to access it. Since returning to the Mu family, Mu Luqi has felt an unrelenting weight upon her shoulders, and with her reserved nature, she finds solace only in conversing with her sisters from the sect. Thus, Yunyao's arrival has, to some extent, provided her with a companion to talk to. However, at this moment, Yunyao's attention is wholly diverted from her incessant chatter about the relationships among the 4 great families of Yenyun City. This is due to Lin Heng, who, for reasons unknown, has suddenly begun to explore the adjacent woman with his hands. The angle renders it exceedingly unbecoming. I in the private chamber, how dare he act so brazenly? Lin Heng's palm glides against Zhao Wanqing's right cheek, while his other hand grips her right hand firmly, his demeanor serious and his gaze imposing. Such actions even cause Lu Feng, standing a short distance away, to feel a pang of alarm. Or had Zhao Wanqing not intervened, he might have drawn his sword in a fit of rage. Zhao Wanqing's cheeks flash crimson, her gaze shy, reminiscent of a peach blossom poised to bloom in June, evoking a sense of longing. How peculiar, it is utterly strange. Despite being a mere mortal with no cultivation, there is a torrent of spiritual energy surging within her. The spiritual energy remains dormant, and the true essence is unmanifested, forcing her to rely solely on her breath to release the energy. From the moment he beheld Zhao Wanqing, he was captivated by her translucent complexion, even drawing comparisons with Yunyao. The term translucent he refers to encompasses more than mere fairness of skin. He is acutely aware of Yunyao's silky smoothness, yet now as he touches her exterior it feels akin to caressing a source of spiritual energy condensed from the very essence of the world. As if no skin could be more delicate and transparent, cultivators, through their mastery of the heavens and earth, refine themselves, harboring intentions to comprehend the path to ultimately achieving enlightenment. The higher the cultivation, the more apparent the physical perfection becomes, a direct reflection of their prolonged lifespan. In the realm of cultivation, aside from a few aged individuals who feign profanity with their white hair and beards, it is rare to encounter someone of particularly unattractive appearance. In other words, when comparing Yunyao and Mulu Shi, both strikingly beautiful, to their master Meng Yutong, the latter exudes an intuitive beauty that far surpasses that of her disciples, solely due to the disparity in their realms. Young master, have you taken note? Zhao Wanqing's cheeks have turned a deep shade of crimson, and this handsome face, so close, causes any woman to feel her heart race. Throughout her life, the only other man she has ever been so intimate with is her father, who, regrettably, is no longer present. Miss Zhao, do not be hasty. May I ask you to open your mouth for me to take a look? Zhao Wanqing swallowed nervously, gradually parting her soft, rosy lips, revealing her petite, delicate tongue, which quietly caught his eye. Impudent. Suddenly, Lu Feng, standing nearby, could no longer contain his outrage and drew his dagger, exclaiming, "What do you mean by opening your mouth while my lady is exposing herself?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing was taken aback, hastily closing her mouth and casting her gaze downward, leaving Lin Heng bewildered. "What? Why are you shouting so loudly? Is it wrong for my belt to be a bit loose?" "Miss Zhao, I feel that your servant harbors quite the grudge against me. Do I appear to be a hypocrite?" Lin Heng was genuinely taken aback by the accusation of exposing oneself. Seeing Lin Heng's anger, Zhao Wanqing quickly turned to Lu Feng, scolding, "Uncle, how can you be so rude? Young Master Lin is merely diagnosing my ailment. I demand that you apologize to him at once. Miss, this man is groping you incessantly, demanding you to open your mouth." "I, Lu Feng, have been studying medicine since the days of my late father and have never witnessed such diagnostic methods." His actions clearly suggest he intends to undress. Lu Feng's stance was unwavering. He deemed Lin Heng a charlatan seeking to take advantage, possessing martial prowess yet lacking in genuine medical knowledge. This bias led him to magnify Lin Heng's every action and speculate wildly. As Lu Feng refused to relent and continued to assert himself, Zhao Wanqing grew increasingly irritated, pointing at him and clearing her throat. Observing this, Lin Heng gently supported her, settling her into a chair and waving his hand, saying, "Your young lady's condition does not permit emotional agitation. I shall not pursue this matter further." "I am well aware." Lin Heng fell silent, and at that moment a resounding voice echoed from the lower levels of the treasure pavilion. A woman clad in a red form-fitting dress gracefully ascended the Tenjong wide square staircase, with a swaying gait and an enchanting demeanor. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a captivating fox, She was none other than the chief auctioneer of the Treasure Pavilion, also serving as the steward of the Yenyun City branch tasked with overseeing today's auction. Her entrance immediately captured the attention of the crowd, who could hardly tear their eyes away from her. Seizing the opportunity to deliver her opening remarks, Zhao Wanqing inquired about the diagnosis. "Miss, do not be foolish. If he could truly diagnose my condition, Lu Feng would take his surname today." Lu Feng interjected disdainfully. This elicited a chuckle from Lin Heng, who replied, "Very well, let me share my findings, but before that, allow me to clarify my earlier actions to prevent Mr. Lu Feng from believing I am an impertinent character." Mr. Lu Feng paused momentarily, quickly recovering. "All right, let us see what grandiose claims you can make." Lin Heng stood up, stating as he walked, "The skin, whether for ordinary folk or cultivators, is a vital organ. We often evaluate health based on its color and condition, which can lead to perceptions of vitality and, consequently, notions of beauty and ugliness. For cultivators, the skin undergoes transformation upon reaching a certain realm, striving to transcend physical confines to achieve spiritual liberation. The 5 fingers of the hand connect to 5 major meridians that correspond to the heart and blood vessels, while the sensations of the mouth are conveyed through the tongue to the entire body. Miss Zhao's body resembles a fishnet riddled with holes, with the spiritual energy in the air akin to an endless stream of fish. When the net is torn, the fish swim freely, causing the holes to widen further. This metaphor, though somewhat crude, should clearly convey the essence of what I wish to express. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Wanqing and Lu Feng were taken aback. As insiders, they could certainly grasp the meaning behind Lin Heng's metaphor. However, to deduce her ailment merely through touch and observation of her tongue, "What you say is true, my condition is indeed as you describe. I can feel the continuous infiltration of spiritual energy within me. Yet the energy I can expel is woefully insufficient. Each day I must endure the pressure from my internal organs, utilizing breath control to expel a portion of the energy. Yet at this rate, within 3 years my body will succumb to the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy and shatter." She coughed intermittently, as the breath control technique required the heart and lungs to function in harmony, leading to severe strain and overload in her lungs, ultimately resulting in a chronic lung ailment that would only worsen. Lu Feng, witnessing Lin Heng's understanding of the matter, quickly asked, "Young master, is there a remedy?" Lin Heng cast a glance at him but chose not to respond. Now he was being addressed as young master. It was uncertain whether to regard him as a fair-weather friend or one overly protective of his charge. "To be frank, Miss Zhao, your condition is unprecedented in my experience. Firstly, you are merely an ordinary person without even spiritual roots. Secondly, I see no indication of any unique constitution. In fact, your condition could be aptly termed a specific constitution. To put it bluntly, your constitution bears a resemblance to that of a furnace." Lin Heng was inclined to designate it as innate furnace, sacred body. Zhao Wanqing's expression shifted at this term, for it certainly was not a flattering label. Do not be anxious, Miss Zhao, I am merely drawing a comparison. Consider this, you are an ordinary person, yet you seek to refine the spiritual energy within through cultivation, only to find that your lack of spiritual roots and physical constitution hinder your progress. From the perspective of cultivators, a furnace differs from the mutual cultivation system. It is a one-sided endeavor. Thus, the only method I can conceive is to harmonize the yin and yang, drawing forth the abundant spiritual energy within you. Lin Heng endeavored to phrase his words delicately. The reality is that if Zhao Wanqing could resolve the issue of excess spiritual energy through self-cultivation, she would not find herself in such dire straits. However, to draw forth the energy externally, she would require a cultivator with ample reserves of spiritual energy, such as Lin Heng himself. This was not a matter of self-recommendation. Rather, his unique cultivation path rendered him immune to concerns of excess spiritual energy. No, this is utterly absurd. Lu Feng was the first to voice his dissent, exclaiming, "This would mean truly turning my lady into a furnace. The notion of treating her as a mobile vessel for storing spiritual energy was intolerable for anyone. It cannot be framed in such a manner. Your lady seeks to save her life. Given the stakes, some sacrifices must be made. If the two parties develop mutual affection, it would indeed be a beautiful thing. One could alleviate her ailment and preserve her life, while the other could gain substantial spiritual energy to enhance his own cultivation. After Lin Heng's remark, Zhao Wanqing seemed to have been inspired with a fresh perspective, her eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, if one were to seek a partner they genuinely admired, it was certainly not out of the question. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glanced up at Lin Heng once more. Ever since Lin Heng had rescued her with such decisiveness in Zigu, he had left an enigmatic impression on her heart. Further amplified by her mother's words proclaiming him as a benefactor of the Zhao family. As the destined child endowed with the essence of the dragon, it was no wonder that her feelings toward him were difficult to suppress. Miss Zhao, I must retract what I said yesterday morning. What did you say? I am, in fact, the good person, Lin Heng chuckled, extending a finger and striking a pose he deemed quite charming, adding, if you ever find yourself in dire straits, consider me first. Zhao Wanqing could not help but smile at his whimsical gesture. In her heart, she assessed that had it been anyone else, she might not have felt the same fondness. Yet Lin Heng, with his reserved demeanor laced with a hint of mischief, was rather endearing. Very well, should that time come, I hope Master Lin would be willing to lend me a hand. Lin Heng was taken aback by her earnest response to what he had said in jest. However, he dismissed it as mere polite banter. What audacity! How could she permit him to make such a flippant joke? How could this lad presume such familiarity? A wave of indignation surged within Lu Feng. Following the passing of the family head, he, as an uncle, had taken on the roles of both guardian and protector for Zhao Wanqing. Regarding her as a daughter in his heart, his feelings towards Lin Heng had never been particularly warm. And after this brief exchange, they had soured even further. The main storyline commences. Positive, main quest. Once the auction officially begins, the Etion will acquire extraordinary treasures, and you will face greater perils ahead. Rendering the future unpredictable. Reward index, exceptional. Negative, main quest. Seize the opportunity to snatch treasures from Etion, thereby enhancing your chances for the future, though your path remains shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps this is your most crucial decision yet. Reward index, unknown. The tasks had arrived with great urgency. As the auction's commencement interface popped up, Lin Heng silently shook his head, for he had already formed a conclusion in his mind. If he wished to follow the positive quest route, there was no need for him to come to Yan'an City. He was not unfamiliar with the plot of the beauty record. The treasures possessed by the main character Etion were all miraculous artifacts. Allowing him to gather these treasures unimpeded would make it impossible for anyone to rival him later on. Rising once more, Lin Heng retrieved the details ledger, which contained only brief classifications without detailed descriptions. The first 3 auction items were weapons crafted in Maple Leaf Town, likely intended for the first-level participants to compete over. Though the name may seem unremarkable, Maple Leaf Town is renowned as the most prestigious forging ground in the Tianxian continent. The top 10 swords and the 3 infamous weapons all originated from this place, highlighting its grandeur. It operates independently of the dynasty, functioning as a loosely organized sect where both cultivators and common folk make their living through forging. On the 4th floor of the Treasure Pavilion, the forces of the 4 city lords' residences and 6 branches of the Criminal Justice Bureau from the 13 cities of the West are divided between the north and south wings. At this moment, Etion was also perusing the details ledger, appearing quite flustered, with bloodshot eyes and severely swollen eyelids, having been struck twice in the eyes by Yunyao the previous night. He had yet to recover. Could it be that she discovered the matter of the falling sun peel? However, given her state at that time, her consciousness had been hazy. She should not have been able to perceive any issue with the peel. Lin Hung, the country bumpkin, would hardly recognize the pill either. If he had given the falling sun pill to his senior sister, the dual spring poison would require a man as an antidote. Just as he envisioned Lin Hung clandestinely plucking peaches for him, he immediately dismissed the thought. No, Lin Hung was not that audacious. If he dared to lay a hand on his senior sister, he would undoubtedly face a fate worse than death. Could it be because we arrived too late? If Lin Hung and I had delayed our arrival by a few more hours, perhaps my senior sister would have been sullied by that beast from the city lord's residence. Yi Tian suddenly realized, yes, it must be this way. Currently, the relationship between him and Lin Hung was one of mutual rise and fall. If the falling sun pill were to be exposed, not only would Lin Hung face dire consequences, but he too would suffer. The only possibility at present was that Lin Hung, upon sensing the pill's intent, had secretly hidden it away and did not administer it to Yuniao. The country bumpkin remained true to his nature. Fortunately, he had not botched this matter. With a sigh of relief, Yi Tian's gaze filled with disdain as he silently vowed, afterward I must retrieve the pill from him. Chapter 47. Master, senior sister, what brings you here? The first auction item, Maple Leaf Town's Star Scar sword, measuring 9 feet in length and 5 inches in width, with a dark green hilt adorned with intricate engravings. It appeared unremarkable yet harbored a latent energy. The starting bid was 500 spirit stones. The price seemed modest, but after some bidding it escalated to 2,300, ultimately closing at 2,500 spirit stones. The second auction item was yet another sword, Maple Leaf Town's Heavy Wave, measuring 5 feet in length and 7 inches in width, looking considerably sturdier than the previous sword, its blade capable of slicing through iron like mud. Due to its distinct specifications, fewer bidders participated, and it ultimately sold for 2,100 spirit stones. The third auction item, the Bogwa staff from Maple Leaf Town, was rarely sought after, concluding at 1,600 spirit stones. Upon the appearance of these three auction items, Lin Heng's earlier conjectures were validated. Yanyun City prohibited the carrying of weapons into the city, yet they immediately began to sell weapons in grand fashion. This was indeed a clear business strategy. The subsequent auction items were largely similar, showcasing various attribute-enhanced materials. Heavenly Thunderwood, derived from ancient wood struck by heavenly lightning, possessed a rich thunder attribute. Water crystal, often found in frigid seas, is a crystalline product of fish excrement, containing a water attribute but possibly mixed with impurities. Naturally, this could not compare to the water spirit mother that Lin Hung had acquired. Obsidian gold stone, formed from volcanic rock and ordinary metals fusing together under strict natural conditions, contained various metallic elements. To summarize, it was akin to the metal equivalent of VC in the cultivation world, meaning its gold content was impure, characterized by chaos, and its refining results were subpar. However, the sheer quantity was impressive. There were over 100 pieces of obsidian gold stone on display, enough to make Lin Heng's mouth water. Though he had yet to refine his golden scales, he still understood the importance of accumulating resources. However, considering that thus far only first-level participants had been bidding, and that even second-level participants had not yet joined, he felt it somewhat beneath his dignity to bid at this moment. With over 200 auction items, the beginning should serve only as an appetizer. The better items were still to come. Lin Hung steadied himself, observing quietly. He could not be certain when Yi Tian would make his move. Financially, he was not a match for these noble families. It was prudent to keep his funds secure and refrain from unnecessary expenditures. The 10th auction item, the 20th, the 53rd auction item. Lin Hung stared intently below his brows, nearly knitting into a frown. What is happening? The morning's auction round was nearing its conclusion, yet Yi Tian had not made a single move. Master Lin, shall we go out for a meal after the auction concludes? Zhao Wanqing inquired. Certainly, Lin Hung nodded in agreement. It appears there are no noteworthy items this morning, he mused once again. Miss Zhao, Let us depart now. I fear encountering acquaintances may complicate our exit. Acquaintances, alright, let us go. Naturally, the acquaintances Lin Heng referred to were Mu Liushi. All the families of Yenyun City resided on the third level, and she would undoubtedly be present at such an important event. To avoid a direct encounter, it was wiser to leave early. However, their departure was clearly observed from the 10th box opposite. Xiaoyao, where are you going? Mu Liushi inquired as Yun Yao began to rise. Senior sister, I shall forgo watching the last auction item of the first half. I wish to see our Lin Shidi. I feel you are acting rather strangely today. Do not do anything foolish in Yenyun City, as there are many restrictions on cultivators here. Mu Liushi expressed her concern for Yun Yao. Oh, fret not, senior sister. I am not going to harm anyone. I simply wish to see Shidi, Yun Yao replied with a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanqing and Lin Heng quietly exited through a VIP passage on the other side of the treasure pavilion to avoid disrupting the auction's atmosphere. Master Lin, I know of a tavern not far ahead that showcases nearly all the specialties of Yenyun City. Shall we head there? Zhao Wanqing suggested. Of course, Lin Heng replied, not being picky about food. As long as it filled his stomach, he was content without always seeking extravagant delicacies. Before long, the two arrived at the tavern's entrance. The establishment featured a quaint three-story design, with two green-faced jade lion statues standing sentinel at the entrance, their mouths holding a couplet. The upper line read, 3,000 guests of wine, smoke, and lanterns, while the lower line proclaimed, candle shadows and spring breezes in 100-foot tower. Lin Heng gazed up at the plaque. Drunken immortal residence. Finding the couplet quite poetic, Zhao Wanqing nodded with a smile. The owner of this tavern is known as the Wine Immortal. It is said he traveled far and wide in his youth, visiting renowned wine springs and scholars, and is well versed in poetry and song, thus establishing the Drunken Immortal residence. Upon settling in Yenyun City, the Wine Immortal, the two stepped into the fragrant tavern. In the bustling wine house, the throngs of patrons flowed like a river, the sounds of calls and the clinking of glasses rising and falling in a harmonious cacophony, showcasing the lively atmosphere of Zue Xianju. Miss Zhao, you have arrived. Please allow me to escort you both inside. Fortuitously, there remains but one last vacant table. The attentive waiter greeted them, his face adorned with a beaming smile. In Yenyun City, one may be unfamiliar with many faces, but the presence of the Zhao family's esteemed young lady is certainly unforgettable. As a lineage of healers with a legacy spanning centuries, the Zhao family's contributions to Yenyun City and its neighboring realms are worthy of admiration. The average person inevitably faces the cycles of life, birth, aging, sickness, and death, where birth and aging are dictated by the natural order, while death from illness is beyond human control. Since the time of their ancestral healer, who dedicated himself to the welfare of the world, the Zhao family has generously dispensed their benevolence, establishing free medical clinics on nearly every street in the 13 cities of Shizhou. Moreover, the tragic fate of 3 generations of the Zhao family who perished in Hidong has garnered them the deep respect of the ordinary folk of Yenyun City. The two took their seats at a table located towards the back on the first floor. May I inquire what the young lady and the gentleman wish to dine upon? Let us indulge in the signature banquet of Zue Xianju. Also please convey my regards to old Mr. Jiu on my behalf. With that, Zhao Wanqing retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring and handed it to him. Certainly, please hold on for but a moment. Before long, the waiter returned, now in possession of 2 large black ceramic jugs of wine, noticeably larger than the usual vessels. Lin Heng furrowed his brow. The rich aroma suggested it was a type of spiritual wine. Miss Zhao, are you certain you can handle spiritual wine? It is quite all right. This is called Huolingjiu, an extreme variant of spiritual wine. Consuming it will neutralize with the spiritual energy within, offering a purifying effect on the meridians to some extent. Drinking it will greatly alleviate my condition. Lin Heng examined the jug, pouring a taste. It lacked the pungent sharpness he had expected. Huolingjiu This is my first encounter with such a beverage. At that moment, a shadow passed, elongated by the slanting rays of the sun, and cast upon their table. Lin Heng, his back turned to the entrance, initially paid it no mind. However, as a familiar and refreshing scent wafted to his nostrils, one imbued with an essence reminiscent of fire, a figure clad in a crimson dress approached, under Xiao Wanqing's astonished gaze and Lin Heng's apparent indifference. She gradually occupied the right side of his field of vision. That enchanting visage leaned close to Lin Heng's ear, exhaling warm breath, her lips biting softly as she spoke. Lin Heng, fully aware yet compelled to confront the reality, stiffly turned to meet her gaze, only to find Yunyao observing him with a smile that danced between mirth and mockery. Sister, what brings you here? Chapter 48. The blood that flows from the clam must be coaxed from Lin Heng. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lin Heng inched a few steps inward. Sister, Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened as she regarded the woman in red, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her depths, not from malice, but rather sheer astonishment at the other's beauty. Why does my junior brother seem unwelcoming to my presence? Well, with a beauty seated before you, my arrival must surely disrupt the ambience. Not at all. Lin Heng vigorously shook his head, vehemently denying. How could I not welcome you? I am overjoyed to see you again. Oh, that is good to hear. Would you care for me to join you for a meal? Lin Heng was taken aback, hastily casting a glance at Xiao Wanqing. What an absurdity! How could a guest be so bold as to invite themselves to dine? You are unfamiliar with Miss Zhao. How could you presume to extend such an invitation? Yet Xiao Wanqing clearly misinterpreted Lin Heng's concern. Of course, it would be my pleasure. May I inquire how to address you? Esteemed sister, Yunyao, you must be the young lady of the Zhao family. Indeed, you are as breathtaking as the tales have described. You flatter me, Yun. I find you even more exquisite. Goodness, have you both begun a mutual flattery? The ensuing conversation was far from the anticipated silence. Yunyao and Xiao Wanqing, with their naturally affable dispositions, soon found common ground for lively dialogue. They even discussed Lin Heng's heroic act of rescuing Yunyao in Zigu. Thus Lin Heng found himself caught in the middle, nodding along as dishes were served, each moment stretching like an eternity. The more Yunyao praised him in Xiao Wanqing's presence, the more he felt at a loss. How had this turned out so differently from his expectations? Why had she come to Yanyun City? Was it for the auction? How had she found her way here? Could it be that she had seen him at the auction? With these questions swirling in his mind, the trio soon concluded their meal. Upon exiting Zui Xianju, Xiao Wanqing excused herself, leaving space for Yunyao and Lin Heng. Junior brother, let us depart. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Lin Heng's heart tightened, an inexplicable anxiety washing over him, yet he forced himself to maintain composure and fell in step beside her. Sister, what is it you wish to discuss? About the events in Jinma City. Do you have anything to say? Yunyao's tone had grown notably colder. Jinma City, that has long since passed. At that time, it was you who was kidnapped, and it was Brother Yi and I who exerted ourselves to save you. You were afflicted by the spring poison, and it was Brother Ye's elixir that aided you. Lin Heng feigned ignorance. Little did they know, as they traversed an isolated alley, Yunyao suddenly pivoted, the last vestiges of her smile fading entirely. The aura she exuded was akin to a biting cold wind, forcing him to retreat involuntarily. Junior brother, what troubles you? Lin Heng, I have granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it, committing wrongs without the courage to repent or bear the consequences. Perhaps only when faced with death does one recall the virtue of contrition. Shall I continue? The oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator blanketed the entirety of Yanyun City. Yunyao, not wishing to create a significant commotion, concentrated her pressure upon a single point. Third, he knelt, not out of fear, but simply because he found standing to be exhausting. He could not comprehend how he had been discovered despite remaining concealed behind a mask. The figure in the crimson dress loomed near, the delicate fabric allowing glimpses of her graceful legs. Upon sensing his thoughts, Yunyao let out a cold scoff. A flimsy mask cannot obscure your despicable actions. Particularly your attitude afterwards, with that a gleaming silver blade materialized in her hand emanating a chilling aura under the sunlight. Lin Heng's composure finally unraveled, and he clung to her exquisite leg. Sister, you cannot kill me. My father is the sect leader, and besides, I merely made the same mistakes every junior brother does. In that moment of peril, after consuming Brother Ye's elixir, I found your condition not only unchanged but even worsened. Spring poison like Huan Hisan and Duoridan have no antidote. It could damage the roots or even claim a life. I could not simply serve as your antidote. How are you suggesting I should be grateful to you? If you had merely prepared the antidote, fleeing without a word is rather irresponsible, don't you think? The mistakes of every junior brother. How can you utter such base words? Gratitude is unnecessary. Let us first sheath the blade. Yun Yao attempted to withdraw her leg only to find him stubbornly clinging like a piece of gum. She pressed the blade against his neck, her voice cold and threatening. Enough chatter, release me, and do not rub your head against me. Please grant me another chance to explain, dear sister. Explain? Oh no, I meant an opportunity to clarify. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Yao relented. Very well, if you release me, I shall grant you a chance. Rest assured, this blade will not claim your life. Every family has a wayward junior brother. I am more magnanimous than you might imagine. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng felt a mixture of joy and astonishment. When had Yun Yao become so understanding? Just as he prepared to rise, the weight of her pressure descended anew, forcing him to kneel once more. You have but one chance. Should your explanation fail to satisfy me, you shall thereafter be my sister. Sister? Lin Heng looked up at her, perplexed. Yun Yao pointed the blade in a direction, and as he followed her gesture, fear gripped him. This was his beloved brother, a companion for 22 years. How could Yun Yao be so ruthless as to confiscate his instrument of mischief? Gritting his teeth, Lin Heng steeled himself. Sister, at this juncture, I shall cease my pretense. I am aware that the elixir was Duoridan. A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Yao's face. She had anticipated him to feign ignorance and shift blame onto Yi Tian. Yet he had openly admitted it. Then why did you administer it to me? Taking a deep breath, Lin Heng understood the weight of his forthcoming words. It was only afterward that I realized. At that moment I was unaware. I did not wish for Brother Yi to ruin you. He intended to use the elixir to ensnare me, taking the opportunity to extend his dark claws towards you. I wished to reveal Brother Ye's sinister intentions. So the price was your virtue, though I understand it was not by choice. Your actions do not strike me as more honorable than his. No, I was compelled. Lin Heng shook his head, continuing, what I wish to convey extends beyond this. There exists another element, desire. Desire intertwines with affection, devoid of nobility. Since entering the sect and interacting with you, the essence of desire has imprinted upon my heart. Thus, I confess, my feelings for you, dear sister, are entwined with both affection and desire, regardless of whether you perceive this as mere flattery or an excuse born from opportunism. These sentiments represent my genuine thoughts. Buzz. Yun Yao's head buzzed momentarily. The unexpected confession caused her to instinctively step back 2 paces, regarding him with a skeptical gaze. You like me? What is it that you like about me? It would indeed be absurd for her to believe such nonsense. After all, she had not hesitated to physically reprimand Lin Heng on numerous occasions, coupled with the disparaging thoughts he often harbored. It was true that he had an affection for her form. Goodness, what do I even like? Lin Heng's mind rapidly flitted through 3 options: physique, appearance, character. Without much contemplation, while the first 2 options were indeed accurate, they would also be fatal. Thus, he could only resort to character. Surely it must be her character. Who wouldn't he be enamored by a woman who is both haughty yet playful, and cool yet fiercely strong? Senior sister, you possess both an enviable physique and striking beauty. Although you often bully me during our time together, bully, Lin Heng slapped himself, hastily correcting. What I mean is that you have been exceptionally caring towards me. There is a saying, to hit is to show affection. To scold is to love. Surely prolonged affection will not fail to cultivate feelings. as someone who dares to take responsibility. Rest assured, senior sister, I will certainly be accountable to you. Oh, I see, Yun Yao elongated her tone. Easing her imposing demeanor, Lin Heng was elated and hastily rose to his feet, sensing that his response had been well received. Responsibility, of course, must be taken, but Yun Yao began to circle around him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Did she agree to take responsibility? But what does that entail? Lin Heng stood rooted in place, his emotions rising and falling like a roller coaster. Once the notion of responsibility was established, did it not imply a bond akin to that of companions? How else could one speak of responsibility? Previously, many suitors in the sect had sought her out, captivated by her deceptive exterior, only to label her as a domineering flower once they truly understood her. You say you like my character. While somewhat unexpected, since you mentioned affection, I shall henceforth shower you with affection, senior sister. Upon finishing his words, Lin Heng's pupils dilated as he suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness. His chest caving in as a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Bang! His body arced gracefully, spinning several times before his head plunged directly into the earth. Yun Yao retracted her hand and exhaled. The blood that had spilled forth from him must be expelled. The principle was simple: one must not suffer losses. Chapter 49. The 72-year-old virgin, Yun Yao approached, giving him a gentle kick, but upon discovering no sign of movement, she resorted to manually extricating his head from the ground. His face bore only a smattering of dirt, with not a single significant bruise in sight. Yun Yao brushed her hand across his forehead, sensing carefully, and suddenly her eyes widened. A water-type physique, when had this fellow cultivated such a constitution? Her own physique was unique, harmonizing with the fire element while not repelling the water element, making her particularly sensitive to water elements on a physical level. The water type among the 5 elemental physiques could nourish both the body and soul, and when combined with the formidable regenerative capabilities of the wood types, it could enable a cultivator's recovery to rival that of demonic beasts. Water nurtures all while remaining tranquil, existing in the realm of humanity's aversions. Approaching the Tao, Yun Yao quietly observed the transformations occurring on his surface, further astonished by the influx of spiritual energy that autonomously surged towards his body, permeating his skin and initiating a slow repair of his minor abrasions. His cultivation had also ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement. The speed of his enhancement was undeniably rapid. Typically, one would require at least half a month to reach the first level of qi refinement, often taking up to a month, even during her own initial foray into cultivation, from being a novice in qi refinement to successfully establishing her foundation. It had taken her over a year. This speed, within the Qingshen sect, would place him among the top 5. Even the eldest and second eldest sisters had not surpassed her pace. Lin Heng, a peculiar case, had arrived as a mere waste without a spiritual root, yet within a mere month had achieved the 4th level of qi refinement. Furthermore, he had even manifested a water-type physique, coupled with his ability to hear thoughts and foresee the future. Yun Yao began to suspect he was favored by the heavens, commonly referred to as one who is blessed by the Tao. After a lengthy pause, Lin Heng awakened from his stupor, one hand clutching his steel-pained chest while the other pushed against the ground, shifting until he leaned against a tree. Wait a moment, he muttered, then reached down, finally encountering the soft, frightened form of his companion, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Nyonyo is still here. Yun Yao, standing at a slight angle behind him, witnessed this scene and frowned slightly, her expression rife with disdain. He had indeed slept quite a while. If he did not hurry, the auction would soon commence. The auction? Lin Heng quickly regained his bearings, rising to follow her. Senior sister, wait for me. Yun Yao paused but did not turn around, only to see Lin Heng slip and then, with a sudden rush, collide into her from behind, both hands inadvertently grasping beneath her bosom. My apologies, senior sister, I slipped. Perhaps driven by a reflexive response, Yun Yao wasted no time in executing a shoulder throw, sending Lin Heng sprawling onto his back. With a cold expression, she glared at him. Sleeping is one thing, yet your hands seem to have minds of their own, do they? Please, senior sister, we may not have developed a sisterly bond, but you did agree to become companions. Did you not? When did I ever agree to be your companion? You mentioned I should take responsibility. I have only ever heard of parents being responsible for their children or husbands for their wives. Surely you cannot imply paternal affection. TSK, it seems you have yet to receive sufficient punishment. Yunyao gritted her teeth, rolling her fists. Lin Heng took several steps back. Senior sister, this constitutes domestic violence. You could end up in prison for this. Humph, Yunyao scoffed, ignoring him as she turned to leave. Lin Heng silently followed, this time deliberately maintaining a distance. However, this distance was just enough for her to overhear his inner musings. TSK, I thought I was about to have a companion. Turns out I was merely being overly sentimental, but putting feelings aside, following me is undoubtedly preferable to being with Etion, not to mention, at least I want to be sold off to a brothel to ruin the rest of my life. Lin Heng did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, but he was certainly not the kind of person who would send his companion off like a common courtesan. As they walked, Yunyao suddenly halted and turned around. When we are outside, you may refer to me as you wish, but within the sect, especially in front of our master and other sisters, should you dare to disclose our relationship, be cautious, or I shall end you. This proclamation effectively implied that they had indeed become companions. However, she did not wish for their identities to be made public, not because she thought Lin Heng was unpresentable. Given his current rate of cultivation, it would be no exaggeration to label him a genius. The main reasons were twofold. Firstly, she wanted to avoid attracting undue scrutiny, while the Qingxian sect did not prohibit companions from forming relationships. The elders across the peaks often advised against it, fearing that romantic entanglements would hinder one's cultivation. Secondly, she feared disappointing her master. Meng Yutong had once stated that her constitution should remain pure until it was fully developed. After all, Lin Heng was the son of the sect leader, and such a connection would inevitably attract attention. The final and most significant reason was her apprehension that Yi Tian would discover their relationship and pose a threat to Lin Heng. It was not difficult to discern the animosity Yi Tian harbored towards Lin Heng, coupled with Yi Tian's inherently malicious disposition. He had even resorted to dragging Lin Heng in his attempts to win her affection. While she was not particularly afraid of anything, she was genuinely concerned about Yi Tian's potential schemes against Lin Heng. Lin Heng was overjoyed and eagerly approached her. No problem, it's just an underground hidden companionship. Doing what companions do behind closed doors, I find it quite thrilling. This proposal left him both astonished and delighted. Concealing their relationship could help him evade numerous troubles. Yi Tian had long regarded the 5 senior sisters of Chenyun Peak and their master as potential members of his future harem. If he were to discover that Yunyao had been taken, would he not pursue Lin Heng with the fervor of a rabid dog? Recalling Sun Hao's tragic narrative, Lin Heng realized Yi Tian had a penchant for married women. Should he learn that Yunyao had become someone else's companion, the consequences, augmented by the allure of a married woman, were simply unimaginable. Lin Heng would never allow such a scenario to unfold. As Boss Chow would say, I would rather have my oxen dominate the world than allow the world to dominate my oxen. Both were tacitly aware of their shared vigilance towards Yi Tian. What should companions do? Yunyao inquired. What else could it be? Affectionate kisses, hugs, and playful lifting, of course, not to mention, during festivals or birthdays we must create some sense of ceremony and exchange delightful surprises. In 2 months. I shall be turning 20-3. As your companion, you merely need to present yourself as a nighttime gift. Lin Heng chuckled. Yunyao seemed oblivious to the undertones of his words, nodding blankly before falling into contemplation. It has been ages since I celebrated my birthday. Time indeed flies. If I calculate correctly, I should be turning 72 in about half a year. What? 72? Upon hearing this number, Lin Heng was rendered speechless. Based on the cyclical calculations of zodiac signs between parents and children, if he was 23, then his mother would be 47 and his grandmother 71. Good heavens, at that age she could easily be his grandmother in the realm of ordinary people. 72-year-old virgin, the phrase nearly shattered Yu Niao's composure when she promptly seized his ear, gritting her teeth. Why are you so surprised? I am a golden core practitioner, with a lifespan that can reach up to 500 years. 5 times yours. By the time you wither away into bones after a century, I shall still be in my prime, and you dare to disdain my age. Cough cough cough. Lin Heng found himself momentarily speechless at her words. As though there was some truth to them, the length of one's lifespan cannot be measured by the same standards applied to ordinary people. linheng.hmm.do Share the recent opportunities you have encountered. I am quite curious as to how you have advanced to the 4th level of Qi training in such a short span of time. Was it not during your mission in Jinma City that you were merely at the 3rd level? Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, that is entirely your choice. Yu Niao expressed her innocent curiosity. Opportunities. Lin Heng lowered his gaze slightly, observing her profile with a faint smile. There are indeed countless opportunities. But the greatest one lies with you, junior sister. Me. Why do you say that? Because of that uninterrupted dual cultivation from dawn till dusk and back to dawn. Lin Heng raised his brow. Otherwise, how could my cultivation have progressed so swiftly? I am no genius, after all. Chapter 50. The lie of cultivation. Advancement, enjoyment is your true aim. Yu Niao glared at him, silent yet secretly astonished. Is dual cultivation truly this effective, regarding matters of intimacy and dual cultivation? She remained a novice, thus could only take Lin Heng's words with a grain of skepticism. Aside from the pain, she had yet to experience any enhancement to her cultivation. Dual cultivation, after all, promises myriad benefits without a single downside. It can delight the spirit, strengthen the bond between partners, and elevate each other's cultivation. Why not indulge in it, now that you are at the initial stage of Golden Core? When you inevitably face obstacles in your future breakthroughs, you will understand just how powerful dual cultivation can be. It is akin to a miraculous elixir, as long as one does not overexert. It can continuously yield mutual benefits for us both. Under Lin Heng's persuasion, Yu Niao found herself momentarily intrigued by this notion. However, upon witnessing the unmistakable glint of desire in his eyes, she instantly regained her composure. Bah, you dream too fancifully. Don't you dare think you can sway me. The advancement of your cultivation is but a ruse. Enjoyment is your true objective. Yu Niao's expression turned cold, instinctively reaching out to swat him away. Wait, junior sister, I cannot agree with your assertion. Dual cultivation is inherently something that partners should engage in. It is also a form of obligation. Moreover, we agreed that if there were to be any strikes, they should not be to the face. As your partner, you must consider my dignity. Her dignity is earned through one's own merits. Yet, junior sister, I am not entirely unreasonable. If you do not entertain any ill intentions, why would I bully you? As for your claim of obligation, Yu Niao narrowed her eyes, a subtle smile playing at her lips. If I choose not to fulfill it, what will you do about it? When a cat accustomed to the desolation of the Gobi Desert finally savors its first fish, it becomes eager for a second until it finds itself addicted. Yu Niao certainly would not easily yield to him. Her inherent pride instilled in her an unwavering confidence. With her talent, she could continuously grow stronger through her own efforts. Moreover, she had yet to encounter any particularly daunting bottlenecks that would necessitate dual cultivation as a shortcut. Lin Heng shrugged in resignation, acknowledging the reality. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the rules are dictated by the powerful. Yet, cannot certain things be approached with a lighter heart? Dual cultivation is both pleasurable and advantageous. Why must one take it so seriously? However, it matters not. When his strength solidifies and the balance of choices shifts, not only dual cultivation but even the very posture of cultivation will be beyond her ability to refuse. As they strolled leisurely side by side, Lin Heng, emboldened, thought that even a proud fairy is still a woman, unable to withstand persistent entanglement. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to hold her hand, he ultimately succeeded. Her jade-like hand was warm while Lin Heng's was cool to the touch. He cautiously glanced at her, unsure if it was the sunlight playing tricks, but her cheeks appeared to be tinted with a rosy hue. More so than usual, clad in white on the left and in a red skirt on the right, they formed a picturesque scene against the backdrop of the ancient bronze-hued streets and the bustling marketplace. Occasionally, the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing would add a lively touch to the otherwise serene tableau. Gradually, the distance between them widened by a body's length, and they exchanged knowing glances. "Junior sister, I shall take my leave now. I will seek you out after the auction concludes. No need, I have matters to assist. Second senior sister with Do not trouble me. Very well, then I shall take the opportunity to dine with Miss Zhao tonight. The 2-person meal from this afternoon left me quite unsatisfied," Lin Heng teased, half serious. "Lin Heng, what do you mean by that?" Yun Yao clenched her fist, ready to deliver a few punches had it not been for the presence of onlookers. "I am off." The latter half of the auction commenced swiftly. Upon Yun Yao's return to box number 10, she found Mu Liushi already waiting. "Oh, Lin Heng did not accompany you?" Yun Yao pointed towards the opposite direction. "Look, he is right over there. He prefers to share a box with that little healer from the Zhao family and is not keen on spending time with us. Mu Liushi glanced in the indicated direction. Unable to suppress a smile, Miss Zhao possesses a gentle and graceful demeanor, charming and delicate. Naturally, she is more appealing than the extreme personalities we exhibit. Your tone suggests a hint of melancholy. Mu Liushi's assessment of both herself and Yun Yao was quite astute. One was overly aloof and proud, while the other was excessively stubborn and fierce. Lin Heng often found himself silently mocking them. Encountering a senior sister was akin to meeting a ravenous wolf. One would do well to keep their distance. How could he possibly draw near? His initial intent was to maintain a distance from them, yet he found himself either caught in a secret realm of national annihilation by Meng Yutong or forcibly dragged along by Yun Yao to execute sect tasks. With no escape in sight, he resigned himself to fate. Yun Yao clicked her tongue, silently musing. "Humph," he explicitly stated. "He favored my personality. I am not extreme at all," with the auctioneer's closing remarks for the second half. All eyes turned to the items to be presented next. The 55th item for auction was a 7th-grade armor. A prior announcement clarified that this armor was a last-minute addition from the Treasure Pavilion. As the first item of the second half, it was set at a base price of 1,000 spirit stones, with each increment requiring a minimum increase of 100 spirit stones. As the auctioneer confirmed the starting bid, the auction officially commenced. Almost simultaneously, Lin Heng and Sun Haoxiong's father, Sun Daoya, who had been on the second level, stood up. Lin Heng was taken aback to discover that the armor he had sold just days prior was now being auctioned by the Treasure Pavilion during their break. "Father, what is it?" Sun Haoxiong inquired as he also rose. Sun Daoya's gaze sharpened. "This armor, this beast has actually sold it to the Treasure Pavilion." "What?" Sun Haoxiong turned towards the display, locking his eyes upon the bronze hue. "Is this what we have been tirelessly searching for? Let us secure the item first. As for what you mentioned about the Qingshen sect disciple, with the city lord's mansion involved, we cannot act against him now. We will address this later." Understood, father. After an intense bidding war, Sun Daoya ultimately reclaimed the armor that rightfully belonged to them for the sum of 15,000 spirit stones. Time flowed steadily. As they reached the 80th item for auction, the red curtain was lifted to reveal a piece of dark grey rice paper. From a distance, it appeared to be enveloped in a faint aura. "What is this? It resembles a scroll. Could it be a technique?" "Esteemed guests, please lend me your ears. This item is merely a fragment of a scroll, not a technique or tome. The reason for its placement here is that it originates from one of the 4 forbidden lands of the immortal realm, a Hehuang. He Huang requires no introduction. Should anyone decipher its mysteries, it would indeed lead to great fortune. The starting price is 2,000 gold. Upon hearing this, murmurs erupted among the crowd. The Forbidden Lands, also known as Realms of Fortune, are exponentially more perilous than secret realms, with a survival rate of only 1 in ten.I. In the annals of the immortal realm, only 3 individuals have emerged from such places throughout millennia. The attendees of the auction were not fools. If genuine fortune lay within, would the treasure pavilion present it? It was merely a ploy to profit from the name of He Huang after countless fruitless studies. The term He Huang itself sounded intimidating. Nowadays, any peculiar item that appeared on the market seemed to be linked to the Forbidden Lands, yet, in the end, it was all but a ruse. Indeed, I have grown weary of hearing about He Huang. With these 2,000 spirit stones, I would rather indulge myself at the pleasure house for a few days, one bald man claimed, identifying himself as a collector, making a token bid.as expected. The auctioneer inquired twice without any further bids. Clearly, none of the thousands present were interested. However, at that moment, a calm voice resonated from box number 3 on the 5th floor, 3,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Heng, who had nearly succumbed to sleep, sprang to his feet as if electrified, startling Zhao Wanqing beside him. Young Master Lin, what has happened? A treasure has arrived. A treasure. Chapter 51. Brother Yi erupts in fury. How frightening, wishing to hide in senior sister's embrace. Zhao Wanqing followed his gaze, then retrieved the treasure pavilion's catalogue for comparison. After a brief introduction, it indeed bore the words He Huang. Among the more than 200 auction items, 9 were marked with the special designation of the Forbidden Lands. Come on, Mr. Lu Feng, lend me a hand. I'll count on you to raise the bid for me. Leaning against the chair, Lu Feng immediately packed up. Upon hearing this, casting a puzzled glance, why should I assist you? Can't you increase the bid yourself? What, do you wish to change your surname to Lin Feng? Lin Heng retorted sharply to his casual remark. All right, uncles and aunts, please assist young Master Lin in bidding. Upon hearing Zhao Wanqing speak, Lu Feng reluctantly approached the window to pick up the bidding card. How much more? Increase by 100 spirit stones. The auctioneer, glancing around, was further astonished upon noticing the bidding card from box 5 on the 3rd floor. Exclaiming, the Zhao family from box 5 on the 3rd floor bids 3,100 spirit stones. Her deliberate mention of Zhao family aimed to convey that this auction item was not as worthless as it seemed. Everyone was well aware of the significance of each box. One belonged to the City Lord's mansion, the other to the Zhao family. When these two families competed for items, their strengths were evenly matched. How curious, the aristocracy on the 3rd floor and the City Lord's mansion on the 4th floor were at odds. Could the Zhao family truly possess such audacity? A person unfamiliar with the political landscape of Shizhou questioned. He was a wealthy merchant from Nanshou, only stopping in Yenyun City for a day after learning about the auction, thus lacking knowledge of the power dynamics within. Look at you, it's obvious you're not from Shizhou. The Zhao family is no ordinary aristocracy. Their reputation far exceeds that of any city lord's mansion among the 13 cities. However, this increase of 100 seems to carry an implication of provocation. The crowd's gaze shifted back to box 3 on the 5th floor. Ye Tian surveyed the scene, raised his bidding card, and calmly stated 4,000 spirit stones. Lin Heng's lips curled into a playful smile as he continued. Mr. Lu, increase by another 100. Every time he raises the bid, we'll elevate it by 100. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. I understand now, I see it all. I know why you are so close to my lady. You wish to leverage the Zhao family's reputation to contend for the auction item, thereby drawing trouble upon us. In aristocratic auctions, there exists a rule: the first to call a price among those on the same level takes precedence. While bids from higher levels take priority over those below, even if two parties have mutual interest in an item, they may negotiate privately post-auction to avoid public confrontation. Now that the City Lord's mansion has called the first bid, Having the Zhao family assist you in raising the price already breaks the rules, and you still expect me to add 100. Upon hearing these words, Lin Heng's brow nearly knitted together in frustration. Goodness, who knew an auction could unveil such complex human dynamics? He merely intended to irritate Yi Tian while concealing his identity, with no intention of fostering animosity towards the Zhao family. Miss Zhao, do you believe I am inciting hatred against your Zhao family and offending the city lord's mansion? Zhao Wanqing paused, realizing that if Lu Feng hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about this rule. However, she gently shook her head. I believe young Master Lin is unaware. His actions must have their reasoning behind them. Your lady is quite forthright. Very well, let us forgo those tricks and raise it by 500 spirit stones. Surely that is acceptable. Lu Feng gazed at his lady, his eyes filled with tender admiration, yet he found himself at a loss for words. His intentions were clear. He simply did not wish to offend the city lord's mansion for Lin Heng's sake. Alas, this young man seemed to have bewitched his lady with an inexplicable charm. The Zhao family bids 4,005. Goodness, they are genuinely competing. With Lu Feng's bid, the previously quiet atmosphere of the auction began to stir. After all, who wouldn't want to witness the struggle between prominent families? The city lord's mansion had encountered a formidable opponent this time, although it was the leading authority in Yenyun City. In terms of connections and prestige, it was overshadowed by the Zhao family. The city lord's mansion was in a precarious position. You know, the city lord's mansion holds the top spot, yet in such a setting. With so many attendees from the 13 cities of Shizhou, the Zhao family ought to show some respect to the city lord's mansion. Right, respect. Competing with the Zhao family is not showing them respect. The crowd murmured, and although they understood the Zhao family was breaking the rules, the majority still sided with them. At that moment, Yi Tian, standing by the window, exhibited a flicker of anger. Even the steward beside him appeared bewildered. What was the Zhao family doing, bidding in such a manner? My lord, shall I go down and negotiate with them? You can, no need, Yi Tian replied coolly. I will raise the bid 3 more times. If they persist, let them have it. 3 more bids meant 3 opportunities. He hoped this so-called Zhao family would recognize the situation. 7,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer, seeing Yi Tian raise his bid again, was nearly beaming with delight. Originally, their estimated selling price was around 5,000 spirit stones, but with the Zhao family and the city lord's mansion in contention, it had far exceeded expectations. Merchants pursue profit. They cared little for the quarrels between families. 7,500 spirit stones. The Zhao family made another move, indicating that this was still not the final price. Yi Tian's gaze turned icy as he raised his card once more. 10,000 spirit stones. Almost simultaneously as he raised his bid, Lin Heng followed suit with an additional 500. Indeed, it was still just an increase of 500. It was all about going with the flow. Bang! Yi Tian slammed his fist onto the edge of the stage, gritting his teeth in anger. This is your last chance, Zhao family, you'd best not overreach. 20,000. The atmosphere in the hall reached a fever pitch. Marking the highest bid of the auction thus far, Lu Feng glanced back at Lin Heng. Perhaps you should increase it a bit more. It seems the person above is rather irate. Adding just 500 spirit stones seems quite insulting. Clearly, Yi Tian was furious, yet, to everyone else's surprise, Lin Heng merely raised a finger and shook his head. No, this time let us increase by just 100. Having already crossed the line of insult, the distinction between 100 and 500 is negligible. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Feng, Zhao Wanqing, goodness, 20,100 spirit stones. Oh, I can barely contain myself. Frankly speaking, the Zhao family is somewhat insulting, but I find it delightful, as the 3 sounds echoed. Yi Tian's dark expression radiated a murderous intent that swept through the entire auction. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from bidding further, and the scroll was secured by Lin Heng. Feeling this murderous aura, Lin Heng involuntarily shivered. Senior brother Yi is furious. How frightening. I almost wished to hide in my sister's embrace. On the opposite side, in box 10, Yunyao and Mu Liuxi exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Lin Heng's box. After a prolonged silence, Mu Liuxi finally spoke. I feel that the steward from the Zhao mansion doesn't seem very willing to bid. Could it be that Lin Heng is behind this? Yunyao nodded, placing her hands on her hips. Oh please, it's obvious, raising the bid by 100 or 500 is such a petty trick, only someone as immature as Lin Heng would resort to it. He is quite clever, having the Zhao family assist in raising the bid. If Yition discovers he is the one orchestrating this, won't he be in trouble? Mu Liuxi raised her brows in interest. What do you think of the relationship between junior brother Lin Heng and senior brother Yi? Chapter 52, The Map of Mountains and Rivers. Sister, why do you ask this? Yunyao felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that she had noticed something special between her and Lin Heng? Just curious, don't you think? There seems to be a hint of discord between them. Mu Liuxi brought up the topic, aiming to gauge Yunyao's perspective while subtly warning her to be cautious around Yition. Little did she know, her belated warning was already too late for Yunyao. Moreover, even if she had warned her, it would have been futile. Yunyao had been so close to Lin Heng for so long, fully aware of the perilous nature of the Golden Horse City mission, yet she still carelessly exposed herself. Including them, the three of them, along with Meng Yutong, treated the ability to hear Lin Heng's thoughts as a secret. It wasn't that they were unwilling to share, but rather that no one would believe such a thing if it was spoken aloud. Yunyao pondered for a long while. Their relationship was far beyond mere discord. Both harbored a deep-seated desire for the other's downfall. As for senior brother Yi, he had spent 5 years with us, treating us with a certain respect. His demeanor exudes a sense of calm and maturity, and it is undeniable that his cultivation talent is among the highest in the sect. However, I must say, he gives me another impression, like a jade stone submerged in water, appearing clear and tranquil, yet utterly unreachable. One misstep could lead one to drown, unable to resurface. Yunyao used the metaphor of a stone in water to express her view of Yition's hidden malice. From the information gleaned from Lin Heng, it was evident that all 5 of them, including their master, were destined to become Yition's harem, yet the means of entering that harem were anything but honorable, involving threats and coercion, as was evident from her experience of being dragged. Mu Liuxi was somewhat taken aback by Yunyao's response. She had anticipated Yunyao would only highlight Yition's strengths, but was surprised to find her discerning enough to recognize other facets. Indeed, ever since Lin Heng's arrival, Yition's behavior had become rather peculiar, and Lin Heng, let me think. Yunyao propped her chin on her hand, her 3 delicate fingers lightly pressed against her alluring lips. Regarding Lin Heng, she felt a mix of anger and hatred, yet simultaneously harbored some affection typical of romantic interest. The nature of affection is a perplexing enigma. Even for cultivators, it may manifest as a sudden infatuation or as a fleeting spark ignited by prolonged companionship. Upon his arrival, Lin Heng appeared rather dim-witted. Such was my initial impression. However, as I spent more time with him, I found his attempts at sophistication to be somewhat foolish. Believing himself to be a master thespian. To describe him, one might say he possesses a hint of wickedness yet lacks the capacity for true malice. He is often indecisive, hesitating at every turn, fearful of making a misstep. His rather foolish demeanor elicited an involuntary chuckle from Mu Liuxi. Indeed, she too perceived Lin Heng as somewhat simple-minded, reminiscent of Yunyao during their initial days at Shenyun Peak. She recalled the time when the 3rd senior sister prepared a medicinal pill to present to their master. In a twist of fate, Yunyao inadvertently wandered into the alchemy room and consumed the pill in the absence of the 3rd senior sister, mistaking it for another potion. Ultimately, this led to Meng Yutong mistakenly ingesting a dual cultivation pill, typically used by partners during their shared cultivation to enhance their sensitivity to happiness and prolong its duration. Although the dual cultivation peel is not akin to aphrodisiac potions, its consumption undoubtedly yields some effects. Consequently, Meng Yutong directed the blame towards the third senior sister, who faced severe reprimands as a result. After some investigation, the third senior sister eventually discovered Yun Yao's involvement and promptly dealt with her. It was only through Mu Luxi's intercession that Yun Yao was permitted to assist in alchemy for 7 days to atone for her misdeed. Henceforth, the third senior sister became the sole individual capable of restraining Yun Yao. As Yun Yao animatedly continued her monologue, she concluded with an assessment: he is not particularly malevolent, merely a bit deserving of a beating. His cultivation talent, in my opinion, warrants a re-evaluation in the future. In summary, Itian requires careful attention, while Lin Heng needs a bit more affection. As she said affection, she playfully waved her delicate fist. Mu Luxi immediately understood and expressed her agreement. Indeed, compared to Yition, Lin Heng is in greater need of the senior sister's care. On the other side, Lin Heng, the protagonist, remained blissfully absorbed in the joy of acquiring a scroll once the auction concluded. The staff of the treasure pavilion would personally deliver the items. Lin Heng quietly moved aside to examine the scroll in his hands before casually placing it into his system space. To an outsider, the scroll's disappearance resembled that of an item being deposited into a storage ring. Lu Feng and Zhao Wanqing no longer paid him any mind, shifting their attention to the auction items below. Specifically a piece of exquisite jade. Zhao Wanqing seemed somewhat tempted and urged Lu Feng to make a tentative low bid. How peculiar, why is there no prompt? This scroll is just like that black stone. The system cannot identify it either. System, for heaven's sake, all you do is issue tasks. When faced with problems, you refuse to utter a word. Lin Heng began to vent his frustrations towards the system. With no other option, he retrieved the scroll from the system space to study it himself. The items Yition coveted were undoubtedly remarkable treasures. Let me ponder how to activate it according to the usual protocol. When a protagonist acquires an item, they should be able to effortlessly unlock its secrets. The simplest approach would be to establish recognition through consciousness and blood. However, lacking the foundation stage, he could not focus his consciousness. So he decided to try the blood method instead. He redirected his true essence, pricking his finger with a needle, and let his blood drip onto the scroll, which showed no reaction, instead becoming stained with his blood. Just as Lin Heng was about to retract his hand to clean the bloodstains, the dim candlelight illuminated the scroll, revealing a glowing aura emanating from it. Realizing that his blood had an effect, he laid it flat on the table and dripped another drop of blood onto it. Suddenly, an enigmatic black mist, visible only to him, surged forth, seemingly with a will of its own, rushing towards him. Lin Heng was taken aback, instinctively retreating from the ominous vapor. This substance appeared rather sinister. It wouldn't attempt to possess him, would it? Whoosh! A wave of disorientation washed over him, causing him to collapse into his chair. Losing consciousness. To be precise, his awareness began to contract, retreating inward to the realm of the mind. He felt as if he was alone in a boundless darkness, devoid of any visible light, unable to discern his surroundings or even confirm his own existence. At that moment, his consciousness severed its connection with his physical form. A beam of golden light pierced through the void, and the scroll floated in midair, emitting a multitude of lines that intertwined in a perplexing dance. Forming intricate characters, the remaining sketches mingled to create vivid illustrations. The once mighty dragon emperor reappeared, and the thought of enduring mountains and rivers persisted. What does this signify? The map of rivers and mountains. An unparalleled artifact from the era of the Great Cataclysm, originating from the Black Wasteland. In this world of cultivation, there exist 4 locations of profound mystery: the Black Wasteland, situated at the southernmost peak of Tianxian continent; the Extermination Forest of Tianxing continent; the Star Restraining Tower, whose specific location remains unknown; and the Longming River, deep within the Star Sea, beyond reach. The number of individuals who can emerge from the Black Wasteland is exceedingly rare. And the artifacts they bring forth are equally scarce. Most people tend to use the term Black Wasteland to attract attention, which explains the scornful reactions of many at the auction regarding this item. They even mocked the Treasure Pavilion for attempting to profit from it.in. Truth, the Treasure Pavilion did not lie. They had studied this modest scroll for decades without any discoveries, otherwise they would not have offered it for sale. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Heng completed his absorption of all the information regarding the scroll within the realm of consciousness. Everything transpired as he anticipated. This item is known as the Map of Rivers and Mountains. An unknown-grade magical artifact, with its depicted consciousness realm bearing striking similarities to the world within a dreamscape. The sole distinction is that the dreamscape can be manipulated by consciousness, continuously shifting with imagination. Whereas the Map of Rivers and Mountains remains a monotonous expanse of grey. Upon Lin Heng's awakening, he discovered that the Map of Rivers and Mountains had significantly diminished in size, retreating into his dantian. What is happening? That is absolutely unacceptable. Come out at once. Lin Heng stood bewildered, still grappling with the purpose of the Map of Rivers and Mountains, while it stubbornly lingered in his dantian. Chapter 53. Note that the senior sister cannot afford to pursue, but that administering medicine is more cost-effective. Zhao Wanqing and Lu Feng simultaneously turned to glance back. Upon seeing Lin Heng's peculiar, dazed expression, they thought little of it.in. The ensuing moments, Lin Heng continued to ponder the Map of Rivers and Mountains while keeping an eye on Yition's movements upstairs. The latter half of the auction swiftly approached its conclusion, during which Zhao Wanqing successfully placed a bid on a spirit stone. This particular stone possesses an affinity for spiritual energy, serving as a vessel to absorb it and form an outer layer that gradually sheds upon contact with air. There is a significant difference compared to regular spirit stones. Wearing the spirit stone can aid Zhao Wanqing in alleviating the pressure of spiritual energy within her body, though the effect of a single stone remains rather trivial. As the auction came to a close, Yition refrained from placing any further bids. Lin Heng and Zhao Wanqing planned to leave a bit early as usual. He had already accepted Zhao Wanqing's invitation to visit the Zhao residence. However, just as they stepped out of the treasure pavilion, they were met by the sight of two graceful figures approaching from across the way. It was none other than Yun Yao and Mu Liushi. Yun Yao waved her hand, smiling gently as she beckoned him over. "Hold on, Miss Zhao." Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly approached them, saying, "Senior sisters, when did you come out? The auction isn't over yet." "Is it? Surely you can't be serious about accompanying that Miss Zhao on a leisurely outing?" "I find that rather inappropriate." "What leisurely outing? It's merely a friendly meal between companions. Besides, what's wrong with that? Having a beautiful companion by my side, it feels quite pleasant. Enough with the nonsense. Today you are to accompany me to the Mu residence. There is a matter at hand that requires your assistance." With that, Yun Yao stepped forward and pinched his ear, leaning in to whisper, "So fond of pleasant experiences, are you? When we return you shall have your fill of such delights." "What? Are you rewarding me?" Mu Liushi cast a suspicious glance between the two. "A reward?" Something felt amiss. "Miss Zhao, let us reschedule our meeting for another time." Lin Heng turned and waved his hand. "All right." Zhao Wanqing regarded the direction in which the three departed, pondering silently. "Miss Mu, so your senior sister is the future matriarch of the Mu family. It seems the Mu family has been quite unsettled lately." After approximately 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at the Mu residence in Yenyun City. The sprawling complex featured a harmonious arrangement of interconnected buildings, with tiered pavilions creating a dizzying labyrinth of corridors. Lin Heng felt as if he were a country bumpkin entering a grand estate, gazing this way and that, particularly captivated by various artistic sculptures. This place was far more opulent than the city lord's residence he had visited in Jinma City. What constitutes a wealthy family? This is what true affluence looks like. Given the lavatory is larger than my quarters at Shenyun Peak. No wonder the matriarchal system of the Mu family remains intact. Just look at how their courtyard rivals that of an imperial harem. If it were me, I would also want to be adopted and pampered. He had not anticipated that the usually aloof Mu Liushi was actually quite wealthy. A hint of desire stirred within him. He vowed to himself that he was not merely being swayed by wealth. His affection was genuine. Senior sister, what are the conditions for joining your family? Do you think I meet the criteria? Mu Liushi cast a dismissive glance at him before he could articulate his thoughts. Yun Yao interjected, you don't even think about it. Do you believe that just anyone can be taken in by senior sister Liushi's family? Mu Liushi softly uttered a single word, then gradually elaborated. The requirements for the Mu family's marriage candidates are quite numerous. They take into consideration family background, interpersonal connections, and overall personal qualities. These are prioritized evaluation criteria. Essentially, it bears resemblance to a familial alliance where personal emotions must yield to the interests of the clan. Well, I can certainly manage that, senior sister. Just look at my family background. My father is the head of the Qingshen sect, and my mother is the master of the Shafeng Hall. As for connections, Lin Heng glanced at Yun Yao, his eyes darting around. He knows several senior sisters and Meng Yutong. Surely those count for something. Moreover, with the camaraderie we share as fellow disciples, knowing each other well, the dowry for entering the family can be negotiated quite easily. Upon hearing this, both women appeared utterly speechless. What a camaraderie! What a profound understanding. Given a rabbit knows not to graze near its burrow, yet Lin Heng's having indulged once wishes to partake again. Yun Yao began to roll up her sleeves. With her nominal partner still present, Lin Heng dared to flirt openly before her. Mu Liushi cast a cold glance at him, revealing no discernible emotion, and cryptically stated, there are matters that can be pursued, and those that cannot. It is not within human agency. How? What do you mean? Nothing much. Let us hurry. Junior brother Yition may already be waiting in the main hall of the Mu residence. The decor was classical and elegant. Paintings adorned the walls and the furniture was arranged neatly. At the forefront sat a man in white, leisurely savoring the fragrant tea before him. Senior sisters, you have returned. Yition rose, suddenly noticing Lin Heng at the back, and was taken aback. Junior brother Lin, what brings you to Yanyun City? I've met brother Yi. I came along with senior sister Yun Yao. Yition cast a skeptical glance at Yun Yao. Since he had come with her, why had he delayed his appearance earlier? Indeed, after leaving Jinma City, Lin Heng and I traveled here to assist senior sister Liushi with her family matters. Lin Heng cast a grateful glance at Yun Yao. Had she not intervened with her words, it might have led Yition to uncover some clues. Oh, I see. With that, Yition took a step back, clasped his hands respectfully before Mu Liushi, and said, senior sister, I must apologize. The recent trip to Jinma City was fraught with peril for you, and I am to blame for my negligence. I and the sect. Anytime Yition made an error, regardless of its magnitude, he could rely on the protagonist's halo of ignorance. As long as he adopted a humble and respectful demeanor while apologizing, senior sisters and masters would typically forgive him. However, in this instance, his actions appeared exceedingly contrived and hypocritical in the eyes of both Yun Yao and Mu Liushi. Lin Heng observed this scene, and an unexpected image of a general arose in his mind. It wasn't that the senior sister was unattainable, but rather that employing underhanded tactics proved more cost-effective. Give him an opportunity to present the pitch to his junior brother on a silver platter. To deceive the senior sister is to be overambitious. Should his schemes fail, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, he is the unfortunate target. Yition, a major documentary series about the plight of the unfortunate, continues to unfold. Employing underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this term, Mu Liushi was taken aback. Could it be that Yition had committed such a grievous act? She did not comprehend the meaning of picking peaches, but the final phrase, schemes failed, indicated that Yition had not succeeded. Yun Yao discreetly pinched Lin Heng's waist from behind. Ouch, why are you pinching me? All right, junior brother, you need not act so. The insincere apology, in my eyes, is akin to a crumpled piece of paper, easily torn or reshaped. Some actions may be taken, but one must bear the consequences. I hope you understand this sentiment. Etion's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Why did the senior sister warn him so? Had she sensed something? It shouldn't be. You all should sit down, let us discuss my matters. Mulyoshi lightly tapped the table with her jade finger, shattering the eerie and tense atmosphere. Chapter 54. Etion sets his sights on the second senior sister. The four took their seats in unison. Mulyoshi spoke first. I must say, your presence in Yenyun City has been a tremendous help, otherwise I would still be caught in a whirlwind of tasks. What exactly do you need us to do? Yunyao inquired. To put it simply, the troubles I face can be divided into three main issues. The first is a rather clamorous matter regarding the proposal from the eldest son of the Li family. The elders of my clan are pressuring me to consent to this marriage. The second involves family disputes regarding the transition. My supporters wish to dismantle the matriarchal tradition, which is the most contentious aspect. And I require significant leverage to persuade the matriarchs. The third issue is one I hope you can assist me with. The Mu family's numerous enterprises are being systematically suppressed by the city lord's mansion. All because we uncovered a spiritual mine in the western outskirts. The first two matters pertain to family affairs, where your assistance is likely limited, so I entrust the last matter to you. Mulyoshi rarely adopted a tone of pleading. After all, when asking for help, maintaining a cold demeanor would be counterproductive. Senior sister, what do you mean by spiritual mine? Is it true that the city lord's mansion is suppressing the Mu family's enterprises for the sake of the mine? Etion queried. Indeed, that area of land was originally owned by the city lord's mansion, which later sold the western outskirts due to financial strains. Just last month, spiritual springs began to overflow, giving rise to spiritual tides. And after extensive exploration, it was discovered that the mountain harbors a natural spiritual mine. If fully excavated, it could be worth millions of spirit stones. The three gasped in astonishment. They had never seen such a fortune in their lives. Such is the duality of fortune and misfortune. While the Mu family appeared to have stumbled upon a windfall, they would inevitably attract trouble due to this windfall. It would be more appropriate to describe it as a calamity rather than mere trouble. With wealth of such magnitude, no one would remain unaffected. So, the marauders frequently seen in the western outskirts are indeed sent by the city lord's mansion. How insidious of them! They would rather deprive the Mu family of easy extraction than allow themselves a share. I suspect that is the case. I am currently overwhelmed and cannot attend to matters in the western outskirts. Mulyoshi nodded. The marauders had already claimed the lives of over 10 workers from the Mu family during the excavation. And no one in Yenyun City dared to venture into the western outskirts anymore. Leave this matter to us. Yunyao cheerfully patted Lin Heng on the shoulder and asked with a smile. Isn't that right, junior brother? Yes, Lin Heng quickly agreed. After some time, the four dispersed. As dusk fell, Yenyun City bustled with life, and Yunyao ventured out alone. Why Etion appeared somewhat displeased and returned directly to his guest room to rest. Meanwhile, Lin Heng followed behind Mulyoshi to the kitchen to prepare some food. Having not yet mastered fasting, he still needed to eat. Watching the lithe and graceful figure before him, he couldn't help but lick his lips, an ice-cold beauty with a heart as fluid as water. A hint of red lips, a touch of sentiment, pursuing such a proud and aloof woman, should he manage to make her infatuated, revealing a tender side, would yield an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Indeed, while the second senior sister may seem unapproachable, a closer examination reveals her to be increasingly captivating. Her beauty and figure are exceptional. Her solitary and cold demeanor only adds to her uniqueness. Mulyoshi silently listened to his musings, just about to commend his discerning eye when she suddenly overheard something astonishing. What to do? If I'm not mistaken, Etion has set his sights on her. Ultimately, she felt rather unfortunate not only being forced to become Etion's consort but also having the vast family enterprises turned into a dowry. The family was fracturing, some perishing, others scattering. In the end, she would be left grateful and utterly willing to submit to Etion. Why Etion intends to target me? She immediately packed up, even slowing her steps. The kitchen was still a distance away and she wished to hear more details, such as the reasons behind her submission to Etion and how the family fell into disarray. However, after Lin Heng finished his comments, he fell silent, leaving her in a state of distress. Speak, why are you silent? At such a critical juncture it was too tantalizing, especially since it pertained to her fate. Senior sister, what is it? Why are you walking so slowly all of a sudden? It's nothing, we are almost there. Lucy snapped back to reality, gesturing toward the nearby building. Once they arrived at the kitchen, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. A whole sheep was being roasted on a spit turning over the flames. A 6-meter-long wooden table was laden with an array of delectable meats, dazzling the eyes. As it was not yet time for the banquet, they could enjoy a meal here first. A banquet, more accurately, it's the dinner for the servants. After your arrival, I had them start the fire and prepare the food in advance. Senior sister, you are so considerate. Then I shall not hold back. Without a second thought, Lin Heng seized a roasted chicken leg from the left side and began to devour it. After a while, as he indulged in his meal, Mu Liushi subtly moved closer to him and inquired, how does it taste? Quite good. Your family's chef possesses commendable skills. Lin Heng replied candidly. Noticing her hesitation, he pressed further, senior sister, is there something on your mind? You seem to have something to say. I'm feeling a bit unsettled, especially after returning to the Mu residence. There are too many things to confront, and I often find myself unsure of how to proceed. Take the 3 matters I mentioned, for instance. What do you think I should do? Mu Liushi tentatively probed. Sigh, to put it simply, you are overthinking. If I were in your position, goodness, she is asking me for a solution. Shouldn't she seek help from Etion instead? Lin Heng suddenly realized, what if you were to take action? Perhaps you could provide some advice to senior sister. I believe you are more astute than Etion, whose suggestions I find rather unconvincing. Mu Liushi attempted to employ a strategy of retreating to advance, seeking information. In truth, Etion had yet to approach her. As expected, upon hearing this, Lin Heng's brow furrowed, and he mused inwardly. Etion is indeed quick to act, hastily offering suggestions to senior sister, digging a pit for her. It seems his eagerness has aroused her suspicions. Just as he hesitated, a chime sounded in his ear. System task initiated. Ding. Main storyline completed. Rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Ding. A new main storyline begins. Positive. Main task, while assisting Mu Liushi in resolving the issue of marriage by recruitment, Etion mishandles the situation, leading to a catastrophic disaster for the Mu family. Propel the narrative forward, compelling Mu Liushi to submit to Etion. Reward index, high tier. Negative. Main task, employ every means to prevent Etion from extending his malevolent grasp towards Mu Liushi. Safeguarding the finest senior sister. Reward index, premium. Description, a bond has formed between you and Etion since Yu Niao, rendering it impossible for you to coexist. Preventing his predatory intentions towards senior sister and master is your only viable chance. Pursue her in a manner you prefer, and perhaps you shall reap unexpected rewards. The system's hints are quite apparent. Upon choosing to win over Yu Niao, it became inevitable that a life-or-death enmity with Etion would ensue. This suggests that surviving through the positive storyline is no longer a feasible path. My preferred method. I am uncertain about the method, yet there are many postures. Posture. P.S. Today's chapter will be released early. Future updates will occur regularly at 8 p.m. The author intends to refine the subsequent outline while making slight adjustments to previously acknowledged flaws. Chapter 55, Etion's coercive tactics. It is somewhat perplexing Most individuals harbor such thoughts. Fleeting and erratic, occasionally bizarre notions may suddenly emerge. Observing Mulyoshi still gazing at him with a questioning look, Lin Heng pondered briefly before responding, "Senior sister, there are some matters I find difficult to articulate. Especially regarding Brother Yi Tian, which might carry an undertone of sowing discord. However, I hope you will refrain from involving him in the Mu family's affairs. He could very well complicate matters further." "Why do you say that?" Mulyoshi pressed on. This left Lin Heng in a quandary. Should he directly state that Yi Tian could bring disaster upon the Mu family, thereby compelling her to submit? Would Mulyoshi believe him? In the original storyline, Yi Tian promptly visited the city lord's mansion upon entering Yenyun City, which is precisely the predicament the Mu family currently faces. The subtleties of this situation need not be overthought. On the surface, Yi Tian appears to support Mulyoshi, assisting her in navigating troubles. However, he has already colluded with the city lord's mansion in advance. The city lord's mansion covets the spiritual mine discovered by the Mu family, as well as the wealth within the city. While Yi Tian harbors a simple desire for Mulyoshi herself, this is merely the first step, for their clandestine dealings alone cannot consume the Mu family's century-old legacy. What if the Li family, which was supposed to forge a union with the Mu family, turns against them instead? If the two foremost families in Yenyun City ally against you, it would be disastrous for the Mu family. Even the illustrious Zhao family would find little benefit under such circumstances, leading to mutual destruction. Lin Heng wiped his mouth and raised a finger, stating earnestly, "Then, senior sister, allow me to pose a question. Among the three troubles you just mentioned, the first two pertain to your family affairs. I wish to know which one you would choose if you had to abandon one, or rather, which matter do you most desire to resolve?" His inquiry caused Mulyoshi to ponder, and after a moment she provided her answer, "The issue of marriage by recruitment. I do not wish my future to be ensnared by mundane matters. And in truth, I do not desire the familial headship." She would not consent to a marriage arranged by her family, regardless of any ancestral verbal agreements, even if she were to seek a partner. She would not choose an ordinary individual. Her path ahead is long. The chasm of lifespan between cultivators and ordinary individuals is vast, and she does not desire to be left with the label of a widow in the end. You see, just as I suspected, even a wealthy woman cannot guarantee happiness. You have yet to articulate what is amiss with Yi Tian. Senior sister, is it not evident? Consider this: if you allow Yi Tian to meddle in the marriage by recruitment with the Li family, given Brother Ye's disdainful view of others, if the Li family's young master dares to act arrogantly before him, would he not be swiftly dealt with? If Brother Yi inadvertently eliminates the Li family's young master, would they not seek vengeance against your Mu family? Furthermore, with the city lord's mansion already eyeing you with malice, if those two families join forces against you, I fear the Mu family is in grave peril. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow. After Lin Heng's remarks, even Mulyoshi, who typically remained composed and unruffled, felt her heart race uncontrollably. The solemnity and astonishment in her expression intensified. Is this Yi Tian's method? The death of the Li family's young master would undoubtedly forge a deadly enmity with the Mu family, so this is the calamity that awaits the Mu family. Then how does he intend to coerce me into submission? Could it be? Mulyoshi's eyes widened suddenly. She was not foolish, though the clues were disjointed. A careful examination revealed the overarching truth, recalling Yi Tian's arrival in Yenyun City and his close ties with the city lord's mansion. It could hardly be described as mere contact, rather their interactions were remarkably intimate. Take the auction, for instance. Yi Tian was respectfully invited to the fifth-floor box by the mansion steward. It would be peculiar if there were no ulterior motives at play. Should the Mu family face disaster and Yi Tian orchestrate a scheme of discord, or conspire with the city lord's mansion and the Li family, employing minimal tactics, she would be compelled to bow to them. In actuality, her suspicions were indeed accurate. Before the calamity struck, Yi Tian had first coerced Mulyoshi into agreeing to become his partner under the pretext of resolving the Mu family's crisis. half threatening and half forcing her. Following the disaster, Itaeon would feign opposition to the Wang and Li families, leading Mulyoshi to mistakenly believe he had single-handedly averted disaster. Then the familiar routine would ensue. The heroine, deeply moved, would conveniently overlook the previous threats, willingly consenting to be part of his harem. Consequently, this opportunity would dismantle the matriarchal traditions of the Mu family, allowing Itaeon to effortlessly seize control of their wealth. Ultimately, the conclusion need not be elaborated upon. The thoroughly brainwashed Mulyoshi would no longer care for the Mu family's fate. To be candid, Lin Heng found Itaeon to be even more villainous than himself. More bestial than any beast. Hey, senior sister. Noticing her lost in thought, Lin Heng gently nudged her shoulder. It's nothing, please continue. But I have already said everything. Share your solution. Lin Heng was taken aback. After all his disparaging remarks about Itaeon, Mulyoshi offered no rebuttal. Logically, these 5 senior sisters should be unwaveringly loyal to Itaeon, intolerant of any negative comments. Seeking my counsel on a solution, it appears that under my influence, she no longer trusts Brother Yi blindly. It is indeed a positive development for the heroine to employ her intellect, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he wished to maintain an air of mystery, abandoning the act of assisting others, respecting their fate. This phrase should serve as the motto for every villain. Therefore, senior sister, if I were to offer you a suggestion, would there be any reward? Lin Heng leaned closer, playfully nudging her with his arm. Mulyoshi slightly turned her head, passing her exceptionally delicate lips, and replied coolly, what reward do you desire? Any reward would suffice. Lin Heng's eyes scanned her figure, settling on her ample bosom, almost drooling in his eagerness. Mulyoshi merely huffed at this, and warned, do you think you can handle such thoughts about senior sister? Who says I cannot? Whether I can handle it or not, we shall see. With that, Lin Heng unexpectedly reached out, brushing his fingers against her cheek, the tips of his fingers grazing her fair, soft skin, forming a V-shape as he smiled. Mulyoshi stood there, dazed, her mind paralyzed, unable to master even the slightest resistance. What are you doing? Look, you smile so beautifully when you do that. Lin Heng grinned, withdrawing his hand, and added, senior sister, as a reward, I shall reserve your smile exclusively for myself. It matters not how cold you appear before others, but I expect to see more smiles directed at me. What? You, rest assured, senior sister, leave the matter of marriage by recruitment to me. As for the resolution regarding the City Lord's mansion, I shall devise a plan tonight and discuss it tomorrow. Lin Heng retreated while speaking, leaving Mulyoshi in a state of bewilderment. After being so flustered by Lin Heng, her mind heated up once more, and it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. She mimicked his earlier gesture, lifting her hand to her cheek and murmuring, is this the smile you mean? Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She had initially thought Lin Heng would engage in some outrageous act, yet it turned out he merely wished to see her smile. Oh dear, this fellow truly possesses a knack for flirtation, but is it really that delightful to smile? Chapter 56, Life is a Play. All depends on acting. Lin Heng's actions, to a certain extent, drew him closer to Mulyoshi. He understood that making random demands might not elicit a favorable response from her. By cultivating a slightly more intimate rapport, he believed she would eventually warm to him. However, unbeknownst to him, this very behavior had inadvertently sparked an inexplicable fondness in Mulyoshi, although she herself remained unaware of it at present. With the passage of time and accumulation of shared moments, that subtle sentiment would inevitably reveal itself. Following the directions given by the servant, Lin Heng arrived at his guest room. After a brief inquiry, he learned that Yun Yao and Itaeon were residing in the adjacent lofts, with their doors facing each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, shortly after Lin Heng had passed, Mulyoshi was preparing to visit her mother in the main courtyard when she unexpectedly encountered Itaeon, who was headed to the same destination. Junior brother, do you seek my counsel? She inquired. Sister, I wish to discuss matters regarding the City Lord's mansion, Itaeon replied. The City Lord's mansion? Mulyoshi immediately recalled Lin Heng's previous revelations. It was indeed surprising that Etion had chosen to approach her with strategic advice. Very well, follow me. The two walked in silence until they entered the main hall. Mulyoshi retrieved some fragrant tea leaves and brewed herself a small cup. Crossing her elegant legs as she gestured for Etion to speak, "Sister, regarding the situation between the City Lord's mansion and the Mu family, I have come to understand, ever since I arrived in Yenyun City. I have been invited to the City Lord's residence where I encountered several golden core cultivators. The City Lord's mansion has invested heavily in seeking our assistance for certain endeavors, though they did not provide specific details. Initially, I was puzzled as to why such grandeur was necessary. Only now do I comprehend that the City Lord's mansion has assembled so many cultivators in preparation to target you, sister, specifically the Mu family." Evidently, the City Lord's mansion was acutely aware of the Mu family's background, yet to Etion's astonishment, Mulyoshi remained unfazed by this information. Is she not surprised at all? Etion pondered. I have heard whispers regarding the City Lord's mansion's recruitment of cultivators to scheme against the Mu family. However, Mulyoshi set her cup down, the porcelain clinking against the table, her tone laced with a playful mockery as she continued, "Junior brother, given your close ties with the City Lord's mansion and your attendance at the auction, I presume you have received substantial benefits in return." Etion rose abruptly, his expression grave. "Sister, do you not trust me, or do you suspect that I would conspire with the City Lord's mansion to harm you?" His righteous indignation was palpable, akin to one who had suffered a profound injustice. In times past, she would have undoubtedly believed in his loyalty. She scoffed lightly, shaking her head. "How could I doubt you? Dear brother, I merely worry that the City Lord's mansion might discover our relationship and bring you trouble. People speak truthfully to one another. The world is but a stage, and all depends on performance." Mulyoshi understood this principle well. Before she could gather substantial evidence of Etion's betrayal, she would not hastily sever ties. Indeed, upon hearing her explanation, Etion was greatly moved. "I apologize, sister, I have misjudged you. Rest assured, the people from the City Lord's mansion are still unaware of our relationship. I will remain there to gather information and, when necessary, I shall intervene to resolve these troubles." And concerning the Li family, Etion, having declared his loyalty, sought to broach the most critical topic, only to be interrupted. "That is enough. I appreciate your good intentions, but I will handle the Li family's affairs myself. You need only assist me in dealing with the City Lord's mansion alongside Yun Yao and Lin Heng. I am feeling rather fatigued now. Let us leave it at that." Seeing that the matter concerning the Li family could not be addressed, Etion's expression dimmed, and he could only depart with a resigned bow. As Mulyoshi watched him retreat, she felt immense relief for having sought Lin Heng's counsel that evening, as well as gratitude for his willingness to assist her. Otherwise, if Etion were to succeed, she could only imagine how degraded her future self would become. Upon returning to his guest room, Lin Heng devoted himself to refining the remaining golden scales. The rich aura of gold enveloped him, and with the dual rotations of the Qingdi technique and the Mirror Man's spiritual will, he could visibly see the golden scales gradually diminishing. The fifth spiritual will was still in the process of being opened, consuming far more time than anticipated, truly echoing the age-old adage about the first layer of heaven. At this rate, he was confident that within a month and a half, he would elevate his cultivation to its peak. Reaching the peak indicates the completion of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, after which he would enter the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment requires a foundation stone as a vessel, while also necessitating the cultivation of the 5 elemental spiritual roots to their fullest extent. It was as if fate had conspired for this moment. The 5 elemental spiritual roots, coupled with the first stage of the Hanyuan indestructible body, exhibited a perfect compatibility. Practicing the 5 elemental body technique would in effect enhance the properties of the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Here, certain concepts must be clarified. The spiritual roots reflect one's affinity for the Tao and determine a cultivator's innate potential. For instance, a cultivator with water spiritual roots possesses an inherent affinity for water attributes, allowing them to practice water-related techniques and comprehend relevant Tao principles with greater efficiency than others. Physique influences combat strength, revealing its advantages during battles among cultivators of the same realm. It can also be likened to bloodlines. For instance, the physical forms of demonic beasts are innately formidable. The foundation stone determines one's upper limits on the path. It is the vessel of the Tao principles and the key to whether one can harmonize with the Tao. Most individuals possess foundation stones capable of accommodating only one Tao principle, which means that even if their spiritual roots are attuned to 2 elemental attributes, they must ultimately choose one path to refine into their source power. Of course, some exceptionally fortunate individuals have foundation stones that allow them to inscribe 6 Tao principles throughout history in the celestial realm. Next, aside from continuing the search for materials rich in 5 elemental essences, he must also begin preparing the foundation stone. The mutated 5 elemental spiritual roots are not limited to just 5 elements. Their interactions can give rise to affinities for ice, lightning, and other elements. After practicing late into the night, Lin Heng exhaled deeply, his fists clenched, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Indeed, just a few more days, and I shall fully refine the golden scales. The golden body will not only reach minor perfection but will also surpass expectations. At that moment, soft footsteps echoed in the courtyard, followed by the sound of a door closing. Peering out the window, he noticed the right chamber was illuminated, while the left remained in darkness. Oh, has Yuniao returned? It seems Yishixiang did not stay at the Mu residence. Intrigued, Lin Heng stepped outside, his footsteps light as he approached Yuniao's loft door. However, as he crouched down to peer through the crack, he was met by a pair of mischievous eyes. Startled, Lin Heng fell back, scrambling to escape, only to have a delicate hand reach out and grasp his neck. Since you've come this far, why the rush to leave? Aren't we both adults? Is it so childish to pick? Sister, it's a misunderstanding. I just arrived at the door and hadn't had the chance to wait. What do you mean? Aren't I your Tao partner? How can this be considered picking? Suddenly realizing the implications, Lin Heng turned around, nearly wide-eyed with astonishment. Chapter 57, A Meeting of Minds. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, cascading over Yuniao's ethereal white dress, accentuating her light figure and delicate form. Her long hair cascaded down her back, slightly damp strands glistening with droplets, one of which traced a path down her slender, pale neck, nestling into the curve of her collarbone. Clad in a short white garment that barely concealed her modesty, reminiscent of a lightweight bathrobe, she wore exquisite cloud-patterned shoes that were both dainty and elegant, complementing her art-like feet. Each delicate toe seemed a divine creation, every curve and arch exuding an air of graceful rhythm. Lin Heng endeavored to employ the most exquisite vocabulary to extol the beauty of the enchanting maiden before him. He had not anticipated that his pure and innocent sister would evoke such ardent feelings. With the dawn of a new year heralding the year of the dragon, Lin Heng mused on the fortunes it might bring. As Yuniao noticed his dazed expression, she followed his gaze downward and took 2 hurried steps back. Good heavens, staring at my feet is one thing, but drooling, is there some peculiar inclination you harbor? Hey, have you had your fill of staring? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Yuniao threatened, her expression fierce. Having just emerged from her bath and hastily donned her robe, she sensed someone approaching her chamber. Lin Heng flashed a mischievous grin, boldly stepping inside and closing the door behind him. Sister, why so fierce? We are Tao partners, after all. A little glimpse won't cost you anything. As he moved closer, he indicated his intention not only to look but also to draw nearer. Enough with the banter, what do you want from me? Yuniao walked ahead, intending to tidy her hair before the mirror, but was taken aback by Lin Heng's boldness as he placed his hands on her waist. The upper portion of her robe was quite short, revealing her smooth, delicate waist, which fell into his grasp. The warmth of his touch evoked sweet memories, and he was all too familiar with how adept she was at swaying her figure. As Lin Heng was on the verge of an outburst, he was preempted by a pointed inquiry from Yun Yao. What do you mean by you? Am I not your Dao partner? Can I not embrace you? What do you mean by what? Did we not agree that apart from mutual cultivation everything else is permissible, if you refuse to fulfill such a crucial duty between Dao partners? That's one thing, but you won't allow me to see or touch. Are you intent on cultivating the supreme emotionless path? Yun Yao pouted, startled into silence by his sudden barrage of questions. Admittedly, she recognized her struggle to adapt to Lin Heng's identity as her Dao partner, a matter unconnected to her feelings of dislike. After all, having lived for over 70 years, it was only natural to experience a reflexive response when unexpectedly touched by a member of the opposite sex. Lin Heng rested his chin on her right shoulder and gently uttered, "Will you allow me to see you in the future?" The tingling sensation overwhelmed Yun Yao, leaving her helpless as she replied, "Fine, I will allow it, and will you permit me to touch you? Yes, but it must not be excessive." "Then what about mutual cultivation?" "I will allow that." Yun Yao's pupils dilated as she suddenly regained her composure. Quickly correcting herself, "No, that won't do." "Oh, Lin Heng, it seems your thoughts are still fixated on mutual cultivation. Do not look at me like that. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. TSK, just because you refuse to cultivate. Must I not entertain such thoughts? Yet, I must admit, I am quite eager to enhance my cultivation. Your waist is truly delightful. If only we had some He Huan-san." Yun Yao paused, taken aback. He Huan-san? What do you mean? Are you suggesting administering me a drug? Is your desire for mutual cultivation truly so insatiable? Lin Heng, I warn you against harboring such indecent thoughts. If you behave well, perhaps I might consent to explore mutual cultivation with you. But should you resort to any underhanded means to coerce me, such as with spring poison, I swear I will not spare you. Goodness. You can actually read my mind. Rest assured, senior sister, I am not so base. Lin Heng replied, somewhat disgruntled. To cultivate together is a significant commitment, yet at least she was willing to concede on fulfilling her obligations as a Dao partner. The distinction between refusing to cultivate and simply not engaging in it is vast. At least now she had granted him the possibility for future consent. Come, senior sister, sit still, I shall attend to your hair. Can you style a Lingyun bun? Isn't it simply that high-up style with a bit of curl at the ends? I have seen it before, let me give it a try. Yun Yao grimaced but ultimately allowed him to manipulate her hair. Do not tell me you came over merely to take advantage of me. He had kissed her cheeks, held her slender waist, and even caressed her legs. Was his late-night visit solely for these trivialities? Of course not. While seeing you was one reason, the other is that I need your assistance. What assistance? Lin Heng leaned in, whispering softly in her ear. You must help me resolve the troubles with the Li family. Why would you want me to beat you up? Lin Heng was at a loss for words. Did you only catch the part about me wanting you to hit me? I said I need you to cooperate with me in staging a performance pretending to hit me in front of that Li family's young master. I did not mean for you to truly strike me. Lin Heng felt it essential to clarify his words. Otherwise, with Yun Yao's reckless approach, she might genuinely inflict harm. I do not understand how this relates to resolving the Li family's engagement issue. Yun Yao shook her head in confusion, then added, from now on, I will not hit you, but do not act foolishly. Yun Yao was frightened that he might lose his senses and develop a penchant for self-harm. Oh dear, I truly... Lin Heng rubbed his face in exasperation. Fine, you will understand tomorrow or the day after, since you have promised not to resort to violence in the future. A gentleman's word is his bond. You must keep your promise. Yun Yao nodded in agreement, secretly musing, I am not a gentleman. It should be amended to a lady's word is her bond. While they conversed, the Lingyun ban was skillfully completed. And Yu Niao gazed at her reflection in astonishment. Not bad, your skills are quite impressive. A craftsman relies on their craft. Time passed, and Lin Heng lingered for a while longer. As the horizon gradually brightened, he departed fast, returning to his own room before heading straight to the main hall. He had agreed to provide Mu Liushi with a solution the previous night. By this hour, some servants were already bustling about, either tending to the fallen leaves in the pond or running back and forth from the kitchen. The rising white smoke indicated that breakfast was being prepared. In the main hall, Lin Heng had not yet approached when he heard a raucous argument from a distance. How absurd! Do you not realize the consequences of your own authority within the family? Allowing your uncles and aunts back into the Mu family will inevitably jeopardize your own power. Do you wish to see the Musa name replaced? An elderly woman, her hair streaked with grey and her face lined with wrinkles, leaned on a cane with one hand while brandishing a stick in the other, chastising a mother and daughter duo before her. Happy New Year! Wishing the esteemed readers good fortune in the Year of the Dragon, Chapter 58. And my name is Lin Heng. The mother and daughter were none other than Mu Liushi and Mu Shooting. Indeed, due to the family's transformation and the engagement with the Li family, the three were embroiled in yet another quarrel. The matriarch of the Mu family, now 157 years old, was in a state of decline, and it would not be long before she would pass the family responsibilities to Mu Liushi. This granddaughter, whom she had always held dear, now sought to radically alter the family's long-held customs at this critical juncture. Mother, do not call me mother. Very well, then I shall address you as the family head. Mu Shooting replied coolly, grasping Mu Liushi's hand. I do not wish for Liushi to be involved any further. You may choose another heir. We do not care for the position of family head, even if you were to expel us from the Mu family or remove us from the family tree. For decades, who has tirelessly maintained the Mu family? If you wish for Liushi to take over yet refuse to relinquish your hold on power, my daughter and I will no longer concern ourselves with the Mu family. Mu Shooting's stance was resolute, showing no sign of retreat. There was no talk of familial interests or ancestral dictates in her eyes, only the unwavering responsibility of a mother. Mu Liushi was reluctant to assume control of the family, and her mother would neither coerce nor persuade her. Should Mu Liushi not wish to marry the young master of the Li family, she would support her unconditionally. The Mu family was no longer what it once was. The past few decades had seen a dismal state of affairs, known only to her, the one operating behind the scenes. The matriarch trembled with rage, clutching her chest as she quivered. Do you truly refuse to yield? Yield? Mu Shooting scoffed, a hint of regret on her face. It was my willingness to yield, your indifference, and the Mu family's so-called ancestral rules that cost me my husband and Liushi her father. Now I have but one daughter, and no one shall use her as a bargaining chip. There existed an unwritten rule in the Mu family. In any family, woman bearing a child must send her husband to the Taibai mountain steps for a 3-day offering in hopes of ancestral blessings to ensure the family produced a celestial vein. The steps of Taibai mountain numbered 1,634, weathered by the elements, now nearly devoid of their original edges. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal fall into the abyss. And the Mu family had suffered the loss of no fewer than 5 sons-in-law due to this. Despite this, the absurd ancestral rule remained unamended when Mu Shooting became pregnant, under her firm insistence. The matriarch did not force her husband to go to Taibai mountain. However, on the day of her labor, in her stubborn adherence to tradition, the matriarch barred her husband from entering, compelling him to make the offering, lest he be cast out from the Mu family and forever lose sight of his wife and child. On the 3rd day, heavy rains fell, rendering the steps of Taibai mountain treacherously slippery. And thus the tragedy unfolded. The result was that after 3 days of anxious waiting, Mu Shooting received the devastating news of her husband's accident. The Mu family welcomed an extraordinarily rare celestial vein. Yet it was accompanied by a wife who lost her husband at childbirth and a daughter who lost her father. It was after this that Mu Shooting willingly relinquished the position of family head back to the matriarch. Had she not stepped back initially and forcefully abolished those archaic rules, perhaps they would not have ended up in a situation where only the two of them remained to rely on one another. Fortunately, Mu Liuxi proved to be an exceptional talent, achieving the Golden Core in just over 50 years, providing her with great solace now, as they sought to place Mu Liuxi in charge of the family. She must pave the way for her daughter, allowing her the freedom to pursue her desires rather than be bound by the constraints of these half-dead antiquated traditions. Lin Heng leaned against the corner outside the door. Profoundly affected by their exchange, the shock stemmed from Mu shooting the mother of Mu Liuxi. Indeed, such selflessness and unconditional devotion to one's child existed. Though he had traversed into this world, not everyone was fortunate enough to have a mother. In this realm, he had only a father who was indifferent and a mother who was unheeded and unseen. Some individuals spent their entire lives like a mouse, hiding in dirty crevices, peering at the happiness of others. The matriarch was carried away, having been so enraged that she fainted, her eyes rolling back in her head. Mu shooting was also on her way out of the main hall when she happened to catch sight of Lin Heng hiding nearby. Her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Who are you, mother?" "He is my junior brother." The voice of Mu Liuxi rang out from within the hall, having sensed Lin Heng's presence even before he approached. "Oh, you must be Yi Tian, the one Liuxi has mentioned frequently." "Indeed, quite the handsome young man." "Oh, no, that's not it, Aunt. My name is Lin Heng, and Yi Tian is my senior brother." Lin Heng scratched his head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, haha, Mu shooting chuckled awkwardly. "You must be looking for Liuxi, right? Then I shall not disturb you." "All right, Aunt, take care." Lin Heng sighed with relief, witnessing the fierce argument between Mu Liuxi's mother. He initially thought she was an exceptionally strong-willed woman. To his surprise, her tone was gentle, exuding a sense of warmth. Truly, it echoes the saying, though a woman is delicate, she becomes resolute when she is a mother. "Senior sister, I have arrived." Lin Heng stepped into the room and found Mu Liuxi seated at the table, holding a ring stick. "Did you hear everything?" She looked up, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet this smile bore a hint of stiffness and coldness that diverged from Lin Heng's expectations. "Indeed, we overheard it all, but please, senior sister, do not misunderstand. I did not find amusement in it at all. On the contrary, I believe your mother is an extraordinary woman, far surpassing my own mother whom I have yet to meet." "Come, sit down. Tell me what solutions you have devised through the night." Lin Heng pulled out a chair, deliberately positioning himself much closer to her, and then laid out the prepared rice paper before her. "What does this mean? What are these large circles?" "Ahem, no need to rush." "No need to rush. This is a diagram I painstakingly crafted after a night of deep contemplation." Indeed, he had spent the night resting his head on her thigh while she practiced her cultivation. The large circles were drawn in proportion to the dimensions of her head. "Senior sister, first take a look at these two circles. Envision them as the Wang family of the city lord's mansion and your Mu family, with the overlapping section representing the conflicts surrounding the west suburb spirit mine. The upper and lower sections represent the Li family and the Zhao family, the four premier families of Yenyuan City standing in opposition. Due to the potential marriage alliance between the Mu family and the Li family, the city lord's mansion hesitates to act rashly. However, since you do not wish to be betrothed to the Li family's young master, regardless of the outcome, the Li family will certainly withdraw their support and may even partake in the ensuing feast of division. Therefore, another force becomes exceedingly significant. He pointed to the position of the Zhao family above. And Mu Liuxi furrowed her brow. "I understand the reasoning, but the Zhao family has no reason to assist me, right?" Yet Lin Heng merely smiled gently. "Senior sister, have you heard of the profit-sharing responsibility system?" "What responsibility system?" Chapter 59, Profit Distribution. In layman's terms, it is a method of dividing profits and power according to a certain responsibility ratio akin to a partnership. The west suburb spirit mine is vast. containing countless spirit stones, a number so immense it is beyond comprehension. Not even a single Mu family can fully exploit it. Even 3 Mu families would struggle to consume it all. It would be wise to break the pot and lick the bottom, ensuring that the Mu family securely retains the majority of the profits while distributing the ownership of the spirit mine, making the waters murkier. After his explanation, Mu Lushi immediately understood. Indeed, why did I not think of that? The current issue is not about contesting the ownership of the spirit mine with the city lord's mansion, but rather about how to safely consume this piece of meat. As Lin Heng articulated, even if the Mu family were to occupy the spirit mine entirely, what would be the outcome? Relying solely on the Mu family to mine the countless spirit stones would take centuries to exhaust even half. Mining is no simple task. It requires more than just wielding tools to dig. A few times the rock walls are hard, consuming both time and energy, and the subsequent processes of purifying and processing spirit stones require substantial time as well. How to proceed? Would the Zhao family agree to cooperate? They would certainly cooperate. Extending an olive branch is beneficial and harmless to them. Why would they refuse? Offer them 30% of the profits from the mined spirit stones. Mind you, that is from the extracted stones, not from dividing the entire spirit mine, Lin Heng stated. If this is not done, it would be impossible to form a profit-binding alliance. Furthermore, another 20% must be allocated to the Li family. Binding the interests of the Mu, Zhao, and Li families together means that even if the city lord's mansion wishes to partake, they would have no opportunity. The Li family, why would we actively give them a share? Mu Lushi was momentarily taken aback. The Zhao family was acceptable since the 2 families had not fallen out. Senior sister, if we do not offer them the profits, what leverage do we have to resolve the marriage issue? Or do you believe having another enemy is preferable to having another partner? A glimmer of clarity flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. All right, I see your point, Mu Lushi considered with a nod. What you say makes sense, therefore I shall entrust this matter to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, and I will do my utmost to cooperate. Since she chose to trust Lin Heng, she would trust him completely. Excellent. With you saying this, the matter is bound to succeed. Time is of the essence. The auction at the Treasure Pavilion will commence shortly. Lin Heng rose to leave but was suddenly halted by Mu Lushi's remark. Speaking of which, I just recalled that after leaving the Mu residence last night, Yition seemed to head directly to the west suburb mountains. Today is the last day of the auction. Will your senior brother not participate? He should, as he left the Treasure Pavilion prematurely yesterday after failing to acquire what he desired. Lin Heng turned, narrowing his eyes. Why Yition had only bid once at the auction over the past 2 days and had not returned afterward. If Yition did not participate, it likely indicated that the upcoming auction items lacked value. Heading to the west suburb wasteland, how proactive. Very well, I shall first contact the Zhao and Li families. Ye senior brother, I wonder what expression will adorn your face after devising so many plans only to end up with nothing. Lin Heng chuckled softly. Meanwhile, 10 miles outside Yan'an City, a figure clad in white traversed the skies on a sword. His face still bearing the same cold and proud demeanor as before. It seemed he sensed an instability within his mind, for the jade pendant concealed within his robe suddenly emitted a faint glow. Shortly thereafter, a clear and cold feminine voice emerged. Why Yition, you need not concern yourself with the matter of the scroll. I merely sensed a familiar aura. It may not necessarily be a treasure. Raising the price to over 10,000 spirit stones is quite irrational. The woman was the remnant soul of a distinguished flower. It is well known that protagonists often possess a golden finger, be it a relic left by their father or a remarkable elder. Huachi fulfilled this role beside Yition. I am fine, Fairy Hua Qi. Why Yition's expression remained calm, though he felt increasingly at odds with recent developments. First, the plan in Jinma City went awry. Next, the auction in Yan'an City was targeted, and now his second senior sister seemed to be distancing herself from him. The remnant soul independent fell silent for a long time before finally stating, You need not act in haste. Your savage bone tyrant blood body has yet to mature. Dual cultivation at this stage may not yield favorable results once your savage bone body has matured. Dual cultivation will produce far superior outcomes. The savage bone tyrant blood body ranks among the 3 greatest battle bodies of the Chaos era, inherently exuding a fierce and violent aura, unlike other battle bodies. The savage bone tyrant blood body can achieve unparalleled combat strength by burning its own life essence. Additionally, it possesses a more astonishing effect. It can ignore severe injuries to the body, becoming increasingly violent as the wounds worsen. In simpler terms, even if you refrain from striking your opponent while enhancing your combat strength through self-immolation of life essence, you will simultaneously gain a violent effect from your injuries. In short, the more you risk your life, the more formidable you become. Upon hearing this, Etion remained unfazed. I appreciate your advice, but that will not prevent me from keeping them by my side. This time the Mu family is in peril, only I can save them. My second senior sister will come to her senses. Being my Dao partner is her only choice. The remnant soul independent fell silent once more. Eventually dimming, she had witnessed Etion's methods, whether it was dragging Yun Yao or digging pits for the Mu family. All she could do was offer some advice, as she could not impose restrictions. Were it not for Etion's talent, she would not have chosen him. By the time Yun Yao concluded her cultivation, it was already noon. She crossed her arms above her head, leaning forward and letting out delicate sounds of satisfaction as she stretched her body. Afterwards, she stood up to change her clothes, and while standing before the mirror, she suddenly noticed a peculiar purple mark on the left side of her abdomen. Upon closer inspection, she found it bore distinct teeth marks. What is this, Linheng? Are you a dog? Last night, Linheng had been deep in thought while lying on her exquisite thigh and could not resist leaving a strawberry mark on her. Yun Yao was speechless for a moment. She generally preferred to isolate herself from external sensations during cultivation, while others left marks on their necks. He had directly taken a bite on her abdomen. This will not do. It has only been a few days, and he is already getting too familiar. I cannot indulge him in such closeness. Oh no, today I promised to accompany Lu Shi's senior sister after the auction to inspect the Mu family's properties. I must go and check. Chapter 60, Dragging Good Women into the Water, Rescuing Mundane Women Ashore. Dodge protection. That Yenyun City's North Street. Sunlight spilled onto the street, filtering through the towering buildings and casting reflections among the bustling crowd. As noon approached, many vendors had set up their stalls early, especially those selling delicious food, drawing in ever-increasing crowds. Linheng munched on a baked bun while sipping egg drop soup, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the Li residence. The flavor was not overly salty. A bit of pickled vegetables would be perfect. Oddly, at this hour, is there no one coming out of the Li residence? Just as he murmured this, the gate of the Li residence creaked open, and a young man dressed in a white scholar's robe, his hair tied up in a high crown, stepped out, his face appearing exceptionally haggard, accompanied by servants clad in grey. He waved his hand to dismiss them. It could not be mistaken. It was indeed him, the eldest son of the Li family. Yet, why did he appear so insubstantial? Linheng shook his head, dismissing further thoughts as he stealthily followed behind. Indeed, to address the issue of the Li family seeking a son-in-law, the most effective approach would be to focus on the eldest son, Li Nan. Of course, not to eliminate him as Etion might, but rather to fundamentally alter his desire to become a son-in-law. The two maintained a distance of 50 meters apart, swiftly traversing from the northern part of the city to the eastern side. Linheng stood before a 6-story building, frowning slightly. Chanshao Tower, another brothel. How could he venture into such a place in his feeble state? However, having arrived, he was determined not to leave empty-handed. Upon entering, a gracefully attired woman in pink approached him immediately. Young master, I am the manager of Chanshao Tower. This is your first visit, I presume. There were 2 brothels in Yenyun City, and Chanshao Tower was one of them. As a manager accustomed to dealing with countless patrons, She could distinguish between newcomers and familiar faces at a glance. Indeed, it is my first visit, Lin Heng replied, surveying his surroundings before inquiring, where has the young man in white gone, upon realizing he was there to seek someone rather than to indulge. The manager's smile faded considerably, and her tone became noticeably colder. Oh, young master, brothels are places of pleasure, not for seeking individuals. Moreover, that young man is one of our esteemed patrons. I cannot easily divulge such private information. If you are not here for leisurely pursuits, then I must ask you to. The words Liv had not fully escaped her lips when Lin Heng produced a small pouch of spirit stones from his storage space and tossed it to her. There were a full 100 stones. The manager's eyes widened, and her demeanor shifted instantly, exclaiming, "Oh, I knew young master was distinguished and certainly not one to shy away from expenditure." Lin Heng raised a hand to interrupt. "Enough, I preferred your previous haughty demeanor." Coughing lightly, the manager then discreetly tucked a pouch of spirit stones into the seam of her garment right before Lin Heng's eyes. He was momentarily bewildered. How surreal! While he had seen storage rings, bags, and bracelets, this was his first encounter with a storage necklace. The necklace, tucked into the seam, appeared as though it was directly hidden within her bosom. Couldn't she have made it a bit shorter? "Young master, you are inquiring about that young Master Li, are you not? He has summoned a young woman from the Chi refining stage and is currently entertaining her upstairs. I have a list of our talents. If you find someone to your liking, I can negotiate some benefits for you." What a delightful arrangement, to enjoy oneself while waiting for young Master Li. The manager then expertly retrieved a book approximately 5 centimeters thick from her bosom. "This is the comprehensive roster of the brothels across the Tianxian continent. Please take a look." "Young master, are you jesting? With so many brothels across the 4 continents, can they all belong to your establishment?" "Young master is joking. We certainly do not own them all, but there is a flow of personnel between them. Even if you fancy a lady from the eastern continent, we have means to procure her. The only concern is the price." Good heavens! Is this how business is conducted? Lin Heng mused as he weighed the book in his hands, estimating that it could easily list 20 names or more. Just how many part-time or full-time women did Chanshao Tower employ? As he opened the first page, he was met with the bold title roster, followed by categories for commoners and cultivators. The commoners were ranked by wealth, beauty and talent, while the cultivators included not just humans but even beast women, a detail Lin Heng had not anticipated. The ranking for cultivators was straightforward, based solely on their cultivation levels. Flipping to the first page of the commoners, he was greeted by a portrait of a woman along with her personal details. Zhong Maowei, age 20, specialty 69, too risky for display. Background: a daughter of the Zhong family from Xiu City in the western continent. She was harmed by hired thugs during a journey and subsequently sold into the black market after her family failed to pay a substantial ransom. The Zhong family, upon learning of this, chose to abandon any attempts at her rescue, viewing it as a disgrace. Lin Heng was taken aback. The Zhong family was supposed to be a respectable lineage, yet they allowed their daughter to be sold into a brothel. The ransom, described amounting to merely 10,000 spirit stones, was something a family of their stature could easily manage. For the sake of 10,000 spirit stones, they abandoned their daughter. Each page contained approximately 3 profiles. And Lin Heng continued to flip through several more. The top 10 women from the commoner category shared similar fates with Zhong Maowei, some being daughters of noble families, others serving as officials under royal families, and even a couple of affluent matriarchs. Lin Heng found himself feeling somewhat helpless, not out of cheap sympathy, but rather due to the realization that these women were not innocent victims. For instance, had Zhong Maowei treated her servants with respect, would she have ended up in such a predicament? He then turned to the section for cultivators. To his astonishment, there were hundreds of Chi refining stage cultivators listed, each with elaborate backgrounds: disciple of the Taiwan sect, the elder disciple of the Mingyue sect, and familial disciple of the Dapan sect. Foundation building, Danman's Qingyue Ferric, Bai Lakes Maiden, Golden Core, private listings, only a few dozen listed, had he not seen this roster. Lin Heng would never have imagined the sheer number of sects, schools, and temples present. Fortunately, after a thorough search, he found no mention of his own Qingshan sect. If disciples from their sect were sold into brothels, it would be a disgrace of monumental proportions. It was a revelation to see that the personal biographies of these women were more riveting than any novel. Are all these sects now lost to the annals of history? If so, the scale of brothels across the Tianxian continent was indeed considerable. The rankings continued through to the Golden Core stage, with content restricted to those at the foundation building stage and above. Clearly, the brothels had no intention of crossing paths with Golden Core cultivators. The repercussions of the Baohua tragedy were catastrophic, compelling the dynasty to clamp down on the malevolent forces behind the brothels once more. Yet, despite this, a dozen Golden Core cultivators remained ensnared within their grasp. Beautiful women have their rosters, and the talented possess their rankings. Perhaps it would be prudent for brothels to establish a list of their courtesans as well. The roster appeared quite thick, but due to the extensive personal summaries, it could not exceed 1,000 names. According to the manager, detailed biographies greatly assisted in ensuring these women could be redeemed from their plight. For human nature often inclines towards this: the more loyal one is, the more one wishes to lead virtuous women astray; the more tumultuous the heart, the more one desires to rescue worldly women. While Lin Heng furrowed his brow, perusing the roster, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. "Lin brother." Lin Heng turned to see a familiar-faced Sun, "My dear brother." Sun Hao stood between two companions, supporting a drunken young man reeking of alcohol. As they approached him, "Drink, keep drinking, call for Miss Yu to come out and drink with me." Sun Hao gestured to the man on his right and signaled the manager. "You all may take young Master Wang upstairs. I'll join you shortly." "Very well, we shall wait for you." Chapter 61, The Scarlet Demon Gathering, Elegance Pavilion. Once the inebriated youth was escorted upstairs, Sun Hao turned back to Lin Heng, slightly bowing. "Lin brother, it has been several days since we last met. I thought you had already left Yanyun City." "Haha, there are still matters to attend to." Lin Heng smiled. "So, are you here to indulge in some merriment?" "And you, Lin brother?" Sun Hao countered. I am here to seek someone. I have yet to satiate my appetite for the delicacies at home, and the offerings here seem somewhat unsavory." "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Lin brother, you hardly seem like one to frequent such establishments." "I am here to accompany young Master Wang from the royal residence." "He insisted on visiting to meet some Miss Yu after drinking too much. So my companion and I had no choice but to bring him here." Lin Heng nodded, recognizing that Sun Hao was quite amiable and fond of making friends. The Wang family, the city lord's family. Perhaps it was likely that the two of them served as advisors to the Wang family. Perhaps he could glean some information from him regarding how to target the Mu family. Sun Hao took the initiative. "Lin brother, shall we ascend to enjoy some music and sip a few drinks?" Snapped back to reality, Lin Heng replied with a smile. Of course. The two followed a serving girl directly to the second floor, where they entered a private chamber and requested two talented musicians proficient in playing traditional instruments. Soon, two elegantly dressed women entered, one holding a pipa and the other a jade flute. After all, brothels were public establishments, and they certainly employed entertainers who sold their skills rather than their bodies. The drinks here are quite different from those in the ordinary taverns," Lin Heng remarked, taking a sip from his cup before setting it down. "Strangely enough, I just perused the roster at Chanshao Tower and noted a few cultivators at the transformation stage." "How many transformation stage cultivators are there in the Tianxian continent?" "Chanshao Tower possesses such vast resources." Previously, Lin Heng had fallen into a misconception, having mingled primarily with Golden Core cultivators such as Yunyao, Mu Lushi, and Yition, which led him to subconsciously believe that Golden Core cultivators were commonplace. In truth, he merely occupied a favorable position. The aura of the sovereign sun inevitably granted him access to remarkable entities. Yunyao spent 70 years breaking through to the Golden Core stage, While Mulyoshi took 50 years, although this pales in comparison to Yition's astonishing achievement of merely 10 years, it cannot be denied that both of them are exceptional geniuses. A century at the Golden Core stage would still be celebrated in the annals of the celestial realm's most brilliant epochs. This illustrates just how rare the subsequent nascent soul masters, transformation god great cultivators, and even the true monarchs and harmonization experts are. However, to Sun Hao's surprise, he displayed no signs of astonishment. Brother Lin, you may not be aware, the Spring Night Tower, the Bright Moon Tower, the Green Lantern Pavilion, and other brothels are all under the influence of a common force known as Igu. Igu? Lin Heng had never heard of this name. I heard from my father that their predecessor was the Red Demon Society, once the most notorious evil organization on the Tianxian continent. However, due to certain circumstances, their downfall came with the emergence of the dynasty. Under the dynasty's constraints, the chaotic era came to an end, leading to the current peaceful state. Nevertheless, some things cannot be eradicated, just as everyone harbors sin and darkness within. With the emergence of Igu, the black market has once again flourished, and the brothels have expanded accordingly, giving rise to many unsavory dealings. At this point, Sun Hao's expression turned grave. Brother Lin, have you heard of the 100 Flowers Valley? Yes, Lin Heng nodded, recalling the infamous 100 Flowers tragedy. It was well known throughout the Tianxian continent. More than 100 disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley were sold to brothels, and their leader was even refined into a furnace. Do you know why the 100 Flowers Valley fell into such calamity? Sun Hao inquired. Could it be because of the Red Demon Society? Indeed, it was the Red Demon Society. Wasn't the Red Demon Society eradicated by the dynasty? Lin Heng exclaimed in disbelief. It wasn't eradicated, it merely disbanded. During the dynasty's siege against them, some major sects also intervened, including the 100 Flowers Valley. This clarifies why those evil sect members targeted the 100 Flowers Valley once they found their footing. Imagine if a harmonization expert was forced into their scheme. What chance would a transformation god cultivator stand? Upon hearing this, Lin Heng fell into a momentary contemplation. Sun Hao's description illuminated many matters on the Tianxian continent. The Red Demon Society initially represented the forces of evil, while the dynasty stood for the current justice. However, the dichotomy of good and evil can never truly harmonize, it can only result in compromise. The Red Demon Society may have lost many of its tentacles, but new ones have sprouted in the guise of the lawful brothels and the clandestine black market. It is no wonder that the 13 cities of the West, from the highest echelons of power to ordinary families, are in such disarray, suggesting that the dynasty is complicit in this chaos. There is a saying, the righteous path needs the underworld to resolve troubles, while the underworld requires the righteous path for protection. In time, even the mightiest dynasty will face decay and collapse, yielding consequences far more profound than those of ordinary secular dynasties. After discussing various aspects of the black market, they did not stray from their original purpose. While it was true he sought to meet the young master of the Li family, Sun Hao now invited him to accompany him to the young master of the Wang family. Engaging with this young master of the Wang family might yield valuable information, and naturally, he would not decline. The two ascended to the third floor. Upon entering the fourth elegant room of the west window, they found young Master Wang, one hand raised with a cup and the other embracing the enchanting young girl, engaged in a scene of indulgence. Brother Sun has returned. Come, take a seat. Wang Tao squinted at Lin Heng, his expression perplexed. And who might this be? This is Lin Heng, a friend of mine. Oh, your friend. Wang Tao belched and gestured to the opposite seat. A friend of Brother Sun is a friend of mine. Please have a seat. Well, I appreciate it, young Master Wang, Lin Heng replied with a forced smile, taking a seat nearby. As he observed another man present, he felt an absence of any discernible aura. A cultivator, perhaps a foundational stage. To conceal one's aura so adeptly could only belong to a foundational stage cultivator. Wang Tao waved his hand, signaling the young girl to depart, then raised a cup to drink. You two truly understand my desires. Unlike that fellow who struts about as if conquering the world. If not for my father's regard for his strength, I would have long since chased him out of Yangon City, that fellow. Lin Hang suddenly realized he must be referring to Yition. The mention of this name piqued his interest. The story began on the day Yition first arrived at the city lord's mansion. Wang Tao, following his father's orders, hosted a banquet to entertain capable cultivators. When he personally approached Yition with a toast, Yition exhibited an air of superiority, even pouring the wine onto the ground. Proclaiming he would not drink secular wine after publicly humiliating him, he simply patted his rear and departed. Such a slight would surely irk anyone, even without that fellow. If everything had gone according to our original plan, we could have lured that golden phoenix to the western suburbs and captured her in one fell swoop. The entire spirit mine would then belong to us, and you would not miss out on riches either. Speaking of which, the golden phoenix of the Mu family is truly breathtaking. Apart from the Zhao family's young lady, there is no one else in Yangon City who can rival her beauty. Fortunately, we did not let that useless young master of the Li family benefit. Once the Mu family is consumed, I will request my father to bestow her upon me. I am curious to see what distinguishes a golden core cultivator from a foundational stage one. Upon hearing this, both Sun Hao and the other individual were taken aback. Young Master Wang, that golden phoenix is not to be trifled with. She is backed by the Qingshen sect, while encroaching upon the Mu family is a secular affair. The Qingshen sect will not remain uninvolved if you lay hands on her. You mustn't blame us for not warning you when calamity befalls. Indeed, the Qingshen sect is one of the foremost sects in the Western continent. And this young lady from the Mu family is a co-disciple. However, Sun Hao also chimed in with caution. To their astonishment, Wang Tao burst into laughter. Do you think my Wang family has only the dynasty to back it? Chapter 62, The Mirage Mirror. Wang Tao deliberately left a sense of suspense. It was not so much a trump card as it was a statement that could invite unnecessary trouble. In any case, I want not only for you to encircle her but also to capture her. Leave the rest to the city lord's mansion. Even if there are risks, we will bear them. You merely need to reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao furrowed his brow but refrained from giving a definitive response, for the decision ultimately lay with his father. The father-son duo had always been cautious, only engaging in matters within their capabilities and acceptable profit margins. I will discuss this with my father. The specifics will depend on his decision. Of course, no problem. The ensuing conversation swiftly shifted away from the western suburbs and the Mu family. After a few symbolic toasts, Lin Hang claimed he had pressing matters and exited the elegant room. However, in that brief interval when he sought out the steward, he was informed that the young master of the Li family had already departed. Departed? Yes, I too did not expect young Master Li to leave so swiftly. The steward displayed a wistful expression. Very well, Lin Hang nodded and subsequently exited the Spring Night Tower, though his day had not been fruitless, as he had at least discerned that the young master of the Li family preferred to frequent the brothel around noon. Henceforth, he could simply wait along the way. Additionally, he had gathered some crucial information. Sun Hao and his father, Sun Deoya, as secondary antagonists, undoubtedly harbored secrets far more complex than they currently appeared. The Red Demon Society, Gigu, the Black Market, these were realms he could not touch, yet they seemed to have a deep understanding of them. However, something felt off. The city lord's mansion had conspired with the Li family and Yition against the Mu family. The former sought industrial interests, while the latter desired beauty. Now, it seemed Wang Tao also harbored intentions towards the second young lady. This created a delicate situation. According to the original narrative, the second young lady was destined to be subservient to Yition. Would Wang Tao not be courting death by intervening? The author's tendency was clear: those who covet the harem of the protagonist are destined for demise. The Wang family and Yition initially had a cooperative relationship. If discontent arose from the division of interests, how would Yition perform acts of valor to rescue the Mu family from peril? Was it possible that Yi Tion would eventually betray his allies, capturing the heart of the second young lady while obliterating the city lord's mansion? Lin Heng suddenly contemplated the possibility of such treachery. The term ally felt inappropriate. It implied mutual trust rather than the deceitful machinations of like-minded individuals. There were still some aspects he could not comprehend. In the following hours, Lin Heng did not return directly to the Mu residence. Instead, he sought a nearby inn close to the Spring Night Tower. With the auction nearing its conclusion and many people departing Yan'an City, securing a room was far easier than during the initial days of his arrival. Naturally, the prices had also dropped somewhat. Accompanied by the innkeeper, he arrived at the inn's central room on the third floor, where 2 windows provided an excellent view of the Spring Night Tower's entrance. This vantage point pleased Lin Heng immensely. Remember my request: should any significant events occur outside Yan'an City, promptly inform me. At all other times, ensure no one disturbs me. Of course, young master, rest assured. I will certainly manage this small task. Once the attendant departed, Lin Heng swiftly secured the room. He subsequently sat cross-legged, and not long ago, he sensed something unusual with the dream mirror. It appeared that the opening of the spiritual wheel encountered a problem. Coming to an inexplicable halt upon retrieving the dream mirror, he was astonished to find that the previously rough back of the mirror had transformed into a translucent ice blue hue, while the surface itself had shifted from its former smoothness to an ethereal quality. Lin Heng placed the dream mirror back into the system space. Item: Huan Shajing, complete version. Description: a world of illusions forged from countless shards of crystal light, serving as a bridge connecting the illusory and the real. In this world where the virtual and the real intertwine, there exists no distinction between truth and falsehood. It can be utilized to enhance the evolution of consciousness and accelerate cultivation speed. During the returning to void phase, one can tear through the veil of reality and enter the world of illusions. Note: a higher advanced version of the dream mirror. When did this upgrade occur? Lin Heng felt a bit bewildered, but soon smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh, it's all this dog of a system's fault." The rewards for the Shonhi 2 and the main quest popped up almost simultaneously. It prevented me from checking what the rewards were. The previous dream mirror was incomplete. It turns out the reward was to restore it. After the Shonhi 2 settled in his dantian and refused to emerge. He had felt something amiss in his body, initially thinking it was due to the influence of the Shonhi 2, only to realize after some time that it was the upgrade of the dream mirror, causing the mirror's inhabitant to stop functioning. Let me see how it works now. Filled with joy, Lin Heng examined the Huan Shajing in his hand, yet the moment his finger grazed the mirror's surface, it felt as if he had touched a shimmering water curtain that unfurled ripples of orderly waves. And the next moment he felt as if his soul was being pulled, surging inward toward a swirling vortex from deep within. A sudden jolt of realization struck Lin Heng. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of being drawn by the Shonhi Tuesday. Following that, a blinding whiteness enveloped him, and instinctively lowering his head to observe his hands and feet, his mind momentarily blanked. Pinching himself elicited a jolt of pain, leaving him in a daze. He could not discern whether his consciousness had entered the dream mirror or if his body had directly entered it. Recalling the system's introduction, it clearly stated that only during the returning to void phase could one tear through reality. It seemed to be his consciousness. He murmured to himself, and as he turned around, a face abruptly appeared before him. Oh my! Lin Heng nearly experienced a cardiac arrest, retreating several steps in shock. An individual who looked exactly like him stood there, an uncanny sight that would make anyone exclaim in disbelief. Lin Heng warily regarded his doppelganger, and after a considerable moment he realized this must be the mirror inhabitant he had previously envisioned within the dream mirror. Closing his eyes, he thought, and indeed, the equally handsome mirror version promptly shut his eyes as well. This is quite amusing. Now I request you to activate the Qing DC Link technique and continue opening the spiritual wheel. As he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to form hand seals, every movement flowed seamlessly. Under his mental guidance, the mirror inhabitant faithfully complied with his request to continue opening the spiritual wheel. Just as he felt elated by this, a human silhouette gradually emerged from the distant white haze, with sword-like eyebrows, a long beard, and dressed in white robes. The figure had a nearly translucent lower half. Lin Heng's heart raced. He cautiously shifted closer to the mirror inhabitant. The old man was gliding through the air, approaching him. An eerie scene sent shivers down his spine. He was certain this was no mere figment of his imagination. The elder halted a mere 5 steps away, radiating a gentle aura, murmuring, "Huan Shajing, has someone finally completed it?" Chapter 63, The Sword of Time. Could he be the master of the dream mirror? Seeing that the other party seemed devoid of malice, Lin Heng's mind briefly flickered with surprise before he cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Junior Lin Heng, may I ask who you are, esteemed elder?" "Me," the old man furrowed his brow, his hands clasped behind his back, a myriad of expressions flitting across his face as he seemed to ponder this question intently. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed, "It has been so long. All I know is that they call me the sage." "Sage, what realm does that refer to?" Lin Heng mumbled. This was certainly not a realm recognized in the celestial world. Nor was it a title of any known ranks. Could it be someone from a higher level? The 5-element spiritual roots and the spiritual will cultivation system had not been encountered for ages. The elder gazed at Lin Heng and suddenly uttered, as though seeing through the secrets hidden within him, "Do not be alarmed, I mean no harm. I am merely a remnant thought lacking the ability to seize your body. If I intended to do you harm, I would have acted when you instructed the mirror inhabitant to open the spiritual wheel." The elder could even discern his thoughts. "Your talent appears to surpass that of the previous little fellow. It is a pity that he worked so hard, yet could not prevail against time." "Little fellow, are you referring to the one in the Annihilation Kingdom's secret realm? I found the dream mirror in a hidden chamber." "Perhaps that was a long time ago, after I taught him the final sword technique." The mirror inhabitant shattered, and he never appeared again. With his words, Lin Heng realized the connection. I and the kingdom where the Annihilation secret realm was located. The cultivators had vanished overnight, their bones scattered as if erased from history by a colossal hand. With the original host's demise, the mirror inhabitant would undoubtedly vanish alongside the shattering. "Little fellow, would you like to learn my skills? I can teach you." The old man spoke with an air of, "Young man, I see great potential in you. Would you care to purchase an extraordinary skill, free of charge?" Lin Heng inquired skeptically. He did not believe in the notion of free handouts from the heavens. As expected, upon hearing this, the elder could not refrain from bursting into laughter. "For others, perhaps, but not for you." Why is that? Is there a distinction in treatment? "Because I will impart to you my treasured skill. And all I ask in return is that you help me construct a vibrant world." "How does that sound?" I do not understand your meaning." "How does one construct a vibrant world?" "Quite simply. You need only to immerse your consciousness within the entire dream mirror, using your thoughts as the brush and ink to add color to this blank world. Is that so?" Lin Heng frowned slightly. Closing his eyes and following the old man's guidance, he began to outline the scenes he had once witnessed in his mind, from the azure stone steps to the lush green meadows. From the floating bridges in the clouds to the majestic palaces, vast plains, seas of flowers, cascading water curtains, ancient vines, and the distant river reflecting the moon. As Lin Heng's consciousness flowed, the interior of the dream mirror underwent a monumental transformation. What had once existed merely as phantoms of imagination began to materialize into reality within the mirror. Upon opening his eyes, he too was astonished by the spectacle before him. The old man, wide-eyed with excitement, bent down to pluck a blooming 5-leaf spirit flower, cradling it in his hands as if it were a treasured gem. "What place is this?" he inquired, turning to Lin Heng. "This is the Qinshen Sect's Chenyun Peak. The place where I cultivate, the only memories I can retain are these. The true Chenyun Peak is even more beautiful. Nodding in acknowledgement, the elder swiftly glided through the air, seemingly attempting to capture the entirety of the Chenyun Peak's scenery. After a considerable while he finally descended, exclaiming in admiration, "You are merely at the chi refinement stage, yet your mental prowess is so formidable. If I were to construct a world within the dream mirror at your current realm, it would take me at least half a day. Moreover, there is no guarantee I could achieve such exquisite detail, especially in the vast wilderness, the soil, the rubble, and even the drifting leaves, all depicted with such vivid realism. Utilize the dream mirror wisely, and by the time you reach the returning to void realm, cultivating the method of extraordinary phenomena will yield results with half the effort." However, upon hearing his praises, Lin Heng could not master a smile. His time on Chenyun Peak had been predominantly spent in the wilderness, toiling in the spirit fields like a serf under the command of the mischievous Meng Yutong. How could he not remember? It was not merely a matter of good memory but rather the outcome of prolonged practice. "Esteemed elder, regarding the treasured skill you mentioned, rest assured, I shall not go back on my word." Turning to Lin Heng, the elder then waved his hand, and a shimmering silver longsword materialized in his grasp. Even though it was an ethereal object, the moment it appeared it caused the surrounding illusory scenery to ripple. "This is the sword technique I have spent my entire life creating, named the Sword of Time. With unparalleled speed it pursues the fleeting beauty of time. When the sword is drawn, time ceases, and it can sever all. No one can withstand it." The sword technique comprises 4 forms: sword, light of time, intent of time, domain of time, and the beauty of time. There are no restrictions on realms, for as long as each strike and technique is honed to perfection, one may cultivate the subsequent sword techniques. Mastering the sword is not an endeavor achieved in a day. Whether you can learn it depends on your understanding. If your talent is not up to par, even if I exert myself to the utmost, I would be of little assistance. Are you willing? Of course, I am willing. Lin Heng immediately bowed in gratitude. Finally, the time had come to showcase his extraordinary comprehension. Up until now, he had yet to encounter particularly impressive divine abilities. He possessed only brute strength and could hold his own against chi refinement cultivators, but when faced with foundation establishment cultivators, he could only run away, fighting above his level. Aside from relying on talent, the most crucial factor was hard power, which manifested in various aspects such as the quality of cultivation methods, physical constitution, and fortune. The fact that the other party was referred to as a sage likely meant he was a figure from a higher tier of the cultivation hierarchy, perhaps even a celestial sage or ancestor. Surely his hidden skills would not be lacking. Moreover, with the unique effect of the dream mirror that bridged the virtual and real, learning from this elder through the mirror inhabitant would undoubtedly expedite his cultivation process. Without hesitation, Lin Heng conjured a longsword for the mirror inhabitant and reissued instructions, prioritizing the study of the sword technique before continuing with the opening of the spiritual will. Satisfied with completing these tasks, he departed with a sense of fulfillment. Next, preparations are underway to cultivate the golden body. 4 days have swiftly passed. During this time, dark clouds have gathered ominously over Yenyun City, while Yun Yao and Mu Lushi have been diligently addressing the flaws within the city's enterprises, leaving them little time to inquire about Lin Heng's activities. As the last breath escaped his lips, Lin Heng slowly opened his eyes. The faint golden aura emanating from his body has already signified the minor success of the golden body. Simultaneously, a new sword technique name emerged in his mind: Ear's Sword Light, the first form of the Ear's Sword. At this moment, the elder within the illusory world mirror gazed intently at the silhouette before him, who was gradually dancing with the sword. The streaks of sword light crisscrossed beneath him, nearly returning the world Lin Heng had constructed to its original state. As the sword light swept forth, The illusion shattered, restoring flashes of white brilliance once more. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The sword technique I have spent my entire life creating took me a year to master, yet he has comprehended its intricacies in just 3 days. Who on earth is this fellow, young master? The news you requested has arrived. The innkeeper gently knocked on the door of the guest room. Enter. Lin Heng stood up, stretching his neck as he inquired, "Is it news from the western outskirts?" Young master truly possesses foresight. Initially, when you mentioned that significant events would occur in the western outskirts, I was skeptical about what could possibly happen there. However, early this morning, a large contingent from the execution bureau left the city, stating that the imperial envoy encountered an ambush in the western outskirts, resulting in numerous casualties. Understood. The innkeeper retreated, and Lin Heng approached the window, gazing at the bustling crowd outside, a smile curving his lips. Is it finally beginning? I am eager to see whether the first move in this game is made by you, Brother Yi, or the Wang family, speaking of which little Yao and sister Liuxi must be missing me by now. Chapter 64, Heed a brother's advice. Mu Liuxi, you truly cannot hold on. Nearing noon, at Chanshao Tower in Yenyun City, Linan was taken aback upon learning that the 3 young ladies he fancied had been reserved exclusively by the same person. Innkeeper, did I not say that no one should touch these 3 ladies? How could you let them entertain others? Young Master Li, we are left with no choice. They were offered a much higher price. Not every girl in Chanshao Tower can encounter someone as affluent as young Master Li. There are many to support. Furthermore, if you truly care for those 3 ladies, why not redeem them with your financial resources? It should be a trivial matter. Li Nan found himself at a loss for words. He was bound by the marriage contract with the Mu family, and his family would never allow him to take a mortal woman as a concubine. He had indeed contemplated redeeming them, but nearly faced severe consequences when his father discovered this. Before he could respond, the innkeeper continued, "The gentleman above seems to have some connection with you." Young Master Li, he inquired about you not long ago. Inquire about me? Indeed, if possible, young Master Li, you might want to consider meeting that individual. Li Nan furrowed his brows, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the innkeeper. This was clearly a setup on his part, and he was relaying these words at the behest of that gentleman, was he not? Ha ha ha, the innkeeper chuckled lightly, patting his shoulder. Young Master Li knows well enough. Why should I elaborate further? What a nuisance. I must see what his intentions are. Li Nan rubbed his nose, flicking his sleeve as he made his way towards the private room he frequently reserved. After gently knocking, a detached voice responded from within. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a striking young man clad in white, surrounded by 3 young ladies. One was massaging his legs, another feeding him spiritual fruits, while a third stood behind him, delivering a shoulder rub, appearing utterly indulgent. Li Nan's expression calmed slightly. Thankfully, this individual was not engaging in any inappropriate conduct before him. Upon seeing Li Nan enter, the 3 ladies' expressions instantly shifted, their gazes flickering nervously, as if they had committed some wrongdoing. After all, they had previously promised to serve only him, yet this was ultimately a brothel, and certain matters were beyond their personal discretion. Lin Heng opened his eyes to regard him, slowly speaking, "Young Master Li, it's a pleasure to see you again. Please have a seat. You 3 may leave, young Master Li, and I have matters to discuss." The 3 young ladies departed with discontent, and once the door was closed, Li Nan inquired with suspicion, "I do not know you. What is there to discuss? And who are you? Today, let us consider it an acquaintance. I am Lin Heng, the disciple of the Qingxian sect. Also, I am Mu Liuxi's junior brother." Li Nan's eyes widened in surprise. "You are Mu Liuxi's junior brother. What do you seek from me?" "I wish to discuss the matter of the Li family's betrothal. You may consider me a mediator. I hope you will take the initiative to dissolve the verbal engagement with your family. If you refuse, the union between our 2 families will surely falter." Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, Li Nan burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Mu Liuxi sent you, her junior brother, to convey this. I am well aware that she looks down upon me. Yet she cannot resist her family's will. Do you truly believe I would yield here to grant her desires? Mu Liushi is a peerless beauty who would not wish to pursue such an astonishing celestial being. If I were to marry into the Mu family, the Li family would surely prosper alongside it, benefiting both myself and the Li family. Benefiting? Is it truly a benefit? Is it not? Li Nan retorted. Lin Heng smiled slightly before continuing, I cannot ascertain if it is a benefit to the Li family, but it would undoubtedly be a dreadful misfortune for you. You would regret it for a lifetime. I am eager to hear more. If you marry into the Mu family, do you think you can continue to revel in places like Chanshao Tower? Do you believe that with Mu Liushi's character, she would permit you to take concubines? The celestial being you envision, if she possesses only beauty and talent, you may admire her from afar, but may not touch her. I believe such a life would be unbearable for you. These words struck directly at Li Nan's innermost thoughts. Essentially, if he married into the Mu family, not only would he be unable to indulge freely, but if Mu Liushi disallowed any intimacy, he would find himself destined to a life of celibacy. Desire is an inseparable part of human nature. If Li Nan's passion were to be extinguished, it would surely feel like a death sentence. Impossible, even if she is cold and proud. I believe that with time, she will eventually be swayed. Oh, just how long do you suppose this time will take? 10 years, 20 years, or perhaps 50? Lin Heng seized upon his words, continuing, do not forget, she is a cultivator of the golden core stage. While you are merely an ordinary person, a century from now, she will still be enchanting, while you will have long since become a skeleton in a grave. Be why then, if she finds a kindred spirit, you will be left with nothing but the title of a son-in-law, and you might even don a green hat, would you not? Being unable to touch his own wife while also potentially being humiliated with a green hat, what a frustrating existence that would be. If I recall correctly, young Master Li has a younger brother, does he not? What a pity. What do you mean by pity? You are the eldest. If you do not marry into the Mu family, the future heir of the Li family will be your younger brother. You would be the future head of the family, but now that responsibility falls upon your brother. If you fail to achieve anything in the Mu family, offering no tangible benefits to the Li family, you will surely be cast aside. Will your brother allow you to remain in the Li family? Li Nan was profoundly shocked after seeing Mu Liushi's beauty. He had been daydreaming about winning her heart daily, yet he had never considered such deeper ramifications. With Lin Heng laying bare the stakes, he suddenly realized that marrying into the Mu family was a perilous gamble. Whether he could win Mu Liushi's affection remained uncertain, but without marrying in, he would undoubtedly become the head of the Li family. Seeing his expression, Lin Heng understood his thoughts, standing to say, now that we have reached this point, I urge you to consider carefully. For your own sake, please provide me with your response by noon tomorrow at the massage clinic in the western part of the city. Heed a brother's advice. Mu Liushi, you truly cannot hold on. Allow me to take charge. After delivering this line, Lin Heng departed. He felt a sense of certainty, just a final push away from completely securing the Li family. Next, it would be the Zhao family. Chapter 65. Zhao mother's dual cultivation request. In the southern part of the city, at the Zhao family estate, upon receiving the butler's report, the mother and daughter of the Zhao family, who were busy tallying the accounts in the main hall, were immediately taken aback. Who is the visitor? The individual claims to be a friend of the young lady named Lin Heng. Zhao Wanqing exclaimed with delight, come, take me to him. Shortly thereafter, they met in the garden of the estate, and upon seeing Lin Heng, she finally revealed a gentle smile. Miss Zhao, it's good to see you again. Lin Heng waved his hand. Young Master Lin, you did not attend the last auction. I thought I would never see you again, yet here you are at the Zhao residence. Indeed, Miss Zhao, I have come not only to meet a friend but also to discuss something of greater importance with your family. Discuss? Zhao Wanqing nodded. Then let us head to the main room. My mother has been eagerly awaiting to see you. Could you spare me a glance? Lin Heng was taken aback. He was certain he had never met her mother before. Why would she express a desire to see him? Oh dear, I must leave. Zhao Wanqing quickly realized she had misspoken and hurriedly assumed an inviting posture. Upon entering the main room, Zhao's mother had already cleared away all the account books. Leaving the table bare. It would be quite improper to entertain guests amidst such clutter. The moment Lin Heng laid eyes on Zhao's mother, both were taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Lin Heng was astonished at how youthful Zhao Wanqing's mother appeared. Had one not mentioned it, the two could easily be mistaken for sisters while strolling down the street. Indeed, the reputation of the medical family was well deserved. Their expertise in beauty and skincare was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Zhao's mother was equally startled by the visage before her. The medical arts are vast and varied, giving rise to many facial prognostications. Through such observations, some are born into wealth while others are destined for a life of servitude. Yet, Lin Heng's countenance bore the unmistakable aura of a sovereign dragon. In the days of Zhao's ancestors, they had once consulted the head of the Celestial Calculation Pavilion, who foretold that a century hence, the Zhao family would face numerous crises, yet a chosen one possessing the spirit of a dragon would emerge. Coupled with the astrological charts circulating at that time, Lin Heng's facial features strikingly mirrored those depicted. It cannot be mistaken, he is undoubtedly the one. A hint of awkwardness lingered as Zhao Wanqing's mother continued to scrutinize his face. The glimmer in her eyes felt somewhat unsettling. Mother, at Zhao Wanqing's gentle call, she snapped back to reality, realizing her lapse in composure. Young Master Lin, please take a seat. Wanqing, go fetch the treasured purple leaf clear tea to entertain our guest. Oh my aunt, you are too kind. Lin Heng did not expect Zhao's mother to be so courteous, even offering the rare and precious purple leaf clear tea. Upon Zhao Wanqing's return, Lin Heng wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. After explaining his purpose, both Zhao's mother and Zhao Wanqing were taken aback. After a brief pause, Zhao's mother spoke. I have indeed heard whispers regarding the discovery of a spirit mine in the Western Hills, but I never anticipated the City Lord's mansion would be so ruthless as to completely swallow the Mu family. The four great families of Yenyun City are akin to a four-legged cauldron. The loss of any one leg would surely result in a precarious imbalance, inevitably inciting turmoil. The Mu family, despite their decline, once held considerable power, even surpassing the Zhao family at their peak, and had since produced a progeny of celestial potential. This offered the Mu family a new chance for resurgence. Thus, I hope the Zhao family can extend a helping hand and stand with the Mu family. Unexpectedly, Zhao's mother slightly shook her head. As the family head, she must weigh the pros and cons carefully. Every decision could determine the family's future trajectory. Forgive my frankness, but the Zhao family seldom takes sides in such matters. Maintaining a neutral stance allows us to preserve our own position while avoiding external calamity. Given the Mu family's predicament, even if the Zhao family intervenes, it is unlikely to effect substantial change. The Wang family has already rallied numerous cultivators. When should they make significant moves in the near term, we would be utterly defenseless. Lin Heng narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. I understand, aunt, you feel the leverage is insufficient. However, I must assert that the Zhao family can no longer remain aloof. He then turned his gaze to Zhao Wanqing. Miss Zhao, do you recall the assassination attempt that transpired in Zigu? Of course, I remember. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have perished. At that time, the assailants bore the distinct emblem of the Wang envoy. The Zhao family had traversed the Hedong region for 3 generations, evidently encroaching upon the interests of certain individuals. The moment you were attacked, and you should have realized, someone has already harbored ill intentions towards the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disbelief crossed Zhao's mother's eyes. She had not anticipated that Lin Heng, an outsider, could discern such profound implications, regardless of who the Wang envoy represented, be it the City Lord's mansion or factions within the dynasty should the Mu family fall. The Zhao family would be the next target, followed by the Li family. What? Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Lin, are you suggesting that the Wang family intends to strike against our three great families? How dare they? Zhao's mother pressed a slender finger to her lips, lost in thought. Could this be the crisis the Zhao family is destined to face? But does the Wang family truly possess such power? She hesitated to gamble. The chosen one before her seemed to be a fortuitous star for the Zhao family, and following his counsel should not lead them astray. Noticing her wavering stance, Lin Heng promptly rose. Clasping his hands in respect, to demonstrate my sincerity, the Mu family pledges that once we navigate through this crisis, we are willing to share 30% of the profits generated from the spirit mine in the Western Hills with the Zhao family. Granting both families co-management of the mine. Now it was Zhao's mother's turn to be unsettled, incredulous as she exclaimed, "You would share the mining rights of the spirit mine with the Zhao family? Indeed, the Mu family would never shortchange our allies. We would not allow the Zhao family to toil without reward." The two women exchanged glances. The Mu family was known for their integrity, and surely they would not make such promises unless driven to desperation. A 30% share of the spirit mine's profits represented a staggering fortune, sufficient to sustain the Zhao family for 300 years without faltering. A resolute determination gleamed in Zhao's mother's eyes. Just as Lin Heng believed a partnership was about to be forged, Zhao's mother's subsequent words nearly left him speechless. "I appreciate the Mu family's goodwill, but I can forgo the profits from the spirit mine. I only seek one condition from you, young master. My daughter Wanqing suffers from an incurable ailment. Her condition impedes her ability to channel her spiritual energy. If a remedy cannot be found, her life may soon be forfeit. I implore you to assist my daughter in alleviating her bodily burdens during critical moments." Alleviating her burdens through dual cultivation? Lin Heng blinked in confusion. "Yes, mother." What are you saying? How can you ask young Master Lin to do such a thing?" Zhao Wanqing was equally taken aback by her mother's audacious request. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Foolish child, this is the only way to save your life. I see that young Master Lin possesses an admirable countenance and hails from the esteemed Qing Shen sect. Surely you find him appealing." Zhao Wanqing was utterly mortified, speechless. How could such matters be broached in front of someone? If he had a partner, if he held steadfast loyalty, would it not be an imposition? She did not believe Lin Heng to be one who coveted beauty. "Rest assured, senior sister, I will ensure you are filled to the brim, every drop for you." Young Master Lin, you need not feel compelled. "No, Miss Zhao, this is not coercion at all. To aid a small healer like yourself, who harbors aspirations to save others, it is my honor. I cannot refuse, especially in light of your mother's willingness to forsake immense wealth for her child." Lin Heng responded with unwavering conviction. His words were imbued with sincerity, exuding a sense of undeniable responsibility. He swore he was not motivated by lust or desires, but rather drawn in by Zhao Wanqing's gentle demeanor and moved by her mother's maternal love. At that moment Zhao's mother nodded in satisfaction, while Zhao Wanqing, blushing furiously, fled the scene. Lin Heng's visit to the Zhao family turned out to be a delightful surprise. He was well aware of Zhao Wanqing's affliction. In the absence of a definitive remedy, finding a cultivator to serve as a companion was the only means of prolonging her life. He had not anticipated that after merely meeting with Zhao's mother, she would so boldly entrust her daughter to him. If he could assist, then why not? Having a partner was not necessarily a bad thing. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Upon returning to the Mu residence, the sun had already begun to set. Lin Heng navigated the familiar corridors with ease, and as he approached the main hall, he spotted several individuals clad in the garb of the criminal division moving about. Inside, the sounds of a heated argument between Mu Liuqi and Mu Shuting echoed. Just as he was about to step closer to ascertain the situation, a warm hand suddenly clamped around his neck from behind. Turning around, he found Yunyao had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, grinning at him. "Oh, you startled me. How are you, senior sister? Have you missed me? Come, let us share a hug." Lin Heng turned to embrace her. But Yunyao extended her arm to block him, declaring, "Be serious, I've been searching for you for days and couldn't find a trace of you. Where have you been gallivanting about?" However, no sooner had she spoken than she felt a peculiar sensation, as if her palm had been licked, leaving her feeling tingly and slick. Startled, she withdrew her hand only to be pulled into his embrace the next moment. "Ah, Lin Heng, are you insane? Are you a dog?" Yunyao exclaimed, furiously striking his back and smearing her saliva across him. With her golden body at a minor completion, the greatest advantage was evident now. Her strikes had lost at least half their previous force. A golden Kostage cultivator's blows could easily break ribs even if they were just playful punches. Now, at least she didn't have to worry. As long as she didn't go all out, it would be fine. Lin Heng spun her around, holding her slender waist from behind, resting his head against her fragrant shoulder, indulging in the subtle scent of her body. "TSK, I see you've grown bolder. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being impolite." Yunyao was utterly speechless. She felt it was still too early for him to act so intimately. "Senior sister, I assure you by heaven I've been gallivanting. You cannot fathom the extent of my exhaustion these past few days. What is wrong with me seeking solace in your embrace?" Lin Heng held on tightly, refusing to let go unless he was forcibly thrown off his shoulder. He has now learned how to handle Yunyao, as long as she does not immediately resist or employ sharp words to deter him. He can shamelessly press his advantage, for he knows that a few beatings would come with the territory. Yunyao passed her crimson lips, ultimately suppressing her urge to strike him, given Lin Heng's character of being unyielding to punishment. It seemed best to allow him this indulgence as long as he did not go too far. Nevertheless, her tone remained laced with disdain. "Oh, you're tired. My second senior sister and I are on the brink of exhaustion. And when we sought your assistance, we couldn't even catch a glimpse of you. Look, the people from the execution office have come knocking. The entire Mu household is comprised of women, not a single man to stand up and speak." What business does the execution office have here? What else could it be?" The envoy from the dynasty was ambushed while returning to the royal city from the western suburbs. That area is under the Mu family's domain. Would they not come looking for trouble? Does this have a direct causal relationship with the Mu family? The situation in Yenyun City is vastly different from what we encountered in Jinma City. The execution office is nominally independent from the Lord's Manor, yet in reality it has been hollowed out by the Lord's Manor. All its members are essentially part of the Lord's household. Do you think the Wang family would not exploit this situation? Look, they seem to be leaving at last. It appears my second senior sister is quite incensed. TSK, Lin Heng clicked his tongue. The entanglement of worldly customs is far too cumbersome. If this were between cultivators outside, they would simply engage in combat. Upon entering the main hall, Mu Lushi and Mu Suting turned their inquiring gazes upon Lin Heng's arrival, while Yunyao was unaware of Lin Heng's specific dealings. They were well informed. "Senior sister, esteemed aunt," Lin Heng declared, fulfilling his mission by persuading the Zhao family and relaying the matter of the breach of contract to the young master of the Li family. By tomorrow, the young master of the Li family will undoubtedly take the initiative to annul the contract. The subsequent arrangements will rely on you. Senior sister, did the Zhao family truly agree to assist the Mu family? Mu Suting exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you implying that the young master of the Li family will consent to the annulment of the engagement tomorrow?" Mu Lushi's beautiful eyes flickered with anticipation. Indeed. Yunyao looked at the three of them in bewilderment. "What is going on, second senior sister? You had Lin Heng junior brother go out these past few days solely to handle these two matters. I cannot believe he could persuade the young master of the Li family to voluntarily annul the engagement." "Senior sister, my capabilities are indeed substantial." "How substantial? Have you not yet experienced it? Shall we make a wager?" Lin Heng hinted. A wager, how would that work? Yu Niao raised an eyebrow. Do you recall the plan I previously outlined? Tomorrow you shall feign striking me, if the young master of the Li family arrives to annul the engagement that very day. I win. If not, you win. Should I emerge victorious, you will have another opportunity to realize the extent of my capabilities. If you win, I shall fill your wine gourd to the brim. How does that sound? Yu Niao had yet to comprehend the implications of extent of my capabilities until she noticed a slight bulge in a certain area of Lin Heng's person and immediately grasped the meaning. What outrageous words, in front of so many, including Mu Lushi. How dare Lin Heng propose such a wager? Fortunately, Mu Lushi and her daughter seemed oblivious to any underlying implications. As Yu Niao touched the small wine gourd at her waist, she realized that the alcohol within had been consumed over the past 2 years, indicating just how much would be required to fill it. Given Lin Heng's nonchalant demeanor, she doubted his ability to persuade the notoriously lecherous young master. She was fully aware of the young master's fondness for the establishment known as Chan Shao Lu. Very well, let's wager. Yu Niao unfastened the gourd from her waist and tossed it to him. Take it, but remember to fill it completely, every drop. Lin Heng smiled. Fear not, senior sister, I shall ensure it is filled to the brim, every last drop. Mu Lushi and her daughter exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Truly, they possessed the hearts of children. Even amidst a crisis, they still found time to engage in a wager. Chapter 67. My brother previously owned a shop. After the banquet, Lin Heng seized the opportunity while Yu Niao was away to approach Mu Lushi. Senior sister, I implore you, I am truly out of funds. Look at me, junior brother. Oh, I do not even possess a decent weapon. The sword I brought from Qingxian sect was split in twain and confiscated by the guards of Yanyun city. Mu Lushi regarded him with a skeptical gaze and inquired what kind of precious sword could possibly cost 50,000 spirit stones. It was already late at night. Those who should cultivate were doing so, and those who needed rest were resting. Yet here was Lin Heng sneaking into her quarters to demand spirit stones, and he dared to ask for 50,000 at that. There are countless items in the market. Surely you could find something of value. Are you truly out of money? I saw you lavishly spending at the auction, competing with Etion for the auctioned items. You hardly strike me as someone unable to produce funds. Lin Heng paused, instinctively asking, how do you know I was at the auction competing for the items his senior brother had his eye on? Rest assured, he knows nothing. Lin Heng exhaled, nearly feeling his heart sink. Previously, Etion had issued a grave warning, threatening to take the heads of those who opposed him. Mu Lushi found amusement in his reaction and, with a slight smile, stood up to retrieve a larger storage bag from the left cabinet of the room. I do not have 50,000 spirit stones, but here are 30,000 spirit stones. Take them and spend wisely. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Heng's eyes widened as he eagerly accepted the storage bag. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. He had not anticipated receiving such a generous amount. Having intentionally stated the figure of 50,000. Without further ado, he made his way to the weapon refinery located on North Wang Street to procure a weapon. The first form of Sword of Time had already shown promise under the guidance of the mirror image technique. Acquiring a weapon was now of utmost priority. North Wang Street, weapon refinery. When he had first arrived in Yanyun city, he had strolled along North Wang Street and spotted a jet black sword in a weapon refinery, priced at 7,000 spirit stones. At that time, he had been financially constrained, needing to reserve funds for the auction, thus refraining from purchase. He hoped it still remained. Even at this late hour, there were still numerous vendors selling elixirs and spiritual items along the street, along with a scattering of passers-by, most of whom were ordinary folk. Additionally, a few Qi refinement period cultivators meandered about. Lin Heng's presence immediately attracted the attention of several vendors. Previously, after he and Sun Hao had raided the gambling stone establishment, they had uncovered numerous treasures. leading many to place them on their blacklist. Wow, after all this time, this kid still dares to haunt North Wong Street. A newly opened vendor selling Rostones inquired curiously, what is the issue with him? Brother, do not blame me for not warning you. If he comes to purchase Rostones, just remember one word, scram. Tell him to leave at once. Why is that? The vendor looked puzzled. Little did he know that the vendor beside him revealed a pained expression and said, let me put it this way, I previously owned a shop. Most shops along North Street operated on a rental basis, with few directly selling their wares. Even so, the rent was not something ordinary folk could afford. It required considerable financial backing. Before encountering Sun Hao and Lin Heng, he had started his business with the capital provided by his family, filled with ambition. However, after their arrival, they had taken all the valuable items from the 300 raw stones in his shop, leaving behind only a heap of worthless stones that could not be sold, resulting in a failing business. Thus, he was forced to transition from a shop owner with considerable assets to a mere street vendor. What is going on? Why are so many people looking at me? Surely it cannot be that I am the one buying raw stones. That was Sun Hao. I merely provided the funds. Lin Heng shook his head. His purpose in coming here was not to intimidate them. Upon reaching the entrance of the weapon refinery, the attendant, still half asleep, promptly stood up as he noticed a customer. Good sir, are you here to view our weapons? Please step inside. Yes. Do you still have that jet black sword, approximately 6 feet in length? The jet black sword. The attendant scratched his head, scanning the walls before suddenly exclaiming, oh, sir, are you referring to the Emolin sword? It has already been reclaimed and is undergoing reforging. Reforged? Wasn't it a 5th grade sword? Indeed, but due to its coloration it appeared as though it had been burnt black, and after half a year of sitting unsold, the owner, in a fit of anger, sent it back to Fenye Town for reforging. However, I can recommend you our store's prized possession. Show me. This sword is named Jiu Shao. It was unearthed by our owner 50 years ago while mining in the mountains. It is said to have been discovered covered in bloodstains and seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. It took 5 foundation establishment cultivators working in unison to subdue it completely. Yet since then it has shown no unusual traits. Its rank is at most 4th grade. If you are interested, I can offer you a discount of 1,000 spirit stones, making it just 6,000 spirit stones. A prized possession for just 6,000 spirit stones. The weapon market has been sluggish lately, and moreover, this sword does not hail from Fenye Town. It is merely regarded as a treasure by our owner. After hearing the explanation, Lin Heng scrutinized the sword in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, very well, I'll take it. At the very moment he grasped the sword, he felt a fleeting sense of murderous intent emanating from it. The sword, devoid of human consciousness, radiated an unmistakable aura of malice, compelling him to realize that it was indeed no ordinary blade. With a budget of 30,000, spending 6,000 still fell within an acceptable range. Time passed quietly as Lin Heng, after departing from Bei Wang Street, made his way directly to a massage parlor in the western part of the city to await the proprietress's opening and the arrival of the young master of the Li family. Linan, meanwhile, Yunyao and Mu Liushi were also prepared. After a brief breakfast with Mu Shooting, they followed Lin Heng's directions towards the west of the city. On the way, Mu Liushi expressed her confusion. Xiaoyao, Lin Heng mentioned that you should accompany him in a performance. What exactly are we acting out, and why must we pretend to give him a beating? Yunyao blinked her large eyes and replied, isn't he heading to the massage parlor? The legitimacy of such places masquerading as medical establishments is questionable at best. He arranged to meet with the young master of the Li family there, and my role as his companion is to catch them in the act, after which I shall give him a proper thrashing in front of the young master. Mu Liushi was somewhat bewildered. Does this mean that the young master of the Li family will agree to break the engagement simply because you beat him up? To this, Yunyao admitted she too was perplexed. If she could fathom it, she wouldn't have wagered with Lin Heng. As the parlor opened, the proprietress was overjoyed to see her regular customer, Lin Heng. Before long, a frail white figure appeared on the street. Looking gaunt and weary, his faltering steps clearly suggested a depletion of vitality. Upon reaching the parlor, they were greeted by the sight of Lin Heng already sprawled on the massage table, indulging in the services offered. "You're here, don't just stand there, I saved you a spot beside me, my treat." The proprietress turned to her female apprentice Xiaoya. "Please attend to this young master." Linan was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! Is this what we came here for? He had no choice but to lie down beside Lin Heng, turning to him and saying, "Brother, shall we discuss serious matters now? I have spoken with my father regarding the Mu family. No need to rush, let's not discuss the outcome just yet." However, just then the figure they had been anticipating finally appeared at the door. Dressed in a light red gown, Yu Niao stood with her hands on her hips, while Mu Luoxi, clad in white, folded her arms and scrutinized the interior of the parlor. Oh no, Chapter 68, The Threat of Embracing Infancy. What is the matter? Lin Heng feigned extreme panic. "My companion has arrived." Linan glanced up, and upon seeing Mu Luoxi and Yu Niao, his pupils constricted. "The one in the red dress, your companion? Indeed, she is also my senior sister. A fierce one at that. Not only does she refuse to fulfill her obligations as a partner, she also forbids me from enjoying extravagant meals outside." Lin Heng. In the midst of the astonished gazes from the proprietress and Linan, Yu Niao swiftly appeared before Lin Heng, seizing his ear and admonishing him fiercely. "In just a few days of my absence you resort to this kind of debauchery, enjoying massages, are we? Wait until we return. I shall show you how to realign your bones." Ouch, ouch, ouch. "Senior sister, I was wrong. Goodness, stop pulling. Are you serious?" Unbeknownst to him, his recent actions had genuinely irritated Yu Niao. The proprietress noted the oddity in Lin Heng's demeanor. Yet he merely smiled benignly, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Clearly, the act was genuine, and his enjoyment of the moment was equally sincere. Once he adopted the role of a companion, his overwhelming desire for control became apparent. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as Lin Heng, who had been reclining on the table, was suddenly embedded into the wall. Linan was left in a state of shock. Wasn't this just a massage? Must it be so brutal? Is this how one must treat celestial beings as wives? He glanced at the cold and distant Mu Luoxi, who had previously been the object of his admiration. Now rendered utterly intimidated, not only Linan but even Mu Luoxi was startled, rushing to the wall and exerting considerable effort to extract Lin Heng from it. "Are you all right?" Lin Heng waved his hand dismissively. "I am fine, just a bit dazed from the impact." Now that he had cultivated the golden body, such minor collisions would not harm him. Xiaoya, did you not go a bit too far? Wasn't this supposed to be acting? Oh dear, senior brother, you demanded it be realistic while also ensuring no slip-ups. I had to control my strength. As Yu Niao rubbed his neck, she inquired, "You understand my intentions? Don't you, senior brother? Bah, you did that on purpose. You'll regret this." "I fully comprehend your intentions, senior sister." Lin Heng smirked, then added, "Just wait until tonight, or perhaps even sooner, and Linan will come scurrying to the Mu residence." Just as Lin Heng had predicted, upon returning to the Li residence, Linan seemed to have undergone some form of mental upheaval. He knelt in the hall, crying out dramatically that he wished to break the engagement. He adamantly refused to become a part of the Mu family. The head of the Li family was baffled by his eldest son's sudden change in demeanor. Just that morning, they had been discussing matters amicably, and by noon his attitude had completely flipped. Ultimately, witnessing his grandson in such distress, Li's grandmother compelled Li's father to acquiesce. In matters of engagement annulment, those who brought it up held no ground, unwilling to lose his son. The head of the Li family permitted Linan to approach the Mu family himself. Before long, a knock echoed at the grand doors of the Mu residence. Accompanied by 2 attendants, Linan entered the Mu household bearing a chest of silks. Upon reaching the main hall and seeing Mu shooting, he immediately knelt. Oh dear, what are you doing, child? Aunt Klinan has been unfilial. I can no longer be your son-in-law. I have come to annul the engagement. Annul the engagement. Mu Liushi and Mu shooting exchanged glances, both eyes reflecting a glimmer of surprise. As expected, Lin Heng was right. Standing at a distance, Yun Yao was left dumbfounded, muttering, how can this be? He truly came to annul the engagement. How did you manage this? Lin Heng, leaning slightly closer to her ear, whispered, senior sister, if you truly struck me in jest, I want to pursue it, but when will you fulfill our wager? Yun Yao pressed her lips together, tilting her head to meet his gaze filled with desire, shaking her head vigorously. No, I refuse. Do you intend to backtrack on our agreement? Indeed, I shall backtrack. What will you do about it? No, you cannot act this way. Lin Heng clenched his fists. Is it easy for me to enjoy a meal? If you continue to renege, when will I ever lead a life of leisure? Oh, be serious. The senior sisters are still present. Startled by his restless hands, Yun Yao quickly considered, after we settle the senior sisters' matters, we can discuss it then. After we settle, will you fulfill the wager? Noticing her reluctance to respond, Lin Heng nudged her again. Will you fulfill it? Is that acceptable? Fulfill the dual cultivation obligations? Lin Heng leaned closer, ensuring she wouldn't twist his words. Is that so? Speak quickly. Yes. With her final affirmation, Lin Heng stepped back, satisfied, and withdrew his hand. In the ensuing time, Yun Yao would assist Mu Liushi with the transition of affairs between the Li and Zhao families, although the Zhao family claimed they did not desire the spirit mine. The Mu family could not simply disregard it. The Li family had voluntarily broken the engagement and bore no justification. Should the Mu family leverage the benefits of the spirit mine as a bargaining chip and pay a visit? It would surely garner gratitude from the Li family. In the western outskirts, the matter of the assassination of the dynasty's envoy required resolution, and Lin Heng could only proceed there alone for the time being. Relying on Yi Tian was untenable. Riding a steed procured from the horse station, he galloped swiftly, covering 30 miles from Yenyun City in just half a day. Whoosh! A flying blade cut through the air, disrupting the otherwise orderly pace of his journey. Lin Heng pulled the reins and turned to look, spotting 5 figures racing towards him from not far behind. In less than 10 breaths, they had closed the distance to about 30 paces. The burly man at the center, clad in a voluminous dark robe and towering over Lin Heng, bore 2 gleaming axes at his waist. Lin Heng furrowed his brow. He vaguely recognized this individual. Though the memory eluded him, nevertheless, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that an attempt had just been made on his life. Were you the ones who threw the concealed weapons? The burly man approached, holding his golden axes, and greeted him as if they were old friends. Little brother, don't you remember me? At Wangwe Tower, you sold a piece of 7th grade armor. Mentioning Wangwe Tower seemed to trigger Lin Heng's recollection. Yet his expression remained unperturbed. The 5 adversaries were clearly hostile, each drawing their weapons, indicating that this encounter would inevitably result in bloodshed. Give me a reason not to kill you, Lin Heng stated coolly. Ha ha ha, kid, you are quite arrogant. We have 3 foundation phase cultivators among us. What gives you the audacity to utter such words? Blame your high-profile actions on Beijie. Hand over the dragon scale you acquired. And, oh whoosh, Lin Heng unsheathed his sword in a flash, the movement so swift it was nearly imperceptible. In an instant, the sword light sliced through the burly man's midsection, not allowing him a moment to react. Initially, the others were oblivious to what had just transpired, thinking the burly man had simply paused mid-sentence. It was only when they noticed the sudden division of his body and the splattering of blood onto their companions that the realization dawned upon them. The panicked cries erupted. The burly man, a foundation phase cultivator and the strongest among them, had been cleaved in 2 without uttering a single word. Before him stood a youth who was undeniably a practitioner in the chi refinement stage. To be candid, Lin Heng had initially intended to strike by surprise, yet he found himself astonished at the formidable strength of this single sword strike. This implied that he now possessed the conditions to transcend his current level. As shock coursed through him, the four adversaries swiftly retaliated. Lin Heng drew his sword once more, casting a glance at its blade and murmuring, "My friend, direct your murderous intent towards them." In that moment, the techniques he had painstakingly practiced over the past 2.5 days surged vividly in his mind. Each anticipated movement, though he had not consciously studied them, had yielded a wealth of experience from the feedback of the figure in the mirror. His movements were swift, the speed of his swordplay so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This was the very essence of the swordsmanship he sought to master. The night sky echoed with anguished cries, the pungent scent of blood filling the air, causing those who inhaled it to tremble and gasp in horror. Lin Heng did not relent at the pitiful wails of his foes. His wrist flicked deftly, severing the throats of the remaining two. The five had gone from delivering their pre-battle bravado to lying lifeless in merely 2 minutes. There was no denying that his combat prowess exceeded expectations. Yet the consumption of his inner essence was considerable. With a single strike of the time sword light, he nearly depleted a spiritual will's reserves, after wiping the blood stains from his blade with their garments. Lin Heng proceeded to search for spoils of war. He discovered 3 storage rings containing over 2,000 spirit stones and several golden stones. The golden stones, rich in metallic elemental properties, greatly pleased him. This could be utilized in refining the golden serpent twin axes, whose core materials also possessed similar elemental attributes. Chapter 69 Unexpected Joy. Yangon City Western Suburbs. Upon reaching the mountainous region of the western suburbs, Lin Heng reined in his steed and led the divine mount into a nearby grove, then embarked on a solitary ascent along the mountain path. The terrain of this area dictated that if one were to take the main thoroughfare, it would require at least half a day's time. However, by directly traversing the mountains, he could save a considerable amount of time. Upon surmounting the small hill before him, he would encounter a stream. Following its course upstream would lead him to a pristine lake. Flanking the shores of the lake was the location of the spiritual or mine. Of course, his decision to dismount and proceed on foot was also to avoid alarming any potential threats. He wished not to disturb Yition. Since leaving Yangon City, Yition had ventured directly to the western suburbs, and after several days without a word, one could only speculate what schemes he might be concocting. Yet Lin Heng pondered whether he had acted too hastily. Perhaps he should have spared a life to inquire further. He shook his head slightly. The group of 5 burly men had come to ambush him, ostensibly for the treasures he had acquired from North Wong Street, such as the golden scales. If they truly sought these items, they should have acted as soon as he departed Yangon City, rather than wait until he was 30 kilometers away. Furthermore, North Wong Street was the territory of the Wong family. Their awareness of his movements indicated that to some extent they were working for the Wong family. A peculiar conjecture emerged in his mind. Was it possible that those wishing to kill him were not necessarily from the city lord's residence or the Wang family, but rather Yition himself? This notion warranted further contemplation. Lin Heng believed that thus far his actions had not provoked Yition's ire. He should not resort to lethal measures so swiftly. If he truly intended to do so, why not confront him directly? With Yition's capabilities, making someone vanish would be a trivial matter. Alas, the current situation was as chaotic as a tangled web. While it was impossible to claim no connections existed, asserting a logical relationship felt tenuous at best. Lin Heng shook his head, resolving to think no further on the matter. Approximately 3 hours later, after traversing the mountain and following the stream upstream for a kilometer, he finally beheld the embedded lake in the western suburban mountains. The lake was not overly large, roughly 1,000 square meters, with the morning's residual light casting a peaceful glow upon its surface. Lin Heng did not boldly stride directly across the lake's edge. Instead, he cautiously approached the spiritual ore mine along the elevated circular terrain. Goodness, this mountain is indeed quite substantial. The spiritual ore mine should have mining openings. He had set off too hastily and forgotten to inquire about their locations from his senior sister, perhaps due to the nature of the spiritual ore. The flora atop the spiritual ore mountain thrived more luxuriantly than the vegetation on other peaks. Even the mulberry trees appeared a full circle larger than usual. Such was the advantage of a mountain rich in spiritual ore, providing ample nourishment. Logically, the mountain should also yield valuable spiritual herbs and plants. As the extensive excavation marks indicated that treasures had nearly been depleted. As Lin Heng continued along, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Had he not seen this stone before? The stone was sizable, towering nearly as high as a person. With a texture reminiscent of jade cotton, Lin Heng furrowed his brow and veered to the right, walking approximately 100 meters before discovering another similar colossal stone beneath a different tree. At this point, he could no longer afford to overlook these peculiarities. It was evident that the grass and branches compressed beneath these massive stones indicated they had been relocated. He reached out. Feeling the stone's surface, it was distinctly different from ordinary stones, chilling to the touch, as if it could quell one's spirit. Soon, he noticed strange engravings etched into the top of the stone, resembling a serpent, its head and tail intertwining in a continuous spiral. A formation. 3 colossal stones positioned to dominate the southern direction. If it were indeed a formation, there must be a singular stone to the north. Lin Heng immediately darted towards that direction, and sure enough, about 100 meters from his previous location, he encountered yet another massive stone. There was no doubt about it, this was indeed a formation. Though regrettably, he could not discern its specific function. The soul-stabilizing power emanating from the stones should, in some capacity, affect the spirit. One must remember, the spirit is of utmost importance to practitioners, and harming it is not to be taken lightly. Could it be that the cultivators recruited by the Wang family intended to utilize this grand formation against his senior sister, TSK? If they sought to subdue and capture her, they could only employ such a method unless an ancient being at the nascent soul stage intervened to crush her with sheer force. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, a loud shout suddenly resonated. In an instant, the colossal stones radiated an otherworldly light, and a translucent barrier emerged from the formation they encircled. Who are you? Several figures materialized, one of whom wielded a formation plate seemingly controlling the array. The oppressive force that descended upon Lin Heng evoked a sensation of suffocation reminiscent of a prior encounter with Yu Niao. Golden core stage. Lin Heng's heart sank. This was dire indeed. The emergence of a golden core cultivator rendered any escape impossible, especially considering there were 5 of them and he was ensnared within the formation. He needed to contemplate how to preserve his life. I merely came here for exploration and adventure, unaware that this place was set with a formation by esteemed seniors. I hope for your forgiveness. The middle-aged man, clad in a white robe, holding the formation plate and exuding an imposing presence, let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. Kid, from the moment you stepped into this formation, I detected your presence. Your trajectory of behavior is hardly that of mere exploration. Lin Heng, what a surprise to see you, San Hao. Lin Heng felt a tumult of emotions, both astonished and elated. San Hao had initially been standing in the back, oblivious to the identity of those within the formation, but recognized Lin Heng's voice immediately. You know him, father. This is the friend I mentioned whom I befriended in Yenyun City. I believe it to be a genuine misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The white-robed man turned to the hunchbacked figure beside him, inquiring, Daoya, do you wish to spare this lad, regardless of whether he inadvertently stumbled into this place or not? Should he escape and leak information, our plans would be jeopardized. That arrogant fellow named Yi is disdainful of our cooperation. With just the 2 of us, without relying on this formation, it would be difficult to subdue that woman. Father, Lin Heng is truly a good person. Daoya regarded him thoughtfully, saying, Howard, some matters are beyond the dichotomy of good and evil. You ought to reconsider your habit of befriending others. Having many friends is not always advantageous. White Daoist allow this lad to live. At merely over 20 years of age, reaching the fourth stage of chi refinement is commendable. He then turned to Lin Heng, I can spare your life, but until our objective is achieved, you must remain by our side at all times. Unexpected indeed, no problem. Lin Heng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, readily agreeing. Although there was an element of coercion in this arrangement, it also presented a rare opportunity. He had long desired to meet Sun Hao's father. Chapter 70, Strategies for Advancement and Retreat. Lin Heng, you nearly scared me to death. I thought my father truly intended to kill you. If that were the case, I would likely be quite sorrowful for an extended period. It was indeed quite perilous. However, even without you, I had ways to persuade them to spare my life. This was not mere posturing on Lin Heng's part. He had rapidly organized his thoughts. When Sun Hao had remained silent, he intended to reveal his identity, making them aware of his connection as a disciple of Mu Liushi. Would a rational person kill him upon realizing he was like a brother to Mu Liushi? Certainly not.